transported to the world of pirates, yet unwilling to embrace the life of a rogue. Moreover, tasked with rescuing Kana and persuading Ace, Sean reclined on the deck of a warship, sipping an icy cola, while his mind was busy plotting Here I Come, Goya Kingdom Ace. Who could have imagined that he was transported by an electric water heater? He even came with a white-haired effect that no die could reverse, having been taken in by Gungshiro in Frostmoon Village. He initially aspired to become a pirate. However, the thought of scenes filled with plunder and carnage immediately altered his resolve. I shall become a king of a navy. At the tender age of 8, he was bitten by a dog, awakening the conqueror's Haki within him. By the age of 13, he had become a sword master. By 15, he wielded dual-color Haki, and by 17, he achieved the status of a grand sword master. His talent rivaled that of Luffy, if not surpassing it. Yet his most remarkable feat was saving the very Kana who was destined to perish suddenly. The system activated. Alter fate. Earn plot points. It turned out that this system was designed to allow him to modify the narrative. By saving a life, he would earn daily plot points, which could be exchanged for skills or lottery draws. Now, his sights were set on Ace as the warship docked. Sean, draped in a coat of justice, set foot on the island, his observation Haki fully engaged, swiftly locking onto a figure leaping through the forest. "I found you." He intended to wait until Ace was alone to orchestrate a grand scheme. What if he could convince the son of the Pirate King to join him as a Navy officer? Was this operation audacious enough to cause a stir? However, could Ace's temper be easily swayed? With Luffy nearby, would he interfere? Could Sean's system assist him in resolving all these uncertainties? In the forest, Ace was engaged in playful antics with Luffy, completely oblivious to Sean lurking in the shadows. A plan to alter Ace's fate was about to unfold. How would Sean persuade Ace? Would he succeed? Would the alteration of Kuina's fate trigger a far greater butterfly effect? In the midnight forest, Ace sat lost in thought by a campfire when suddenly a striking white-haired figure emerged. "Young lad, I've lost my way." Sean grinned, sitting down beside Ace. "In an instant, you see, you can't possibly defeat me." Ace tightened his grip on a water pipe, beads of cold sweat forming. This man was far too formidable, exuding a pressure greater than that of Garp. Sean picked up a piece of grilled meat and produced a chilled beer. Barbecue paired with beer, the more you eat, the more invigorated you become. Ace, taken aback, clumsily accepted the offering. Just as he took a sip, he was asked, "Would you like to join the Navy in the future?" Spit beer sprayed everywhere as Ace stammered, "Two just want to live peacefully." Sean ruffled his hair. "Let me teach you some training. As a token for the barbecue, meet me by the lake at 7 tomorrow morning." No sooner had the words left his lips than he vanished without a trace. That night, Ace urgently pulled Luffy along. "There are Navy officers in the mountains. If you keep shouting about becoming the Pirate King, you'll be captured." Reluctantly, Luffy was dragged away. "Then why don't you come with me? I have to deal with him." Ace glanced towards the direction Sean had disappeared, feeling a surge of unease. The following morning, by the lakeside leaning leisurely against a tree, Sean pondered to himself. Establish a shallow bond, then orchestrate an accident. A broken leg seems too painful. Perhaps feigning a broken leg would suffice. Ace sauntered in, his head bowed. "I don't need to train." Sean raised an eyebrow. "If you've come, spare me the chatter first. Run 50 laps around the lake." Gritting his teeth, Ace began to jog. Little did he know that Sean was observing him with his observation. "Haki, this lad possesses remarkable willpower. What chaos would ensue if I were to recruit him into the Navy? Whitebeard would surely go mad. How might I craft this accident to appear natural? Would Luffy sneak over to witness the spectacle, thereby thwarting my plans?" Sean watched Ace's retreating figure, a smile creeping onto his face. "Ah, Ace, your journey toward becoming a Navy officer has only just begun." Ace drew a dagger and lunged at Sean, only to see Sean catch it barehanded, his palm cloaked in a dark substance. "What is this?" Ace stammered in shock. "Haki, only those with a strong physique can wield it." Sean teased. Secretly, Amuzetti had taken the bait. Suddenly, a cherry blossom-hued aura enveloped Sean's arm, and a distant stone exploded with a resounding boom. This is the external manifestation of armament Haki. It can be utilized as a shockwave. It gently touched another stone, which shattered from within. This is called internal destruction, the most advanced application. Ace's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you the strongest of the strong?" "In an unknown confrontation, no one can defeat me," Sean replied, raising an eyebrow, his words devoid of boastfulness. "What about observation Haki?" Ace pressed on. "It allows one to sense auras, predict dangers, and even glimpse into the future." Sean remarked nonchalantly, "I can manage to see a few seconds into the future, at best." Ace's lips twitched. This man, brimming with pride, feigned nonchalance. "Do I possess Conqueror's Haki?" Ace couldn't help but inquire, suppressing a laugh. Sean replied, "Perhaps you do. If you keep insisting on becoming the king of the Navy, you might just awaken it." Ace's face instantly stiffened. "What on earth is a king of the Navy?" Yet, as he watched Sean demonstrate Haki, a yearning ignited within him. He must train. Unbeknownst to him, Sean was discreetly scanning him with a system detected Ace's affinity for the Navy increased by 5. Sean felt a surge of joy. With a bit more effort, I could persuade the son of the Pirate King to join the Navy. Would Sean proceed to teach Ace the foundational training of Haki? Once Ace learns of his potential for Conqueror's Haki, will he chant King of the Navy daily? If Luffy were to discover that Ace was learning skills from the Navy, would he explode in anger? Beneath the setting sun, Sean observed Ace's eager demeanor and smiled. This game is becoming increasingly intriguing. You're just the son of Roger, aren't you? What's the big deal? Sean's casual remark caused Ace to freeze, the meat he held falling from his hands. How do you know? Ace's voice trembled, his entire body shaking. Sean struck him on the head with a punch, causing Ace to grimace in pain. What's with the gloom? You are you, and your father has nothing to do with it, but they all say I am a wicked bloodline. Ace lowered his head, his voice muffled. Bang. Another punch landed, and Sean glared at him. Your brother Luffy, the Dayton family, and Sabo, did they waste their efforts on you for nothing? At the mention of Sabo, Ace abruptly lifted his head. Sabo, he's dead. Sean suddenly chuckled. He's not dead when you set sail. You might just meet him. Ace's eyes sparkled momentarily before dimming again. You're lying to me, believe it or not. Sean shrugged, then abruptly changed the subject. What your father did was bloody, but wouldn't you like to see for yourself if the outcome was good or bad? Ace fixed his gaze on him. You definitely know something. You are not an ordinary Navy officer. What I know is merely speculation. Sean teased him deliberately, but you must live to uncover the truth. Ace fell silent, his grip on the wooden stick turning white from pressure. The next day, Ace practiced with the wooden stick, training his eyes closed, enduring bruises without uttering a word. Watching him, Sean smirked. It was time to put the plan into action. In the evening, beside the campfire, Sean took advantage of Ace's distraction, his fingers curling towards the sky, a white tornado of light flickering past. What was that light for? Was it meant to create an accident that would completely alter Ace's mindset? Or was it to summon something to aid him in his final deception? Ace gnawed on roasted meat, completely oblivious to Sean's subtle maneuver. Unbeknownst to him, an accident that could turn his life upside down was imminent. Would Sean's plan succeed? Would Ace ultimately choose to become a Navy officer or continue as a pirate? Was Sabo truly alive? Heavens! A meteor is coming down! Ace shouted in terror. But before his words could settle, Sean grabbed him and hurled him far away. Boom! The meteor struck the very spot they had just occupied, cracking the ground with a myriad of fissures. Ace turned back to witness a sight that sent chills through him. Sean had lost a leg. Why did you save me? Ace rushed over, enveloping Sean in a desperate embrace. Weeping uncontrollably, Sean wiped his face, actually dusting off flour, and with a feeble smile, said, The Navy is meant to protect the innocent. If you become a pirate in the future and do not harm the innocent, then it's worth it. I won't be a pirate anymore. Ace choked out. I want to be a Navy king. Just like you. Ding. Plot point 1000. 1000. The system notification flashed repeatedly. Sean's heart soared with joy, though his face feigned deep emotion. It's a promise. As dawn broke, Sean leaned on a stick, his calf actually bound to his thigh, and walked with Ace towards the port. At 17. I will definitely become a Navy officer. Ace clenched his fists. I shall have Carp teach you, Sean said, patting his shoulder. Who would dare to meddle with those I have brought under Carp's protection? Upon reaching the dock, the villagers stood in stunned silence. Ace was actually walking alongside a legless Navy officer. The village chief hurriedly pulled Marquino over, anxious that Ace might be whisked away. As Sean stepped onto the warship, he turned to Ace and called out, They'll be waiting for your departure. Ace nodded vigorously, his eyes brimming with emotion. As the warship set sail, Sean discreetly dismantled the prosthetic, secretly amused now. Ace was safe, however. He had not anticipated that Luffy would learn of his brother's decision to join the Navy and would cause a ruckus in Windmill Village. Ace wants to join the Navy? I won't allow it, Luffy shouted, hands on his hips. Visibly agitated, Marquino quickly interjected, Luffy, Ace has his own aspirations. Sean sneezed aboard the warship. Could this kid be planning another scheme? Would Ace's transition to the Navy proceed smoothly? What would Carp's reaction be upon discovering his grandson's intentions? Would Luffy confront Ace in a fit of rage? The village chief, noticing Sean's empty left leg, felt a surge of emotion. Ace, let us send off this great Navy officer. Marquina sensed something amiss. This scene felt eerily reminiscent of Shanks and Luffy. One missing hand for the straw hat, one missing leg for the cowboy hat, one aspiring to be the Pirate King, the other the Navy King. At the dock, Sean placed the cowboy hat atop Ace's head. Return it to me when you become a general. Ace embraced him, weeping profusely. I will become the king of the Navy. As Sean boarded the warship, he chuckled. Inward live performance was over. Time to dismantle the prosthetic in the ship's cabin. He tore off the leg binding, his leg tingling from the sudden relief. Pretending to be a beggar is quite the challenge. He opened the system panel. With a plot point of 30239. Lottery, spending 10,000 plot points, the wheel spun wildly. Meanwhile, at the dock, Ace addressed the village chief. Please contact my grandfather. I wish to learn Haki. The chief sprinted away faster than a rabbit. Fearful of Ace changing his mind, Makingthe inquired. What about Luffy? Ace smiled. If we meet, they'll just let him go quietly. Sean sneezed aboard the warship. Fixated on the lottery results, would it be an enhancement of Conqueror's Haki? Or perhaps the unlocking of a new skill? Would Carp come personally to instruct Ace upon receiving the news? Would Luffy create chaos upon learning his brother was joining the Navy? Most crucially, if Ace were to discover that Sean's leg was perfectly fine, would he pursue him to the ends of the earth? Win and charge forward, lose and retreat. Lottery. Just when Sean was feeling triumphant, the roulette started spinning. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have won a box of expired milk from Naruto Uzumaki. Sean's excited heart and trembling hands froze at that moment. However, he didn't mind. It was already remarkable to draw a purification, and he didn't ask for too much. Looking at the remaining 10,000 worship points, Sean just wanted to keep them for when he returned to the naval fortress to use for training. The system's training mechanism completely pulls one's consciousness into a space. One can create environments, enemies, pressures, and even slow down the flow of time, though is a bit expensive, costing 1,000 plot points per hour. But the effects are astonishing. After using it once, Sean's development of the fruit reached an almost conceptual level. This means that although he could only use repulsion, attraction, gravity, etc., he could already apply his abilities to himself, flying like the float fruit. It looks simple, but it requires the intertwining of several forces, and the calculations involved are complex and mind-boggling. He was already able to achieve a level comparable to the float fruit. Gathering his thoughts, Sean walked out of the cabin. He walked to the deck under the astonished expressions of the sailors and lay down on a beach chair, completely ignoring their whispers. Look, Major Sean's legs have grown. Yeah, how'd he do that? Could it be the legendary devil fruit ability? Stop guessing. In any case, the Major is awesome. Sean was not sleeping. He was just lost in thought. Soon, the evil dragon pirates would go to Cocoa West Village to harm the villagers there. He needed to plan carefully, starting with getting the Navy station there. When Arlong arrived, he would call himself using a snail phone. At his speed, he could probably get there quickly. Then there was Nami, who had been thinking for a long time, but couldn't figure out how to deceive them. Forget it. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. 2 days later, they finally arrived at the Navy's Eastern Sea Division 16 fortress. As soon as he got off the ship, Sean put on his justice coat and headed to the office. The commander of this base was named Bardino, a giant nearly 4 meters tall, sporting a bald head that looked quite comical. Before reporting the rat uncle and nephew, Bardino was already a lieutenant colonel. He despised colluding with the rats. He had been ambushed by pirates under the protection of a certain umbrella and nearly died, but it was Sean who saved him. So the two of them reported it, and both were promoted. Big Bald Head sent a squad of sailors to Cocoa West Village. Before he even arrived, his voice startled Bardino, who was sipping milk tea in the office, causing him to wet his pants. When Sean walked in, he saw Bardino wiping his pants with a tissue, looking quite embarrassed. Did I interrupt you? Bardino looked at Sean's strange expression, then glanced at his own action of wiping his crotch. Realizing he had been misunderstood, he blushed and shouted, It's all your fault, you bastard. Can't you knock before you come in and speak? This is milk tea. Milk tea. It's the milk tea that startled me. Sean chuckled awkwardly and said, How would I know what you're doing? Let's get to the point. Have you seen the news? The Fishman pirates have been released, and those lackeys will probably come to the East Blue. When it came to serious matters, Bardino was still reliable, although Sean could be a bit off at times. His strength was unquestionable, so Bardino had always taken Sean's word seriously. He asked intently, What are they coming to the East Blue for? How do you know they'll go to Cocoa West Village? Hey, just in case, Sean waved his hand and sat down to continue. The area we oversee, Cocoa West Village, is the hardest to keep an eye on. If we send someone over, I can get there the fastest in case anything happens. By the way, I've eaten a devil fruit, so my mobility has greatly increased. Bardino's eyes widened like saucers. What did you say? Didn't you go after the pirates? How did you end up eating a devil fruit? It's not some weird ability, is it? Seeing Bardino's worried expression, Sean couldn't help but sigh. This big guy was truly a good friend. His first reaction was to worry that Sean had eaten a strange devil fruit. Sean also thought for a while before deciding to reveal his abilities. After all, in 2 years, the pattern of the new world will stabilize. By then, the four emperors will coexist, and the world government will take measures to announce the Shichibukai system for balance. The reason Arlong and the others can return now is that Jinbei has accepted the invitation. These 2 years are the last leisure time. After that, various major events will happen one after another. To participate, one must have a sufficiently high military rank to have enough freedom. Sean also thought about whether to become a pirate, but then he abandoned the idea. He just couldn't stand sailing on the sea every day. It was so boring. Now, he needed to attract the attention of the headquarters. Coming back to his senses, he said to Bardno, "It's the gravity fruit, a great fruit that complements my swordsmanship. And I can even fly. So why do you, being so strong, still want to eat a devil fruit? What if it has a strange ability?" Sean waved his hand. "Don't worry about the details, just help me report it. Also, remember to send some soldiers to Cocoa West Village." The bald man looked at Sean with a speechless expression. "So you're going to the Grand Line?" Although it shouldn't be said like this as a Navy officer. As a friend, I still want to remind you that the Grand Line is really too dangerous. It's okay. I know what you're worried about, but I'm really strong. At this point, Sean slapped his forehead as if he remembered something and said, "By the way, help me contact Vice Admiral Karp." Badno looked at him suspiciously. Why contact him? Didn't you say you didn't want to see Vice Admiral Karp before? Badno was referring to the time when Karp came to escort the mouse squirrel. And at that time, Sean's combat power hadn't reached the standard. So to avoid trouble, he made excuses about being injured and didn't meet Karp. After all, among strong people, with observation Haki, one can roughly sense the strength of the other party. When did I say I didn't want to see him? I was injured before. Seeing that Badno still wanted to say something, he quickly interrupted him and continued. "Just tell him that I'm in the kingdom of Goya and saved a boy. I want to speak with him." Badno stared at Sean for a moment, then could only sigh and agree. Although he always felt that Sean was mysterious and powerful, he couldn't pinpoint what was mysterious about him. After all, Sean had been born in Frostmoon Village, and anyone could easily find that out. But he knew one thing. Sean was a kind person and also his friend, and that was enough. That's it. Sean stood up, and just as he reached the door, he turned around and said, "Remember to send someone to Cocoa West Village." Badno waved his hand impatiently. "Get lost. All you do is make me work." Sean turned around and left, heading to the deepest part of the island's forest for physical training. After all, no matter how excellent one's abilities are, without effort, they are useless. On a small island in the Grand Line, a group of seafood of various colors seemed to be resting. "Boss Arlong, are we really going to the East Sea?" Arlong looked at the octopus, Little 8, and said with a fierce expression, "That's right. It's known as the weakest sea area. With our strength, we can do whatever we want there and make those weak humans taste the suffering we've endured." But for some reason, Little 8 felt an uneasy sensation. Since he was young, he had a knack for sensing good and bad omens. He had escaped dangerous situations many times because of his intuition, so he trusted it greatly. He said to Arlong, "But I suddenly feel a bit uneasy." Arlong snorted coldly. "Think of Captain Tiger. He was set up by despicable humans. Don't you want revenge?" Upon seeing this, the other seafood voiced their agreement. "Right? How can you be so timid as a cadre? It's our turn to dominate them now. We must let humans know our nobility as fishmen." Seeing this, Arlong nodded in satisfaction. Little 8 sighed helplessly, thinking to himself that if something went wrong, he could just run away. "You guys, prepare to set sail. For our bright future. Roar, long live Boss Arlong." And so, the Arlong pirates embarked on their quest for superiority. At the Navy headquarters, in Sengoku's office, a loud bang echoed as the door was slammed open, startling Sengoku, who almost jumped up. He turned to see who it was. It was that troublesome guy Garp, who always made him feel like he was in pain. Sengoku said irritably, "What do you want?" Seeing that Garp ignored him and kept rummaging around, with veins bulging on his forehead, Sengoku shouted, "You don't need to look. You want to find it." Eventually, Garp found some sunbae next to the lamb that Sengoku had raised. "Ha, Sengoku, you can't do it. I still found it." As he watched Sengoku's angry expression, Garp happily ate while pouring himself some tea. Sengoku waved his hand weakly, indicating for Garp to just say what he wanted. "You probably didn't come to drink tea. I want to take a vacation to go back and teach my grandson. My grandson finally got it. He wants to be a Navy." Speaking of this, Garp was genuinely happy because he had always been afraid that Ace would turn out like his father and become a pirate. After all, he had promised Roger to take good care of Ace, so he preferred him to be a Navy rather than a pirate. Unfortunately, this little brat was determined to become a pirate, just like Luffy, which left Garp feeling exhausted. So when the village chief said that Ace wanted to be a Navy and hoped Garp could take some time to teach him, Garp agreed immediately. The village chief explained that it was a silver-haired Navy officer who saved Ace and changed his beliefs, which made Ace want to be a Navy. Thinking about it was quite unbelievable. Garp then sent his officer to investigate who it was. Although Garp was simple-minded, he wasn't foolish and sensed that this matter might not be so simple. However, he hadn't investigated yet, as it had only been a short while. But Garp was determined that if the newcomer meant no good, he would make them pay the price. Sengoku looked at Garp suspiciously. Your grandson? Isn't he always shouting that he wants to be a pirate? Upon hearing this, Garp's face turned green. How could my illustrious name be tarnished by such descendants? He glared at Sengoku. It's another grandson, not this one. It's just right to go back and teach him a lesson with my beloved fists. Sengoku looked incredulously at Garp. What? You have another grandson? Has Dragon come back? At this, Garp stammered, no, that brat hasn't come back. It's a kid I adopted a long time ago, 2 years older than Luffy. It can be said that Sengoku lived up to his reputation as a wise general. He immediately thought of certain possibility. He then asked, he's Roger's child, right? He's Roger's child, right? Before Garp could answer, Sengoku continued to mutter to himself, no wonder you seemed particularly eager during the hunt back then. After all, according to your thoughts, you wouldn't make a move against Roger's child. So back then, you were just putting on a show, and you had already hidden Roger's child. Sengoku's sharp gaze fixed on Garp. So can you explain to me why he is only 2 years older than Luffy? Garp looked at Sengoku and sighed. He knew what kind of temperament his old partner had. Rather than letting him investigate, it was better to honestly confess. After all, Sengoku would stand by him, he believed. So he began to recount to Sengoku. Ace's mother was a great mother, who, for the child in her womb, endured for 20 months. It was only a year and 3 months after Roger's death that she gave birth to Ace and entrusted him to Garp. Garp then had him raised by the mountain bandit Dayton. After all, he was too busy, so Ace grew up a bit crooked, and so did Luffy. Now that Ace wanted to be a Navy, of course, he had to go back and teach him a thing or two. After hearing this, Sengoku clenched his fists, his face turning red with anger. He roared, so why did you hide it from me? And why did you let 2 children be raised by mountain bandits? It's strange if they become Navy. Hearing Sengoku's words, Garp was dumbfounded. Can't I let them be raised by mountain bandits? But they're all good people. Don't play dumb with me. Now I need to talk about this child's belonging issue. Hearing this, Garp unusually became serious. I promised to raise him. And although I find it hard to discipline him, hasn't he already decided to be a Navy? Why are you being so relentless over a mere child? Sengoku was also at his wit's end. He knew his partner's character well. If Ace were a pirate now, perhaps Garp wouldn't say much. But now that the little brat wanted to be a Navy, that was another matter altogether. It was just that it would be hard to explain to the world government. Just as the two were at a standstill, there was a knock at the door. Come in. The door opened to reveal Garp's aide, Bogart. After entering, Bogart saluted the 2 men and then said, Vice Admiral Garp, a major from the East Sea Division 16 wants to speak with you. Division 16? I don't seem to know anyone there. Did he say anything? Garp said dismissively. He said he saved a boy in the Goa Kingdom. Upon hearing this, Garp and Sengoku's expressions changed, and they asked in unison, who is he? Although Bogart was curious about their reaction, he continued, he is one of the 2 who reported Colonel Squirrel 2 years ago, but he is still a recruit and was said to have fallen ill afterward. So Vice Admiral Garp didn't get to meet him. Bring the transponder snail over. I want to talk to him now. Yes, said Bogart as he turned to leave. Garp, what do you think his motives are? It seems this person knows Ace's identity, Sengoku said with a serious expression. Garp also changed his usual playful demeanor and said sternly, no matter who it is, anyone who dares to harm my grandson before he chooses his side, I will not let them go. Not long after, Bogart returned with a phone bug. He directly called the base commander of the 16th Division. Inside the 16th Division, Baderno heard it was a call from Captain and knew it was about Sean, so he hurriedly sent a soldier to find him. Soon, Sean arrived, his bald head shining. What's wrong? He asked. The call you wanted, it's from Admiral Cap, Baderno said as he turned to leave, having heard the serious tone of this naval hero. He guessed they had some secret matters to discuss, so he didn't dare to linger. Sean picked up the phone bug, looking relaxed as he said, Moses, it's Sean. Is this Admiral Carp? The old man replied, I'm Carp Kid. What do you want to say to me? What do you know? Do you want to threaten me? Don't get excited. I've always been on the side of justice. Let me think, you must be very troubled right now, right? Not sure how to bring Ace into the Navy? Sengoku felt something was off upon hearing this. Did this person really have the Navy situation figured out? He was just a small officer from the East Blue. Moreover, from his words, it was clear that he knew Ace's identity. He quickly signaled Carp with his eyes and whispered, I'll have someone look into his background. You keep him steady and ask about his intentions. Carp understood and continued. So what is your purpose? Don't play games with me. I'm very busy right now. Sean's words continued to come through the transponder snail. I have no ulterior motives, and my background is clean, so don't worry. I just don't want a sunny boy to walk into darkness. That's all. If you must know my motivation for saving him. Well, maybe I'm just a hero out of curiosity? Sean said. As for Ace joining the Navy, we can't rush it. Let's talk when you come to the EC. After finishing, Sean hung up the transponder snail, and Carp and Sengoku exchanged glances in the office. Sengoku, I'm applying for leave. I want to go to the EC. Sengoku pondered for a moment and replied, be careful. From his tone, it seems he's quite confident in what he knows. Either he is very confident in his own strength, or he has grasped your weaknesses. Don't act rashly until you have investigated him thoroughly. Carp turned and walked toward the door, waving his hand. I am Carp, the hero of the Navy. With that, he disappeared from Sengoku's sight. Sengoku stared blankly at the door, murmuring, I hope he is not an enemy. Back on Sean's side, after hanging up the phone, he walked back to his dormitory. Choosing such a provocative way to tease Carp was also to attract the attention of the higher-ups. Because he had had enough of hiding, when Carp came, he could also have a showdown with him and see his current limits. Only by making people aware of his strength could he avoid some troubles. Sean also didn't understand the psychology of some protagonists in novels who, despite being strong, pretend to be weak and get bullied every day. He certainly wouldn't do that. At most, he would be slightly cautious, but with enough strength, he would definitely show off. It was likely that Garp would take some time to arrive, and during this period, he could use the remaining 10,000 plot points to train. He aimed to raise his combat power to the next level before Garp came. It was impossible to fight Garp. After all, Garp was on the same level as Roger. Moreover, in the world created by Oda, an elder's strength does not decrease with age. They may become physically weak, but their strength doesn't decline significantly. Back in his dorm, Sean decided to take action, sitting cross-legged on his bed and opening the system training ground. Suddenly, Sean felt his body being pulled as if he were being sucked into a vortex. A small black that appeared in front of him, gradually pulling his entire body inside. Soon, only a tiny speck of dust remained on the bed. Yes, the training ground is designed to provide any training for the main body, where one cannot be injured or die. When Sean opened his eyes, he found himself in a starry sky. After some operations on the control panel, he appeared on a continent. Then, a series of light orbs appeared before him. And after a while, the orbs dispersed, revealing several figures: Whitebeard, Big Mom, Shanks, Roger, Rayleigh, Sengoku, and Kaido. Indeed, Sean chose to train by summoning powerful individuals with Conqueror's Haki, and he could only fight using Conqueror's Haki. These people were at their peak, though the plot points were consumed quickly because he altered the flow of time. Currently, his plot points were only enough for a month here, but that wasn't a big problem. He wouldn't be injured, but could feel the pressure. After all, raising Conqueror's Haki to a high level was extremely difficult. Perhaps reaching the intermediate level would allow him to learn the challenging technique of rapping. However, that wasn't enough. Only by achieving the true level of a conqueror possessing heart, skill, and body could one be considered an absolute powerhouse. Currently, aside from Roger, only Shanks in the entire sea had reached this level. Don't argue about it. If you want to argue with Oda, as that's how he set it up. Sean slowly exhaled and then chose to start. Buzz, all the people present had their eyes flash with a crimson light, and an oppressive force that seemed almost tangible erupted from within them, sweeping towards Sean. Boom! Sean erupted with a terrifying aura, clashing with the 7 Overlord's Conqueror's Haki opposite him. Along with Sean, the 8 of them were surrounded by flickering black and red arcs of electricity. In an instant, the sky was split in two, and soon the clouds were completely dispersed. After a while, Sean could no longer hold on. These 7 people were at least equal in strength to him, with some even stronger than he was now. Beads of sweat covered his forehead, and the ground beneath his feet had cracked like a spider web. Then, a cherry blossom-colored energy flowed through Sean's arm, representing the flow of armament Haki. The 7 opponents opposite him also had their fists enveloped in Haki of various colors, including red, orange, and cherry blossom. Boom! Sean kicked with his right leg, charging towards Roger with ghostly speed. His powerful fist aimed directly at Roger's face. Roger clenched his fist and swung it out, and black-red energy beams erupted from his body. Then, as their fists collided, there was a slight gap between them, but it was stopped, leaving him momentarily dazed. While Sean was slightly distracted, the fists of the other 6 also followed one after another. Boom! Sean was leaving a trench several meters wide along the way. Sean struggled to rise slowly, and in a flash of white light, he found himself without a single injury. looking towards the position of the 7 people across from him. He suddenly felt an immense pressure bearing down on him. Sean murmured, "So strong." After experiencing this punch, he finally understood the terrifying nature of Conqueror's Haki. It was a type of energy that was a level above armament Haki, possessing greater penetrating power, as if it reached straight to the soul. If one wasn't strong enough, let alone counterattacking, they couldn't even stand steady. Although his inflated ego was slightly cooled down, what followed was an indescribable excitement. "Come on." Sean charged toward Whitebeard, looking like a child compared to his height. He rushed in front of Whitebeard and delivered a whip kick, while Whitebeard also bent his leg. Although Whitebeard could use the Conqueror's Haki to wrap around, there were still some gaps. However, it wasn't as strong as Roger's, so Sean was able to react when others attacked. Boom! Before the others could attack, Sean made a backward leap, jumping up, and the ground finally couldn't withstand the pressure, creating a large pit. Immediately, 6 people attacked Sean in the air, but he was only able to withstand 2 strikes before being knocked away. Another familiar flash of white light passed, and Sean looked across with excitement. Although he was still being crushed, he could clearly feel his Conqueror's Haki becoming increasingly powerful. In the sea, no one could train like this, let alone gather so many top-tier powerhouses. Even taking a single hit would result in serious injury. But here it was completely fine, and his physique had greatly strengthened. Keep going, keep going. Sean then entered a cycle of charging up, getting knocked away, and charging up again, only to be knocked away once more. Time flies when training. Sean had been practicing in the training ground for nearly a month. His entire spirit and energy had undergone a significant transformation, all without deliberately restraining his aura. The ground had cracked with small fissures, a sign of becoming a true conqueror. He exuded a powerful aura at all times, reaching the intensity that others needed to deliberately unleash. Looking at the 7 opponents across from him, only Roger and Shank's Conqueror's Haki could compare to his. This was understandable since the others were all Devil Fruit users. The battle was about to break out. Both sides unleashed their Conqueror's Haki at the start. Although Sean was still at a disadvantage, the awkwardness he once had was no longer visible. His figure flashed and appeared in front of Roger, with his fist not only wrapped in flowing cherry Haki, but also in Conqueror's Haki. When their fists collided, black and red lightning erupted from their fists, spreading in all directions. The remaining 6 attacked immediately after, but this time Sean wasn't knocked away. Instead, he endured the attacks with his body wrapped in flowing cherry Haki. After pushing Roger away, Sean leaped back out of the attack range, breathing slightly heavier. He assessed his injuries. It wasn't as serious as he imagined. It was time to leave. Sean cracked his wrist and spoke to himself. During this time, he had learned to wrap his entire body in flowing cherry Haki like Yutian. Although this technique consumed a lot of Haki, it wasn't a problem for him and was the best choice when being surrounded and beaten. His Conqueror's Haki had reached the same level as Roger and Shank's. A flash of white light passed, and Sean's injuries healed. Checking the time, nearly 3 days had passed in the outside world. Although he had previously informed onward.Enel, it was still unsettling to disappear without reason, so he promptly exited the training ground. A vortex appeared, sucking Sean in. When he opened his eyes, he found himself back in his room. Soldiers outside heard the noise, pushed the door open, and looked surprised. Although they were curious about why he entered through the window, they looked at Sean and said, "Major Sean, Colonel onward.Enel has been looking for you all day. It seems he has urgent matters to discuss." "Got it. I'll go right away." Sean then donned his justice coat and walked out. Bam! Sean violently pushed open the door to onward.Enel's office. "What's up, big bald head? I've been training these past few days." onward.Enel looked at Sean speechlessly, thinking, "Aren't I your superior? What happened to the courtesy of knocking before entering? If it weren't for your strength, you would know what it's like to get hit." After cursing inwardly, he still put on a polite smile. "There are reports that a group of fishmen has indeed come to the East Sea. You really are insightful. However, we still don't know where they are headed." Sean was startled. "Damn, so fast. Have they appeared in our jurisdiction?" Before onward.Enel could respond, he heard the sound of the phone bug ringing and hurriedly picked it up. "This is the Navy's East Sea Division 16. I am Base Commander Colonel onward.Enel." Sean also focused his attention, afraid of missing the Dragon Pirates. They had been waiting for 2 years in the East Blue to take care of him, and if he still couldn't save the people of Cocoa West Village, it would be a waste of 2 years. At this moment, Sean regretted going to train. He initially expected them to take at least a week to arrive, but he didn't account for the fact that they swam directly over. Colonel onward.Enel. This is the Cocoa West Village Station Team. A group of fishmen has landed on the island. Their first direction is Cocoa West Village to request reinforcements. Upon hearing this, Sean could no longer hold back and let out an angry growl. Damn it. The walls and floors of the office began to crack, leaving onward.Enel feeling cold and paralyzed. Even if it wasn't the released Conqueror's Haki, just the aura alone was something a colonel couldn't withstand. onward.Enel, nearly fainting, was about to say something when a large hole suddenly appeared in the ceiling. Looking back at the spot where Sean had been standing, he found it completely empty. The voice of the snail phone brought his thoughts back, and he quickly said, Major Sean has already gone to reinforce. You don't need to worry. After hanging up, he looked at the wrecked office, feeling a mix of anger and anxiety. How terrifying had he become? While Sean was heading to support, the dragon pirates had landed, and their first target was the nearby village. As soon as they entered the village, Arlong ordered his subordinates to cause destruction, trying not to kill anyone. It wasn't out of mercy. It was because each of these people had to pay him 50,000 berries a month for protection. To him, these people were money. Suppressing them was enough. Those who couldn't pay would be killed, as they held no value. There would always be poor people in the village who couldn't pay. Killing them would establish authority and make future rule easier. Unfortunately for Arlong, while his subordinates were causing destruction, he was wandering around with a few officers, inspecting his territory. When they reached an orange grove, it belonged to a woman and 2 little girls. When he revealed his intentions, the woman tried to resist but was beaten mercilessly. When he learned they only had 100,000 berries, which was not enough for 3 people, Arlong became excited. His perverse desire for domination made him want to see which child the adult woman would abandon, or if she would abandon both. He wanted her to live with the pain of her choices for the rest of her life. He turned to leave, allowing her to think it over. When Nojiko saw Belmir leaning against the door, covering her wounds in silence, she thought Belmir was considering choosing between her and Nami. With a pained expression, she said, I understand now. I'll leave the village so that Nami and Belmir can be saved. Wait a minute. At that moment, Belmir called out to Arlong and the others, who said that 100,000 berries is my share. That 100,000 berries is for my 2 daughters. I don't have enough for myself. As she spoke, Belmir's lips curled slightly upward, showing a resolute expression. Beside her, Akin, Nami, and Nojiko stare at Belmir, dumbfounded. Belmir, you. I'm sorry, Mr. Akin. I can't say I have no family, even if it means I will lose my life. Although we indeed have no blood relation, we're still a family. Even if it's just words, I want to be their mother. They're my children, right? The little Nami, who was by the village chief's side, and the Nojiko, who had taken a few steps, turned around and rushed towards Belmir. Belmir hugged the 2 little ones tightly, crying out loud, It's a lie. Everything I said was to deceive you. It turned out that Nami had said not long ago that she hoped to be picked up and adopted by a wealthy person. Belmir quickly squatted down, using her uninjured arm to embrace the 2 little ones. Gradually, her eyes filled with tears as she said, I wanted to buy you more books and clothes. I'm sorry for not doing anything a mother should do for you. Nojiko pushed her away, choking back tears. That's not true. Nami also shouted in a timely manner. I don't want anything. Please don't die. Stay with us forever. You haven't seen the world map I drew yet. Belmir looked at Nami, trembling as she raised her injured arm to gently stroke Nami's hair. A map? Yes, you have to realize your dreams. You must live on. She then hugged Nojiko tightly and said gently, Don't lose to anyone. Even girls must be strong. It doesn't matter if no one praises you. Don't hate the time you were born into. Never forget to keep a strong smile on your face. With that, she shouted loudly, Mr. Akin, pull them away. Belmir. Akin walked over with a face full of pain, lifting the 2 little ones who were struggling. Arlong saw that she chose to die herself, although surprised. It didn't matter. It was enough to make those 2 little brats suffer. He looked at Belmir with a sinister smile as he slowly walked in front of her. Looks like you've made your choice, huh? You lowly race. Belmir looked at Arlong indifferently. Ah, kill me, but spare my 2 daughters. Ha! Humble humans should be ruled by the noble fishmen. With that, he raised his gun, ready to end this woman's life with a single shot. Nojiko, Nami. At that moment, Belmir wore a gentle smile, turned to the 2 who were crying and gasping for breath, and softly said, I love you. Bang! Arlong pulled the trigger, and the bullet struck Belmir's chest. Belmir smiled as she slowly fell to the ground. The 2 little ones stopped crying, breaking free from Akin's grasp and running towards Belmir. They collapsed on the ground, shouting, Belmir! Ah ha ha ha! Your expressions are fantastic. Remember to prepare the protection fee in advance for next month. Just as Arlong and his men were laughing heartily, a loud, thunderous sound erupted from the ground beside Arlong, accompanied by rolling smoke. Arlong and his group looked towards the direction in confusion. Nami and the others were also startled by the sudden change. As the smoke slowly dispersed, a young man with silver hair, dressed in a black training suit and white wings, draped in a coat of justice, walked out slowly. Am I late? Everyone listened to his murmuring and then saw him quickly kneel beside Belmir. Arlong finally reacted, realizing this guy was from the Navy. Although he didn't know how he appeared suddenly, he absolutely wouldn't allow anyone to challenge his authority. Kid, have you thought about how to be killed by the noble fishmen? When Sean arrived and saw Belmir lying on the ground, he thought she was dead and already hated that group of scum. However, after using observation Haki, he detected a faint breath from her. Thus, his thoughts of tormenting Eren faded a bit, and he just wanted to save her quickly. But now this dirty seafood dared to jump out, instantly angering Sean. He slightly released his aura and looked at the group of fishmen, softly uttering a single word. Get lost. In an instant, his justice coat billowed without wind, and a tangible pressure surged towards them, leaving them frozen in place, their faces drenched in cold sweat. Although he could have directly knocked them out with his intimidation, Sean wanted them to experience fear and the insurmountable gap, so he let them barely hold on without fainting. You, ignoring them. Sean turned to the stunned Nami and the others. He gently said, there is still hope. Can you make some space for me? After saying that, he lifted the collars of the two small ones and set them aside. Then he softly murmured, wish. A faint yellow glow emanated from Belmir, with little starlights surrounding her. The wounds on her body visibly healed quickly. Belmir also slightly opened her eyes, struggling to sit up and see the situation around her. But as soon as she struggled, she coughed up a mouthful of blood and lay back down. Sean quickly said, there's still a bullet inside you. Don't move for now. I was just afraid you couldn't withstand the pain of removing the bullet, so I treated you first. Now we can take it out, just bear with it. Without waiting for Belmir to respond, Sean's palm was held out, using gravity on the spot where the bullet had just exited. A bloodied bullet fell into Sean's hand, and Belmir's face visibly turned pale. He quickly raised his hand for another healing spell. Nami and Nojiko watched as their mother's complexion gradually regained its color and rushed over. Belmir looked at her two daughters in confusion. She remembered being shot dead, so what was happening now? She quickly asked her daughters, what's going on? Nami emerged from Belmir's arms, raised her small hand, and said, I know. It was that big Navy brother who saved you. At that moment, Belmir realized that it was indeed the Navy who had saved her. Are you here to catch them? She asked, pointing at the group of fishmen who appeared to be frozen in place. Ah, sorry, I almost arrived late. Before Belmir could speak, Nojiko shouted, not at all. You arrived just in time. Nami nodded in agreement. That's right. Sean shrugged his shoulders. Although the saying justice may be delayed, but will never be absent is great. It seems that this world doesn't require delayed justice. All right, you all stay here while I handle these seafood first. Just as he stood up, Sean heard a series of urgent shouts beside him. Watch out. It was Arlong, who, after witnessing this person's methods, guessed that he and his companions might be in trouble. The only chance was to launch a sneak attack while he was off guard. So he bit his own tongue, using the pain to numb his fear. Seeing Sean stand up, he raised the serrated knife in his hand and swung it with all his might. However, Sean seemed to not see it at all, lightly raising a finger to block the serrated knife. Tilting his head, he asked, with your level, who gave you the courage to swing a knife at me? Everyone around looked dumbfounded at this young Navy officer, and the fishmen were nearly scared out of their wits. Arlong saw his full-force attack was so easily blocked and, in a fit of anger and embarrassment, shouted, Iron Tooth Technique. His other hand opened, revealing rows of sharp teeth inside, charging toward Sean. Sean's palm was slightly clenched as he pressed down, and Eren instantly felt as if he were carrying a great mountain on his back. With a thud, the fishmen watched their leader being so helplessly pinned to the ground, even creating a large pit. A chill ran down their spines. Eren struggled to lift his head and looked up at Sean, saying, humans resisting mermaids is equivalent to defying the laws of nature. Sean Skolf disdanfedi. You are nothing but a group of slaves who have been tired of being played with by the celestial dragons. What are you talking about nobility for? The surrounding fishmen looked at Sean in horror. What do you know? If you were liberated and had a reverence for life, like your boss tiger, then perhaps I would respect you. Every life deserves fair treatment. That is your boss's ideology. But look at you now. You are more disgusting than the celestial dragons. They do as they please, while you, sorry, I really don't want to laugh. You only find a sense of superiority over the weak and ordinary. It's like being bullied and then bullying a child back, thinking you're on top of the world. Tell me, where's your nobility? Arlong shouted crazily. You're talking nonsense. Fishmen are the noblest race. Nami looked at the Arlong pirates, who had been so arrogant just moments ago, now suddenly so pathetic. She instantly thought the Navy looked really cool. By the way, Belmir is also in the Navy, right? Sean looked at Aaron with a playful expression. Don't bluff. It will only highlight your weakness even more. After saying that, he ignored Aaron, and a stone slab rose beneath his feet, lifting Sean into the air. Sean spread his observation Haki throughout the entire village and sensed his surroundings. Fortunately, no one had died, which was a relief. He then clenched his fingers slightly and pressed down. Boom! Boom! A continuous rumbling sound echoed throughout the village, just as the people below looked on in confusion. Sean directly addressed the village chief. Mr. Village Chief, for now, I'm the only one here to provide support, so we're a bit short-handed. And I hope you get your help. Without waiting for the chief to respond, he continued, well, the pirates causing trouble in the village have lost their ability to resist, and I would like you to help bring them over. Oh, and there's also a group of injured Navy personnel. Please bring the injured villagers and Navy over, and I will treat them. In the brief moment the village chief was stunned, Aegean turned and ran towards the village, shouting as he ran. Powerful Navy is here to help us. Everyone, come and help catch the pirates. Before long, with the assistance of many villagers, a group of fierce seafood and Navy personnel were brought over. The few Navy reconnaissance teams, upon seeing Sean, struggled to get up. All right, let's talk about treatment after we handle this. Sean finished speaking and used wish. Suddenly, a faint yellow light illuminated the injured villagers and Navy personnel, with tiny stars swirling around them, creating a beautiful sight. The villagers, who had never seen anything like this, looked on in amazement. Is this the powerful Navy helping us? They certainly seem strong, even though they don't look as muscular as those pirates. What young Navy officer, and he looks so cool too. Who would have thought that someone who seems difficult to approach possesses such a gentle ability? Listening to the whispers around him, Sean felt a bit annoyed. Only he knew that he was actually a warm and talkative person, but with a face like this, it was difficult. Soon, the healed Navy squad stood up straight and saluted Sean. Major Sean, we apologize for our arrogance. We're just a reconnaissance team, yet we try to capture pirates. As they spoke, their expressions showed some disappointment, realizing how easily they had been defeated. Sean waved his hand and said, don't do that. No matter what team you are, you must first understand that you are the Navy, and you are doing great, showing the demeanor of strong warriors. This group of scum from the sea only bullies the weak. If you dare to strike at the evil dragon, then you are stronger than it. Only those who have the belief to protect, no matter what they are protecting, are qualified to be strong. Keep it up. The Navy team, with tears in their eyes, shouted loudly, we will do our best. Sean nodded in satisfaction and turned to look at Nami, who was nestled in Belmir's arms. He was somewhat troubled. Although he had saved Belmir, he couldn't use that as a reason to ask Nami to join the Navy, especially since she was so young. Starting as an ordinary soldier in the Navy, he estimated she would soon become cannon fodder. After all, by the time Ace joined the Navy, he was already strong enough to protect himself. Although Ace's claims had some exaggeration, it was for Sean S.'s sake that he saved him. He might not be a good person, but he was definitely not purely a bad one. While Sean was deep in thought, the village chief stepped forward. He said to the villagers, everyone, why don't we hold a feast to celebrate? It's also a way to express our gratitude to the Navy. After he spoke, the villagers began to chatter excitedly. Oh, that's great. We haven't had a feast in a long time. Those Navy guys who stood stubbornly in front of me earlier were truly inspiring. And their commander is so powerful too. As the crowd bustled to prepare for the feast, Sean opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately kept quiet. Belmir noticed and walked over with a cigarette in hand. Don't worry, they're just using the feast as a way to vent the anxiety they've just experienced. Besides, they genuinely want to thank you. Without you, we can't even imagine how terrifying life would be under the rule of these pirates. Sean nodded in response and didn't say anything further. He just turned to instruct the Navy to tie up those half-dead pirates and wait for the naval fleet to arrive. As for why he didn't kill them, dying would be too easy. It would be better to let them suffer and impel down. The so-called banquet was actually quite simple, as each household brought out their ingredients. Those confident in their cooking skills set up pots at their doorsteps and cooked lavishly. It was like a competition, quite enjoyable. Sean might have a physical reason for eating a lot, sitting cross-legged in a corner. While eating, he watched the interactions between the naval team and the villagers, a smile gradually appearing on his lips. Wow, the Navy brother looks really good when he smiles, he thought. Just as he was lost in thought, Noki Gao's voice suddenly rang in his ears, almost giving him a scare. Turning around, he saw two small heads peeking through a window. When they realized they had been caught spying, Nami didn't hide anymore and pulled Nokigao towards Sean. In a familiar manner, she said to Sean, Navy brother, have you been to the Grand Line? After saying that, she blinked her big, shiny eyes at Sean, who internally exclaimed that he couldn't handle it. She was too cute. Seeing that Sean hadn't replied, Nokigao thought Nami had upset him and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Mr. Navy, my sister doesn't understand. But Nami continued to act playfully and cutely. Sean could only cough lightly, his old face turning slightly red as he said, Ahem, well my name is Sean. You could just call me Sean. Nami's eyes lit up, thinking that Sean must be unable to resist her cute charm. So, Sean, have you been to the Grand Line? What is it like there? Nojiko noticed that Sean didn't seem displeased. In fact, he looked a bit shy. She suddenly felt that this Navy officer wasn't aloof at all, and he was really interesting. So she didn't stop Nami. Sean pondered for a moment and said, I haven't been there, but I know a little. For example, there are some sea areas with no wind at all, where only naval ships and a few pirates have power systems to get through. The weather is also unpredictable. Clear skies can suddenly give way to countless waterspouts, and one mistake can lead to sinking. In the latter half of the Grand Line, the weather on the islands is even stranger, with islands that have different seasons or islands that are constantly flashing with lightning. There are all kinds of strange creatures, and so much more. I heard your dream is to draw a map of the world seas? Nami quickly nodded and said, yes. I want to create my own perfect sea chart. Sean patted Nami's head and said, you need to work hard, okay? Besides learning navigation skills, you also need to exercise. Otherwise, the unpredictable weather and strange creatures on those islands could hurt you. Nami looked troubled and said, but how can I exercise? I don't know how. Then she looked at Sean, her eyes brightening. Suddenly, she jumped into Sean's arms, wrapped her arms around his neck, and said, hey, how about you teach me how to train? I can pay you. Sean pulled Nami aside and blurted out, how to repay? Nami's lively eyes turned, repay with my body? If that doesn't work, I can include my sister too. Nami. Noki quickly covered Nami's mouth, fearing she would say something shocking again. Sean's forehead suddenly appeared with several hash marks, and he punched Nami's little head. Ah, Nami covered her head with both hands, her eyes misty with tears, looking at Sean with a pitiful expression, as if to say, if you don't give me an explanation, I'm going to cry. Sean could only scold. Don't act like a brat, and I'm not at all interested in brats. But seeing Naki's anxious expression and her fidgeting hands, he softened his tone and said, girls can be mischievous, but you mustn't say such crude words. A girl's body can only be seen by her husband. Promise me you'll change this habit. And before the Navy ship arrives, I'll promise to teach you how to cultivate. Upon hearing this, Nami's previous aggrieved expression vanished, and she broke into a smile. Okay, I promise you. A few days later, in the early morning, Sean set up a beach chair by the coast, with a small table beside it holding cola and fruits. He leaned back with his legs crossed, watching Nami not far away. Nami was biting her teeth and doing frog jumps, drenched in sweat. Yet, she didn't give up because Sean had told her that even as a navigator, she had to be strong to survive on this vast sea. Although according to the original plot, Nami wouldn't face any danger, Sean still hoped she could grow stronger. As the Arlong pirates were no longer around, he was uncertain if she would join Luffy's crew in the future. In his mind, he always held onto a principle. It's better to give than to receive. Only by being strong himself could he avoid causing trouble for others. And helping others was always better than being helped. So he decided to train Nami well, even though Belmare and Nojiko, who occasionally came to watch, felt heartbroken. But they knew it was for Nami's dream, so they could only look away. Just then, the sound of light footsteps was heard. Sean turned his head to see Nokigao coming over with a naval soldier. Major Sean, this is the telephone bug from the naval headquarters. The naval soldier saluted and handed over a telephone bug before turning to leave, as he might overhear something he shouldn't. Thank you. Sean didn't pay much attention, picking up the telephone bug. Moshi Moshi. Major Sean, this is Warring States. Carp is already on his way to find you. Sean dug at his ear and nonchalantly said, ah, this was already decided, right? You wouldn't be so bored as to tell me this. After a moment of contemplation, the person across from him replied, the pirates you captured this time might need to be released, but the Navy will compensate you. Upon hearing this, Sean's expression immediately turned serious, while Noki, who was beside him, covered her mouth in surprise. Why would they let go of those pirates who almost destroyed his hometown? Noticing the serious atmosphere, Nami quietly came over to eavesdrop. Sean, unable to hold back any longer, felt veins bulging on his forehead. Tried to suppress his anger as much as possible. He asked, so, can you give me a reasonable explanation? The voice from the dialogue bug continued, I can't tell you the specifics. But the situation in the New World is gradually becoming clear. This is a joint strategy of the world government and the Navy, so during this sensitive period, you cannot capture them. Upon hearing this, Sean suddenly understood. It was because of Jinbei. In 2 years, the 4 emperors would divide the New World, and the world government would have anticipated this. Therefore, they had started looking for candidates for the Shichibukai early on, and Jinbei, having just accepted the invitation, was one of the earliest to do so. This was why the original Sun Pirates were released, while Arlong and his crew were captured as soon as they arrived. It seemed they prioritized their own reputation, which was why they asked for their release. But was Sean someone with a good temper? Sean gritted his teeth and said, "What if I don't let go? Not only will I not let go, but I'm also going to kill them later. What can you do about it?" The warring states on the other side reprimanded. "Do you want to go to a military court? You're violating a superior order. And Carp is almost here." Sean laughed furiously and said, "What kind of orders are those? You can't let me achieve the justice in my heart. So why should I listen to you? I'll give you one more chance. I'd rather lock them up for life. If you ignore my demands, I'll immediately kill a few small fries and then go to the Grand Line to take down Jinbei. As for that Carp you mentioned, I'm not sure I can kill him, but there's no way anyone on this sea can capture me. If you don't believe it, try it." After a moment of silence, the phone bug erupted with an angry voice. "Are you threatening me? I'm still the Admiral." Sean roared back angrily. "This is a threat. Either let me serve as a Navy officer and execute justice, or I'll come to your headquarters every day and drop 100 or 80 meteorites on you. Don't doubt it. I have the ability to do it. I'm giving you 5 minutes to think. Either I serve in the Navy, or I'll kill that group of seafood and become a pirate in the New World, breaking the impending balance." Then there was a moment of silence. Sengoku wasn't sure about Sean's current strength, but listening to his confident tone, it seemed mostly true. If it was true, it would be troublesome. One wrong decision, and another Emperor-level pirate would emerge. Sean actually understood Sengoku's difficulties. After all, the Navy is just a subordinate agency of the world government. But what does that have to do with him? Wanting to avoid responsibility for mistakes? Dream on. Even if I'm that strong, I'm still just a disciplined major. Growing up under the red flag, the boy felt an innate disgust for such injustices. Can't everyone live in harmony? The reason he dared to challenge Sengoku was that just yesterday, after saving Belmere, he gained a plot point. Unable to contain himself, Sean opened the lottery and drew a skill that allowed him to act recklessly. Host, Sean gender, male age, 20 combat power, 1, 608, 010 ordinary soldiers, 11. 499 elite soldiers below lieutenant colonel, 500, 400 elite colonels, at least 4000 brigadiers, 400, 170, 000 major generals, 700, 199, 999 candidate generals, over 10, 000 emperors, and 4 emperors, unlimited. This is based on a combination of combat power and ability, which is lower than pure combat power value. Abilities: heavy, fruit modification, armament Haki max, observation Haki max, Conqueror's Haki max skills, wish, swordsmanship, purification, teleportation modification storage, Mikazuki, Munikika, a case of beer, change of clothes. Plot points, 239, that's right. It's that teleportation skill. Teleportation modification can leave a mark under any building and teleport anywhere at any time after marking, with greater stamina consumption the further the distance. As for the last sentence, although it felt a bit off, he still ignored it. This was Sean's capital to challenge Sengoku. Apart from the oblivious M, there would be no existence threatening him on the sea, as long as he couldn't be killed in one hit. He could immediately teleport away, and with healing, even if he faced a bug-like ability user like Sugar, he wouldn't panic. Purification, one understand? Surviving doesn't mean being afraid. How could he let those trash pirates go when it goes against his sense of justice? In poverty, one should keep to oneself. In prosperity, one should benefit the world. This was a saying from the past world. When lacking ability, I would survive. When capable, I would revel everywhere. Feeling the low-pressure aura from Sean, the 2 little ones shivered a bit. Nami thought to herself, Sean is so strong, he actually dares to threaten the Admiral. He seems to only be a major, right? As the time was about to run out, Sean was also preparing to hang up the snail phone when a hearty laugh came from not far away. Pahaha! Turning around, he saw an elderly Navy officer wearing a doghead hat, dressed in a white suit, and draped in a justice coat. In an instant, Sean recognized who it was and turned to the 2 little ones, saying, "You 2 go back first and tell the villagers not to come out no matter what noise they hear." The 2 little ones, seeing Sean so serious, didn't dare to be mischievous and quickly turned to run back to the village to inform the adults. It turned out that Sengoku had quietly notified Garp to test Sean's strength. The old and young faced each other, and a great battle might be imminent. Kid, Sengoku sent me to test your strength. So, do you really have the strength? Garp said with a relaxed expression, looking at the laid-back young man across from him. He had never had much respect for the world government. Therefore, he completely supported Sean's decision to deal with the pirates, but being in a high position in the Navy, there were some things that were inconvenient for him to do. Moreover, the factions within the Navy and the depths of the world government were too complicated for him to grasp. At that moment, a roar came from the snail phone. Garp, you bastard, didn't I tell you not to say I sent you to test him? Sean lazily stood up and threw the phone bug to Bogart, who was following Kapu not far away. He said, you better keep your distance. After all, very few people can stay conscious when I'm not suppressing myself. Kapu waved his hand and said, don't underestimate him, he's strong. Come on, let me see what you're capable of. Upon hearing this, Sean's lazy demeanor vanished, and he stopped suppressing his own aura. Creak! A huge change occurred in Sean's spirit and energy, causing the ground around him to crack with spiderweb-like fissures. Hey, are you kidding me? It was at this moment that Bogart finally understood what Sean had meant earlier. He gradually began to tremble, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and he quickly retreated. It seemed that an earth-shattering battle was about to take place here. Kapu felt this aura was very familiar, reminiscent of when he faced Roger. Kid, it seems you're a true conqueror. Why would someone like you come to join the Navy? What are your plans for Ace? Let's have a fight. I don't want to be looked down upon. After the fight, I'll tell you. Sean spoke, raising his hand towards Karp and pressing down lightly. Hell travel. With a boom, a massive pit with a diameter of 10 meters suddenly appeared where Karp had been standing. However, Karp had sensed Sean's move in advance and had already jumped away. He clenched his fist and charged straight at Sean, shouting angrily, Iron Fist. Sean was completely fearless, his hands wrapped in cherry blossom-colored Haki as he charged forward. Boom! The ground beneath them cracked inch by inch, followed by a massive noise as both of them sank several meters into the earth. Sean secretly safe, realizing he had overestimated himself as he was slowly pushed down by Karp's fist. Then, no longer hiding his strength, arcs of red and black electricity surrounded him. With a whip-like kick from his right leg, Karp used his left hand wrapped in orange-yellow Haki to block. Boom! Another thunderous roar echoed, and the ground within hundreds of meters around them was shattered and lifted by the shockwave. Karp, who had taken the kick head-on, was pleasantly surprised. Wow, kid, your Conqueror's Haki is impressive. Aren't you a devil fruit user? Because among top-tier fighters at sea, there is a consensus that those with Conqueror's Haki could possibly utilize this technique. However, for those who had eaten a devil fruit, it was very difficult to achieve a state that combined both mind and body techniques of a conqueror. So far, only Shanks in the original work has reached this level. The most important aspect was the heart. Having faith in oneself and not relying on external factors, combined with a strong physique and skills, was necessary to attain the conqueror state. The conqueror's Haki of a conqueror was 10 times stronger than that of others. Returning to the battle, Sean calmly replied, let's talk after the fight. With that, he quickly closed the distance, and under the effect of repulsion, Sean's explosive power was greatly enhanced. He moved so fast that even Karp almost didn't react, receiving another whip kick and flying almost a kilometer away. Shortly after, Karp returned, his Haki on his fists even more intense, and he punched Sean away. He then charged up again, wrapping himself in Haki to clash with Karp. After all, he had been injected with gene serum and had undergone extensive training, making his physique incredibly strong. But Karp was indeed a match for Roger. His armament Haki was not only hard, but seemed to carry a sharpness. Sean found himself at a disadvantage in the fight. Both of them understood that this was just a normal spar, so they didn't hold back too much. Yet they could still glean a glimpse of each other's full strength. Sean didn't use his abilities again after the initial slight usage because they were too overpowered. If he drew his sword and recklessly used his powers, the island would be gone. So the two of them started fighting with fists and feet. This hand-to-hand combat lasted for a day and a night, with both sides restraining themselves in that area. Although there were thunderous booms from time to time, the villagers were quite worried at first. Later, after Bogart explained to the villagers, they realized that the young Navy man was sparring with Navy hero Garp. They stopped paying attention, as they couldn't see from afar, and being too close would put them in danger. During one exchange of blows, both were knocked back by the other. Garp was slightly out of breath. Although his strength had diminished, his stamina was not what it used to be. Sean was also gasping for breath, then burst into laughter. Haha, old man, you can't keep up, can you? I didn't even draw my sword. Hearing this, Karp wasn't angry. Instead, he chuckled. Yeah, I'm getting old, my stamina is a bit behind. Seeing this, Sean scolded himself for being inconsiderate, regardless of what the old man's descendants had done. But he was a hero, dedicating his entire life to the Navy, a pure Navy man who rejected high positions. This was not something he could mock. In comparison, it made him seem petty. So he took a deep breath and slightly bowed. Sorry, I didn't mean to mock you. It's just that Sengoku's demands made me too angry. Ha ha ha. Carp laughed heartily and walked over to pat Sean on the shoulder. You and I can't really show our strength here. We might as well just spar a bit. There's no need for us to determine a winner or loser. You're a good kid. I'll talk to Sengoku about this. Hearing this, Sean knew the matter was settled. So he said, let's go eat. I've been hungry all day, and the food here is really good. The two then left Bogart, who was dozing nearby, and walked toward the village. At that time, it was evening when they entered the village. The villagers saw the old man and the young man, both in tattered clothes, as if they had been bitten by dogs. They were somewhat surprised, but didn't ask anything, as both were powerful Navy members. It was quite normal for them to have torn clothes, so they quickly came forward to greet them. In the end, they bought a large amount of food and headed to the orange orchard at Belmir's house. As soon as they set the food down, the two began to eat heartily, leaving Nami and the others watching in shock. They were eating way too much. After all, it is said at sea that being able to eat doesn't necessarily mean one is strong, but all strong people can eat. After a long while, having eaten and drunk to their fill, Carp looked at Sean and said, now let's talk about the previous issue. He then glanced at Nami and Nojiko, who were still eating. Sean waved his hand. It's fine, I didn't do anything shameful. The two little ones, who were ready to leave, didn't go away upon hearing this. They quietly perked up their ears to listen to the conversation between the two. So, a man like you, why did you join the Navy? And only as a major in the East Blue? An ace. Before Carp could finish, Sean interrupted. Stop, one question at a time. First, don't think of me as some kind of manly man. I'm just an ordinary person. I hate those who disregard life and those who don't follow orders. Moreover, I despise the trash of the sea that indiscriminately kills the innocent and oppresses civilians. Perhaps there are pure adventurers in this sea, but I know they are as rare as those who possess conqueror's Haki. I joined the Navy for no other reason than that I was displeased. As for why I only showed up now, it's because I was afraid of death. I felt my strength was insufficient, so I laid low to develop. Now my strength is about right, and I have my own life-saving skills, so I decided to come clean, no more pretending. I can confidently say that no one in this sea can catch me, not even Sea Prismstone. Are you satisfied with that answer? Hearing this, the two little ones and Carp were left dumbfounded. Shouldn't strong people be forged in times of crisis? And why could this person speak about being afraid of death without any psychological burden? They had originally thought there was some noble reason, like clearing the East Blue or something. Seeing their expressions, Sean understood what they were thinking and said, why do you think being afraid of death is a bad thing? Carp hesitated and said, a conqueror's Haki user shouldn't have this kind of spirit, right? Sean snorted and said, so what do you think? Is it all about fighting for the title of Pirate King every day? Those who disregard life and have no respect for it. Do you think they can reach the top? Don't joke around. Forget the past. Just my presence alone can rival Shanks on the entire sea. Do you think he only wants to become the Pirate King? Don't be ridiculous. He just inherited the will of his captain. And what he wants to do is the same as Roger. I'm afraid of death, but I'm not afraid of trouble. So in these 2 years, whenever I encounter scum, I will act without hesitation. I'm just more rational, knowing that my strength is not enough to go to the New World, wanting to live a little longer. If I had set sail earlier and ran into an accident, just think about the consequences for this village under the evil dragon pirate crew. The best outcome would be that they have done evil for many years, and then another pirate comes to defeat them. By then, would there still be anyone in this village who believes in the Navy? Saying this, he looked at Nami, who shook her head and then looked at Carp. See? Do you still think being afraid of death is a bad thing? I have respect for life. Carp's head was already buzzing when Sean mentioned Shanks and Roger. Seeing Sean stop his narration, he quickly asked, do you know Roger's purpose? Sean ambiguously stretched out his hand and pointed at the sky. Just as the two little ones were confused, Carp's expression suddenly changed. So, joining the Navy is your way, huh? I'm not that great. I just want to do what I can, marry a wife in the future, and have 2 kids, that's all. But that requires the strength to protect myself, nothing more. Carp pondered for a moment, then said, let's turn the page on that. What exactly are your intentions regarding Ace? Sean knew that this was the issue Carp was most concerned about. He rubbed his chin and said, believe it or not, I only happen to know about a person named Ace. You can rest assured, I mean no harm to him. I just want him to join the Navy. Sigh. You don't really understand the inner world of a rebellious teenager. He is reclusive and confused. I just provided him with a direction. Carp thought for a moment and seemed to agree. This person just wanted Ace to become a Navy member, and Ace even wanted him to teach. So, with a puzzled expression, he asked, "Then why, as such a strong person, have I heard that you broke a leg, yet you seem perfectly fine now?" Sian laughed. Of course, he couldn't tell Carp that he was just pretending at the time. After all, Carp had a big mouth. If Ace found out he had been faking a limp to deceive him, he would probably hate him for tricking him into shedding so many tears. So he said earnestly, "I only awakened a healing ability later." After saying that, he waved his hand towards Carp, and a faint yellow light burst forth from his body, accompanied by twinkling starlight. This made Carp's minor injuries from the previous battle heal in an instant. Carp was dumbfounded. Isn't this kid a paramecia user? How can he also heal? Noticing Carp's confusion, Sean quickly said, "Don't look at me. I don't know either. Perhaps this is an innate ability of mine, like how fishmen can control water." Carp could clearly sense that Sean was talking nonsense, but there was nothing he could do. After all, Sean was just too young and too strong. "So you deliberately created an accident?" Sean waved his hand. "Hey, you're overthinking it. I just want to see Roger's descendants. The accident is real. But I bet my leg on the new era, just like Shanks. Shanks lost an arm. So losing a leg isn't too much, right? And you, a dignified vice admiral, actually let your grandson want to become a pirate. Wouldn't it have been better to lose an arm early on? TSK, what a pity. Later, I felt that losing a leg might make my combat power insufficient. So I ate a devil fruit, and afterwards, I awakened my healing ability." Carp's face turned green upon hearing this. "What do you mean it would have been better to lose an arm early on? So you just went and copied Shanks, huh?" He wondered why this kid knew so much. So he asked Sean what else he knew about Shanks. Sean looked at Carp with a foolish expression until Carp, feeling uncomfortable, spoke up. "I learned about your grandson from the villagers." As for Shanks, he hesitated for a moment before continuing. "Don't be fooled by the fact that he's just a relatively strong pirate right now. In 2 years, he will stand in a new world like those 3 monsters, dominating it from 4 corners. His crew may not be large, but they operate in the same way as Roger did, all elites." Upon hearing this, Carp also showed a contemplative expression, pondering the true intentions of the man who brought Luffy onto the path of piracy. Although Carp didn't like to think much, he was certainly not stupid. Since Shanks inherited Roger's will, perhaps what he wanted to do would be similar to Roger's. So ultimately, he aimed to pull Luffy into his camp. But right now, Luffy is just a kid who can't do anything and shows no potential at all. He then directed his questions towards Sean. Sean had to say, "Don't worry, Shanks is one of the few heroes of the sea. He respects life and fears it. Otherwise, when they were first provoked by the mountain bandits, they might have died. He won't harm your grandson. Luffy's carefree nature is very much in line with an awakened ability, similar to Roger's ability. Perhaps that's why Shanks bet his arm on him." Upon hearing this, Carp curiously asked what ability. Carp looked curious and asked again what ability. Sean slowly replied, listening to the voices of all things. Carp quickly denied it, saying it was impossible, as even Roger didn't know the triggering conditions of this ability. "Who knows?" Sean shrugged and continued, "Otherwise, why would Shanks be betting? I'm getting tired. I need a rest. Remember to report to that old man Sengoku. And if you leave the fishmen, don't leave me." After saying this, he turned to Nami and said, "You should go to sleep too. Tomorrow we have a lot of training. You rested for a whole day yesterday." Seeing this, Nami could only respond with a sulky face. "Got it." Noticing this, Nojiko covered her mouth and chuckled. This sister had always been quirky, and finally, someone could handle her. Watching Sean leave, the 2 little ones quickly followed. They were definitely not willing to let this seemingly not-so-smart old man be alone with them, as they understood that some Navy wanted Sean to release people. Sean wouldn't let go, so the 2 of them got into a fight. In their hearts, Sean was so different from others. Watching their departing figures, Carp could only sigh and take out his phone bug to call Sengoku. As soon as the call connected, Sengoku's voice came through. "Carp, do you have results?" I fought with him all day. This kid is very mysterious and powerful, but he seems to have a good impression of the Navy, as long as we don't push him towards the pirate camp. Otherwise," Sengoku pondered for a moment and said, "So what he said is true? It's really a headache. The sea has been too turbulent in the past 2 years. Forget it. Send those fishmen to impel down. I'll talk to Jinbei when I get back." "No problem, but after sending them, I want to go home. Ace is still waiting." On the other side, Sengoku rubbed his forehead and said, "Do as you wish, but don't stay too long. We still need you to intimidate before the new order comes out. Once those monsters are done, I'll give you a long vacation." Then Sengoku and Carp discussed Sean's affiliation again. Carp advocated for letting things take their course. while Sengoku felt such combat power shouldn't be wasted in the East Sea and should stay at headquarters. Neither could convince the other. They could only ask Sean himself the next day. The next morning, Carp found Sean and decisively sold out Sengoku. He said Sengoku wanted him to go to headquarters, but didn't dare to push too hard, so he sent Carp to feel the situation. Hearing this, Sean was amused, lamenting how being in a high position really made one feel out of control. So he agreed, thinking about wandering around, without the power to transcend everything. The choice of camp was very important. Carp had to send the members of the Dragon Pirates to impel down and then take a vacation to teach Ace. So he made an agreement with Sean that after he finished teaching Ace, he would come and pick him up, and during this time, Sean would teach Nami. Time flew by, and 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Carp returned to Cocoa West Village again. Sean also said goodbye to Bardnell, as he was here on his own vacation. During this time, he returned to Frostmoon Village, where Koina and Zoro had grown a bit and become a little stronger. After saying goodbye to all his friends and family, Sean focused on teaching Nami for 2 months, and Nojiko joined in during the latter part. According to her, Nami would definitely go to sea to fulfill her dreams in the future, and she wanted to protect this village. On the day of departure, Sean surprisingly did not wake the 2 little ones up, but left a note and a bundle of books on navigation knowledge brought by Carp, along with a bit of belly. Although he didn't manage to persuade Nami to join the Navy like he did with Ace, he didn't gain many storyline points either. However, Sean realized one thing. The auxiliary system is ultimately just that, auxiliary. If he forced a well-behaved little girl to join the Navy for the sake of storyline points, he wouldn't be using the system. He would be a puppet of the system. Besides, even though he didn't gain many storyline points this time, he still had some rewards, right? So he quietly boarded Carp's warship. Not long after Sean left, Belmare, who had just returned from the Orange Grove, saw what Sean had left behind and quickly woke the 2 little ones. Nami climbed out of bed, still drowsy, saw the things in the living room, but didn't see Sean, and immediately became anxious. Belmare, where's Sean? He has gone. Belmare lit a cigarette and said slowly, I thought he would take you to the Navy, which is why he taught you. It seems he wanted to leave the choice to you. Although Nojiko felt a bit sad, she added, he probably thinks Nami wouldn't join the Navy. After all, Nami is so rebellious. Seeing Nami pouting with tears welling up in her eyes, as if she were about to cry, Belmare hurriedly handed her the note Sean left. Every encounter in life doesn't necessarily have an ending, but they all have their meaning. Farewells are not forever. Every farewell is for a better encounter next time. While reading, don't forget to exercise, do what you want to do, and I look forward to seeing your growth at sea in the future. Remember what I taught you. When you grow up, don't wear revealing clothes. After reading this, Nami burst into tears, throwing herself into Belmare's arms and crying loudly. After a long time, under the comfort of Nojiko and Belmare, Nami gradually stopped crying and said through her sobs, Sean is so annoying. Why does he think I wouldn't join the Navy? I've decided that when I grow up, I will join the Navy. Belmare smiled with relief upon hearing this, but still tried to maintain a serious expression and said, oh, little Nami wants to be in the Navy? That one is so easy. You have to work hard. Yeah, Nojiko, let us go train. On the other side, Sean, who was napping on the deck with Carp, was suddenly awakened by a voice in his mind. Awakened by the cacophony of voices, Sean opened the panel. Host, Sean gender, male age, 20 combat power, 160-8010 ordinary soldiers, 11499 below colonel elite soldiers, 500-4000 elite colonel to major general, 4001-700 lieutenant general level, 700-1-999 general candidates, 10,000 and above admiral 4 emperors, no upper limit. This is based on a comprehensive assessment of combat power and abilities, and the overall value is lower than the pure combat power value. Abilities: heavy, fruit modified armament Haki max, observation Haki max, conqueror's Haki max skills, wish, swordsmanship, teleportation modified warehouse, 3-day crescent moon, a box of beer, change of clothes. Storyline points: 70428. Seeing so many storyline points, Sean was stunned. What the hell, why did so many storyline points suddenly appear? And there were also a few more points increasing in his mind. Thinking about the ways he earned them, Zoro hadn't changed anything himself and didn't know how to change it. Ace had already changed, with a fixed small amount coming in every day. Perhaps only as he grew and experienced more did he earn more. Now, these points were clearly not provided by Ace. So the answer was obvious: Nami. Thinking of this, Sean was so surprised that he almost jumped up. He didn't expect that, after his departure, Nami would still decide to change her original trajectory. Although he didn't know what she wanted to do, it definitely wasn't to become a pirate. He could only visit her next time he returned to the East Blue. He then thought that perhaps it was because of the main character group that there were so many storyline points. Suddenly feeling a bit regretful. His junior didn't have any tragic fate, so he didn't know how to change that either. A miscalculation. After several days of sailing, they finally arrived at the Navy headquarters, Marineford. Although he had more than 70,000 storyline points, Sean still decided to wait until he had 100,000 to use them. After all, a tenfold draw has a guaranteed outcome. That's common knowledge. When he truly saw Marineford, he was genuinely shocked. In the anime, it looked like a small building, but here, it stood with towering massive walls resembling a shield. The inner bay and docks were filled with countless warships as far as the eye could see. This is ridiculous. The fact that Akiji could freeze such an exaggerated area of the sea and still couldn't defeat Akainu was absurd. On the way to Sengoku's office with Carp, Sean saw many hurried Navy personnel and couldn't help but exclaim, "These guys are much more diligent than we were." Not bad. Carp turned his head and said seriously, "Try not to conflict with Sengoku later. He has his difficulties too." Sean waved his hand indifferently. Before long, he arrived at Sengoku's office and pushed the door open. Inside the office were 4 people: Sengoku, Tsuru, Akainu, and Akiji. As soon as he entered, all 4 turned to look at Sean, and to his surprise, Akainu actually smiled at him. It was easy to understand why. Although this person was not very likable in the anime, in reality, he was a true iron-blooded soldier. Reality isn't like anime, and Sean couldn't bring himself to dislike such a person. Crunch. It was Carp who broke the brief silence by taking out Sengoku's senbei. Seeing Sengoku's somewhat dark expression, Carp laughed. "Sengoku, don't be so stingy. This white-haired brat is much stronger than Jinbei." Sengoku still had an unfriendly look on his face. "I know, but he shows no respect for me." At this moment, Tsuru also stepped forward. Strong people all have strong tempers, especially when it comes to their sense of justice. After saying that, she looked at Akiji and Akainu, who both pretended not to see. Sean realized that the faction struggle between the two had already shown signs at this point. "Hey, kid, which general do you want to join? I believe you know about the current generals, and the only one missing is Borsalino, who went to the New World to support the G1 branch." Let me think. The others didn't disturb him and just quietly watched him. Sean was actually prepared for this in his heart. If he wanted more freedom, of course, he would join under the command of Admiral Borsalino. His ambiguous justice suited him best, because now under Kazan and Sakazuki, there would definitely be constant underhanded conflicts. A clash of justice ideologies. Although it wasn't a big problem, he was still wary of trouble. After pondering for a long time, he said, "I want to join Admiral Borsalino's command." As soon as he said this, everyone present was a bit surprised. They thought Sean would have to punish pirates and would, to some extent, align with Sakazuki. Or perhaps he would get along well with the civilians like Kazan. But choosing Borsalino was definitely unexpected for everyone. "Kid, can you explain?" Upon hearing Sengoku's question, Sean slowly replied, "There's no special reason. The world is so big. I want to go explore. I have good mobility, so that's it." Sakazuki lit a cigar, looking displeased as he said, "That guy is too lazy. You just want to slack off with him. With your strength, you should be with me, hunting pirates." Sean wasn't embarrassed by the exposure of his thoughts. "That was what you thought, but being with Borsalino is also my freedom." "I'm not Sengoku. You should speak respectfully to your superior. Otherwise, I don't mind teaching disobedient Marines a lesson." The others watched the conflict between the two with great interest, seemingly unconcerned about the possibility of them fighting. Sean noticed this situation and probably understood what was going on. They just wanted to see his strength. However, he couldn't just be bullied without reason. "Hi, Sean. I'm super strong. What of it? Should I take your photo in black and white and occasionally take it out to admire it to show respect for my superior?" Sakazuki's forehead bulged with veins and the temperature around him rose. "Kid, I'll give you one chance to apologize." Sean also shed his lazy demeanor, releasing his own imposing aura. The walls and furniture of the entire office were pressed out with irregular cracks by a force of oppression. "What? Can't handle it? I'm telling you, no one here can catch me. So don't play these boring tricks. If you want to fight, then fight. What the hell does a mere major like me have that would make so many people come to block me?" The people present were stunned. This aura was clearly the highest level of Conqueror's Haki, on par with Roger. Kazan had a few beads of sweat on his forehead. Hey, are you kidding?" Sakazuki, seeing this, could no longer hold back. "You brat. You're too arrogant." As soon as he finished speaking, his fist erupted with magma and charged towards Sean. Seeing this, Sean didn't dodge. He smiled slightly and waved at Sakazuki. "Sail away." Suddenly, a blue light erupted from Sean's body, and with a whoosh, he vanished. The people present looked at each other, and finally, their gaze landed on Carp. Carp, biting into a rice cracker, said, "Don't look at me. I don't know either. All I know is he has healing talent." It seems he really meant it when he said no one could catch him. Sengoku's brow furrowed in concern. This is really troublesome. If he is strong and cannot be caught, what if he stands against the Navy? Carp interrupted Sengoku. "Don't worry. That brat is not a bad person. I can guarantee that. We can't be suspicious just because someone is strong." Crane added, "Besides, aren't there enough problem children in the Navy? Which of the three admirals doesn't have a quirky personality?" The problem children mentioned, Sakazuki and Kazan, both had strange expressions on their faces. Just then, a burst of blue light flashed at the spot where Sean had just been standing. Sean was seen holding a bag in one hand and biting into a donut. Seeing Carp's stunned expression, he preemptively spoke as Carp seemed about to say something. "That's right. It's exactly as you think. I found it on your warship." You dare to steal my donut," Carp exclaimed, wanted to rush over, but was stopped by Crane. "You're also holding Sengoku's rice cracker, aren't you?" Hearing this, Carp's old face turned awkward, but after a moment, he stood tall and said, "Yes, an admiral. And I'm a vice admiral. What's wrong with eating his rice cracker?" Sengoku quickly interrupted Carp's defense. "All right, let's get back to business." He then looked at Sean. "So you just wanted Carp's warship?" Sean returned to his lazy demeanor and sat down not far from Sakazuki. He casually took a cigar from Sakazuki's chest pocket and pulled out a lighter from his system space to light it. He completely ignored Sakazuki's low-pressure mood. Let you be fierce with me." Then he looked at Sengoku. "So I said, no one can catch me. Don't think about Haki. That's not going to work either. I can go anywhere I've been at any time. Don't test me. I just want to be an ordinary Marine. You do what you need to do. I'm also on the side of justice. Perhaps our ideals differ, but aren't we all fighting for justice? Let's leave it at that. We can talk when Admiral Poliusolino comes back." Having said that, he walked towards the door, opened it, and said to a soldier, "Take me to the dormitory. I'm tired." The soldier looked at Sengoku, who nodded, and then took Sean away. Sean's recklessness is not only due to his confidence in his own abilities, but also because he doesn't want to get involved in the ideological conflicts of the factions. He knows that Akiji and Akainu will eventually clash, and for now, it's fine since Sengoku is still around, and they are keeping each other in check. They both want to realize their own sense of justice, and if he joins either side, their battle would come sooner. Without an early confrontation, Sean's faction would only grow stronger. However, because he understands their ideological struggle, Sean doesn't want to disrupt the balance between them. What if a fight breaks out and one of them decides to leave the Navy? That would be a loss for the Navy. So he can only use this attitude to express that he doesn't want to interfere. While the Marine takes Sean to the dormitory, they pass by training ground, and Sean stops to watch. There are about 50 new recruits running laps. Their instructor is an old man with purple hair, wearing glasses and exuding an air of refinement, looking very much like a scholar. Sean slapped his forehead, remembering who this person was. Not killing the General Zephyr is a legendary, yet tragic figure. He became a Navy admiral in his 30s, but had never killed an enemy. In his 40s, he was targeted by pirates, and his family was murdered by them. Although he initially hated pirates, he did not defeat them and remained a hopeful person. Later, he turned to education, nurturing one talented individual after another for the Navy. The current 3 admirals, along with most of the current vice admirals, are his students. Then, during an outing with new recruits, he was attacked by the pirates Wobble and Miss Backen. Only 2 of his beloved students survived, and he lost an arm. Despite his sorrow, he still believed that the Navy would help him capture the pirates who harmed his students. 5 years later, with the help of scientists, he created the mechanical arm crusher made from sea prism stone and soon formed the pirate guerrilla to specifically capture pirates, making one last contribution to the Navy. However, a turning point occurred years later when the now 70-year-old Zephyr learned that the pirate who killed his students and severed his arm was invited by the world government to join the 7 warlords of the sea. This became the last straw for him. From then on, Zephyr was filled with strong doubts and distrust toward the Navy, and he resolutely left to establish the Enyo Navy with the aim of exterminating all pirates, even seizing Dwayne Rock. But the outcome was that he was stopped by Luffy. And even in the final moments of his life, when attacked, Zephyr still did not forget to teach his vice admiral and admiral students. Thinking of this, Sean sighed. Was it foolish not to kill pirates? Perhaps only Zephyr himself knows the answer. In this pirate world, faith is something even more precious than life. Once faith collapses, it becomes terrifying, and Zephyr is a prime example. The high-ranking officials of the world government pushed this kind-hearted old man step by step to the point of collapsing his faith. Sean saw Ein and Bins, and he knew it was this session He made a determination in his heart that regardless of whether there were plot point rewards or not, he would change the fate trajectory of this old man, growing up under the red flag. He simply couldn't bear to see such a sunny and kind old Marine fall into darkness. As Sean pondered how to get involved in this event, he was also noticed by Zephyr. Zephyr sensed a bit and realized that this young man was very powerful, not weaker than himself. But why was he looking at him with a sympathetic gaze? The Marine responsible for bringing Sean immediately stepped forward to salute and then pulled Sean. Major Sean, this is our headquarters chief instructor, former Admiral Zephyr. Sean came to his senses. Mr. Zephyr, I'm sorry, I just noticed you seemed a bit distracted. Huh, one interesting little guy. So, you're so strong. Do you find the training here appealing? Don't joke around. Who doesn't know that your students are all over the upper echelons of the Navy? Your training methods must have something worth learning from. Sean thought this might be an opportunity, so he continued, I heard that every cohort of trainees gets to go out to sea for internships. So I have a bold request. Could you take me along the next time you take them out to sea? I'd like to take a look. Zephyr raised an eyebrow and replied, it's just a bunch of kids catching a few small pirates. What's there to see? Hey, that's not quite right. After all, I'm just a novice in the Navy, and I'm not very familiar with some of its capabilities, so I just want to take a look. Is that okay? After pondering for a moment, Zephyr said, all right, I'll take you along. If you don't have any tasks at that time, we should set sail in about a week, so you can ask your superior for leave. Zephyr actually had his own plans in agreeing. He knew that Sean was a super rookie who could match Carp in a tough fight. He was also aware of Sean's ideological conflicts with senior Navy officials like Sengoku. So, by taking him along, he could get to know him better. With his abilities, he would surely rise quickly at headquarters. If he turned out to be a decent person, he could recommend a few students to serve under him. It should work out. He is strong and not arrogant. Sean's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. All right, Mr. Zephyr, I'll head back now. I just arrived at headquarters and haven't even found my dorm yet. I'll come by to find you first thing tomorrow morning. All right, you go ahead. With that, Sean wrapped up his first conversation with Zephyr rather hastily. Once back in his dorm, Sean immediately laid down on the bed to sleep. After all, sleeping on the sea was nowhere near as comfortable as on land. In the office of the Grand Marshal at headquarters, the atmosphere was somewhat delicate, with several big shots looking a bit grim. This was because they had just been in contact with Polysolino. Sakazuki had assumed that Polysolino wouldn't take an interest in Sean and wouldn't let him join his ranks. After all, Polysolino's personality was quite eccentric. While he was lazy, he still managed to complete every task exceptionally well. When it came to being ambitious, he preferred to take his subordinates to work as bodyguards for Vegapunk. So it was truly hard to understand Polysolino's thoughts. Although Sean is undoubtedly a troublemaker, he is also the top combat power of the Navy. Upon arriving at the Grand Line, his strength will surely lead to rapid promotions. And even Sakazuki has to acknowledge this. Over the years, the conflicts between Sakazuki and Akiji have intensified, and Sengoku is getting older. If Sean joins his faction, competing for the position of Admiral in the future will be much easier. Akiji thinks the same way, while Sengoku is pondering why Borsalino is unusually interested in this troublemaker. All three, each with their own thoughts, are considering this, as Sean's potential is simply too great. He has already become so strong just from being in the East Blue. Just think about Luffy's crew, who didn't fight strong opponents to train and level up. Their strength when they first set sail was truly embarrassing. This is why they place such importance on Sean, who has only been in the East Blue but possesses unparalleled strength and strange abilities. Carp and Tsuru sit nearby, watching the three of them. After a long while, it is Tsuru, the chief of staff, who breaks the silence. I think we should just let things take their course. He is still a young man. We shouldn't rush him. From the information I have, he is quite a laid-back person. Otherwise, he would have stayed in the East Blue for so long. As for Borsalino, he probably just feels that he has found a kindred spirit. Let's leave it at that. Upon hearing this, Sengoku can only sigh, realizing he can't think too much about it. Although he is the Admiral, it's not easy to intervene in these matters. He initially wanted Sean to join Akiji's faction, but now there is no need for planning. Sean has no intention of joining the factional struggle. This involves the top combat powers of the three admirals and Sean, so it really can't be taken lightly. Only then does he understand Tsuru's meaning of letting things take their course. Although Sakazuki and Akiji have differing philosophies, they are still colleagues. Whichever side has more Sean will disrupt the balance between them. After coming to this realization, Sengoku immediately said, "Then let's do it this way, Sakazuki. You go to the New World and bring Borsalino back." The next morning, Sean had a pleasant sleep and, after waking up, asked for the location of the cafeteria before heading there. Upon arrival, he encountered two acquaintances, One was a woman in a deep red suit with pink hair. Although beautiful, Sean glanced at her and quickly looked away. The other was a man in an open vest with white hair, holding a cigar, looking like a street thug. It was none other than Black Sabati, Nami and White Hunter Smoker. The two looked toward Sean, feeling a connection, but they had no intention of approaching, as they were still strangers to each other. The cafeteria was crowded in the early morning, and after getting his meal, Sean had a hard time finding a seat. "Come here, there's still space here." Turning at the sound, he saw Smoker's table. Sean didn't hesitate and directly sat next to Nami. Although he appeared somewhat aloof and unapproachable, he was still a good young man of the new era. Who would want to sit next to this street thug, anyway? After sitting down and exchanging greetings and names, Sean didn't know what else to say and buried his head in his food. Halfway through his meal, Smoker spoke up from across the table. "You're Sean from the East Blue, right? I've heard you're quite strong. Want to spar a bit?" Nami tilted her head and looked at Sean, adding, "I've heard from Granny Crane that you're hard to get along with. Is that true?" Hearing this, Sean looked at Nami with a dark expression. "Don't listen to her nonsense. They provoke me first. Otherwise, I have a good temper." Nami wanted to see how strong he was. "Can we have a match too?" Sean replied, "Forget it. You two are too weak. In my normal state, you wouldn't even be able to stand." He wasn't boasting. He was currently deliberately restraining his aura. When relaxed, his normal state was one where his imposing presence was constantly radiating. Upon hearing this, Smoker became agitated. "How can you say that? I'm a Logia user too. I can stand just fine. Are you joking?" He then stood up and shouted, "Stop joking around. We're both majors, and you're a few years younger than us. Don't look down on people." Nami also felt a bit angry, saying, "Although you might be strong, I'm not weak either." With that, Nami stood up as well. Sean didn't reply and quietly continued eating his breakfast. The cafeteria was silent. Since they were all superstars of the Navy, their conversations had been overheard. At this moment, the only sound left was Sean chewing his food. Just as Smoker was about to lose his temper, Sean put down his plate. He took a napkin to wipe his mouth and said, "Let's go. I'm off to see Mr. Zifa." After saying that, he turned and walked out of the cafeteria. Gina and Smoker exchanged glances and quickly followed. This left a group of sailors staring at each other, and then a burst of noise erupted. "Did you hear that? That silver-haired major is so arrogant." "Yeah, I heard. He said Major Smoker and Major Gina couldn't even stand in front of him. It seems like they're heading to the new recruit training ground. Anyone want to go check it out?" "Let's go. Let's go. We don't have any missions right now anyway." And so, a large group of Marine headquarters soldiers followed behind, making their way to the new recruit training ground. When Sean arrived at the recruit training camp, he saw the recruits still doing physical training, and Zephyr was watching nearby. He walked over to greet him, and Zephyr, noticing the person following behind, asked, "What's going on with them?" Before Sean could answer, Smoker, with his bad temper, jumped in. "Teacher Zephyr, he said that I'm too weak compared to Gina, and I can't even stand steadily in front of him." That's right, Gina was angry now. The gap couldn't be that big. Zephyr understood that these two probably heard about Sean from somewhere. The proud duo wanted to test each other's level, since both of them were top-notch in the Navy. Albeit below the rank of Rear Admiral, they had relied on their devil fruit abilities to secure first place in their respective training sessions. They probably thought that Sean was like them, relying on his devil fruit abilities as well. Thinking of this, Zephyr smiled and said to Sean, "Take it easy later. Look, there's so many colleagues here. If it's too easy, they'll be laughed at." Hearing his teacher's words, the street punk Smoker got angry. "Don't hold back. Use all your strength to attack me." Gina looked at Smoker as if he were an idiot, with Zephyr saying that Sean's strength was beyond doubt. She had come over because she was somewhat annoyed by Sean's words, saying they were weak and couldn't stand steadily in front of him, which is why she wanted to come and see for herself. Sean stroked his chin and said, "All right, it won't take much time anyway. Get ready, and if you can't stand steady, it would be quite embarrassing." As soon as he finished speaking, Sean stopped restraining his aura, and his presence changed dramatically. Just a moment ago, he might have seemed like someone difficult to get along with, but now, in the eyes of everyone, Sean appeared to transform into a cold-blooded king who would devour anyone without spitting out the bones. Except for those closest to Sean, the new recruits and the veteran soldiers who had come to watch the excitement suddenly felt as if a great mountain was pressing down on their hearts. It was so unbearable that they seemed to forget how to breathe, and eventually, their eyes rolled back, collapsing to the ground in droves like harvested wheat. The lighter ones merely rolled their eyes and fainted, while the more affected ones directly foamed at the mouth. In the arena, apart from Sean, only Zephyr remained standing. Although Gina and Smoker did not faint, they were slumped on the ground, trembling and trying to struggle to their feet. Smoker was even emitting smoke all over his body. but he was utterly helpless. Seeing so many people faint, Sean felt a bit embarrassed. "Ah, sorry, I just thought I would intimidate those watching. I didn't notice the new recruits over there." "Ha ha." Zephyr laughed heartily and said, "It's all right. These kids should experience the baptism of Conqueror's Haki to understand the gap between themselves and the strong. Although I'm strong too, the price of letting them see it would be too high. Your Conqueror's Haki is much more effective." "Oh wait, this should just be your aura. You haven't released the Conqueror's Haki yet, right?" Sean understood. He wanted them to see the gap. Either find an island to destroy or get beaten up. With Zephyr delivering a full force blow, none of these new recruits could survive. Just like him, with a bit of momentum without even needing to lift a finger. They would already know how vast the difference was. Seeing Smoker and Jean Bay in a daze, Zephyr seized the moment and said, "See, this is the gap. Let's see if you still think you can be complacent just because you have devil fruit abilities." Sean looked at Zephyr, who was beaming with joy, feeling a bit helpless. However, he also admired his mindset, which made him even more determined to take down the pig that had ambushed him. Such a hero should not have a tragic old age. The two people on the ground were blushing with embarrassment. During training, although they thought the teacher was strong, they didn't have a concrete concept of it. They always believed that by developing their own abilities, they would one day be able to reach the level of the three admirals, maximizing their fruit powers, and not lose to those who trained in Haki. But now they realized that in front of strong individuals at this level, they couldn't even stand. Although Zephyr didn't possess Conqueror's Haki, he was a strong figure from the same era as Garp and Sengoku. Sean nodded in satisfaction. "I'm not lying to you. Even though I don't know why you were training under Mr. Zephyr and can't even use Haki, you need to understand one thing. Personal ability is what makes the devil fruit ability strong. Take Smoker, for example. The sea prism stone handcuffs on your back, frankly speaking, that's just a toy." With that said, he squatted down and lifted it up without even covering it with Haki. Although Sean himself is not affected by the sea prism stone and can still use his abilities, he can't really show it. Unlike those strong individuals in the New World who, even if trapped by sea prism stone, can still break free with their brute strength. Sean gripped tightly. Smoker's 10 hands snapped in response, leaving him in a daze. "Look, I'm also a devil fruit user, a person with great physical strength, completely unafraid of your stuff. Wait until you can break sea prism stone with your bare hands. Then come challenge me." Zephyr looked at his two students, lost in thought, and felt quite pleased. "Hurry up and find other soldiers to help deal with this place. Tell the new recruits to take a day off. The old man is going to drink and chat with Sean." Just like that, Genai and Smoker watched as Zephyr dragged Sean away, regardless of the two still trembling legs. Genai decided that she would work hard to train her body and strive to master Haki as soon as possible. Then go find that annoying Sean. Smoker looked like he wanted to say something, but held back, wanting to point out that finding him would only result in a beating. Just a moment ago, he was quite smart, but now. However, Smoker also realized his own problem. Perhaps for those who are not strong or do not know Haki, his Logia ability is invincible, but as soon as he encounters someone with Haki and real strength, his abilities feel like a target. He also made up his mind to work hard on mastering Haki. So, during the remaining time, Sean asked Sengoku for a 2-week leave. The yellow monkey needed a hand overworked to the red dog, which would take about 2 weeks for the back and forth. Therefore, Sengoku approved Sean's leave. Although Sean wanted to continue his training in the system's training ground, he held back his impulse. He wanted to do 10 consecutive draws. But even if he couldn't go, Sean didn't let his training slip. Every day after breakfast, he would go to the rookie training camp to chat and spar with Zephyr. However, he would add extra weight to himself, so their fights wouldn't make too much noise as they were just throwing punches. Sean's name swept through the entire Navy headquarters like a hurricane. Both the higher-ups and the recruits knew that a monster had arrived at the headquarters, a true monster. At just 20 years old, he was already one of the top combatants in the Navy headquarters, and some wanted to greet him. But seeing his unapproachable demeanor, they all stopped in their tracks. This left Sean feeling helpless. He liked making friends, but others thought he would be a stern officer and didn't dare to approach him. Aside from Gina and Smoker, they were also on vacation during this time. As soon as the sun rose, they would go find Sean and ask him to add some weight training for them. Zephyr, seeing his students wanting to improve during their break, was also in good spirits. Soon, a week had passed. It was time for this batch of recruits to go out for their internship. Early in the morning, after getting ready, Sean arrived at the internship ship. He saw Zephyr advising the new recruits on various matters and didn't want to interrupt, so he moved a beach chair onto the deck to sunbathe. This time, Sean took out his sword because Weeble's strength was definitely formidable. Even though there were factors of an attack and Zephyr protecting his students, Zephyr still lost. so his strength could not be underestimated, despite being reckless. One still had to be cautious. Before long, Zephyr finished instructing the recruits and walked over. "Aren't you here to watch the recruits? Why are you slacking off?" Sean lifted his eyelids. All right, I was actually just trying to take it easy." Zephyr chuckled and didn't mind. Thus, under Zephyr's leadership, the training ships sailed on the ocean, searching for their target, a pirate crew. Throughout this process, although the rookies got injured quite a bit, they all met the assessment criteria. Sean also helped them recover from their injuries. Seeing Sean's abilities, Zephyr was also greatly shocked. Although he had already learned from the Warring States that this kid's healing ability was akin to a talent, he was still astonished. He had never seen such a powerful healing ability before. As for the reasons Sean provided, the higher-ups could only choose to believe. What else could they do if they didn't believe? Force him? Don't joke around. Although Sean was puzzled about why the pig hadn't appeared, yet since they were already turning back, he didn't let his guard down and activated his observation Haki. At that moment, a small sailboat slowly approached them. Sean squinted as he looked at the small boat, which was just an unremarkable merchant ship. He turned to Zephyr and saw him looking relaxed, as if he didn't care at all. Damn it, with this guy being a former admiral. If you don't get hit, who will? So Sean hurried over and whispered, "There's a strong guy on the ship and an old lady." Before he could finish, he saw a black slash flying toward him. Sean quickly drew his sword and swung it to unleash a similarly red and black slash. The slash exploded, creating a large pit in the ocean, with seawater pouring in but unable to fill it for a while. Just by looking at this, one could already sense the terrifying power of both sides. Only those who can merge their domineering aura into their slashes can be considered great sword masters. This scene caught Zephyr and the new recruits off guard. They all thought to themselves that if it weren't for Sean, the ship would probably have been split in two by now. Coming back to their senses, everyone quickly adopted defensive stances. Since the opponent dared to attack a warship, they definitely wouldn't be weak. Zephyr felt a cold sweat in his heart. If that kid hadn't been there, they would have been in trouble. Judging from the slash coming from the opposite side, it was clear that he was not weak, and he had also been taking care of so many new recruits. Just thinking about it made him feel anxious, so he hurried to join Sean. "I was careless just now and didn't inform you right away. This time, it's really thanks to you, kid." Sean continued to stare at the small merchant ship and said, "Mr. Zephyr, let the new recruits on the ship take the small boat and leave far away. If there aren't enough small boats, let them swim. This training ship probably won't survive." Zephyr also had a serious expression as he sensed the two individuals opposite them. The taller one was very strong, while the smaller one, though not as powerful as the tall one, still had some strength. He turned to Ein and said, "Ein, you're an ability user. Take the ones with swimming abilities and those who are not in good physical condition onto the small boat and leave. The rest will swim away. The strength of the opponents this time is very strong. You can't participate. Notify the headquarters to send a warship to pick you up. Swim in one direction and get far away. Execute this." "Yes, Teacher Zephyr." I understood and quickly began to give orders. The Navy's efficiency was quite high, and soon, under organization, they were all heading off into the distance. However, they didn't go too far, just to a relatively safe distance to wait. The recruits understood that their presence would be a burden, which is why the teacher asked them to leave. But when they reached a relatively safe distance, they still stopped to watch silently, ready to provide support at any moment. Because they were all Navy. Before long, Sean and Zephyr, standing on the deck, saw a nearly 7-meter tall blonde giant. His neck and face were adorned with a series of gruesome stitched scars, and he wielded a crude knife, giving off a strong sense of oppression. Beside him stood a small old lady, just over a meter tall, leaning on a cane, dressed in ostentatious jewelry, looking like a nouveau riche. This was Weibel and Miss Backen. At that moment, Miss Backen let out a shrill laugh, saying, "Good son, go and rob the ship opposite us. I still want to go gamble." Weibel had a slightly dazed expression and responded in a mumble, "Got it, Mom. Can I kill them?" "Of course, you're Mommy's good son, huh?" Sean listened to the other person's arrogant words and was about to step forward to take action when he was stopped by Zifa. "Let me go first and see the other party's abilities. You stay by and watch, and be on guard against that old woman sneaking an attack. She has some strength too. All right, you go first, but be careful. I feel his power is really strong. Enough, I've seen all kinds of storms." Sean certainly knew what Zephyr meant, but he was worried about any strange abilities the opponent might have. Anyone who had trained their body to such great strength, if they consumed a devil fruit, should not be underestimated regardless of the ability. Therefore, Zephyr wanted to go up and test the waters himself, so that he wouldn't have to worry about both of them falling together. This was the battle mentality of an old Marine. However, Sean knew that Weevil was indeed powerful, and had even been evaluated by Kizaru as having strength comparable to that of Whitebeard in his youth. One can imagine how strong Weevil was. Although that was an evaluation from 7 years later, Weevil was currently at his peak, in his late 20s. His physical strength was at its most vigorous time. Still, Sean wasn't worried about what Weevil could do to Zephyr. In this world, one-on-one battles between top-tier fighters couldn't result in death, unless it was a prolonged 2-on-1 fight. Even if Zephyr got injured, he wouldn't be afraid, as he had Sean with him. The atmosphere on the battlefield grew increasingly tense. Miss Bakken stood on the deck of the small merchant ship. Suddenly, Weevil leaped forward towards the training ship, raising his juvenile sword to strike at the two with a blade covered in flowing Haki. Zephyr's right arm muscles bulged as he covered it with armament Haki to meet the attack head-on. Sean stepped back for a moment. Another loud bang echoed, and the entire training ship was shattered by the shockwaves of their attacks. Zephyr retreated slightly, and Weevil seized the opportunity to charge forward. Although Zephyr was somewhat prepared this time, he was still at a disadvantage in terms of strength. After all, this was a naval encounter, and Zephyr couldn't fully unleash his power, especially since his Haki was depleting rapidly. Unlike Weevil, who fought like a beast driven by instinct. At that moment, Zephyr used the moonwalk to jump into the air, hoping to deliver a powerful strike to Weevil using the speed of his descent. Weevil showed no fear, swinging his childish knife upward with both hands. Another thunderous boom rang out, and the already damaged training ship was completely reduced to floating pieces of wood on the sea. Zephyr was once again sent flying. After all, he was a former admiral and the chief instructor of the headquarters. Perhaps his stamina was slightly lacking, but his skills were top-notch. Every time Weevil used brute force to send him flying, he would change his moves, using kicks or punches to try to inflict damage. Just as the two were engaged in a fierce battle, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Miss Bakken initially thought this was just an ordinary attack on a military ship, not realizing that Zephyr was also on board. However, Miss Bakken didn't pay much attention, as her son was strong enough, and she wasn't weak either. But then she noticed a young man nearby, calmly watching the two fight, which made her feel uneasy. Her instincts told her that the young Navy officer was not simple. Having once been on the same ship as Whitebeard, she was greedy, selfish, and cruel. But for pirates like her, who only cared about money, caution was the most important thing. So she decided to seize the opportunity to take out one of them first. After seeing Zephyr being pushed back, she pulled out her cane, which turned out to be a knife. Wrapped in Haki and moving at incredible speed, she appeared behind Zephyr in an instant and thrust the knife toward his back. Zephyr, a seasoned veteran, forced himself to twist his body and block with his arm, trying to withstand the blow. However, Sean was well aware that this well-prepared strike couldn't be blocked by Zephyr's last-minute change of tactics. And Sean wasn't just watching. He had been keeping an eye on Miss Bakken from the very beginning. She wanted to ambush Zephyr, and Sean also wanted to ambush this old woman. He wouldn't believe that someone who had once been on the same ship as Whitebeard could survive until now as a weakling, let alone train Weevil to be so formidable. When she appeared behind Zephyr, raising her knife, Sean made his move too. She aimed for a decisive strike, but Sean had to act first. Otherwise, he wouldn't know what other tricks this old woman had up her sleeve. With a burst of force propelling him forward, he suddenly stepped and, with a whoosh, appeared behind Miss Bakken in an instant. He swiftly drew his knife and swung it at Miss Bakken's neck, startling her to the point of losing her wits. She let out a sharp scream. "Son, save Mommy, you bastard!" In a state of old strength dissipating and new strength not yet building up, she could hardly evade. At most, she could only injure Zephyr. With a whisper of force blade, Miss Bakken's piercing scream abruptly ceased. A thin, almost imperceptible red-black slash swiftly cut across Miss Bakken's neck, flying off into the distance. The distant horizon appeared as if stained with red and black. She could only intermittently make huh sounds as blood slowly seeped from the small wound on her neck. "Mom!" Weevil charged over like a mad lion, while Sean grabbed Zephyr and pulled him back. He also gave Zephyr a wish, healing his injuries and even making some old wounds disappear. This left Zephyr in awe, and as he seemed about to ask a question, Sean quickly interrupted. "First, handle this situation. We can talk later." That person is about to go berserk. When Weevil rushed over to embrace Miss Bakken, a slight tremor caused her head to roll off the ground like a balloon. Weevil stared blankly at the head rolling at his feet, his eyes filled with bloodshot rage. He murmured softly, I want you all dead. I want you all to die." By the end, his voice had turned into a shout as he looked up at Zephyr and Sean. Zephyr regarded the now more formidable Weevil with a serious expression. although he sensed that the opponent had become more difficult to deal with. He wouldn't naively think that Sean killing Miss Bakken was a bad thing. He didn't kill people due to childhood influences, but he was also a Navy officer, a true Navy. Sean, let's go together. He shouldn't have any other abilities left. He just has too much strength. Yeah, just what I wanted. I was waiting for that old woman to make her move. Sean would definitely not feel ashamed for his ambush. When dealing with the scum of the sea, any method of killing is justified. Over the years, he has witnessed too many civilians lose their homes to pirates. He is not a hero, just an ordinary person reborn, with a mindset still rooted in traditional values of family and comfort. Perhaps he cannot save everyone, but he will certainly address any injustices within his sight and capability. Moreover, for this cruel and murderous duo, killing them 1,000 times would not be too much. Weibel, seeing the two whispering to each other, could no longer contain the raging anger in his heart. I will kill you both. With that, he stomped the ground and charged at the two, the wooden plank beneath his feet sinking into the sea. Sean's blade was wrapped in a cherry blossom-colored aura, followed by red arcs of electricity dancing along the blade. After applying gravity, he swung the sword to meet the opponent. With a bang, where the two blades made contact, a red energy orb emitted flashes of lightning. Sean shouted, "Are you strong? I am stronger." After saying that, Sean exerted 3 more points of strength and sent him flying towards Zephyr. After this initial confrontation, he had a rough understanding. He still needed a bit more power to reach the strength of Whitebeard in his youth. However, Sean's physical fitness was not to be underestimated, comparable to a steel balloon. Seeing this, Zephyr also activated his Haki, and Acer appeared in front of Weibel. A heavy punch landed on Weibel, sending him flying toward Sean. Of course, Weibel would not just sit there and wait. With an instinctive move, he slammed his immature sword horizontally onto the sea surface. The ocean instantly churned up waves, and he came to a stop. While he stopped, Sean would not stop. He always believed in one thing: if you can fight, then talk less. The wooden board beneath his feet lifted him into the sky due to gravity. "Mr. Zephyr, retreat. Get far away." As soon as he finished speaking, Sean drew his sword and swung a spinning blue slash towards the sky. Then, he suddenly swung a massive slash at Weibel. Gravity blade, Bilualuanwu. The slash split in midair, one heading straight forward and the other rushing towards Weibel. Weibel, unconcerned, swung his immature sword forcefully. However, he was inexplicably lifted into the sky. Just as Weibel felt this was to his advantage, the split slash appeared right in front of him. It looked as if he had crashed into it himself, so he could only hurriedly swing his immature sword to disperse it. The aftermath of the dispersion bombarded him with dense impacts. This was something Sean developed to deal with those who couldn't fly, when there was no ground to push against. Being hit by the front part of the gravity-infused slash would force one to fly. The remaining part, which applied gravity, would crash into them, thus preventing anyone from being carried up and avoiding having the enemy use that force against him. In this way, Sean kept Weibel from descending and did not go up to fight him, continually harassing him. Soon, a meteor about 1,000 meters in diameter appeared in the sky, flaming as it descended towards Weibel. Seeing this, Sean quickly shouted to Zephyr. They had just discussed capturing this enemy at the lowest cost. So upon hearing Sean's voice, Zephyr hurriedly used Soru to fly towards Weibel. Weibel showed no fear as the meteor fell towards him. He gripped his immature sword tightly and swung it forcefully. With a loud boom, a slash cut the meteor in half. Sean did not care much. This was merely a feint, just as Weibel's new strength had not yet manifested. Zephyr arrived, his right hand's muscles bulging with prominent veins, and he struck down fiercely on Weibel's back. Immediately, Weibel shot upwards in a large arc, and Sean suddenly appeared in front of him. With both hands raised high, with his sword charged, he then swung it fiercely at Weibel. Not to be outdone, Weibel covered himself in a pitch-black Haki, gravity blade black lantern. As the words fell, a red-black slash descended upon Weibel, halting his movement. A thunderous sound erupted over the ocean, as if it had been struck by lightning. Then, it appeared as if the sea had been split open, revealing a bottomless chasm, an abyss that seemed to stretch endlessly, awe-inspiring. The waters on both sides began to rush in, but they could not recover for a while. Weibel slowly began to fall towards the sea surface, and during his descent, his body split in two. Meanwhile, the new recruits watching from afar were all filled with shock. Is this the power of top-tier combatants? It's terrifying. So strong. I usually see Major Sean looking tired and lazy, but I didn't expect him to be so powerful. Yeah, that pitch-black abyss looks frightening. Even though we are all about the same age, he is just too strong. Should we go and take a look? Listening to the chatter around him, Ain, as the temporary leader, could only interrupt them. Later, let's hold onto the ship. The huge waves will be coming soon. Before anyone could ask, they already knew what was happening. Sean quickly flew towards Zephyr, taking him to the small merchant ship. After setting Zephyr down, he lifted the entire ship into the air, heading towards the positions of the new recruits. After all, a large number of them were still in the water. The recently split ocean trench was filled with the incoming seawater. However, the impact of the backflow made the sea surface increasingly turbulent, colliding with each other. Eventually, towering waves hundreds of meters high formed, crashing outwards. Just as they were about to see the new recruits, Zephyr shouted, "Grab the ship." The new recruits, who were still in the water, quickly clung to the edges of the small boat, and those with no space grabbed their classmates' thighs. Thus, when Sean arrived to take them flying, it looked quite comical, like a string of sugar-coated hawthorns. However, it wasn't a big problem. They had plenty of stamina. After flying a short distance, they landed on the calm sea. Although the small merchant ship wasn't large, it was sufficient to carry the less than 100 people. Zephyr organized the students to board the ship, and Sean didn't pay much attention to him, instead going into the cabin to see what treasures were there. After all, Miss Makingthe was a greedy person, so there must be some treasures. Zephyr also didn't mind. After all, it was war loot. Although the Navy headquarters had regulations to turn in a portion, these rules were almost non-existent. Even though the Navy's salary was high, they couldn't demoralize those risking their lives for the Navy. So as long as it wasn't too excessive, or if it wasn't a deliberate act of letting pirates rob each other, basically no one would say anything. Thus, Sean walked into the cabin, opening room after room. Finally, in the innermost room, he discovered where they stored the treasures. After taking a quick glance, he suddenly froze because he found a devil fruit. It was white and pineapple-like, but with cloud-like patterns. He quickly checked it with the system. The cloud fruit, a natural type, could be a disaster-level fruit as long as one had enough knowledge of weather. Otherwise, it would just be a soft, fluffy cloud. Wow, this is really good, but unfortunately, it's not suitable for Kuina. Sigh. That said, Sean hurriedly put it into the system space, planning to deal with it later. As for Kuina, he would find another opportunity. Yes, Sean had promised Kuina that he would look for a devil fruit to enhance her physique after setting out to sea. Moreover, he aimed for the mythical beast type or something of that level, hoping she wouldn't be discouraged and would believe in her swordsmanship. Kuina had followed him closely since childhood, calling him senpai, so they had a very good relationship. Sean is also very grateful to the couple, Gung Sailang and his wife, for their guidance and upbringing. Therefore, he basically agrees to whatever Guena says. Although Gung Sailang's words hurt Guena's feelings, saying that a girl can never become the #1 swordsman, Guena turns to Sean for comfort, and it is at that moment that Sean tells her about the existence of devil fruits. In reality, the devil fruit is just a second choice. The first choice is to draw an A-level gene potion, which can enhance physical strength to the level of a steel balloon. Lost in thought, Sean snapped back to reality and walked outside. The new recruits on the deck all looked at Sean with admiration. However, due to Sean's aloof demeanor, no one dared to approach him. Thank goodness you're here this time, Sean. Otherwise, I and these kids would have been in real danger, and that pirate has immense potential. What are you talking about? Sean waved his hand. I'm also a member of the Navy. Fighting crime is our duty, right? Haha, well said. When we return to headquarters, I will definitely apply for a promotion for you. Sean just smiled and remained silent, knowing that the Navy would not allow someone with his combat potential to be wasted. So a group of Navy personnel boarded the small merchant ship and set off on their journey back to headquarters. The request for naval ship support was no longer necessary. Who knew when they would actually arrive? At night, after dinner, Sean lay on the deck looking at the stars. He then opened his system panel to check his storyline points. Storyline points, 113508. Sean suppressed his nervous heart and trembling hands, gritted his teeth, and clicked the 10 consecutive draw button. It was no wonder he was nervous, as just a purification, a wish, and a teleportation had given him the capital to ride the waves. Therefore, he was looking forward to the upcoming prizes. A simple lottery panel appeared with 99 options, all marked with question marks. The pointer began to slowly rotate, and soon one message after another popped up. Congratulations, host, you have obtained A-level gene potion 2. After use, you can achieve a physique like a steel balloon through exercise. Finally, he got what he had been thinking about giving to the junior girl. And there were 2 of them. Congratulations, host, you have obtained pure gold upgraded version 10. The upgraded version of pure gold from the pirate world will restrain physical growth when worn in its original form, and strength will not advance. The upgraded version will restrain aging genes after the wearer reaches a perfect physique with no impact on strength and is indestructible. Currently, there is no power in this dimension to destroy it. Wow, this item was something Sean had been yearning for since he came to this world. It was an alternative form of immortality, significantly prolonging aging, though he didn't know by how much. However, from the movie he had seen, the little girl lived for 200 years without showing any growth. The effect was evident, absolutely exceeding 100 times, not to mention this was the upgraded version. This made him even more excited about the upcoming items. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Nami photo book. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Robin photo book. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Hinata photo book. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a charm pill. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an infinite ammo round, an unending source. A perpetual motion machine for humans, essential for sea kings. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a bottle of cola. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a bottle of paraquat. Sean only felt that tonight's ups and downs were a bit exaggerated. At the beginning, he was quite satisfied with the items he drew, but as it went on, his expression grew darker. Do I need to boost my charm? Do I need a power pill? Do I need to be the king of the sea? With that, Sean wore a wooden expression and popped 2 candy beans into his mouth. He always felt like the system was messing with him. It was the same with the teleportation skill he got before, which even had a note attached. But with no women in his heart, Sean, who drew his sword naturally, would absolutely not have such thoughts. Sean asked with a dark face, "System, what about the guaranteed draw for 10 consecutive pulls? And why can't I get single skill this time?" "Host, you can't have it all. This system is the strongest auxiliary system. If you want to draw, you must at least exhaust your current potential by spending storyline points to purchase. The guarantee mechanism for 10 consecutive pulls is not an extra chance to draw, but rather a special item reward. Isn't pure gold enough? Even in higher planes, it would still be something that all factions would fight over. The upgraded version is a rule-breaking item. Then how can I exhaust my potential? I've already learned all my skills. When you raise your combat power to 19,999, the system will upgrade to version 2.0, which will update the features. Please look forward to it and also put in the effort. TSK, what about those sea kings and photos? What's going on with those items? Host, this system is just an auxiliary, not a nanny. It will only assist you in the direction you want to go. Sean fell silent. He never considered himself a pervert, so he could only quietly return to his room, trying to counter the system with silent resistance. Once back in his room, he immediately put on a silver-black ring made of pure gold in the shape of a cross, wearing on his hand so it wouldn't fall off. Sigh, he couldn't sleep, so he checked how many plot points he had left. Host, Sean gender, male age, 20 combat power, 1 675, 410 ordinary soldier, 11, 499 elite soldiers below lieutenant colonel, 500, 400 elite colonels to brigadiers, 400, 170 generals, 700, 19999 general candidates, over 10, 000 emperors, no upper limit. This is based on a combination of combat power and abilities, which is lower than pure combat power. Abilities: heavy, fruit modification, armament Haki max, observation Haki max, conqueror's Haki max skills, wish, swordsmanship, teleportation modification storage, Mikazuki Munikika, change of clothes, pure gold upgraded version 9, several photo albums, A-grade gene potion. Plot points, 13, 508. He then pointed at the photo albums. Oh no, how did they fall out? Seriously, this system is so useless. This bug needs to be fixed quickly. I just accidentally touched it. Yes, that's right. So, Sean slowly picked up the photo album at an extremely slow pace, quickly flipping through it. And just like that, Sean and his group soon returned to Marineford. Under Zephyr's recommendation, Sean was promoted. Now, Sean has been promoted 2 levels. Although it was expected, it was surprising how casual it was. He became a colonel after just defeating 1 pirate. According to Zephyr, he originally intended to give him the rank of brigadier general and have him serve as a base commander in the 4 seas for a while. However, being promoted 3 levels at once was too exaggerated, so it was held back. At the end of the promotion ceremony, a naval soldier came to tell Sean that his superior had returned and was looking for him. Following the soldier, he quickly arrived at Kizaru's office and entered without knocking. As expected, Sean, you really are as arrogant as the rumors say. Upon entering, Sean saw Kizaru trimming his nails, his expression as lecherous as ever. Sean also developed the habit of not knocking on doors in Division 16. After all, he was quite familiar with Bardo, right? So he forgot to knock. However, upon hearing Kizaru's teasing, his lips twitched and he internally screamed, "You're the one who looks the most arrogant with that nail clipping." "Oh well, I'm used to it, so don't mind those details. Just tell me, what am I assigned to do?" I don't really have anything to assign you. Just take the warship and go on a patrol. If there's a mission, I'll contact you with a snail phone." I don't know why Kizaru and Akainu also refer to themselves as old man. Maybe it's a trend over there. They're only in their 40s. Sean was stunned upon hearing this. It was different from what he had imagined. In his mind, Kizaru would at least fight him to test his strength. Seeing Sean's expression, Kizaru explained, "I'm getting old and don't want to fight anymore. As for you, who doesn't Teen know that our Navy has produced a super monster now?" Sean felt a wave of frustration. "So this is how the department treats me?" "Well, it's not exactly that. It's a rule before being promoted to a general. You need to make your name echo across the sea and intimidate the pirates." At this point, Sean understood that he had climbed up from the bottom step by step. He was a legitimate Navy officer, different from those who were recruited or parachuted in. Those usually already had a significant reputation on the sea, but there were drawbacks. Senior officers wouldn't listen to them at all. They could only cultivate their own subordinates. Thinking of this, Sean asked, "What about my subordinates? You can let me fight the pirates, but I need someone like a first officer, right?" Kizaru took off his glasses and smirked. "Well, you can choose for yourself. I'm sure many new recruits would be willing." Sean felt a headache coming on, which was also why he wanted to join the Navy. He simply didn't understand how to manage any affairs, and being a soldier seemed just fine. Suddenly, Sean thought of someone, Crow, the one who smashed the jaw of the axe wielder. According to Oda, this person had an IQ second only to Ben Beckman. Damn, almost forgot about that guy. Anyway, he just wanted to live a peaceful life in the end. Why not go meet him and see this man who is said to be on par with Beckman in intelligence? So Sean asked, "I want to recruit a pirate for the Navy. His bounty shouldn't be high now. While I was in the East Sea, it was only over 2 million. Kizaru raised an eyebrow, looking more lewd. "It's not impossible, but it would require a military court ruling. But a small pirate can actually make you consider recruiting him." Sean explained, "There are rumors that his intelligence is very high, nicknamed Cunning Crow. You should also know that the New World is becoming increasingly turbulent, and the New Order will soon stabilize. The 3 of you generals will each be stationed in Mariehua, headquarters, and the New World. And I estimate I will also be dispatched. Once my rank goes up, I can't just be drifting around, right? That position is as good as confirmed. And without a helper to handle my official duties, I wouldn't do it." Kizaru was somewhat surprised, thinking that this subordinate was quite insightful. Indeed, headquarters has arranged for Sean this way, and he will definitely serve as a strong defensive line in the New World in the future. Kizaru pondered for a moment and said, "Fine, I'll give you a heads up on this matter. After all, you're just making a name for yourself by patrolling. So you can head to the East Blue for now." Sean grinned. "That's really great." Then his gaze fell on the tea, cigarettes, and cigars placed nearby, looking somewhat eager. Kizaru understood in his heart, "Do you want it? This is specially supplied to the admirals, and I can give you anything except the tea." Sean squinted his eyes and suddenly remembered that when he watched anime, those Navy big shots all smoked cigars during meetings. If he couldn't smoke, wouldn't that make him look foolish? But his high-cold appearance made it feel strange to smoke cigars. However, smoking regular cigarettes felt insufficiently imposing. The path of pretending to be cool was really difficult. Seeing Sean's constantly changing expressions, Kizaru asked, "What's wrong with you?" Then Sean, this fool, actually voiced his concerns about trying to look cool. Kizaru's expression turned a bit strange because, according to the naval evaluations from Admiral Crane's faction, Sean is a very cold and difficult person to get along with, full of pride and quite irritable and arrogant. At first, when Sean came in without knocking, the first impression he left was, but now Huang Yuan realizes he was wrong, and they were wrong. He is just a chinibyu, a term for a person who has delusions of grandeur. Upon closer inspection, if he doesn't speak, he does seem quite aloof. But what does he think about? Finding a tool to help him with work, smoking to appear more imposing, but struggling with what to smoke. How can someone like him have such a strong presence? Sean saw the expression on Kizaru's face and snapped back to reality, immediately putting on a cold expression. He thought to himself, "This character is falling apart. Why on earth did I ask such a stupid question out of nowhere?" Seeing this, Kizaru said, "Actually, your appearance is quite imposing. It's not surprising you smoke cigars. Although it may seem a bit irritable, it's better than facing the grassroots soldiers with a cold expression, right? So take my cigar away, and from now on, your cigars are on me." Sean has such an interesting side too. Hearing this laughter, Sean immediately felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, coming out to duel with me. As soon as the words fell, he no longer restrained his aura, making the walls and furniture of the entire office rattle. Kizaru immediately raised both hands. Hey, don't get excited. I shouldn't have laughed. I apologize. This matter, I will keep it to myself. Looking at Kizaru's lewd smile, Sean held his breath, feeling extremely uncomfortable. It was simply a social death scene. He really wanted to find a hole to crawl into, so he snorted coldly, turned around, picked up the few boxes of cigars, and walked out the door. Kizaru looked at the devastated office and chuckled to himself. What an interesting subordinate, such strong dominance. Who would have thought such a strong person would be troubled over what type of smoke looks more imposing? And so, Sean set off on the journey back to the East Sea with over 100 new recruits. He could also make a trip back to Frost Moon Village. Although he had been back before, it was only a short stay. This time, with the help of the intelligence agency from his headquarters, he was sure it wouldn't take much effort to find Chloe. Sean was pondering whether to bring Guina along and have Zephyr help with her training, because training under Kang Shuro would not allow her to realize her dreams. Under Sean's influence, he used his abilities to heal Master Layman's injuries. So she was in good health. With Ms. Layman around and her affection for Guina, Kang Shuro couldn't be too harsh. However, these matters needed to be discussed with them, and he planned to stop by Road Town to check if the weapon shop owner had received the Ghost Slash. After all, Zoro was his junior, and he had always admired him the most when watching the anime. If he had already encountered Moria, he would definitely have brought the autumn water for Zoro. After all, it was his change that led to Zoro losing the way of the sword. Sean once tried to persuade Zoro to join the Navy, and he wasn't sure if it was due to the world's corrective power. Zoro was adamant about not wanting to go to sea. He wanted to practice his swordsmanship in Frost Moon Village and, once strong enough, directly challenge the world's greatest swordsman. Yes, influenced by Kuina, his goal was also to become #1 in the world. But even with Kuina's persuasion, Zoro remained firm in his desire not to become a Navy officer. He only wanted to be a swordsman, and even when explained that there was no conflict, he stubbornly insisted on going to sea after mastering his skills, with the first thing on his agenda being to find the world's greatest swordsman. This reminded Sean of Zoro's terrible sense of direction, making him worry that he might get lost just once and never find his way back. After a few days of sailing, they finally arrived at Lowtown. This time, Sean was on a medium-sized warship, one equipped with a power system, a treatment reserved for officers. They chose this location for resupplying, and Sean came here specifically for a sword. After instructing his rookie subordinates to handle the resupply, he wandered alone on the streets, tried to find a shop that sold demon blades. As for the other sword, Sean thought it was optional. Many renowned swords were listed just because of their fame, and many powerful weapons were not on the list. The sword in Sean's possession, given to him by Master Layman, was also a large blade of 21 craftsmanship. As long as the owner of the sword was strong enough and the sword was famous enough, it would naturally have a ranking. As for the black blade, it was nurtured with Haki, and over time, it became a black blade. Sean still preferred things to be the same, looking more beautiful, and the black sword would become heavier, although that little bit of weight could be ignored. But it wasn't very friendly for Sean's Aido. After a while, Sean saw a little girl of about 13 running while holding something wrapped in a cloth. Upon closer inspection, wow, she looked just like Kuina. Was this not Tashigi? So, Sean slowly followed, wanting to see the childhood version of Tashigi. Soon, they arrived at a residential house. "I'm back," hearing the little girl's voice. Sean quickly released his observation Haki to sense the people inside. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he hurriedly pushed the door open and went in. Little Tashigi was startled to see a stranger burst into her home, her face changing. "Who are you? Why did you break into my house? Leave quickly, or I'll call Marines." Saying this, Tashigi opened the cloth-wrapped object in her hands, which was a sword named Shiyu, drawing it from its sheath and standing in front of the bed to confront Sean. On the bed lay a middle-aged woman, her breath weak, as if she could pass away at any moment. Hearing the noise, she struggled to open her eyes. Seeing her daughter confronting a strange man, she felt worried. And perhaps it was the power of a mother's love that made her regain some strength. "Tashigi, what is going on? Quickly come behind me." At this moment, Sean clearly saw the woman's face and realized she looked exactly like his master's wife, Mrs. Lyman. However, this woman appeared thinner and looked worse. Tashigi, upon hearing this, didn't he have time to feel surprised at her mother's recovery before a voice coldly interrupted her. "Stop joking. I can barely feel your life force. Sit down. I'll treat you." Seeing the wary expressions on both of them, Sean was also taken aback, realizing they thought he was a criminal. Since he hadn't donned his Marine coat when he arrived, it seemed these two misunderstood him. He quickly continued, "I'm a Marine. I mean no harm. I just sense that your life force is fading with my observation Haki. So I came in, The middle-aged woman, upon hearing this, almost breathed a sigh of relief. But in an instant, she felt dizzy and collapsed onto the bed. Tashiji's heart sank upon seeing her mother's face turn pale instantly, and she rushed over. Sean didn't have time to explain anything. He quickly moved over, lifted Dashki, and used his healing skill wishing. As Dashki stared in awe, a faint milky yellow light glowed on her mother, then transformed into sparkling starlight that entered her body. In Sean's perception, wishing only temporarily maintained her life signs, which meant there was only one possibility. She was sick. However, Sean was not worried at all. He still had purification to remove any negative effects. Dashki saw the person lifting her by the collar, waved his hand, and blue light strips lit up around her mother, then entered her body. At that moment, the woman opened her eyes again and saw her daughter being lifted. She quickly got off the bed and rushed over, snatching her daughter back in her arms, staring at Sean with a wary expression. "Come at me, but don't hurt my daughter." Dashki felt the long-lost, powerful embrace and immediately burst into tears. Before she could say anything, she heard her mother's words. She quickly struggled free. Her voice choked as she said, "Mom, you're okay now? This big brother saved you. Wow, that's great, really great. You're okay, woo-woo." By the end, she couldn't hold back anymore and cried loudly while hugging her mother. The middle-aged woman was also startled by her daughter's words. Upon opening her eyes, her first reaction was to protect her daughter, without even checking her own condition. Now, feeling carefully, aside from a weak hunger, there was no discomfort in her body. The long-term torment of illness had nearly made her forget what it felt like to be healthy. It seemed that the young man in front of her really had saved her. He had just said he was in the Navy, right? She had scolded her savior. Feeling ashamed, she lowered her head and said, "I'm sorry, I was just worried about my daughter, so." Hearing this, Sean waved his hand and said, "It's okay. After all, maternal love is great." After a pause, Sean asked his biggest question, "Do you have any sisters or something?" The middle-aged woman gently stroked Guena's back, thought for a moment, and said, "Well, I had a younger sister when I was a child, but one time when we went out to play, she was taken by a human trafficker, and I didn't protect her well." By the end of her words, the middle-aged woman had a look of melancholy. But suddenly, she returned to her senses, a hint of anticipation and disbelief rising in her heart as she asked, "How did you know?" Sean hesitated for a moment before saying, "Well, it's probably as you think. I know someone who looks almost exactly like you. Her name is Lyman, and she is my master's wife. Lyman has a daughter named Guena. I just returned to Donghai from the headquarters, and while I was on the island resupplying, I happened to stroll around and saw your daughter, who looks almost identical to my junior sister. So I followed her out of curiosity, but when I got to your doorstep, I found that your life signs were almost gone, so I barged in, thinking I could help." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman could no longer contain her emotions. Holding Guena tightly, she began to cry uncontrollably. No one knew how guilty she felt about her sister. She often had nightmares about her sister leaving her, and when she woke up, she would find her pillow soaked with tears. Now, hearing this young Navy man say he knew her sister, how could she not be overwhelmed with joy? Watching the two embrace, Sean didn't want to interrupt. He quietly pulled out a chair and sat down. He thought to himself that this explained why the Revolutionary Army knew Gung Shiro and why Lyman possessed a famous sword. She probably escaped from human traffickers or was rescued, and she must have hated human traffickers, most of whom served the nobility, so her chances of joining the Revolutionary Army would be quite high. With this in mind, Sean turned to the mother and daughter and asked, "Do you want to come with me to meet Lyman? I believe she would be very happy." Sean's voice made the mother and daughter stop crying. The middle-aged woman was somewhat at a loss, hesitating as she said, "Will she forgive me? After all, I didn't protect her well back then. She definitely won't blame you. My teacher's wife is a very gentle person, and you can't really blame yourself. You were all so young at that time. If she knew she still had family, she would be very happy." Guena, standing nearby, blinked her big eyes and quietly listened to the conversation between the naval big brother and her mother. There are still relatives, and there's even a sister who looks just like me. As she thought about it, her cheeks flushed slightly with excitement. So they discussed this for a while. Sean also learned the name of the aunt, which was Lacey. He helped them pack the things they needed to take away. Soon, everything was packed, and they boarded the warship, where the logistics officer had already purchased the necessary supplies. Thus, they set off on their journey back to Frostmoon Village. During the voyage, through conversations with Lacey, Sean learned about her experiences over the years. Ever since Lehman was kidnapped, their parents had been heartbroken for a while. Later, when they saw pirates snatching children, they bravely stepped forward and were killed by the pirates. After growing up, Lacey married a naval officer, a major from Rogtown, who was a swordsman. After giving birth to Queen Ah, the family of 3 lived happily. However, the good times didn't last long. During a mission, her husband fought against pirates. Although they won in the end, he was severely injured and passed away shortly after returning. He left Queen Ah a sword, which according to his colleagues, was confiscated from that group of pirates. The remaining pension was enough for the mother and daughter to live on. But Lacey fell ill from the continuous loss of loved ones and became despondent. By the time she wanted to pick herself up, her health had deteriorated, until Sean came to save her. Upon hearing this, Sean suddenly realized why Desiki wanted to become a Navy officer and reclaim their famous sword. It turned out that their whole family had been harmed by pirates. A few days later, they finally arrived at Frostmoon Village. As the warship approached the port, many villagers came to watch. After all, in this village, even the pirates had been secretly dealt with by Kung Shiro, and most people had never seen the Navy before. Seeing this, Sean ordered his subordinates to refrain from disturbing the residents and to have the freedom to move around. Sean brought the mother and daughter off the ship and headed towards the Isen dojo. As soon as they disembarked, the villagers recognized him. "It's that kid, Sean." "What? Yes, back? Looks like he's doing quite well in the Navy. I've always said this kid is smart and destined for great things. Look, he even has his own warship." As they walked, Sean chatted with the villagers. After all, he grew up here, and the local community is simple and honest. Everyone knows he's an orphan. Therefore, Sean had received kindness from many families since he was young, and he answered everyone's questions one by one. They all assumed that Dasky and her mother were Guena and her companions, so they didn't pay much attention. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Isen dojo. He turned to the villagers and said, "All right, I've arrived. I need to go see my teacher first. If anyone in your family is sick or injured, you can bring them over tomorrow morning, and I'll help treat them." "Okay, you go find your teacher then." With that, the villagers dispersed in groups. Sean walked in with the 2 nervous individuals. The front yard was a large open space where everyone usually trained their physical fitness. Passing through the open area, they saw a few scattered buildings. These buildings were dojos, dormitories, and utility rooms. Just after passing the dojo, Sean saw Gung Siling inside, giving a lecture, and a bright green algae head appeared in front of him. He then asked Dashi and her daughter to wait outside for a moment, took off his shoes, and walked in. The students, hearing the sound from behind, quickly turned to look, and everyone became excited. "Wow, look at Senior Sean. Senior Sean's cape is so cool. What should I do if I want one? That's the Navy's Justice Code, but it's really cool. When I go home, I want my mom to make me one." Listening to these whispers from the younger students, Sean greeted them warmly with a smile. Suddenly, a figure dashed toward Sean like a fledgling returning to its nest, and he quickly reached out to catch her. Without a doubt, it was his little tail, Guena. "Sean, I missed you so much," Guena said. Burying her face in Sean's embrace, her voice muffled, Sean patted Guena's little head and said, "All right, you're a big girl now. Aren't you shy with so many people watching?" Guena just shook her head and remained silent, clinging to Sean, who had no way to deal with her. He turned to Zoro and said, "Wow, you've gotten stronger. Did you get lost today?" Zoro, excited to see his admired senior, was immediately put on the defensive by just one sentence. He pouted, indicating that he didn't want to talk. Sean knew about Zoro's terrible sense of direction, so when Zoro was younger, there was a time when Sean took the younger students out for physical training, and they arrived at the destination only to find Zoro was missing. That day, they didn't train at all. Everyone was too busy looking for him, and eventually found him on the other side of the village. It wasn't a big deal at first, but Zoro had been training by himself, and seeing a large group of people coming over, took the initiative. He complained that they were too late and that the sun was about to set. Sean got so angry that he hit Zoro on the head, giving him a big bump, and scolded him for not telling everyone about his bad sense of direction when he realized it. Instead of making excuses, Zoro turned beet red, as he had always managed to fool his friends into not knowing he was directionally challenged. From then on, under everyone's quiet observation, the entire Frostmoon village knew that Zoro was a super-duper directionally challenged person. After that, Zoro became withdrawn for a long time. But he quickly forgave Sean for revealing his secret, because Sean included Zoro when he helped Guena with her training. Seeing Zoro ignore him, Sean was about to take out the knife he bought for Zoro when he suddenly slapped his forehead, remembering he forgot to check out that weapon shop. He shook his head and pushed the thought aside, thinking he could buy it next time since he wouldn't need it yet, being only 11 years old. He then reached out and rubbed Zoro's head vigorously, grinning as he said, "What's wrong? Did I hit the nail on the head?" "Not at all." Zoro felt that his head was being rubbed even harder and had to back down. After all, in his mind, this senior could become the world's greatest swordsman. Even a teacher said he had that potential. Unfortunately, he had eaten a devil fruit and was no longer a pure swordsman. Yasaka squinted as he watched the playful antics of the two. After a while, Sean lifted Guina down and walked over to Yasaka's ear, whispering a few words. Immediately, Yasaku's expression changed, and he asked, "Where are the others?" Sean gestured towards the door and said, "Is the teacher's wife in the backyard?" Gung Silang nodded, then turned to the students and said, "All right, let's call it a day for now." He quickly pulled Sean out, and Guina, seeing this, hurriedly followed. The other students also put on their shoes and left in small groups, leaving only Zoro still training in the dojo. After a while, Gung Silang and Guina looked at Lays and Dasky in front of them, both looking bewildered. Dasky and her daughter felt similarly, although they had mentally prepared themselves. Seeing Guina still left them a bit stunned. In this awkward atmosphere of 8 pairs of eyes meeting, Sean cleared his throat and said, "Teacher, let's go find the teacher's wife." Gung Silang, regaining his composure, quickly replied, "Right, let's find Lehman first." Thus, under Gung Silang's lead, they arrived in front of a house in the backyard. Before they even entered, they heard Lehman's voice, "Wise class ending so early today." As the words fell, upon seeing the few people who walked in, she froze, staring at a woman who looked very much like her, with her eyes starting to redden. "Sister." Upon seeing Lehman, Lays rushed over and hugged her, crying loudly. Everyone watched the emotional reunion of the sisters, not wanting to disturb their touching moment after such a long separation. Before long, after they separated, Lehman looked at Sean and asked, "Where did you find my sister?" Sean then recounted how he met Dasky while resupplying in Road Town. He soon learned about her sister's experiences over the years, and that Lays had lived in guilt all this time. Immediately, the two reconciled, and Lehman didn't blame anyone, just saying she had been mischievous and got caught. Later, she managed to escape by stealing a small boat while on the ship. After the sisters had their happy reunion, they began introducing each other to the two young girls. Initially, both were a bit shy. After all, who would feel nervous standing next to someone who looked exactly like them? Aside from Dasky wearing multiple pairs of glasses, they looked almost identical. Guina was a month older than Dasky, so naturally, she was the older sister, and soon the two young girls hit it off. Being swordsmen, one wanting to collect famous swords, and the other wanting to become the world's greatest swordsman, they had plenty of common topics. As the two girls went off to play, the remaining adults sat aside drinking tea and chatting. When the atmosphere was just right, Sean said, Teacher's wife, I want to take Guina to the Navy for training." Although Gung Silang and Guina had opened up to each other, he still didn't believe Guina could truly achieve anything in swordsmanship. Over the past 2 years, her sparring with Zoro had gradually become insufficient, and he frowned and said, "But is it really necessary?" Sean certainly understood the meaning of this sentence, which was whether it was necessary to continue nurturing Guina's dream. With a serious expression, he said, "Teacher, even if she is a girl, I will help her achieve her dreams. The next couple of years will likely be quite turbulent, so I will keep her at headquarters for physical training. After a few years, when the situation at sea stabilizes, I will take her under my personal care." At this point, Lyman asked, "But even so, we can still train her." Lyman was also reluctant to let his precious daughter leave him. Sean shook his head. "You can't bear to be harsh on me. Just say it's me. If it weren't for my nearly self-abusive training, you wouldn't have taught me such deep skills so quickly." That's right, since childhood. This couple has treated Sean as their own, not wanting him to suffer. So they have always guided him with an exercise routine similar to that of elderly people doing morning exercises. Sean refused to teach advanced training no matter how much he was asked, so I had no choice but to practice blindly. After a few days, I was covered in injuries. In the end, the couple couldn't resist and decided to train with a purpose. After all, having their guidance is more useful than Sean's random methods. At least their training wouldn't affect Sean's development. Sean wanted to take Guina to naval training because the A-grade gene potion could only be useful if the body was developed. In other words, it could increase a person's potential, which was absolutely wasted here, because Guina could not endure the harsh physical training. Lise, who was beside him, understood that this young man wanted to bring Guina into naval training, and the couple was reluctant to part with her. So Lise asked, "Could you also take Dasky with you? Although this request might be a bit excessive, I'm still asking you." Just as Sean was thinking about how to persuade them, he was taken aback by Lisa's words. She was only 13, and she was entrusting her sister to someone she had only just met a few days ago. Seeing Sean's expression, Lisa seemed to know what he was thinking. She then said, "You were raised by my sister, and I trust her judgment. I also trust my own judgment. You are a responsible person, so I believe in you." On the side, Lehman was not calm. Was this too early? They were only 13. Were they too young? Not too young. Lee shook her head and said, Daski has wanted to learn swordsmanship since she was little, but we don't have many experts in our area, and I can't teach her. Sister, the children will eventually grow up, and we can't protect them for a lifetime. They certainly understood this reasoning, but they were still reluctant, and the scene fell into silence. At this moment, Gungshiro calmed down and thought carefully. His disciple wouldn't suddenly take Guena away for no reason. His persistence must have its own considerations. Suddenly, he thought of Sean and Guena's agreement. He also knew that Sean's promise to Guena was simply about finding a way for her to break through her limitations. Realizing this, Gungshiro was startled and looked at Sean. Have you fulfilled your agreement with Guena? Sean nodded. Yes, it's done, but we have to take her to naval training first. I asked the Naval High Command to reserve a Phantom Beast seed for me. Once I've accumulated enough military merit in the next 2 years, I'll exchange it. The Navy has former Admiral Zifa as the chief instructor, so we can train under him in the early stages. Moreover, you two are not capable users, so your help to her is actually limited. Guena needs to break through her shackles. In fact, Sean also wanted to tell them the truth that he had a gene serum, but this kind of thing, well, any parent would not easily let their children use it. The most important thing is that Sean couldn't explain its origin, even if he claimed it was developed by the Navy and not yet released. How could a mere colonel have the authority to exchange such an important item? So it's better to wait until Guena becomes stronger before explaining. The scene fell silent once again. I want to go to the Navy with Sean. Suddenly, a voice broke the moment of silence, and everyone turned to look. It was Guena and Dashki, who just stepped out. After a moment of hesitation, Lyman said, Are you really sure about this? The training there will be much stricter and harsher than here, and Sean mentioned that your basic training for the next 2 years will be taught by naval instructors. Guena's face was resolute. No matter how hard or tiring it is, I will persevere. This way, I can be closer to Sean. Of course, Guena didn't dare to say the latter sentence aloud for fear of being scolded. After saying that, Guena stepped forward, clinging to Lyman's arm and acting cute. Please let me go, Mom. I've grown up. Lay smiled and patted Dashki's little head, and Dashki showed an expression of enjoyment. The mother-daughter bond evident without words. At this moment, Gungshiro spoke. So this is the swordsmanship you want? Are you really not going to feel lost in the future? Are you truly prepared to persevere until the end? Guena was confused by the series of questions. She quickly regained her composure and firmly said, I only have one goal, and that is to be the best in the world. Even if I can't achieve it in the future, I will still be very satisfied because I have tried. I love the feeling of getting stronger bit by bit. Dad, believe me, I will make my name known in my hometown. Gungshiro opened his squinting eyes, walked up to Sean, patted his shoulder, and said, Then I entrust my daughter to you. Oh yeah, Dad, you're the best. Upon hearing this, Guena jumped up happily, hanging on Sean like a sloth, wrapping her arms around his neck and refusing to come down. Lyman, hearing Guena's words, looked a bit jealous at Shiro's smiling face. With a heavy huff, Guena immediately understood her mother's meaning, got down from Sean, returned to her mother's side, and added, Of course, it's because of Mom that I've become this good. Lyman also smiled again, gently stroking Guena's head. When you get there, don't be willful, try not to cause trouble. And if possible, come back to see Mom during the holidays. Mom will always be here waiting for you. Mom loves you. Guena's eyes turned red, gradually filling with a faint mist, as if she were about to cry at any moment. Mom, just then, an untimely voice broke the tender moment between the mother and daughter. Did you forget how I came back last time? Well, I can also bring people through teleportation, although it takes a bit of stamina, but it's not a big deal. There are rest days every week, so I can bring them back. As soon as he finished speaking, Shiro's parents immediately cheered up. It was just like going to school, except it would be like boarding at school. Seeing her sister's confused expression, Lyman explained that Sean had the ability to teleport, allowing them to travel back and forth between marked locations, so their daughters would come back every week. Lays also had a mixed expression of relief and happiness, glad that her daughter would have a good teacher and also happy that she wouldn't have to be separated from her daughter for too long, as she was very afraid of losing any more family. Thus, both families unanimously decided to let the two little girls follow Sean in the Navy. As for whether they could enter the boot camp, come on, we have status. At the very least, we are colonels, right? Well, actually, it's just that he has a good relationship with Zifa, so it shouldn't be a problem. That night, the two little girls cuddled in their mother's arms, talking late into the night. Although the separation wouldn't be long, they were still reluctant. Meanwhile, Sean was basking in the moonlight in the front yard. Before long, he came over, drenched in sweat, looking like he was really working hard. Not minding his sweat, Sean skillfully reached out and rubbed Zoro's head. Zoro immediately got angry, Let go of me. What's the deal with an adult bullying a child like me? Just wait until I grow up. Though he said that, Zoro wasn't actually angry. It was just their way of interacting. Zoro had always regarded Sean as an older brother, but he was too shy to express it. Not bad. Sean nodded and praised him, then continued. Although you don't want to join the Navy, I want to make a promise with you, okay? Zoro looked at Sean's serious face and instinctively nodded. Once he came back to his senses, he snorted and turned his head away. But his perked-up ears showed that he was listening seriously to the upcoming agreement. Sean gave Zoro a smile that he thought was warm and gentle. I know you will definitely go out to sea in the future. And I also know that you're not the kind of person who bullies the weak and fears the strong. So I want you to promise me that one day, no matter what your position is, you should not do things that harm civilians. Although this may sound like nonsense, the main point I want to make is that if you see someone in need and you're capable of helping them, then do so. Do good deeds without asking about the future. Lastly, no matter what happens in the future, I will always be your senior. If you run into trouble, you can come to me. When you grow up a bit, I will give you a snail phone. Sean has always regarded Zoro as a younger brother. At first, he may have just watched Zoro with the mindset of enjoying an anime. As they spent more time together, he felt that Zoro was a simple and hardworking kid, a bit tsundere and quite cute. Later on, although there was a system constantly tempting him to change Zoro, Sean didn't want to force him because the Zoro in the original work was already great, a person of great stature. Moreover, he treated him like a brother. Sean was just worried that when he grew up, the butterfly effect caused by him would lead to something undesirable, which is why this conversation took place. Upon hearing this, Zoro turned around and looked at Sean's bright eyes, his expression a bit unnatural as he said, "All right, I promise you." Sean smiled because Zoro was someone who valued commitments. Once he made a promise, he would not change it. The next morning, under the farewell of everyone in Frostmoon Village, Kuina and Tashigi embarked on their own journey. The two little girls were curious about the warship, and Sean indulged them. As for the Navy on the warship, it goes without saying that they were all new recruits, essentially in training. The girls' curiosity came and went quickly. Less than half a day into the voyage, they grew tired of exploring the warship. They directly approached Sean, who was sunbathing on the deck, and playfully shook his arm, asking, "Hey Sean, what do you think the devil fruit that can break my own shackles looks like?" Upon hearing this, Sean slightly lifted his eyelids to glance at the two. I found it. You'll know the specifics when the time comes. Although Tashigi didn't say anything, Sean could see envy in her eyes, but her personality was a bit more reserved compared to Kuina. Kuina also noticed Tashigi's emotions and directly asked Sean, "Do you think if I catch pirates like you in the future, how many would I need to catch to exchange for the mythical Zoan devil fruit you mentioned? After all, I'm the older sister." Even though Kuina was only a month older than Tashigi, she felt that she was much older. And while she could be a bit headstrong, she wasn't an unreasonable child. She understood that such a devil fruit must be very precious. She could accept Sean's kindness without burden, simply because in her heart, Sean was also family, and family shouldn't be too calculative. In other words, whatever Sean needed, Kuina would give without hesitation. In the minds of children, if you are good to me, I will be even better to you. But emotionally shy, she felt embarrassed to say things like thank you. However, she would never ask Sean for anything for anyone else, because her mother taught her since childhood not to take others' kindness for granted. The goodwill given by others is genuine, while demanding goodwill can turn it into malice. So even though Kuina wanted to help her good friend, she didn't want to trouble Sean. Tashigi waved her hands repeatedly. "No, it's fine, I won't give up. I will work hard to train. Thank you, Kuina." Kuina chuckled and blinked her big, sparkling eyes at Sean. "Hey Sean, let me set a small goal for myself. Don't you like setting small goals?" Sean's mouth twitched. In the past, his small goals were always about cutting down mountains or defeating certain deserted islands. But looking at this girl with her adorable demeanor, he hesitated a bit. He had no way to obtain a devil fruit, so he turned to Dasky beside him. He saw her awkwardly tugging at Guina's small hand, signaling her to stop talking. Although Sean did have 2 potions that could greatly enhance their strength limits. Besides the one for Guina, he wanted to keep one for himself to train a subordinate. After all, in this world, physical strength determines limits. Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors, could destroy a giant village at just 5 years old simply because she was hungry. It's worth noting that giants in the Navy headquarters are at the rear admiral level. Perhaps the giants in the village aren't as strong as those outside, but it still shows how exaggerated Charlotte Lean's talent is. It can be imagined that giving the potion to someone who can endure hardship could quickly shape them into a powerhouse at the level of an emperor. However, looking at Dasky's timid appearance and recalling her kind-hearted nature from the anime, he felt a bit shaken, but soon became resolute again. What joy does a woman have in having a subordinate at the emperor level? Although she has a beautiful and kind future ahead, Sean, while not an evil person, adheres to the principle of being a benevolent villain. So what does Dasky's kindness have to do with him? With his thoughts made clear, Sean smiled apologetically at Dasky before pulling Gunnar aside. I want to tell you a secret, but you have to promise me that no one, absolutely no one, can say anything, including the teachers. The time I isn't right yet, but I will tell them in the future. Gwenna trusted Sean completely, so she nodded and said, I trust you the most, so you have to trust me too. I will keep our little secret safe. After saying this, Gwenna's cheeks slightly flushed. Sean wanted to roar loudly. It's such a serious matter. Why are you blushing like a teapot? But what came out was a different set of words. Actually, what I'm looking for is not a devil fruit, or rather, it's two different things. The devil fruit is just a means. And what I want to give you is the foundation of all means, which is the strong physique. In a vast ocean of physical strength, whether it's abilities, swordsmanship, or Haki, the development of all abilities relies on a strong physique. What I'm going to give you is one of only 3 in the entire world. It can raise a person's physical quality limit and allow anyone to possess the qualifications of a top-tier powerhouse. If you want to be a pure swordsman, then I wouldn't recommend you use the devil fruit. One of them has already been used by me, and one is for you. But the other one, I want to use to cultivate a trustworthy subordinate, so I won't give it to your good sister. After all, the waters in this world are too deep. After saying this, Sean raised his head at a 45-degree angle, gazing at the sky, waiting for Ka, this little fangirl, to show an expression of admiration. After all, this thing is incredibly powerful. However, after waiting for a long time, he did not receive the usual admiration and screams, and feeling a bit puzzled, he lowered his head to look at Quina. He found Quina looking at him as if he were a fool, and suddenly, Sean felt quite unwell. With a somewhat unnatural expression, he asked, "What's wrong?" Quina rolled her eyes and said, "Sean, are you a big idiot? If you want a trustworthy subordinate, Dasky is perfect. She is a reliable companion, and you've been training her since she was little, so she definitely won't betray you in the future. You said it can allow anyone to have the qualifications of a top-tier powerhouse, so why can't it be her? Besides, even if you can't train with us for the next few years, I will always be on your side." Hearing this, Sean slapped his forehead and thought, right. Even if I give it to a pig, it would become stronger. Rather than betting on a subordinate that doesn't even exist yet, it would be better to give it to Dasky. At least she is a kind person. Moreover, with Quina around, she is a trustworthy person. It seems that I have let the original work influence my judgment. And who knows, I might even gain some plot points from this. Then, he looked at Quina with a gaze full of teachable intent. All right, you call her up, and let us go to my room together. After saying this, Sean walked towards the cabin. Quina excitedly ran towards Dasky, grabbed her little hand, and without a care, rushed towards Sean's room. Hey, Quina, slow down. Where are you taking me? Dasky asked. To Sean's room. Quina turned to Dasky and said, I have something good to share with you. It's thanks to my efforts. Otherwise, that idiot Sean wouldn't even think of you. Huh? And just like that, Quina energetically led a confused Dasky into Sean's room. Sean first used his observation Haki to sense if there were any people nearby. After ensuring the area was clear, he pretended to pull out 2 glass test tubes from his pocket. The test tubes contained a blue liquid that flowed within, beautiful like the stars in the night sky, exuding an air of mystery. Sean first explained the effects of the potion to Dasky, who immediately showed a look of astonishment, realizing that such a miraculous thing existed in the world. Before they could speak, Sean continued, I stumbled upon this thing by chance. There are only 2 of them in the entire world. Originally, I intended to use the other one to train my trusted subordinates, aside from giving one to Gwenna. But after Gwenna's persuasion, I decided to give it to you. I hope you won't let Gwenna's trust in you down. Upon hearing this, Dashky's eyes turned red. Looking at Gwenna without knowing what to say, her lips slightly parted, and after 1,000 words, she could only utter 2. Thank you. Although she was young, she understood that such a thing should not belong to her, and it was all because of Gwenna, whom she had only known for a short time, calling her sister. She did not think she had any exceptional talent. Gwenna smiled sweetly and said, I am your sister. We will always be together. I've always hoped to have a little sister. In response, Dasky also showed a big smile and replied, Yes, sister. In her heart, Dasky silently made a resolution that no matter what happened in the future, she would face it together with her sister right away. Sean looked at the interaction between the 2 with a speechless expression and quickly interrupted, saying, You guys should drink up quickly. Remember, you can't tell anyone at all. Okay. Both of them understood the seriousness of the situation and nodded repeatedly, then without hesitation, picked up the test tubes and started drinking. Gulps, gulps. Before long, after they finished drinking, the glass test tubes suddenly shattered and turned into specks of dust that fell. However, before the dust could touch the ground, it disappeared without a trace. Seeing this scene, the duo became even more convinced of the extraordinary nature of the potion. Gwenna checked her body and felt no change, so she voiced her doubts. Sean also looked speechless. This thing doesn't directly enhance your strength. It improves your physique and talent, and you need to rely on training to bring out the effects. Remember, the reason strong people are strong is that they are strong in themselves, not because of auxiliary items. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard Daseki's exclamation. No way, my myopia is gone. Saying this, she took off her glasses. Now, it was truly impossible to tell the two apart. Sean recalled the image of Dakiki in the future wearing glasses and shook his head to dispel some unhealthy thoughts. He coughed lightly and stammered. Actually, you look pretty good in glasses. Huh? Dakiki was taken aback, wondering why she would need to wear glasses if she wasn't nearsighted. Sean quickly explained, this way at least we can distinguish between you. And you have a quiet and gentle temperament, which suits wearing glasses. You can take off the lenses and use them as decoration. They would look great. At this moment, Gwenna was unhappy and huffed. Does that mean I don't look good wearing them? Of course not. It's just that everyone has their own characteristics. While the two were talking, no one noticed Daski's strange expression. She felt like her head was a mess, and the phrase they would look great kept echoing in her ears. After chatting for a while, Sean let them leave. He then took out a cigar and started smoking in a room, puffing clouds of smoke. He felt like he had forgotten something, and, after thinking for a moment, he suddenly slapped his forehead. He almost forgot to look for his helper. Without hesitation, he quickly picked up the snail phone to call Kizaru for the coordinates. However, after a long time, no one answered, so Sean could only mumble and hang up. On the other side, at the Navy headquarters, Kizaru, who was walking on the playground, heard the snail phone ring. Moshi Moshi. Hello, is this Sabaody? Moshi Moshi. A Navy soldier following Kizaru said with a black line on his face. Admiral Borsellino, what you have in your hand is a listening snail phone. I thought so, Kizaru said with a look of realization. No wonder it was silent every time. He then started rummaging through his belongings and finally found a snail phone. Just as he got it out, it was abruptly hung up with a click. Rubbing his forehead, he wondered who called him, feeling like he had forgotten something. Forget it, he thought. As long as nothing is wrong, that's fine. Seeing Admiral Kizaru walk ahead with a sense of ease, the Navy soldier behind him couldn't help but complain internally. Whether you find it or not, something has already happened. You're an admiral, the highest combat power of the headquarters. How could it be a small matter to find you? Of course, he only dared to grumble in his heart, so he hurriedly kept pace with Kizaru. Sean's warship had been sailing for a day, and Gwenna Daski was also on board, racing against time to do her physical training. According to Sean, it was all about training hard until you couldn't anymore. With him around, no injury was too severe to handle. In just one night, both of them could clearly feel themselves getting stronger. Although the change wasn't obvious, it brought them immense joy, as getting stronger was never an overnight process. Around noon, after finishing lunch and lying down on the deck to rest, Sean suddenly spotted a medium-sized merchant ship not far away. At first, he didn't pay much attention and just glanced at it before looking away. However, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a man with a slicked-back hairstyle, dressed in black, wearing glasses, who gently adjusted his glasses with his wrist. Sean quickly looked back and saw that the slick-back man appeared to be chatting with someone next to him, but Sean noticed that he was continuously looking in their direction. Sean clenched his fist and clapped his palm. This tool was actually delivered to him. Who else could it be but Crocodile? He was about to give up on contacting Kizaru, and now he was on a returning route, thinking that in a few years, when Crocodile went to Usopp's hometown, he would capture him. He didn't expect the heavens to be so vast. He turned to a nearby soldier and said, "Take the ship over." Yes. The soldier saluted in response and hurried to instruct the helmsman and others. Strange, even if he wasn't famous now, he was still a wanted criminal, and his crew wasn't pirates. So what was he doing? Sean stroked his chin and muttered to himself. At this moment, Gwenna, who was doing some gravity training nearby, stood up, drenched in sweat, and asked what's wrong. Sean did not hide anything and straightforwardly expressed the purpose of his trip back to the EC, while also sharing his recent doubts with the two. Gwenna was also a loss, but on the other side, Dashki suddenly said, "You said he is crafty Kuro, so he must be very cunning, right?" Sean slapped his forehead, realizing it was a revelation that awakened him from his dream. Indeed, he was so cunning. This must be his scheme. After saying that, Sean opened his observation Haki to the maximum, and sure enough, he spotted a ship about 10 kilometers away, a smirk spreading across his face. The sister duo beside him noticed Sean's mischievous grin and blushed slightly, but Guena still asked, "Hey Sean, what's going on?" "Ah, I found a ship in the distance. It might be his companions." Dashiki picked up the conversation. "So he wants his companions to come and steal, and then he can slip away." Sean rubbed Dashiki's little head and praised her, saying, "You're very smart. You need to grow up well and become my subordinate in the future." Dashiki's face turned bright red, almost steaming, and she replied, "I'll do my best." Meanwhile, Guena stood nearby, with her cheeks puffed up like a bun, looking at Sean with a resentful expression. Sean felt a bit uneasy under the gaze of others, but his instinct made him reach out and pat Guena's little head, saying, "You need to work hard too." Guena looked delighted, rubbing against Sean's big hand like a little kitten. After a while, they finally approached the merchant ship and called everyone out onto the deck. The people on the ship all appeared calm, including Chloe, who showcased his acting skills as if he were just an ordinary merchant undergoing inspection, which left Sean quite amazed. On this sea, pirates often disguise themselves as merchant ships to approach others and carry out plundering. Therefore, everyone on board cooperated, as the Navy was ultimately there to catch pirates, and they had nothing to hide, so they remained quite at ease. Sean leaned against the railing of the deck with the two little girls, watching Crow's performance. Crow appeared to be cooperating on the surface, but inside, he was quite disdainful. If it weren't for the fear of the bounty being raised and attracting more attention, the Navy wouldn't be enough to intimidate him. Before long, the soldiers finished their checks and reported to Sean. Seeing that he had managed to fool them, Crow also let out a sigh of relief. After all, if possible, he certainly didn't want to be wanted. It was just too annoying. Just then, a statement made his heart leap to his throat. "Huh, you rookie soldiers, didn't T notice there's a pirate mixed in here?" Sean looked at his subordinates with a face full of disappointment and said, "You guys are really useless." The Marines were confused, and the merchants on the ship started to get restless and a bit panicked. If it weren't for the Navy's presence, they wouldn't even know what to do. A bolder merchant stepped forward and stammered, "Excuse me, Navy officer, could you please clarify things?" It wasn't surprising that he was so nervous, because in the vast ocean, strange calls were like unfamiliar phone scams that everyone feared to answer. The chances of a distress call actually being a pirate's self-directed act were over 50%. If they fell for it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, there was even a pirate lurking among them on the ship. If they hadn't encountered the Navy, it would have been terrifying to think about. They could have been easily ambushed from within and without. Sean looked at the flustered, big-headed man following the crowd and couldn't help but want to laugh. Not wanting to keep them in suspense, he directly said, "CLO, although your bounty seems a bit low, I won't underestimate you. After all, you're a smart person." However, Sean's playful smile clearly indicated that he didn't take CLO seriously at all, because under absolute power, all conspiracies and tricks would be rendered meaningless. Seeing Sean's expression, CLO understood that this person wasn't attacking him immediately. He was toying with him, treating him like a clown. At this moment, the people on the ship exchanged glances. All wanted to know who CLO really was. A burly man with a full beard, looking quite aggrieved, pulled CLO aside and said, "Fortunately, we ran into the Navy. Otherwise, we wouldn't know what to do. Don't be afraid. I'll protect you." CLO felt a wave of black lines on his forehead. "Why are you hiding behind me if you're supposed to protect me? Besides, I'm a pirate you're talking about." CLO was disgusted to the point of breaking out in goosebumps. However, he suddenly sneered. "It seems this officer has quite a keen eye to recognize me." As soon as he finished speaking, sharp blades appeared from the gloves on his hands, resembling claws. This was his weapon, the 10 blades claw. The crowd looked at the gentleman who had just been amiable and warm. Now his gentle demeanor completely vanished, replaced by a gloomy expression. The burly man behind him screamed and fainted from fear. "How could this happen? Who brought him here?" "I don't know, I thought you guys brought him here. We were just drinking with him. So we chatted with him for so long, and we didn't even realize a pirate had mixed in with us." "Yeah, he looks so confident. He must be really strong. We're doomed. I hope the Navy can deal with him." Listening to the clamor around him, CLO felt a sense of satisfaction. Next, it was time for this Navy that had been toying with him to pay the price. CLO gently pushed up his glasses and said, "Did you hear that? We were getting along quite well. The original plan was for them to obediently let me rob them. I didn't want to kill too many people, but unfortunately, you provoked someone who shouldn't have died, and now you're going to get him killed." Sean looked at Chloe like he was an idiot. Is this really a character whose intelligence is second only to Beckman? Can't he see that I have absolute strength? This hot-headed kid was even more arrogant than when he first met Carp, who didn't flaunt his strength like this. Chloe was deeply pierced in his heart by Sean's gaze. Feeling insulted, he immediately let out a cold laugh. Ha! You will pay for your arrogance. In this EC, no one is my match. It's confirmed. He is just a frog in a well. Sean said with a caring expression towards the idiot. Come on, let me see how impressive you really are, and what price I will have to pay. After saying that, he reached into his pants pocket and pulled out a cigar he had taken from Kizaru's office last time, although he had stored it in the system space. After all, anything could happen at sea. A ship could sink in an instant, so keeping things in the system space was the safest option. CLO watched as Sean nonchalantly bit into the cigar, while a nearby Navy soldier quickly pulled out a lighter to light it for him. Instantly, CLO's anger reached its peak. Silent step. Dust began to rise from where CLO was standing, and he disappeared from the sight of others, causing everyone to panic. This was CLO's assassination technique. Although he disappeared in the eyes of others, he was still visible to Sean. CLO just wanted to quickly eliminate this Navy soldier who looked down on him. As for sneak attack, he was a pirate, so seeing Sean biting into the cigar, he decisively made his move. He was getting closer, ready to slice his throat. CLO, filled with thoughts, wore a cold smile, as if he could already see Sean dying under his claws. But while ideals are beautiful, reality is often harsh. Sean didn't even glance at Kuro, swatting him away like a fly with a slap. Instantly, Kuro was sent flying back. Everyone heard two sounds, smack and bang, and when they came to their senses, they saw a human-shaped hole in the cabin. Gulp. Everyone swallowed hard. What a show of strength. Kuro, who had been slapped away, quickly pulled out a transponder snail and called for his subordinates to come over. There was no choice. The situation was a bit precarious, and it was better to let these pirates come to their doom, just in case. Shortly after, the hole that Kuro had been knocked through began to make rustling sounds. Kuro, who had just appeared as an elegant gentleman, was now covered in dust and disheveled, with the left side of his face swollen and his glasses cracked. Kuro still wanted to maintain his composure and said slowly, "My subordinates will be here soon. Let's see how many you can protect." However, he looked somewhat ridiculous in his current state. After the earlier blow, Kuro realized he was definitely no match for Sean, so he had no choice but to call his pirates in to be sacrificed. As long as a fight broke out and chaos ensued, he would have a chance to escape. Sean chuckled. "Are you referring to the pirate ship that's been tailing this merchant vessel?" Upon hearing Sean's words, the merchants became restless once again. Although Crow was surprised at how Sean knew this, he couldn't help but show a slight triumphant smile at the agitated crowd. However, the cost of that smile was a bit steep. It tugged at his wounds, making it almost impossible for him to maintain his gentlemanly persona. "Oomph. I said you would pay the price, and indeed you will." Sean looked at the arrogant fool and couldn't be bothered to respond. He bent down to look at Gunna and Dashki, saying, "Watch closely, I'm going to draw my sword now, using the purest swordsmanship." Gwenna had seen Sean train, with training equipment that consisted of mountains that had all been worn down, so she was in a little fangirl mode. Dashki, on the other hand, was filled with anticipation. As a sword enthusiast, she had long wanted to see the sword at Sean's waist. At this moment, Dashki casually asked Gwenna, "Hey, is Sean's sword also a famous one?" Having seen Gwenna's Kodachi in Manjuro, Dashki was very curious about what sword Sean would use. "Oh, right, that was a gift from my mom to Sean. I think it's called Mikazuki Munakika. It's a really beautiful sword," Gwenna said while biting her finger. "What? It's actually the Mikazuki Munakika, known as the most beautiful sword?" After saying that, she quickly took out her notebook that recorded famous swords. Looking at the notebook, she said, "Mikazuki Munakika is one of the 21 great swords, with a blade known for its chaotic and inverted design, praised as the most beautiful famous sword." She then turned to the blue scabbard at her waist, eagerly staring at Sean, hoping he would show it to her. Sean smiled and said later, "Nuaw, that blacked out ahead is the pirate ship. You can directly experience the swordsman's strike. Make sure to pay attention." Originally, Chloe, who was ignored beside him, was very displeased but didn't dare to do anything else. At this moment, hearing Sean's words, he quickly looked over and saw a black dot on the horizon. Without a doubt, this was his subordinate coming. Soon he would be able to escape. All he needed to do was create some chaos. As he thought about this, a strange smile appeared on his face. Sean thought for a moment. Although it was just a regular slash, it still needed a name. After a while, he came up with one. He decided to use the name of one of Zoro's techniques, since it would only be used once anyway. Sean looked at the distant black dot, tightening his left hand around the sheath, his thumb gently pushing the hilt to reveal a glimmer of the blade. Dashki also showed starry eyes at the sight of such a beautiful blade. On the ship, apart from Gwenna, no one knew what Sean intended to do. Yet everyone was intently watching him. After all, both the Navy and the merchants knew they couldn't deal with that silent step. Chloe looked at Sean drawing his knife and felt a wave of unease surge within him. He had a strong feeling that something would happen. So he hurriedly shouted at Sean, "Whatever you're going to do, just do it quickly, don't drag it out." It seemed that only by yelling could he find a bit of security in his heart. Sean turned his cold face towards Crow, grinned, and then looked at Haki, reminding her to pay attention, as this would be helpful for their future. Let's get a rough understanding of the slash first. MM2. At this moment, Sean's expression was serious, and his aura gradually rose, a unique momentum belonging to a great swordsman. He drew the sword, which had no domineering aura covering it, and lightly swung it towards the direction of the pirate ship. In that instant, everyone was stunned. They never expected Sean would attempt to attack the pirate ship from such a distance. And using a sword? Was he going to cut the air? But before their doubts could form, they saw Sean retracting his sword and lightly uttering a few words. Iato suck fierce. In an instant, a blue energy light sphere, 100 meters wide and 1 meter high, appeared out of thin air and rushed towards the distance. The area where the slash passed over the sea was split open as if cut by the sea god, revealing a bottomless trench. In the blink of an eye, the slash crossed the black dot and then flew towards the horizon. At that moment, everyone stared at the wound on the sea that had yet to heal, their faces filled with horror. For the merchants, a sense of security followed. After all, with such a powerful navy, what was there to fear from pirates? The new recruits, however, were filled with respect, while Kana and Haki looked at Sean with admiration, wishing they could one day unleash a slash that could split mountains and seas. If anyone was most shocked, it was undoubtedly Captain Crow. He watched helplessly as the blue light whooshed away and the distant black dot disappeared, causing all his plans to vanish under this absolute force. Before he could say anything, the trench that Sean had created began to fill with seawater. The impact generated by the incoming seawater gradually made the merchant ship and warship start to sway. The collision force grew stronger, and soon, a towering wave surged from the distance, leaving everyone terrified and weak in the legs. What's happening? Oh my god, we won't survive this wave. What should we do? Ooh, I have an 80-year-old mother above and a 3-year-old daughter below. I can't die. Everyone was immersed in sorrow, not daring to blame Sean, as his original intention was to protect them. After all, if they angered him, what if he decided to eliminate them right there? Although they were on the brink of death, being killed on the spot was an absolute certainty. Sean glanced at the two little girls beside him and noticed that although their small faces were pale with fear and they were tightly gripping his sleeve, they remained silent, clenching their teeth. Sean couldn't help but exclaim that these two had the qualities of great leaders. In the future, can they say they have never faced any major storms? At this moment, Crow was filled with regret, wondering why he had let that group of useless people come over. Not only did they not help at all, but he also ended up getting involved. He also realized his own insignificance and how limited his perspective was. The stunning and fierce display just now left an indelible shadow in his heart. His subordinates were so far away. Perhaps the ship was gone, but there was still a chance of survival. As for himself, sighing at this thought, he couldn't help but join the crowd of mourners. Sean, too lazy to waste words, looked at the approaching giant wave and leaped up, drawing his sword as his arm gradually turned pitch black. Then it was enveloped in cherry blossom color Haki, coiling up from the hilt to the tip of the blade, and with that he unleashed a silver-black slash. This time, infused with the Haki of flowing cherry blossoms. The slash cut through the waves. A series of loud bangs erupted, and where the slash landed, all the giant waves seemed to have exploded from within. The nearest super giant wave, close to 300 meters high, transformed into a torrential downpour, drenching everyone like a rainstorm, except for Sean and the two young girls. Sean applied a repulsive force on them. It was a delicate task. If done poorly, people would be flung away, so he couldn't apply it to too many people. Definitely not laziness. But everyone was unconcerned, as they had once again come close to grasping the essence of death. Thus they all cheered, shouting excitedly, as if trying to vent the haze in their hearts. Chloe watched as Sean effortlessly split the sea and casually shattered the natural disaster before them, feeling a mix of emotions, relieved to be alive, yet saddened by the situation ahead. After all, being locked up in a branch office for a lifetime was a light punishment. Not all criminals qualify for imprisonment and impelled down. Small-time pirates like them usually faced execution or were sent to branch prisons. Reflecting on his rocky journey made him even sadder. Initially, he was just a young man who enjoyed posing as a gentleman in front of the villagers. with some talent and high intelligence. But couldn't he have his own hobbies? His favorite thing was walking down the street and having everyone nod and greet him. However, one day, after finishing off a pirate and looting his treasure, he inadvertently stepped onto the path of piracy, leading a group of worthless subordinates to form a pirate crew. He thought, I'll just be a pirate. It doesn't matter as long as I'm careful with my schemes to plunder wealth. When I get tired of it in the future, I'll wash my hands of it. Thus, he planned to hide his identity and infiltrate a merchant ship. When the time came, he would give the order, and 100 or so pirates would rush in to rob. A perfect show. But before he could succeed, he encountered an incredibly powerful navy who humiliated him. First, they pretended to be unaware, watching the performance, making him feel like a clown in a circus. Then, when he attempted to assert his strength, he was brutally slapped, which made him realize how weak he truly was. He thought of continuing to use schemes, but ended up having his pirate ship sunk by a slash. Resigned to spending the rest of his life in prison, fate played another joke on him, unleashing towering waves as if they were going to swallow him whole. Just when he was about to be terrified out of his wits, that man swung his sword again, saving everyone present. At that moment, he understood the power of the silver-haired navy, capable of killing and saving. He felt like a clown, constantly struggling between being caught or dying, growing angrier the more he thought about it. The more he reflected, the more aggrieved and sad he became, eventually starting to sob quietly. Sean also ignored him and turned to the civilians on the merchant ship, saying, "You must pay attention to the privacy of the merchant ship in the future. And don't let the pirates take advantage of the situation. You were really lucky this time. Don't be fooled by his lack of strength, as it would be easy for him to kill all of you." Yes, Sean knew about Crow's ultimate move, the spoon, which was similar in speed to the Navy's six-style shave, but a low-tier version, recklessly charging in. From this, one could tell that Crow was intelligent. So, Sean said goodbye to everyone on the merchant ship and took Crow aboard the warship. After boarding the warship, Sean first praised the two young girls for their calm courage in the face of danger. Then, he began to interrogate Crow. In fact, Sean admired this person, although cunning. He had managed to develop a technique similar to shave in the East China Sea. He just didn't know if Crow could come up with dangerous moves like iron block, as they were deadly to whoever used them. Sean then looked at Crow, who was tied up and sitting on the deck, and said, "You had a backup plan just now, right? Your silent step isn't the fastest. You should be able to go even faster, am I right?" Crow looked horrified. How did the Navy know? Indeed, Crow had another ultimate move, the spoon, but once released, it would cause indiscriminate damage to both enemies and allies. He had thought about using it, but was afraid that doing so would mean immediate death. After all, it was truly difficult for him to muster the courage to face Sean, because Sean's power was so great. He could both create disasters and soothe them. After hesitating for a while, he finally said, "Because I felt that even if I used it, it would be of no use. To avoid deepening my crimes, I chose not to act." Sean nodded in satisfaction. "Yes, you were smart. Go ahead and tell me about your experiences as a pirate over the years." So, Crow had to spill everything out like pouring beans. He didn't have the title of master of schemes yet. It was still Sean who had told others about it. In any case, this first job was a failure, and Crow just wanted to seek leniency. Sean thought for a moment that he couldn't just let him join the Navy so easily. He had to adjust his mindset. Otherwise, what if it backfired on him in the future? So he asked, "Do you want to be in the Navy?" Huh? Crow was stunned, and the surrounding sailors were also taken aback, except for the two young girls who knew the situation. One by one, they were shocked by their commander's line of thinking. He brought someone back just to ask if they wanted to join the Navy, though they were stunned. Since there was an opportunity to clear his name, they certainly couldn't pass it up, but they still had to be a bit reserved. Then, with a face full of resistance, he shook his head. "I just want to live a peaceful life. The constraints of the Navy are not suitable for me." Sean nodded with satisfaction, pointing at a sailor. "You, bring me a rag." He then took the rag and stuffed it directly into Crow's mouth. What followed was a merciless beating, with Sean shouting as he struck. "So you want to be a pirate, huh? Bang, 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 a peaceful life, right? Clang, clang, clang bout. Are we? Hood, hood." Crow, battered and bruised, could only emit muffled sounds, tears of regret streaming from the corners of his eyes. Others might at least show some basic courtesy, but this white-haired man didn't hesitate to hit him and stuff a rag in his mouth, even tying him up with rope as if afraid he would struggle. This left Crow feeling utterly defeated, as punches fell like raindrops. Just when Crow felt he was about to lose consciousness, the surrounding sailors urged Sean, "Sir, stop hitting him, or you'll kill him." "Yes, sir. Why not take him to the nearest station and have him locked up instead?" Listening to the pleas around him, Sean looked at the barely conscious Crow. That makes sense. He'll die if I keep going. Upon hearing this, Crow's eyes lit up with hope, thinking he had finally made it through. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he heard words that made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, instantly chilling his heart. Sean said softly, "Then we'll heal and fight again. You all come too. If we can't kill them, let's just beat them up." As soon as the words wish fell, everyone saw a faint milky yellow glow emanating from Chloe's body, followed by twinkling starlight. Paired with Chloe's black suit, he looked like a sky full of stars, truly beautiful. Upon a closer look, the injuries on Chloe's body were healing at a visibly rapid pace. If it weren't for his tattered clothes, making him look exceptionally disheveled, everyone would have thought that the near-death figure they saw earlier was just an illusion. The Marines had heard a rumor that their commander possessed powerful healing abilities. Now, seeing this, they felt that being chosen to serve under Sean was a stroke of luck. After all, with their commander around, they didn't have to fear getting hurt. Thinking of this, they all looked at Sean with admiration. Sean was too lazy to guess what they were thinking and directly pointed at Crocodile. "Hit him." As soon as he finished speaking, his subordinates rushed forward, shouting excitedly, putting all their effort into impressing their superior. Crocodile was beaten to the brink of death again, but Sean generously treated him. After enduring 5 rounds of beating, just as Sean finished healing him, Crocodile suddenly started shouting, "I want to be a Marine. I want to be a Marine. Stop hitting me. Please don't hit me. Woo, I was wrong. I hate pirates. The Marines are my true home. I want to be restrained. Woo." It turned out that during the second beating, Crocodile was already trying to find a way to escape the ropes, binding the rag to his mouth. But he couldn't break free and could only twist his body continuously, letting fists and kicks land on his face. Eventually, after his relentless struggle, he finally managed to free himself and spat out the rag, immediately crying and shouting. There was no way around it. It was too terrifying. The feeling of being on the brink of death made him unable to hold on, no matter how strong he was. Sean was also at a loss. If he wanted to subdue a subordinate through proper means, it would truly be a challenge for him. He was self-aware. He wasn't good at schemes and tricks, although one could break thousands of methods with sheer force. Worrying about being stabbed in the back by his subordinates was too uncomfortable. He could only use the tricks he learned from watching TV in his past life, a stick and a piece of candy. It wasn't that he was determined to gather subordinates. He was clear about his own position. He wasn't foolish, but he definitely wasn't smart enough to think that a clever person like him was wasted as a pirate. He knew that when his system upgraded, his power would break through the ceiling of this sea. However, he wouldn't naively believe that overthrowing the celestial dragons would bring about total fulfillment. Sometimes, he admired the characters in novels. They would cross over for a year, punch Marine admirals, kick the 5 elders, and then achieve world peace. But reality is not a novel. Unless the ideological class is broken, no matter who manages this world, there will still be no change. Even if the world government is utterly corrupt, order means nothing to the world aristocrats. But at least there is still some order and balance. If they directly toppled the world government and walked away, the resulting disaster would be far beyond the seas. It would lead to a so-called divine right struggle across the world, which would truly bring devastation. After all, the current conflict is merely on the seas. Occasionally, pirates land to commit crimes, but at least it remains within a controllable range. What he could do now was just play a waiting game, holding on for now, waiting for the Revolutionary Army to be fully prepared. He couldn't help much, but he could still assist in the fighting. Sean came to his senses and looked at Crow. "TSK, have you escaped so quickly?" Upon hearing this, Crow was taken aback and quickly said, "I really want to join the Navy. Please, let me have a good place to belong." Sean waved his hand, signaling the new recruits to go about their business, leaving only 2 young girls by the side, completely focused on their training and ignoring everything else outside. Sean crouched down, and as soon as he reached out his hand, it startled Chloe so much that he trembled all over. Sean rolled his eyes in annoyance and struck a big bump on Chloe's head. "Am I that scary? I'll loosen your bindings again, and watch out, or I'll beat you up again." Upon hearing this, Chloe dared not move, only murmuring in his heart, "This is no longer scary. It's devilish tactics. Who has the ability to constantly pull someone between life and death?" Moreover, he clearly looked like a serious and aloof person, but his actions were completely inconsistent with his face. His character was falling apart. However, what came to his lips was still, "Not scary, not scary. Please let me join the Navy. I need a new home." After Sean loosened his bindings, he took out a cigar, lit it, and began to blow smoke. Chloe also sat quietly on the side, not daring to speak. Who knows what this utterly ungraceful person might do? After a while, Sean slowly spoke. Do you know why I want to recruit you? Chloe thought to himself, how would I know if you don't say? I hate being asked if I know. But he still honestly shook his head. Even if he had some guesses, he didn't dare to say them directly, fearing it would be thought that he was being coy again, which would ultimately lead to another beating. Sean continued, because I have high hope for your IQ. In my heart, your IQ is second only to Ben Beckman. Who is Ben Beckman? Sean took a puff of his cigar and said, well, how can I put it? His name will definitely resonate throughout the entire sea in the next couple of years. He is, to my knowledge, the smartest person on this sea. Upon hearing this, CLO looked somewhat proud. After all, being recognized by such a strong individual meant that he was truly clever. Sean ignored his nonsense and said directly, but right now, you are still far from it. They have already started their dominance in the New World, and their vision and perspective are not something you can compare to at this moment. Not giving Chloe a chance to refute, he continued, let's put it this way. In the sea area they are in, you can't even defeat any random pirate, and on their ship, you wouldn't even qualify for an intern position. At this moment, Sean wanted Chloe to recognize his own excellence while also understanding his shortcomings, and he put a lot of effort into it. Upon hearing this, Chloe already understood the purpose of Sean's words. So he asked the most crucial question. So, do you want to recruit me to deal with him? In fact, Sean didn't have that many thoughts. He just wanted to find a clever tool to help him handle official business. But he certainly couldn't say it that way. So he shook his head and said, no, we are the Navy, the maintainers of order on the sea. The group we are targeting is all pirates. Soon I will be dispatched to the New World, which is currently the most chaotic time. We need to stand firm on the front lines. So I want to cultivate an excellent officer. After hearing this, Chloe turned pale. He might lack vision, but everyone knew what the New World was like. It was a place with unpredictable weather, the sea where pirates from all over the world competed. Just a moment ago, he claimed he was even less than an intern, and now he was being taken to such a dangerous place. So he stammered, well, aren't you just a major? Why would they send you to such a dangerous place? Sean said dismissively, who told you to measure strength by rank? Of course, it's because I'm strong enough. Don't worry. I'll send you for training at headquarters for a while. But, as soon as the words left his mouth, he was interrupted by Gunna, who was resting nearby. If you're scared of following Sean, then there's south no safer place in the world. Coward. Kuro understood. This meant that Sean was among the strongest at sea. He was instantly a bit excited. Following such a powerful person seemed pretty good, and he thought to himself that one day he would have to spar with Beckman. Then Sean promised him the life he wanted under the Navy, where the Navy could provide him the peaceful life he desired. To put it bluntly, Kuro had a problem. He couldn't feel comfortable unless he was elegantly nodding and greeting people everywhere. He informed him that he just needed to go through the motions at the military court at Navy headquarters, as this matter had already been backed by a vice admiral. At this moment, Kuro also put aside the fact that he had taken a beating, feeling nothing but deep emotion. A soldier dies for those who understand him. Seeing Kuro's deeply moved expression, Sean ignored him, knowing he would understand in the future. Thus, Sean led his new recruits back to Navy headquarters. Upon arriving at Marineford, he dismissed his subordinates and walked with Guena, Dashiki, and Kuro to his residence. Before leaving headquarters, Sean also received a house. Behind the headquarters was a large residential area for families. Any naval personnel of school rank or above would receive a house for free, which was a pretty good benefit. Plus, there was a military academy and a commercial street behind it, with shops run by the families of the Navy personnel. After all, the Navy at headquarters was most hated by pirates, so this arrangement was a guaranteed measure. Although Guena and Dashiki were still of an age to attend the military academy, Sean felt it was unnecessary and decided to send them directly to the new recruit training camp. After arranging for the sisters, he would take Kuro away. After all, what kind of situation was it for a grown man to live with two young girls? Moreover, he was about to go to the New World. Sean bit his cigar, looking irritable as he led Chloe towards the Yellow Ape's office. Bang! Seeing Sean crash through the door of the Admiral's office startled Chloe, who could only cautiously follow him inside. As soon as they entered, they saw a man in a yellow striped suit, wearing brown sunglasses, leisurely half reclining on the sofa while trimming his nails. Oh, it's you, Sean. I've been thinking I forgot something, but now I remember. Have you found the person you want to recruit? The Yellow Ape said, pouting his lips and raising an eyebrow. Sean's forehead was bulging with veins as he sat on the sofa on the other side, speaking in a sarcastic tone. Found it. This is also luck. Otherwise, if I were waiting for your intel, I might as well attend my grandson's wedding. Come on, don't sweat the small details. He then looked up at Crocodile behind Sean. Is he the crocodile you mentioned? He really looks weak. Upon hearing Kizaru's words, Crocodile felt nervous and somewhat embarrassed. He actually never thought of himself as weak. It's clearly that you guys are too strong. What's with your monstrous strength when we're all humans? The small, pitiful, and helpless crocodile could only pretend not to hear and continue to bury his head in the sand. After all, strictly speaking, he was still a pirate. Hearing Kizaru's words, Sean nodded in agreement. He is indeed a bit weak, but that's okay. Let Zifa train him for a few months, and it should be fine. Anyway, he figured out a castrated version of Soru by himself, so learning the Navy's 6 powers should be quick. I just want him to help me with administrative tasks in the future, not expecting him to be a strong fighter. Oh, Kizaru raised an eyebrow. Somewhat surprised. You research Soru by yourself? Not bad. Why don't you give him to me? I don't want to be so tired either. Although the techniques of the 6 powers don't mean much to strong individuals at their level, since the techniques of the 6 powers are all based on the abilities of their level being castrated. For example, the Gale Foot and Iron Block are just the castrated versions of Armament Haki's hardening and release, and Soru is even more so. Once your physical fitness is up to par, speed will naturally follow. Therefore, it was somewhat surprising that someone could research a castrated version of these techniques in the East China Sea, which is why he wanted to ask Sean for the person. Sean firmly refused. No, you need to find someone yourself. What's the deal with watching over your subordinates? Huang Yuan looked disappointed. Really, what a pity. Sean rolled his eyes in annoyance. What's there to be sorry about? You're being lazy so openly. Every time I come in, I see you trimming your nails. How many nails do you have? You're still young. You don't understand, Huang Yuan said cheerfully. What I'm trimming isn't just nails, it's an attitude. After saying that, he didn't forget to give Sean a meaningful glance. Sean was too lazy to play charades with the slacker in front of him. So he said directly, I'll leave him to you. Take him through the procedure. I'll go find old Zephyr to arrange for 2 more people. What a hassle. After getting a response from Kizaru, Sean patted Kroko's shoulder and walked out. Under Kroko's terrified gaze, Kizaru also stood up and said, Let's go, the sooner we finish. The sooner we can come back and rest. Honestly, today is supposed to be my day off. Kroko realized that Sean truly had a position here. Although his rank wasn't high, he could engage in equal conversation with these big shots. He thought to himself that he probably found the right person this time. On the other side, Sean strolled onto the playground and directly headed to the office in the logistics area when he couldn't find Zephyr. Sure enough, as soon as he pushed the door open, he found Zephyr, along with a few others, Crane, Sengoku, and Garp. They weren't too surprised by Sean's arrival, as everyone knew that Sean had a good relationship with Zephyr and had even saved Zephyr and his crew. Sean was a bit surprised to see so many people, but he quickly regained his composure. They were all comrades from the same era, so it was nothing unusual to gather occasionally. After greeting them, he got straight to the point and said, Old man Zephyr, I'd like to ask you for a favor. Zephyr looked a bit surprised. It seemed like this was quite a request, and the kid had become so polite. Ha ha ha, gravity brat. If you want to ask for help, at least bring some donuts, right? Carp, you keep talking. Don't take my sanbei. Crane looked at these 3, who collectively were nearly 200 years old, and felt a bit speechless. However, she didn't say anything. This had been their way of getting along for decades since they were young. Sean directly ignored Carp's bribery request and said, well, I want to ask the old man to help train the 2 little girls. Sengoku looked at him with suspicion. Is that it? Can't you train them yourself? They're only 13. Then he stared blankly at Sengoku. And you wanted me to go to the New World, right? Ha ha ha, Sengoku. You might as well give up your title as a wise general. You've forgotten your own decisions. Upon hearing this, Sengoku's old face became a bit awkward, but after all, he was a seasoned veteran, so he quickly looked at Zephyr as if nothing had happened. After pondering for a moment, Zephyr said, Why not just send them directly to the elite training camp for new recruits? Sean was well aware that the training camps for new recruits were different. Although many officers were his disciples, it was not the same. For instance, the current 3 admirals, although referred to as monsters among the trainees, were able to use Haki right after graduation because of Zephyr's careful guidance. Just look at Smoker and others who still use sea prison stone as weapons at headquarters. This illustrates the difference between assembly line education and meticulous training. Thus, Sean said, I hope you could train them like you did with the 3 admirals, treating them as monsters, and I hope they can master Haki in 2 years. Consider it a favor I owe you. Upon hearing this, everyone present exchanged glances, as the implications of Sean's words were significant. In this vast sea, being described as a monster is a compliment, referring to those with top-tier strength and talent. Carp was the first to ask, had they been training their bodies since childhood, or are they devil fruit users? Hearing this question, Sean fell silent, as Kuina and Tashiji had not yet shown any talent. Moreover, they were swordsmen. He couldn't just tell them he had given them genetic enhancements, right? However, he continued, they're swordsmen, pure swordsmen, and they are currently very weak, showing no talent. They are my juniors. This left everyone even more confused. A swordsman was coming to ask Black Arm Zephyr to train them? Wasn't that ridiculous? Zephyr could only ask in bewilderment, but I don't know how to use a sword. And according to your words, the training intensity in the new recruit camp is sufficient. It's not enough, believe me, they really have talent. My teacher and his wife are reluctant to train them. That's why I brought them here, and your training methods would be a great help to them. As for swordsmanship, I will teach them personally after they graduate. What they lack now is a strong physique. True strength comes from being strong within. This is a principle I've understood since I started training. After hearing this, the few old Navy men present became curious about what kind of talent these girls had that made Sean willing to incur a favor to bring them to Zephyr. After pondering for a moment, Zephyr said, all right, I agree, but if they can't hold on, I won't teach them any longer. Can you take me to meet them? Upon hearing Zephyr's agreement, Sean immediately broke into a radiant smile. Thank you so much. In the future, as long as it's within my capability, just say the word, and I will go through fire and water for you. As for them, they are currently at my home. Shall we go see them now? Zephyr, upon hearing this, became displeased. I agreed because you are a good kid, not because of any so-called favor. At my age, what help could I possibly need from you? Sean chuckled awkwardly and said, you're right. You are the light of the Navy. Upon hearing this, Carp and Sengoku, who were next to him, were not pleased. One was the Admiral, and the other was a Navy hero. They immediately shouted in unison, what about me? Sean was too lazy to deal with the two disrespectful old men. One a bad-tempered old man who loved dyeing his hair, and the other a violent old man who liked to steal snacks from others. Seeing that the two old kids were about to argue, Crane immediately stepped in to mediate. All right, you two, let's go meet this talentless monster together. Upon hearing this, Sengoku suddenly said, why don't we go eat instead? Let's not bother that kid, Sean. Let him bring the person back, and we can meet up at the restaurant. Sean looked puzzled. He clearly asked someone to do a favor for him, so why was Sengoku eager to treat him to a meal? Perhaps noticing Sean's confusion, Zephyr explained. Today Sengoku's son is coming back, so he's in a good mood and was planning to treat guests anyway. Sean nodded, realizing that the son of Sengoku had returned. That's quite a good ghost. Where did Sengoku get a son? Isn't it just an adopted son? And he was even killed. With a ghostly expression, he asked, Sengoku actually has a son? Sengoku chuckled. Yes, he's my adopted son. He has been the chief of staff at the branch in the West Sea for the past few years, and now he is finally willing to come back to headquarters. Carp immediately chimed in, eager to stir up trouble. Then you must teach him a good lesson. How could he waste time in the West Sea for a little brat? I see him just slacking off. Upon hearing this, Sengoku was displeased. Don't say that. Razanani was training to become a spy to infiltrate the pirates for the Navy. Suru added, and that kid's abilities aren't suitable for the Navy. He would be coveted. At this point, Sean was completely confused. Hosinende. Wasn't he supposed to be dead by now? And that unsuitable little brat who would be coveted, it couldn't be Razanandi, could it? Damn it, what went wrong? Clearly, I only recently appeared in the public eye. Even when I joined the Navy 2 years ago, it was very low-key, and it was still in the EC. Most importantly, according to the anime I watched, Razanandi died 13 years ago. That is, in 1509, and I only set sail in 1510. So where's the problem? Seeing Sean lost in thought, Zephyr nudged him and asked, what are you daydreaming about? Nothing. Suppressing his doubts, Sean had to change the subject. You guys discussing the training of spies in front of me isn't very appropriate, right? Shouldn't this be a Navy secret? Sengoku waved his hand, it's fine. You don't even know who that kid is. Besides, I trust that you are on the Navy's side. Sean thought to himself, not only do I know, but I also understand clearly why he is being coveted. However, he could only suppress his inner doubts and think about finding Razanandi first. So, be it. I'll just take the junior sister to the restaurant when I get back. Jean Guo waved his hand cheerfully. Go ahead. On the way back, Sean kept pondering whether it was a coincidence or something man-made. He didn't believe that his hidden development would trigger a butterfly effect. After all, the foundation of the butterfly effect required the butterfly to flap its wings, right? If it was man-made, it would be terrifying, because everything Sean had encountered so far was exactly like the storyline. After thinking for a long time without any clues, he decided to test it out when he met Razanandi. So, after returning, Sean talked to the two sisters about Zifa and prepared them mentally. Because if they couldn't hold on, Zifa would no longer provide guidance, and Zifa's teaching methods were definitely top-notch. Sean has regarded the Guena family as his own since he was young. In this vast sea, dangers abound, and he certainly doesn't want to see Guena kick the bucket one day. After all, she doesn't have a protagonist halo like Nami and Robin, who can turn peril into safety after taking a beating. Besides, Sean doesn't want the sisters to get hurt. It pains him to see that. The sisters are quite determined, especially since Sean has healing abilities and takes them home to rest every week. So they are not afraid of getting worn out. They just want to graduate early and then sail the seas with Sean. While Sean was walking with the two girls on the street in the living area, they saw Tina and Smoker. They noticed Sean as well and came over to greet him. "Sean, you're back." A lot of the new recruits are banging their chests, wondering why you'd recruit pirates instead of them, Smoker said with a streetwise demeanor. The two girls looked at Smoker, who had a tough appearance, a bit timid and unsure of what to say. Aren't all Navy officers supposed to be just? Perhaps Tina sensed the girl's confusion and said, "Little sister, don't be fooled by his appearance. He's actually a very formidable Navy officer." Gwaina bluntly asked, "Is this how the Navy presents itself? All open and exposed?" Tina glanced at Smoker, who was wearing a jacket but didn't zip it up and was momentarily at a loss for words. Smoker's face turned slightly red from the comment. Sean noticed the awkwardness between the two, so he explained to Gwaina, "Don't judge a book by its cover. Although he doesn't look like a good person, he is actually a good person, even if he's a bit weak." Gwaina nodded perfunctorily. "I know. Aren't we going to eat? Dasky and I are going to starve." Sean had no choice but to look at them and say, "Let's chat next time. I want to take them to meet Mr. Zephyr and that old man Sengoku. Are you going to barbecue Q? Tina is coming too." Upon hearing this, Sean looked at Smoker. Smoker, biting his cigar, replied, "Oh, a friend of mine has been on a mission for a few years, so he invited us to have a meal and catch up." Sean, without thinking, "It must be Rosinante." Sean was shocked. It turns out the whole world knows Rosinante is still alive, but he didn't know. So, sitting up in shock in his dying moments, the clown turned out to be me? Now Sean was feeling unwell. He had always thought he was in control of the rhythm, but now he had become the clown. Since everyone had the same destination, Sean decided to go along with them. Before long, the group arrived at the Navy headquarters must-try top 10 list. Rank first was barbecue Q. It is said that even the admirals have to queue to eat there, and Sean was looking forward to it, especially since he had developed a bigger appetite after becoming stronger. Looking at the two girls with similar physiques, it seemed Sengoku was going to bleed heavily. After telling the waiter the box number, the waiter led everyone to a large private room on the second floor. Just before reaching the door, they heard a heart-wrenching scream and the sound of fists hitting flesh. When the waiter opened the door, Sean was stunned by the scene. Chong Wei was beating up a guy. All right, it was Sengoku beating up a yellow-haired guy. While beating him, he shouted, "Who taught you to smoke?" And also tattooed on his face, Yin Yin. Carp was laughing heartily on the side, as if he was stirring up trouble. So Sean walked straight in. The private room was spacious. Besides a large dining table, there was a living room with various sofas and snacks. After sitting next to Carp, he asked, "Old man Carp, what happened to them?" That's Rosinante." Sengoku got really angry when he saw him smoking and tattooing his face. In the end, this little brat burned his own clothes while smoking. Upon hearing this, Sean's face twitched. It seemed Rosinante was really foolish. When Rosinante saw Smoker come in, he pointed at Smoker and shouted, "Stop hitting. It's all Smoker who taught me to smoke." Smoker was still in shock when Sengoku pulled him over and gave him a beating, leaving him with a bruised face, squatting in the corner with Rosinante. Too afraid to get up, he could only look at Rosinante with a resentful gaze, while Rosinante pretended not to see, burying his head low. After beating the two, Sengoku felt refreshed and his appetite increased, quickly asking the waiter to bring the menu. As everyone settled down, Zephyr also noticed the two almost identical little girls. Sean introduced Gwaina and Dashki to everyone. Gwaina didn't mind much, but Dashki's face turned red with excitement, as she had heard legends about these people from her father when she was very young. Now that she could actually have dinner with them, how could she not be excited? After they got to know each other, the waiter brought the menu to Sengoku. Sengoku looked at the two little girls' obedient expressions, then glanced at Rosinante sitting next to Smoker and almost wanted to beat them up again. He snorted heavily and then said with a smile as gentle as a flower, "Why don't you just order what you want? Don't be shy." Gwaina and Dashki looked at Sean, and after seeing him nod, they began to browse the menu. Sengoku saw how polite the little girl was and couldn't help but feel a bit furious, scolding Rosinante. "Look how polite they are." Rosinante lowered his head, pretending not to hear. Before long, Gwaina pointed out a few vegetarian dishes to the waiter and handed the menu back. Seeing this, Sengoku sighed inwardly. What a good child. So frugal. He then said, "Aren't you going to order some meat? The water-boiled meat here is delicious. You don't have to be polite with me." Just as Gwaina was about to say something to the waiter, she was momentarily confused by the question, but still said, "I've ordered enough for the two of us and Sean. You can order the rest." Then she turned to the waiter and said, "Forget what I just ordered. Just bring 2 of everything else on the menu." The waitress was also a bit confused. What do you mean by 2 of everything?" Dashki raised her little hand and said, "It means all the food on the menu except what we just ordered. Bring 2 portions of each." Sean nodded in satisfaction. Since he was young, he had a big appetite, and this way of ordering food had startled Guena when they were kids. However, she eventually accepted it, especially after their talents improved and their training increased, which naturally required more nutrition. Thus, the 2 of them also became big eaters. Guena had shared many of her habits with Dashki, so her earlier inquiry about whether Sean could order was not a polite question, but rather an inquiry about whether they would order the same way as before. At this time, everyone at the table understood and stared in astonishment at the 2 little girls. While it's not surprising that someone like Carp could eat a lot, as he needed food for energy, it was unusual for 2 little girls to have such large appetites. If Sean hadn't mentioned that they were not capable users, everyone would have thought they had eaten some strange fruit. Sengoku's face turned green. The meals here were quite expensive, and they were ordering 2 portions, which was just for 3 people's appetite. Carp then slammed the table and laughed heartily. "Huh, Sengoku, I want to order 2 portions too, just like them." There was no choice. After all, he was a Marine Admiral, and he had to keep his word, so he could only tearfully order 4 more portions. After all, the 2 portions left over from so many people would be about enough. After a while, as everyone laughed and joked, the waiter brought the food, and Rosinante stopped playing the ostrich. As soon as he looked up, he saw the white-haired girl sitting across from him, and his expression momentarily froze, followed by a slight feeling of excitement. Sean noticed the gaze and looked up, realizing it was indeed Rosinante. For a moment, Sean felt a bit melancholic. However, he gradually discovered that Rosinante's gaze toward him was quite unusual. It was like a pie chart containing admiration, resentment, and some complex, indescribable emotions. Suddenly, Sean tensed up, feeling a tingling sensation on his scalp. What does this idiot mean by looking at me like that? Why is he staring at me like that? Seeing this, Sengoku thought Rosinante didn't recognize Sean and explained, "Sean is our Navy supernova, very powerful. You should learn a lot from him. Look, it took you so many years to become a colonel, while others became colonels in just over 2 years." Rosinante replied with a somewhat complicated tone, "I know he is very strong." Upon hearing this, Sean felt uneasy. Is this guy secretly in love with me? So he slammed the table and said, "Sorry, I only like women, mature and intellectual ones." He then looked at Tina, his eyes lighting up as he pointed at her, and said, "Someone like Tina is great. I don't like men." As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell silent. Tina felt a bit embarrassed and annoyed, thinking, why say such nonsense while we're having a good meal? Guena, who was munching on her meat, suddenly lost her appetite and bit down hard on Sean's hand. However, with Sean's physique, it was merely a child's play to him, and he thought nothing of it since he regarded her as family, despite being only 7 years older. Meanwhile, Dashiki glanced at Tina's curves and then looked down at her own toes, feeling a bit disappointed. But that disappointment quickly faded, turning into a certain determination. After a while, the old men in the room also reacted, all looking at Rosinante with disbelief. Sengoku, trembling, said to Rosinante, "Don't think too much. I won't hit you anymore. If you want to smoke, smoke, and if you want tattoos, get them." Kong added with a jab. No wonder he insists on staying in the West Sea to teach that little brat. He must want to nurture him. Although Garp was simple-minded, he felt it was not the right time to laugh, especially seeing Sengoku on the verge of exploding with anger. The fist under the table was clenched so tight that the veins were popping. Rosinante was dumbfounded, looking at Sean's unfriendly gaze, the impending explosion of Sengoku, and the barely contained laughter from Garp, along with Kong's sympathetic expression. Rosinante was about to go crazy. No way, no way. Does someone really think I like men? I just wanted to express my feelings about such a strong person being so young, but now it's being taken as liking men. But I can't explain why, so I have to come up with something. Almost spitting blood from anger, Rosinante hurriedly explained, "No, I don't like men either. I have someone I like. I just wanted to express how surprising it is that such a strong person is so young." Sengoku looked skeptical and asked, "Really? Who is it? What do they do? When are you bringing them back to meet us?" Rosinante, gritting his teeth, continued to fabricate. "Let's talk about it in 2 years. We're in a long-distance relationship right now. I promised her that once I become a vice admiral and the base commander of a new world, I will marry her." Rosinante silently thought to himself, well, I can always ask that guy to help me find a match later. I'm so outstanding, it shouldn't be too difficult, right? Sean looked at Rosinante, who spoke sincerely and couldn't continue to doubt him. So he said, "Then don't give me that weird look in the future, or I'll hit you." Rosinandi's mouth twitched, and he murmured softly, still so domineering. Rosinandi waved his hands repeatedly. "I said I got it. Don't worry, I really like women." The older group remained skeptical, and the sisters each had their own concerns, with Tina's expression changing like a face-changing act in Peking opera. Only Smoker and Sean, oblivious to the strange atmosphere, continued to eat and drink, during which Sean even reached into Smoker's pocket to take a cigar, making Smoker furious but unable to voice his anger. After a hearty meal, Sean seemed to think of something and said, "After I go to the New World, I will come back every week to let them meet their families. Although I'm not afraid of getting hurt, I can't be too tense mentally. When the time comes, Sengoku, you can gather the injured Navy together, and I will treat them all." Upon hearing this, the four older members exchanged glances, all knowing that Sean had two very extraordinary abilities, healing and the ability to disappear at any time. After all, Zifa had once received treatment for Sean. He even felt that regrowing severed limbs was possible. He just didn't know the cost, so he had never spoken up. Although Sengoku had always wanted Sean's help with healing, he gave up after hearing Zifa's words. After all, Sengoku didn't want to create any barriers between him and Sean. After analyzing Sean's actions during this period, Crane came to a conclusion. This person is cautious, responds well to soft approaches but not to hard ones. So it's not good to force him. Now that it was different, with Sean taking the initiative, Sengoku was certainly willing to talk to him. So he asked, "Does your ability have side effects? What is the cost?" Crane added, "Most importantly, what is the effect and how many people can you treat at once?" Sean smiled silently and directly demonstrated through action by raising his hand to release a group wish. Except for Sean, everyone else was enveloped in a milky yellow light. Soon, sparkling starlight surrounded them, warm and comfortable. When the light gradually faded, Sengoku touched his ribs and exclaimed in shock, "How is this possible? My ribs, which were shattered years ago, have actually healed." Carp laughed heartily. "Aha, gravity brat, well done. I also feel that the discomfort accumulated over the years is gone." "Sengoku, shall we go for a fight?" Smoker and Tina's feelings were not as profound. They simply felt as if they had a wonderful sleep and were full of energy. This was normal, as the Navy of Sengoku and Carp's generation were seasoned veterans. No matter how well they performed normally, they couldn't change the aftereffects left on their bodies after battles. These things wouldn't take lives immediately, but over time, the wear and tear that couldn't be cured would eventually lead to various complications. Usually, in such cases, aside from abilities like Sean's that completely promote cellular regeneration, other means would be futile. Although Crane was also somewhat excited, she was the calmest of them all, so she asked, "So, what is the burden of this ability for you? How often can it be used, and how many people can be treated at once?" Crane was smart enough to never ask about the teleportation ability because she knew that this was Sean's trump card. After all, once it was known, countless people would try to figure out how to exploit its weaknesses, and Sean wasn't a fool. He wouldn't foolishly reveal his teleportation abilities. Just as Crane guessed, while the teleportation ability had no weaknesses and could transport many people, it was tiring. He didn't want to become a seasoned driver in the Navy in the future. While he couldn't talk about teleportation, there was nothing wrong with discussing healing. After all, it was all for saving comrades and the heroes who silently protected this sea. So after pondering for a moment, he said, "I won't hide it from you. There are no side effects for either me or the ones being treated. But it will consume my stamina. With my current stamina, treating a few thousand people at once is no problem. But I will need to consume a large amount of food to replenish my energy afterward, and you guys will cover that cost as I'm quite poor." Of course, although he revealed his healing ability to them, he absolutely couldn't let the number of people be capped at his limit. What if he ran out of stamina and got ambushed? So Sean, who could treat tens of thousands of people, only mentioned a fraction of that. After all, one must not harm others' hearts, but one must also be cautious of others. With Sean's definite answer, several Navy bigwigs were quite satisfied. After all, treating a few thousand people at once was already quite impressive, not to mention that he could eat to recover his stamina. Every week, Sean would come back to bring his junior sister, and at that time, they just needed to arrange for unified treatment in advance. In case of emergencies, they could also call a snail to have him come over. Anyway, he could go anywhere at any time. Distance was no problem for him. This way, the Navy could greatly enhance its strength. After all, those who survived in the midst of slaughter, even if injured and forced to retire, were definitely strong individuals and the backbone of the force. Thus, a private gathering came to an end. After Sean brought the sisters home, he took a shower and went to sleep. However, before sleeping, he always felt like he had forgotten something, and he unknowingly fell asleep. On the other side, Kuro was brought to the military tribunal process by Kizaru and was taken to the detention room. Looking at the cold wooden bed and the small window on the wall, through which he could faintly see the moon, Kuro felt a bit uncomfortable. This was because after Kizaru brought him to the military tribunal, he suddenly received a call from a snail, and then a blinding light flashed. He disappeared without even saying a word to the people at the tribunal. Thus, Kuro faced a tragedy and was almost mistaken for a spy infiltrating the Navy. Fortunately, after his arduous explanations, he finally clarified that he was there to join the Navy and that his superior was a subordinate of Admiral Kizaru. Kizaru had informed them, so they knew, but they weren't sure if he was the one. However, to be on the safe side, everyone began to follow the process. If it was him, they could just take him away when he arrived. The subsequent questioning was nothing more than what he had done, why he ran off to be a pirate, and why he joined the Navy, etc. According to regulations, Navy personnel recruiting pirates would be demoted even if they passed the review. However, Sean's fame was too great, and the higher-ups couldn't wait for him to be promoted so they could send him to guard the New World. After all, the weak couldn't survive there. Although it was just following procedures, it was completed quickly, but since no one came to pick Kuro up, his identity remained in question. He was taken into the interrogation room and informed that he would be able to leave once his superior came to get him. However, when midnight came and no one came to find him, Kuro looked at the moon in the sky and shed tears of regret. Why did he have to be greedy? If he hadn't been greedy and had just killed the pirates, he wouldn't have been mistaken for one himself, and he wouldn't have encountered Sean, this devil, nor would he have been locked up here. But there was no medicine for regret in this world. The next morning, a sailor came to knock on Sean's door, and Sean had no choice but to groggily open it. Upon seeing Sean open the door, the sailor immediately saluted and said, "Colonel Sean, Admiral Sengoku requests your presence on the playground. He has something to discuss with you." Sean was a bit confused. Why did that old man from the Warring States call on him so early in the morning? And to the playground at that. But he didn't think much of it. After telling two little girls to go to the cafeteria for breakfast when they woke up hungry, he donned his justice coat and followed behind the soldiers. Before long, they arrived at the playground, and just one glance left Sean utterly shocked, followed quickly by anger. He wasn't angry about being dragged here as a tool early in the morning. He was furious at the people who had hurt these men in front of him so badly. Yes, as soon as Sean arrived, he saw thousands of Marines with varying injuries. Some were standing there like pine trees with broken arms, while others in wheelchairs, even without legs, sat up straight, and the rest had varying degrees of strength, with some even on stretchers, barely hanging on. This scene shook Sean's soul at that moment. He deeply felt the cruelty of the sea. He also understood that the Navy couldn't be maintained by just a few high-ranking officials or top combat powers. These people were the backbone of maintaining order. The deterrent effect they had was greater than their actual function. Looking at the disciplined appearance of these soldiers, he knew that the rebellious and unique Navy he had seen in anime was ultimately a minority. At this moment, Sean's eyes turned slightly red with an immense hatred for pirates, but he forced himself to calm down moments later. He couldn't let his anger cloud his judgment. He had to stay true to his ideals. There might be many evildoers, but no one is inherently evil. Only when the higher-ups fall can the sea return to peace. Justice is all around. He would take care of injustices, deal with crimes, and handle any evil he encountered, ensuring not to kill a good person or wrong a bad one. After repeating deep breaths a few times, he released his abilities in front of Sengoku and the thousands of injured soldiers. There were too many people missing limbs this time. It took him a full 20% of his stamina to allow their cells to divide and regenerate, accomplishing the feat of regrowing severed limbs. Though Sean had exhausted himself, he still acted as if he were physically drained and unsteady. Fortunately, a soldier nearby reacted quickly and supported him, preventing him from falling. Internally, Sean gave himself a thumbs up. Seeing this, Sengoku immediately shouted loudly to the soldiers nearby, "Quick, bring food over for Colonel Sean to replenish his strength." At that moment, Sengoku turned to the thousands of soldiers in front of him who were gathered under the starlight. In no time, the brilliance faded and the crowd, once whispering in excitement, erupted into a chaotic roar, expressing their emotions of rebirth. "Oh, my arm has grown back. This time, I will work even harder to catch those bastards. Great. This is really great. Every time I see my wife and children struggling to take care of me, I wanted to end it all. But I just couldn't bear to do it. I didn't expect to stand up again this time. It was Colonel Sean who gave us new life. I heard that Colonel Sean will continue to use his powers to help us in the future." Thus, thousands of people looked at Sean, who was sitting on the ground. eating breakfast heartily. They all saluted in unison, thanking Colonel Sean. Just those light 6 words were shouted with thunderous applause, as if carrying immense weight. Sean also felt their excitement and gratitude. They were all straightforward men and couldn't express anything particularly moving. Sean just stood up to return the greeting and then sat back down to eat breakfast. It wasn't that Sean was being aloof. He simply didn't know what to say. They were thanking him, which was only natural. If he had the ability to help these unsung heroes, wasn't it only right to do so? Yes, in Sean's heart. They were heroes. Having seen and experienced the darkness of this world, they still cherished life. So Sean quietly sat down, but in the eyes of the other Marines, this was completely selfless, just like the heroes in the Navy comic series, inspiring admiration in them. Just like in the comic about Sanji's family. Sean would never have imagined that his casual actions would bring him such significant changes in the future, accumulated over time. After a hearty meal, Sean followed Zhangguo back to his office. As soon as he sat down, he angrily pulled over Zhangguo's little lamb and began to rub its head vigorously. The little lamb could only dare to be angry, but not speak, looking at Zhangguo with pleading eyes. As soon as Zhangguo sat down, he threw a document at Sean, stating that the headquarters had originally decided to let him casually join a branch and then gradually promote him. After all, if he would be directly appointed as the base commander, it would inevitably lead to dissatisfaction among the internal members, which is not a good thing. Therefore, it was decided to promote him to the rank of brigadier general and send him to the New World as the acting base commander. After all, the base commander in the New World is generally held by a lieutenant general. However, considering your actions today and what you will do every day in the future, there is no doubt that you will gain internal recognition in the future. So you are indeed a direct member of the Navy, just handling things in a special way during a special period. Sean also understands that this is reality, not an anime. The Navy is filled with factions. And while the goal may be peace, once you rise in status, you inevitably get involved in factional struggles. In any case, it all comes down to the word interest, whether it's power, status, money, or fame. There are only so many branches in the Navy, and aside from a few special lieutenant generals, basically everyone has their own territory. The difference between an airborne naval high-ranking officer and a direct subordinate is that the local naval soldiers might respect your strength if you're airborne. But what if one day you're not around, or you're too busy to provide support? In situations that don't involve the Navy's bottom line, how many would recognize and help you? On the other hand, a direct subordinate rises step by step from the bottom, gaining the recognition of countless Navy personnel along the way and building their own network. Just look at how many lieutenant generals among the giants would be base commanders. They can only serve as high-end combat power, moving wherever they are needed. Sean looked at the document. This was the G5 branch, a group of unruly soldiers, a navy that resembled pirates more than actual pirates. Currently, Akainu was there, and speaking of the G5 branch reminded Sean of Ergo, the undercover agent sent by Don Quixote da Flamingo to the Navy. By now, he must at least be a school officer. After all, Smoker was already a major, and under his encouragement, Smoker was also pursuing further studies. Coming back to his senses, Sean nodded at Sengoku. I understand, we can skip the promotion ceremony this time. Well, after all, I have a feeling that after you go to the New World, your name will resonate throughout the seas, and you will definitely continue to rise in rank. And what else? Sengoku looked at Sean meaningfully and shook his head. It's nothing. Sean looked skeptical and muttered, that's strange. Could it be menopause? Sengoku was about to say that someone in the world government had proposed increasing the number of Marine admirals to create a balance of power. Otherwise, if one day Akiji and Akainu, who were like fire and water, fell out, it would deal a huge blow to the Navy. Although this proposal didn't succeed, it left some hesitation in the minds of the higher-ups in the world government. It's already quite turbulent now. If those two ended up in a life-and-death battle, with one dead and the other incapacitated, it would be even worse for the balance of the sea. Sengoku knew very well that those who were pulling the strings only wanted the balance of the sea, so they wouldn't allow the Navy to have the absolute power to crush pirates. Seeing that Sengoku was done, he directly said, then I'll go back and explain to Kana and the others. I can go tomorrow. Sengoku seemed to remember something and said, if possible, you should visit other branches. Can't you go to places you've been to at any time? Help out your colleagues more. It will be beneficial for you too. Sean was also taken aback and pointed upwards, saying, then they should know about my healing and teleportation abilities, right? Haven't they taken any action? The Warring States smiled meaningfully. Is that possible? Your abilities, although it hasn't been verified whether you would be restricted by Sea Prism Stone, just as you mentioned before, if your two abilities are not afraid of Sea Prism Stone, then if you were to throw a few meteors in a pinch, no faction could withstand it. I wouldn't dare to gamble, and they certainly wouldn't either. So you are special. If you can't be controlled, then the only option left is to recruit you. Sean understood and didn't say much, saying goodbye to Zhangguo before returning to his small courtyard. In fact, this result was not surprising for Sean. He really could do as he pleased now. However, he didn't want to do anything that would anger the world to satisfy his desires. After all, he was human, not a beast. The biggest difference between humans and animals is that humans have moral boundaries. Putting aside all thoughts, he told Guena and Dasky that they would be heading to the New World the next day. Although both girls were a bit reluctant, they stubbornly pressed their lips together, their eyes filled with determination. Meanwhile, in Mariewa, in a luxurious office, a young man wearing a white headscarf sat in a chair, muttering soon, "You will step onto the grand stage of this world. I am really looking forward to the scene of the Twilight of the Gods. Ha 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 ha." By the end, he laughed maniacally. Standing opposite him was a young man in a black suit, with a seagull perched on his shoulder. As the laughter of the young man in the white headscarf subsided, the young man in black said, "Lord Enel, everything has been taken care of," and did not raise their suspicions. If Sean were here, he would definitely recognize that this middle schooler was Enel from Skypiea. Enel snorted heavily. A group of useless people. When our men have the confidence to imitate them, it will be the end for those useless fools. How dare they reject my proposal? Let our people take their place. Lucci, you're the most talented spy I have ever seen. Don't let me down. Hearing this, Lucci nodded seriously. Rest assured, Lord Enel, you allowed me to retain my humanity, and even if I die, I will complete the task you entrusted to me. That's serious. You are my most trusted subordinate. If something unexpected happens, just escape. Life is precious. Lucci felt a surge of emotion. How could there be such a good commander? And which faction did Lord Enel belong to? After hesitating for a moment, he asked, Lord Enel, which faction do you belong to? In case I encounter someone, I will know how to act. Otherwise, I'm afraid there will be conflict one day. Enel laughed again. Don't worry, the force I belong to, apart from the parties involved, will encompass the entire sea and sky, all under that person's great net. Lucci became even more curious, feeling that listening to him was like hearing a grand proclamation, only feeling a sense of middle schooler drama, not satisfying his curiosity at all. Who exactly was that person? Although he had asked before, he was beaten by Enel and didn't dare to ask again. But today, he couldn't help but want to know, because he wasn't a robot and wanted to know for whom he was working. After hesitating for a while, he directly asked, Lord Enel, who is that person? Enel stared at him intently, until Lucci felt goosebumps and sweat beaded on his forehead before saying, he will soon step onto the stage of this world. The world will surely be turned upside down, and the future vortex will only revolve around him. You just need to know one thing. In the future, we will face no rivals. Enel looked at Lucci's shocked expression, feeling a sense of relief inside. Finally, he had said it out loud. The next morning, Sean got up early and brought breakfast back for the cafeteria. He then woke the two sisters because they insisted on seeing him off, or they would ignore him. Well, Sean actually didn't understand why girls were so obsessed with rituals, no matter how big or small. Clearly, he could come back anytime and would pick them up to Frost Moon Village every week. Just spoiling his little junior sister would be enough. Since Sean was going to report for duty and was part of the G5 branch of the rogue group, the new recruits he had brought before couldn't go with him. Coincidentally, the headquarters was transferring Gomir to the G2 branch in the New World, and Sean was happy to catch a ride. Before long, Sean, with a sword at his waist and no luggage, took the two sisters to the port. As soon as they arrived at the port, Sean saw Major Gomir, who was also a student of Zifa. Sean could feel that this dual-wielding fat guy was quite strong, definitely not as weak as someone like Maynard, who was taken down by a brainless fan like Bart. Sometimes, Sean felt quite speechless. The gap between the vice admirals and their fleet was just too big. Strong as carp, and weak enough to be knocked out with one punch. The giant Vice Admiral Longs was shattered by Old White's punch, breaking his weapon mask and skull. There are also some Vice Admirals who lack strength but still have quite a presence, like Vice Admiral Bastille, who started off very confident in the anime, but was beaten up badly by Sabo. Sean has also seen this masked man. Now, he's just a colonel and part of the Red Dog faction. Seeing him, he has an air of arrogance, almost rushing up to beat him up. Clearly, he is at the level of a single punch, and I really don't know where he gets his confidence from. With a mind full of thoughts, he still stepped forward to greet Gomir warmly. After all, they're all part of the same lazy faction, with their direct superior being Admiral Kizaru. Gomir, Vice Admiral, I'll be relying on you this time, the big guy said with a simple smile, not at all a bother. We are all subordinates of Admiral Kizaru. If my G2 branch runs into trouble in the future, I'll have to count on you as well. Of course, we subordinates need to stick together to better execute justice in the new world. A glimmer of wisdom flashed in Gamir's eyes. Then if my subordinates are seriously injured, I'll have to trouble you. Sean understood that his healing effects had already spread internally. Whether the goodwill that Gamir expressed was genuine or not is another matter. However, since they were all part of the Navy, Sean certainly wouldn't stand by and watch someone die, so he readily agreed. Sean turned to look at the two sisters. Guena's large Castellan eyes were already glistening with a thin layer of tears, looking reluctant. Dasky was in a slightly better situation, just pursing her lips with a stubborn expression, seemingly lost in her thoughts. Sean patted the heads of the two children and said, "All right, it's time to go back. It's not like we can't see each other. Next time I come back, I'll bring some new sea creatures from the new world for you to eat." What? Guena finally couldn't hold back her emotions, and, like a fledgling returning to its nest, threw herself into Sean's arms, crying loudly, just like when Sean decided to set sail. Dashiki, on the side, also looked a bit restless, watching Guena with a face full of envy. Sean noticed Dashiki's emotions and held her gently in his arms, softly patting their backs to comfort her. In the process of growing up, the pain of separation is insignificant. Every parting will make the one who misses the other carry an expectant heart, looking forward to the next meeting. So, with this feeling, let's work hard to become better. Okay, when you are strong enough, we can execute the justice in our hearts and realize our ideals together. The sobbing Guena and the softly weeping Dashiki nodded in response, saying, "I understand." Sean let the two of them wipe their tears on his clothes. Soon, both of them, having calmed down, had red faces. "Sean, you must come back. I promise you. Thus, amid the sisters' reluctance, Sean finally boarded the warship heading to the New World. Until he got on the ship, Sean kept wondering what he had forgotten. He thought it probably wasn't anything important and didn't pay it much attention. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kizaru, who had just finished a meeting with the 5 elders in Mariewa, also sneezed. "That's scary. Could it be that some strong person is thinking of me?" A fat man in a bright red apron following Kizaru asked curiously, "What's wrong, old man? It should be fine, right?" Kizaru thought for a moment and continued, "I just feel like I've forgotten something, but I can't recall it. Is it very important?" "You can tell me," Senamaru said, thumping his chest. "I'm the tightest-lipped man in the world." Kizaru rested his chin on his hand, pouted, and raised an eyebrow, saying, "Well, it shouldn't be important. Otherwise, I wouldn't have forgotten it." Senamaru felt disappointed since he didn't hear any secrets. Kizaru patted Senamaru's shoulder. "Little Peach is the most reliable. Otherwise, I wouldn't have you as Dr. Vegapunk's bodyguard. Much more reliable than Sean. After being at headquarters for so long, he's only willing to go to the New World now. In the future, he will replace me to intimidate the New World, and Akainu will also return to headquarters. By then, I can only have meetings in Mariewa every day. It's really a headache, haha." After saying this, Kizaru showed a lewd expression, leaving Senamaru confused. Is it really that enjoyable to stay in one place every day? However, Senamaru still grasped the point of being reliable and said proudly, "Of course. Because I'm the tightest-lipped man." Thus, Kizaru also couldn't remember what he had forgotten. On his way to the New World, Sean passed by familiar islands from story, leaving behind marks. These marks were formless and colorless, visible only to Sean himself, and he discovered a bug. Not just buildings, but with a bit more effort, he could apply the mark directly to the entire island. Yes, at that point, he could appear anywhere on the island at will. However, there was one downside. While it was convenient for teleportation, it couldn't be used like a flash. Otherwise, during island battles, with his robust physique and extreme attack power, he would undoubtedly be invincible from the start. After half a month, Sean finally arrived in the New World, having returned twice to send the twin sisters back to Frost Moon Village. Yoshikazu also realized that he might have underestimated Kuna. In just a month, she had made significant progress, and he was sincerely grateful to Sean. The weather in the New World was even more unpredictable, with sudden thunderstorms or hailstones the size of a person's head, all happening without any scientific explanation. After some time, Sean adapted to the various disaster-level weather conditions. No wonder the pirates here were so much stronger than those in the first half. Just the weather alone could sink weak pirates in moments. Soon, Sean arrived at the G2 branch and marked it. He also gathered the injured for treatment, then boarded a cruiser heading to the G5 branch. During this process, Sean learned about the geographical locations of several branches in the New World, effectively guarding the entrance. It also demonstrated the Navy's determination. After all, the pirates in the New World were not like the paradise of the first 8 segments of the Grand Line. If some powerful pirates slipped in, The consequences would be unimaginable. The islands where these branches were located had no civilians, fully transformed into massive military fortresses. Regular supplies were handled by dedicated logistics personnel, either procuring from islands within their jurisdiction or producing autonomously if self-sufficient. The sea area where the base commander was located could collect taxes independently, equivalent to autonomy. In nations not under Navy high command, taxes were no longer the Navy's concern, which perhaps explained the many factional conflicts. Each position has its own responsibilities. While the Navy might have its share of scum, they were definitely in the minority. Generally, those who joined the Navy, regardless of what they became in the end, initially had a sense of justice. Thus, even if they became base commanders with power, they would not lack for funds. The taxes collected were used for purchasing food and similar supplies. After understanding all this, Sean felt a deep sense of emotion. The waters here were too deep. Thankfully, he was powerful, otherwise, it would really be hard to navigate. A day later, Sean finally arrived at the infamous Violent Branch, notorious for its ruthless members. As he approached the port, he saw groups of sailors walking by to see the commotion. Some were even yelling, knowing that a new acting base commander was arriving. After all, they were terrified of Akainu, who sat in the office. He was iron-fisted and ruthless. If anyone disobeyed a little discipline, he would directly teach them a lesson. Akainu had even said that if there was a second offense, they would be sent to a military court. This scared the group out of their wits. What kind of place was a military court? They had been exiled here from one. If they went back, they would probably be labeled criminals, which meant death. Akainu was truly cruel. So, to ensure a pleasant future, the officers decided to give Sean a show of force, lest they suffer under the constraints of regulations in the future. Thus, as soon as Sean disembarked, he heard someone asking about his identity, and he honestly stated that he was the new brigadier general. But those rough sailors looked down on the brigadier general. Having never heard of his name, they assumed he was just airdropped in. So, a group of them began to show their force. "Hey, Shorty, are you really sent by the headquarters?" "Huh. I think I could also get promoted to Vice Admiral if I went back to headquarters. After all, you don't look strong at all. Kid, even if you're sent by the headquarters, don't think you can command us. You can promote yourself, and we'll keep our freedom. We have nothing to do with each other." As they spoke, some even got physical, completely disregarding him. At first, Sean was a bit confused. Something was off. Even if they were unruly, they were still inclined toward the Navy. And no matter how reckless they were, they wouldn't dare to lay hands on a superior officer. Because even if they were exiled to this Navy concentration camp, they certainly had some discipline ingrained in them. The highest officer here was Akainu, but he wouldn't instruct these rough sailors to make things difficult for him. There was only one possibility. Thinking this, Sean narrowed his eyes slightly and became somewhat angry. He then directly looked at the burly man who called him short. "Where's your commander?" "I'm referring to the commander, not the admiral." As soon as these words fell, the entire place fell silent, and then bursts of laughter erupted. "Haha, as expected, the headquarters sent a useless person over." "Exactly. He dares to come without even knowing the situation here." "Shorty, only admirals rotate to guard here. There's never been a real commander. By the way, did you get sent here because you made a mistake?" Sean directly ignored their nonsense and got straight to the point. "What about Virgo?" "That's right. He was convinced that Virgo was behind it all. He wanted to be the king of the mountain, but probably lacked the achievements to directly become the base leader." After all, Sean knew very well that Virgo was a nice guy in G5, well-loved by everyone. Sean once again left everyone present confused. The nearly 3-meter-tall man reacted the fastest and directly said, "We don't have Virgo here. Impossible." Sean asked decisively, "Do you have any officers above the school level?" The big man replied, "There are just 4 of us in the G5 branch. My brother and I are both lieutenant colonels, and the other 2 are majors." "What? Do you think just because you're a brigadier general, you can look down on us?" Sean ignored him, still deep in thought. Something was off, very off. If Rosinante was a coincidence, then Virgo was definitely not. Could it be that Rosinante reported him? No, that didn't make sense. The key issue was how Rosinante could calmly raise a child in the West Sea. The Don Quixote family would never tolerate a traitor. Back at headquarters, Sean had also inquired about Rosinante from Smoker. It was true that Rosinante had executed missions, and it was obvious they were undercover missions. The child he was taking care of must be Law, and Law must have eaten the Ope no Mi. But the strangest thing was that Sean saw Doflamingo's bounty notice, and everything seemed fine. If the Don Quixote family was doing well, why could Rosinante be in the West Sea? It should be noted that the warlord system was not yet in place, and Doflamingo was still expanding his influence. After thinking for a long time without any clues, he had to set it aside for now because the group of thugs in front of him was getting restless again. It seemed they hadn't been corrected again. Among the three admirals, aside from Akaino's iron-fisted approach, the other two probably let them run wild. So the admiral on duty here hadn't really managed them either. Even Akainu, as long as they put on a show in front of him, would be fine. Realizing this, Sean understood that he was just a rear admiral, yet he was the acting base commander. Typically, this position would be held by a vice admiral. However, because there had been an admiral here for a long time, there had never been a base commander. They probably wanted him to manage them less in the future, fearing Akainu's iron-fisted methods. With this calculation in mind, Sean decided to let them know who the boss was. Coming back to his senses, Sean looked coldly at the people in front of him. Gradually, he released an aura, although it was just a slight pressure. It rendered the 4 officers and the group of lieutenants behind them motionless, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. After all, Sean only wanted to intimidate them, so he couldn't knock them out. Otherwise, there would be no audience for the show. Their noisy chatter abruptly stopped, each face turning red as if someone was choking them, only able to emit strange aha sounds. Even the Marines stationed further back, watching, were dumbfounded. Their mouths agape, as if they could fit a devil fruit inside. Sean intensified his momentum, exerting gravity on these people. Bang, bang, bang. At first, they tried to resist this force of gravity, but within less than a second, they were kneeling one after another, shattering the floor. Sean looked down at them condescendingly. Aren't you fond of calling people short? Why are you looking up at me now? Upon hearing this, the colonel who had just called Sean short turned red, with veins bulging on his neck, as if he could burst out at any moment. One can imagine how furious he was at that moment. But unfortunately, he couldn't struggle free no matter how hard he tried. The Navy, watching from a distance, wanted to come to the rescue, but they were somewhat intimidated, so they could only stare blankly. Sean didn't care, pacing back and forth, muttering to himself, "Let me tell you a story. Once there was a general who was ordered to lead an army, but the vice-generals were all discontent, thinking that this commander was so short that he must have no ability, and then they began to mock him recklessly. Do you know what the consequence was? Well, since you can't speak, let me tell you. The consequence was that the short officer drew his knife from his waist and chopped off the head of the vice-general who mocked him. He said, 'I dislike speaking with my head raised. If you mock my height, I will cut off your head to shorten the distance between us.' Then he carried on with the meeting as if nothing had happened. Tell me, is this story I shared with you moving?" As his words fell, Sean looked at everyone with a serious expression, as if measuring how much to chop off. In that moment, they panicked. This was truly a madman, more frightening than those undisciplined ones among them, because his gaze was earnest. He really wanted to shorten the distance. But they could do nothing, not even speak. They could only watch helplessly, and this mental torment filled them with regret. Couldn't they just be law-abiding sailors? Time passed slowly, with only the sound of footsteps and their own breathing left in the air. After a long while, Sean nodded in satisfaction and walked to the side to pick up a water pipe. After covering it with hardened camouflage, he walked back in front of them. The thug saw that Sean seemed serious and made ha-ha sounds, hoping he would let them speak. Sean didn't even look as he swung his club and struck the nearest thug's leg. Instantly, his legs contorted in a strange arc, and then he lost support, crashing to the ground with a bang. Those watching from a distance, who hadn't participated in this operation, were horrified. This was too brutal, and with a leg like that, he probably wouldn't survive. Even more terrifying was the fact that, despite wanting to open his mouth to scream and release his pain, he couldn't. He could only let out low, labored breaths like a wounded beast. But it wasn't over yet. Sean continued to break the legs of the dozens of people in front of him, then simply stood aside, as if an artist admiring his masterpiece. It was truly the act of a psychologically disturbed person, causing those around to gasp in shock, contributing to the rise in global temperatures. Everyone thought Sean was satisfied and began to prepare to call for the military doctor. Sean clicked his tongue and said, "No way. Even though you are shorter than me now, it's still not enough. Your arms are longer than mine." Before anyone could react, Sean swiftly maneuvered between the fallen soldiers. By the time everyone came to their senses, they found that all the officers had their limbs incapacitated, and those who almost gasped in shock quickly covered their mouths. They looked at the silver-haired youth, who was barely 2 meters tall, with faces full of fear. It was truly ruthless. Sean watched and commented, "Still not quite right. Let's do it again. The steel pipe really doesn't have nice lines." Then everyone saw Sean raise his hand, and before others could figure out his intentions, a pale yellow light with twinkling starlight illuminated the group. When the light faded, everyone was once again astonished to see that the previously disabled officers had fully restored their limbs. They all praised in their hearts. It seemed this new officer wasn't so fierce after all. But suddenly, the crack sound of bones breaking snapped their attention back. The onlookers were so frightened they trembled, as Sean directly broke these people's arms and legs, forming various patterns with them. After playing around, he used his skills to heal them again and picked up the pipe to continue hitting their limbs. Those soldiers, oppressed by gravity and aura, could neither speak nor move, feeling that even suicide was impossible. They could only endure the painful bone strikes repeatedly, with only one wish in their hearts, to scream out their pain. But they couldn't do that at all, and at that moment, they regretted deeply realizing this was a devil in human skin. They all silently screamed in their hearts, wondering what the devil fruit was about. The hottest fruit had been consumed by the coldest-hearted person, and this most healing ability had also been obtained by the cruelest person. If heaven gave them another chance, they would definitely not make such foolish choices again. Serving the law-abiding Navy would surely be more appealing. Thus, Sean healed, and healed again a total of 10 times. But in the end, the group lying on the ground had vacant eyes, as if they had fallen into darkness, unable to bear to be seen by the onlookers. The method was too terrifying, they couldn't even die. After the last treatment ended, Sean withdrew the gravity and aura. However, the people on the ground still did not move at all. Looking at them in their broken state, Sean clicked his tongue in amazement, realizing how versatile this wish was. Then, looking coldly at the people on the ground, he said, "This time I'll forgive you once, but if they're essaying next time, I'll blindfold you, cut your arteries, and make you listen to the sound of your own blood flowing down, then repeat the treatment. Trust me, that will be even more painful." Seeing the light gradually return to the eyes of the people on the ground, Sean suddenly shouted in anger, "I want to see everyone on the playground in 5 minutes. No matter if they're in the kitchen, logistics, or standing guard. Even those handling documents, I want to see every last one of you." Watching the still-dazed crowd, he added, 4 minutes and 50 seconds left. Upon hearing this, the crowd snapped to attention and hurriedly ran out at their fastest speed, wishing they could grow 2 more legs. The onlookers also rushed to gather on the playground. Sean looked at the execution power of these soldiers and nodded in satisfaction. Although they had many problems, they were all capable individuals. Otherwise, they would have been executed immediately the first time they were brought before a military court. However, it was difficult to get them to carry out orders, but no matter how hard it was, it had to be done. Soldiers are duty-bound to obey orders. Only by completely breaking their pride and dragging them into darkness would they understand how precious light truly is. At that point, as long as light is given to them again, they will cherish it. Although the methods may be somewhat violent and involve forceful obedience, it doesn't matter. There is plenty of time to be together. When they return injured in the future and receive treatment, they will know who the best commander is. Yes, that's right. In less than 5 minutes, everyone had gathered. The tall one named Meng Un and his brother Meng Tuo, both lieutenant colonels, were responsible for the report. Sean nodded in satisfaction, looking at the Marines filling the training ground, thinking that even if they were ruffians, their execution ability was not inferior to that of the elite forces in headquarters. Just as he was about to speak, a roar came from the office building. "You brat, do you really not fear my punishment for ignoring me like this?" With a loud crash, a big man in a red suit jumped down from the window and landed heavily on the concrete ground of the training field, cracking the concrete. Who else could it be but Akainu? The Mont brothers' hearts sank. This was bad. Just moments ago, they had been so startled by Sean's methods that they rushed into the office building, dragging up every Marine they saw, afraid of missing anyone. The soldiers waiting at the door of Akainu were naturally also pulled in. Akainu had been handling official business well, even formulating a series of plans with other branches to hunt down pirates, when he suddenly realized no one was responding to his orders. With his observation Haki, he sensed that the entire building was empty, leaving him as the sole commander. For an extremist like Akainu, this was intolerable. Not standing guard properly was, in his view, defying military orders, and it deserved punishment. Although the Mont brothers appeared to be about the same height and even stronger than Akainu, they felt weak in the knees facing him. Montan could only tremble and say to Sean, "Brigadier General Sean, you were too anxious and accidentally brought the soldiers outside Admiral Sakazuki with you." Montier had to muster his courage to step forward and explain to Akainu, "Admiral Sakazuki, we didn't mean to. Please give us another chance." However, Akainu ignored the two beside him, feeling that Sean was utterly despicable, not all like a soldier. A soldier should obey orders. Sean, this anomaly, was too detestable and was definitely targeting him. Akainu's face slightly flushed with magma. and the rising heat immediately made the nearby soldiers sweat profusely. Glaring at Sean, he gritted his teeth and said, "I am not Sengoku, and I will not be threatened by you. As long as you dare to betray the Navy, no matter where you are, I will personally capture you." Sean squinted and stared fiercely at Akainu. He knew Akainu definitely had more to say. He wouldn't come just to engage in idle chatter. Sure enough, the temperature rose again in an instant as Akainu turned to the two soldiers who had just been standing guard at his door. "You two, leaving your posts without the commander's permission. Although it hasn't caused serious consequences, you must still face a military tribunal. Await the verdict." Sean knew that this was directed at him. No matter how iron-blooded Akainu was, he wouldn't make things difficult for two grassroots soldiers over such a trivial matter. This was clearly a personal issue with him. "You are not allowed to go," Sean said in an unequivocal tone. "The documents from headquarters have already been issued. I am now the acting commander of the G5 branch, and I handle matters within my jurisdiction. What does it have to do with you?" "I am a vice admiral. Don't think that just because you're only the acting base commander, you can boss me around. I have the authority to mobilize all branches in the New World, let alone two soldiers who have abandoned their posts. Are you sure you want to target me? This is for the Navy, not to mention that I am still your superior." As the two were at a standoff, thousands of soldiers nearby were trembling in fear from the tension between them. They never expected the new commander to be so tough, standing his ground against Admiral Akainu without backing down. Sean understands that Akainu wants to suppress his spirit, but Sean doesn't want to indulge him. Although in Sean's mind, Akainu is a true soldier, and he admires such people, he finds Akainu's personality too extreme, even though he doesn't know what experiences shaped him. Sean asked himself if his arrogance back then was to make his stance clear, but in Akainu's eyes, he had become a rebellious Navy officer. His expression turned cold. "Then let's be clear on the surface. Back then, I just didn't want to get involved in your faction's ideological disputes. But if you keep being aggressive, I will get angry too." Akainu had a gloomy expression. "But you shouldn't threaten the Navy. The Navy won't tolerate any provocation. Sengoku and the others may tolerate you, but that doesn't mean I will." "Ha ha ha ha." Sean laughed in anger. "Wasn't it you guys who kept probing endlessly? Would I be so irritable otherwise? Don't you hate threats? If I threaten those above you, either you'll be demoted or I'll be visiting them every day. What do you think your chances are of being on the same level as me in the future?" Upon hearing this, Akainu's veins bulged. He certainly understood what Sean meant. It was a threat to the world government, using the lives of the celestial dragons as leverage. And the success rate was high because all they wanted was balance. All conflicts at sea were irrelevant to them. The premise was that Sean could indeed leave any time without fearing sea prism stone, as he claimed. Akainu's fists were already dripping with magma, melting holes in the floor. "You little brat, you're looking for death." Sean let out a cold laugh. Everyone from the G5 branch returned to the dormitory. "Akainu, I've tolerated you for long enough." As soon as he finished speaking, Sean used the technique of shave, combining it with repulsion and zero gravity. Moving so fast that even the quick Akainu didn't react in time, he appeared right in front of Akainu, wrapping his right leg with cherry blossom-colored Haki and delivering a whip kick toward Akainu. Although Akainu was caught off guard by Sean's initiative, he was a seasoned warrior and quickly wrapped his arm in Busashoka Haki to block Sean's kick. Unfortunately, the hasty defense combined with Sean's immense strength sent him flying into the dense forest behind the fortress, not knowing how far he had been knocked away. The Marines, initially uncertain about whether to return, were suddenly thrown into chaos by the unexpected turn of events, all desperately wanting to escape the scene. The process of Akainu being kicked away broke countless trees, and he ultimately got embedded in a massive rock that looked like a small mountain. The deafening roar from the impact frightened the soldiers of the G5 branch. They had seen disobedience to orders and even insubordination, but never had they seen or heard of someone striking an admiral over a disagreement. They could only silently marvel that Sean truly was their new commander. If someone like him wasn't sent to G5, then who would be? At that moment, they all recognized Sean as their leader. However, a wave of concern quickly followed. Although Sean had just tortured them, leaving them psychologically scarred, they didn't mind. In the life of a blood-stained Navy, who hadn't experienced physical pain. Moreover, Sean had even healed the accumulated injuries they had. They stood on the rooftop, gazing at the distant battle. Although the jungle echoed with continuous booming sounds and clouds of dust obscured their vision, it was easy to guess that neither commander was using their true strength. Yet, with both commanders refusing to back down, it was only a matter of time before they unleashed their full power. If they resorted to large-scale attacks, G5 could be disbanded. At this thought, Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Just then, Montir, Sean's brother, reacted quickly. We need to notify headquarters. Or else if they unleash their true power, we're finished. His words jolted everyone awake. That's right. We should report what's happening here to the fleet admiral. But who would say it? What if the higher-ups ordered us to intervene? Intervene? If we had that ability, would we have been sent to G5? They couldn't say that. After all, Brigadier General Sean had been sent here too, right? Hearing the conversation go further off track, Montir scolded them to quiet down. All right, I'm going to contact headquarters now. You must not go and watch out of curiosity. If you die, don't blame anyone for not saving you. With that, Montir leaped from the rooftop to the rooftop of the adjacent office building. As the highest-ranking officer at the moment, Montir began organizing the evacuation of important documents and supplies to the port. If headquarters didn't arrive in time, and those two monsters lost themselves in battle, everyone could still escape to the sea, right? Meanwhile, in the office, Montir saw Akinu's Den Mushi and directly dialed Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Sakazuki, are you coming back? Hearing this, Montir cautiously asked, is this Fleet Admiral Sengoku? On the other end, Sengoku frowned. Who are you and why do you have Sakazuki's Den Mushi? The sudden reprimand startled Montir, causing him to tense up. Admiral Sakazuki is fighting with Brigadier General Sean. Can you please help contact Fleet Admiral Sengoku? Listening to the trembling voice on the other end, Sengoku fell silent. After a moment, he exploded in anger. I am Sengoku. You better explain everything clearly. After saying this, Sengoku took out another Den Mushi to contact Kizaru, asking him to come to his office. Montir then recounted everything that had happened since Sean landed on the island to his fight with Akainu, leaving nothing out. He even mentioned how everyone had tried to assert dominance over Sean only to be taught a lesson. By the end, his voice was filled with fear. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Their battle is becoming increasingly intense. What should we do? Hearing the booming sounds coming through the Den Mushi, Sengoku felt a surge of irritation. These two idiots, didn't they fear being mutually destroyed and allowing pirates to take advantage? However, after adjusting his mindset, he said, stay safe. Borisolino will be there soon. Upon hearing this, Montir nearly jumped for joy. He couldn't express how his emotions had fluctuated. Sengoku added, be vigilant of the surrounding seas. Their battle must not be leaked. Otherwise, those pirates may take action. After hanging up, Montir relayed the orders down the line. Before long, Kizaru arrived at Sengoku's office. Sengoku got straight to the point. Borisolino, you need to set off now and stop Sean and Sakazuki's fight. The sooner, the better. Kizaru scratched his head in confusion, wondering if there was an issue with their transition. Sengoku then gravely repeated the situation Montir had described. He added, the new world is too chaotic right now. If news of their battle gets out, major pirates will surely come to cause trouble. So you need to hurry. It's terrifying that those two monsters are so reckless. Isn't it? Don't they fear attracting other monsters? Kizaru said, but he understood the severity of the problem and immediately stood up, leaving the office in a flash of light, disappearing in an instant. Meanwhile, the two battling each other were still unaware of the consequences their fight would provoke. No, perhaps they knew, but Sean didn't care, and neither did Akainu. If pirates dared to come, they would make sure those pirates would meet their doom at the bottom of the sea. Sean kicked at Akainu with a whip-like leg, but Akainu blocked it with his arm. The two were in a stalemate of strength, and Sean sarcastically said, no way. No way. Is the Admiral's strength this weak? Akainu suddenly exerted force and pushed Sean away, then charged forward, raising his fist to strike down at Sean. Sean also clashed fists with Akainu, and the ground they stood on was shattered by the force of their punches. In less than a moment, a deep pit with a diameter of over 100 meters appeared around the two, who continued to exchange blows in the pit. The sound of the ground collapsing frightened the nearby Navy personnel, who thought the island was about to be destroyed. After a moment, the two jumped out of the giant pit, and Akainu stared at Sean with a serious expression. Kid, I really underestimated you. Sean tilted his neck and said, so, is this all you can do without your devil fruit powers? You can't even force me to draw my sword? In their fight, both had tacitly agreed not to use their abilities, because once they recklessly unleashed their powers, the defense line located in the new world would cease to exist. So, despite the fighting, neither wanted the fortress to be destroyed. After all, strictly speaking, they were all part of the same group. Akainu just wanted to suppress Sean's arrogance, while Sean simply hated being targeted. That was all. Akainu sneered, humph. I was using a sword when you weren't even born yet. What? You think your martial arts are strong? You can't even tear my clothes. If your strength isn't enough, just obediently tuck your tail between your legs. Damn it, you're finished. Red Dog. Just as Akainu and Sean began another bout of physical confrontation, fiercely battling each other, some pirates passing through the sea area where the G5 branch was located were attracted by the thick smoke billowing from the G5 base fortress. They soon heard various dull sounds of collisions that drew their attention. Upon seeing a large number of Navy soldiers standing at the port, all gazing towards the smoky direction, their gossip-loving spirit was ignited. However, they did not act recklessly. Instead, they sent out a swimming expert to quietly approach and gather intelligence. After all, the posture of these Navy soldiers indicated that they were on high alert. Hadn't a warship already arrived? So, the pirates on this ship, unsure of the situation, dared not act casually and had to keep their distance, waiting for their swimming expert to bring back information. Before long, the swimming expert returned, excitedly reporting to his captain. "Boss, I overheard some explosive news and almost got caught." The captain, looking anxious, said, "What happened? Just tell me directly. Don't dawdle." "Okay, but you have to remember to report my contributions. I found out that someone inside is fighting Akainu," the expert added, not forgetting to mention, they seem to be waiting for someone from the headquarters to mediate, suggesting some internal conflict. Hearing this, the captain was thrilled. He was a member under Kaido and had a bit of fame, but it wasn't enough for him. He wanted a devil fruit, specifically an animal type one, and if he could achieve something significant, there was a chance for a reward. As long as he spread this news and attracted the monsters vying for supremacy at sea, Kaido would definitely be excited, as this was a chaotic feast unique to the New World. He recalled how he learned from the drunken Jack that Kaido had been planning a major event aimed at igniting the most intense war. Thinking of this, he quickly ordered, "Get out of this sea area. I'll report the situation to Boss Jack." The little leader then went straight to the captain's room to take out a Den Mushi and dial Drought Jack. Soon, a voice filled with annoyance came from the Den Mushi. "I'm hung over and have a headache. You dare call me at this time? Give me a reason not to throw you overboard." In fear, the little leader stammered, "Boss Jack, there's really something happening." He then recounted everything he had seen and heard. Although possibly due to his poor memory, some details were embellished. For example, he said that someone in the G5 branch was fighting Akainu, and that the G5 soldiers were waiting for people from the headquarters to mediate, which morphed into Akainu fighting with people from the headquarters and the G5 soldiers mediating. After listening to his subordinate's report, Jack simply said, "Leave the rest to me," and hung up the Den Mushi. He then looked at the drunken crew members, particularly their captain, the governor of the Beast Pirates, who was completely out of it. He stepped forward and pushed his captain hard, but got no response, so he had to shout at the top of his lungs, "Boss Kaido, the top battlefield you wanted is about to be available." Kaido's eyelids twitched, and he slowly opened his eyes, sleepily looking at Jack. "What did you just say?" Jack thought for a moment and creatively summarized his subordinate's report. "My subordinate said that Akainu is dueling with someone from the headquarters in the G5 branch, and it seems that many G5 soldiers have been affected and died. Boss Kaido, this is an opportunity to take out the Navy's top combat strength and increase our prestige." At the same time, Disastergen timely added, "If this situation is true, both sides might suffer, and as long as we capture those two top combatants, the headquarters will definitely send a large number of Navy to the New World, and the other monsters in the New World 1T let them succeed." Kaido narrowed his eyes in thought, and after a while, he murmured, "Interesting. Everyone, prepare. We can't let this sea become balanced." "Awesome." The captain cheers. As one of the strongest forces in the New World, the Beast Pirates' preparations naturally drew reactions from all sides. On an unknown island, the red-haired pirates were resting. At that moment, Ben Beckman received a call from a Den Mushi. Soon, Beckman returned and said to Shanks, Kaido is making big moves. He gathering his subordinates. Shanks looked puzzled. What does he want to do? It's still uncertain, but from the current information, his ambitions are definitely not small. The three top commanders, along with the Flying Six, have all been summoned back. Captain, could it be that he wants to have one last hurrah while things are quiet? Lucky Roo said while munching on a large bone. Jesus Burgess, standing nearby, said helplessly, "Do you really think someone like Kaido is a fool?" Listening to his crew's discussion, Shanks pondered for a moment and then said, "All right, gather everyone. Let us go take a look. No matter what he plans to do, we can't let him succeed." At the end, Shanks squinted his eyes and muttered to himself, "I hope you don't do something foolish. Even if it's temporary, balance is what everyone needs right now." Meanwhile, on Whole Cake Island, Big Mom Pirate Charlotte Linlin was having a feast with her children when urgent shouting came from outside. Not good, not good. Something big is happening." Charlotte Linlin hated being disturbed while enjoying her dessert. Instantly, she radiated a thick, oppressive aura. Paraspero, you better give me a satisfactory answer, or your fate won't be good. Feeling the pressure, Paraspero had to brace himself and said, Kaido and Shanks are taking action. They called their subordinates together. Upon hearing this, Charlotte Linlin was somewhat surprised, knowing that those two would never cooperate. She narrowed her eyes and asked, so what do they want? Paraspero, under immense pressure, didn't know how to respond. Fortunately, at a critical moment, Katakuri stepped forward and said, Mom, no matter what they want, we can't sit idly by. And Shanks' reputation has been growing larger over these past 2 years. Gather the commanders and set sail. Let them know our stance. We cannot let the world underestimate our pirate crew. At the same time, Fleet Admiral Sengoku of the Navy headquarters received news that various pirate crews were stirring. He immediately understood that the battle between Akainu and Sean had likely leaked out, especially since many pirate crews that were still in a friction period were conspicuously heading towards the G5 branch. After thinking for a moment, he called Kizaru to discuss. In the end, he felt this might be an opportunity. As long as the Navy had enough top-tier combat power on site, they could take them down one by one. Therefore, he also summoned Akiji and Garp to start planning this unexpected war. However, the most important goal was to prevent these people from entering the paradise. After a brief discussion, it was decided that Sengoku would take Garp and Akiji, using the Navy's most advanced power ship, to rush to the G5 branch as quickly as possible. Even though they were leaving the headquarters, they were not worried, as there were still many powerful forces left at the headquarters, such as Zephyr and the candidate admirals. Not to mention Sean could support the headquarters at any time. His junior sister was in the headquarters, so there was no panic at all. At the same time, he ordered all officers above the rank of captain in the New World to head to the G5 branch for support. Kizaru would remain at the headquarters to discuss with the other vice admirals. In case the battle got out of control, they would need to mobilize personnel from various branches. However, as they set off, Sengoku still wore a face full of anger. Those two bastards. Do they even realize the mess they've created? Haha, it doesn't matter. I haven't fought with New World pirates for a long time. What a hassle. Today was supposed to be my day off. Akiji looked at Sengoku with a resentful expression. Garp, while munching on a donut, said, Akiji kid, Sengoku is pitiful. Don't provoke him. He doesn't even have a day off. Haha. By the end, Garp was also amused, thinking that if even the position of Fleet Admiral was this exhausting, he couldn't imagine how the higher-ups felt. You bastard, Garp. The Navy's actions further stimulated the various pirate crews. On the Moby Dick, Whitebeard was drinking and listening to his son report news from the first half of the Grand Line. Haha, Sengoku and Garp are coming too? Are they really so reckless as to leave the headquarters? Marco shrugged indifferently beside him. What can we do? There aren't many big pirates in the first half. At this moment, Bista asked, Old man, are we going to take action? Whitebeard stood up, picked up his naginata, and slammed it heavily onto the deck, creating waves. He laughed wildly. I originally didn't want to meddle in New World affairs, because it's probably free. But I can't let the Navy come recklessly to our territory. I'm Whitebeard. As soon as Whitebeard finished speaking, a wave of cheers erupted. Oh, are we going to have a big fight? Great. This time we must let the world know how powerful the old man is. Don't joke around. The old man's power doesn't need to be proven. Ha, boys. Let's set sail. At the G5 branch, no one could imagine that their initially trivial emotions would trigger a tremendous wave like a butterfly effect. Monto and Monjen were frowning as they looked towards the jungle. The two over there had been fighting for a day and night, but at this moment, there was still no news from the headquarters. Monjen asked his brother, why do you think their energy is so abundant? They've been fighting for so long. Monto rolled his eyes. How would I know? But did you really report to the headquarters? Why is it taking so long for anyone to come? I reported, but if they haven't arrived, there's nothing I can do. Just then, a blinding yellow light suddenly appeared in front of a group of soldiers sitting on the ground like obedient children. A voice came from within. How terrifying. They've really started fighting. As the light dissipated, everyone realized it was a person in a yellow-striped suit, draped in a justice coat. It was none other than Admiral Kizaru. Kizaru. What? Admiral Kizaru is here. Great. He will definitely be able to stop Admiral Akainu and Commander Sean. At this moment, Kizaru's observation Haki covered the area, and since the two who were fighting, his expression darkened. They couldn't possibly be fighting seriously, right? They were just throwing punches to vent their frustrations. If Kizaru knew that not only were they the ones who ignited the fuse for the duel, but also that the news of the two nearly mutually destructive battle was spreading from them, he would probably apply a set of 8 feet jewel to them. Ignoring these people, Kizaru transformed into a mass of light particles and vanished before everyone's eyes. Meanwhile, deep in the jungle, the battle between the two continued. Since they had been using observation Haki, they had both sensed Kizaru's arrival early on, but they tacitly continued fighting. However, they both breathed a sigh of relief. As with their current fighting style, they wouldn't be able to determine a winner until they were exhausted. They were merely from different ideological factions, not enemies, and they were only fighting because they were annoyed with each other. With neither side willing to back down, what could they do? They continued to fight until someone came to stop them. Kizaru, hovering in the air, did not rush to intervene, instead watching the two's physical combat with interest. Akainu, seeing Kizaru's relaxed demeanor, was immediately filled with anger. And just at that moment of distraction, Sean seized the opportunity, applying repulsive force to his leg and kicking towards Akainu with lightning speed. Akainu had no time to dodge and could only hastily harden his body with Haki. It wasn't that he didn't want to use elementalization with prediction, but Sean's observation Haki was too advanced, so he could only take it head-on. Whoosh! Akainu was kicked away by Sean with a sound of breaking air, crashing through who knows how many trees and boulders before finally coming to a stop. Sean looked at the trickle of blood at Akainu's mouth, raised an eyebrow, and smiled as he said, "Oh, isn't this the Admiral? Why are you spitting blood?" Upon hearing this, Akainu became furious, thinking, if it weren't for you ambushing me, would I have been injured? He was about to use his magma to duel with Sean. But at that moment, Kizaru's voice rang out, "You two better not fight. The sea is already boiling." Akainu thought to himself, why didn't this kid show up when I was ambushed? What does he mean by coming out now? Before Akainu could respond, Kizaru revealed everything he knew. For example, during their life-and-death battle, various big pirates from the New World had already caught wind of it. They might want to take advantage of the situation and eliminate 2 top Navy fighters to boost their prestige. Upon hearing this, both Akainu and Sean were taken aback. They both understood that despite their differing ideologies, they were still colleagues. They could settle things with a fight. But why did they hear from Kizaru that they were in a life-and-death struggle? They had never thought about using their powers against each other. They only wanted to settle it through a fight. So, who was spreading these rumors? After listening to Kizaru's words, Sean and Akainu surprisingly agreed. In unison, they asked, "Who is spreading these rumors?" Kizaru chuckled and said, "I don't know, but judging by the timing, all the pirates in the New World already know." Sean was at a loss for words. However, Akainu hit the nail on the head. "So you're saying those pirates are heading to the G5 branch?" Kizaru nodded. "And they can't stop now because this time, many big shots from the New World are involved. Whoever backs down will be ridiculed. Even if you stop fighting, they will still come." The increasingly dark expression on Akainu's face was reflected in waves of red light. If they dare to come, I'll make sure they are buried at the bottom of the sea this time." Sean was too lazy to listen to Akainu bragging and directly asked, "How long until they arrive at the sea? What are the headquarters plans?" Kizaru pouted and said, "Well, it shouldn't be more than a day. As for the headquarters, I received a call from Snail while I was on the road, saying that Akiji, Admiral Sengoku, and Mr. Garp are also coming." Upon hearing this, Sean took a deep breath. Do we really need such a luxurious lineup? So which factions are in motion? Kizaru scratched his head and replied, "It seems like they're all here. As long as they are those overlords, they will come. Oh, this could be a bit troublesome. Can we handle the situation? What about those vice admirals? If you're scared, just consider yourself a coward, kid. As long as I'm here, I won't let any pirate into the paradise." Hearing this, Sean was displeased. "I made you spit blood. That was a sneak attack, but I still hit you. If you're scared, just get lost. I can teleport at any time. Do you believe I can just drag them back to headquarters and leave you here?" Kizaru quickly interrupted the two, saying that the Admiral-level officers from the New World were on their way here, and they should be the fastest to arrive. Hearing this, Akainu was too lazy to continue the verbal spar with Sean and turned to head toward the dormitory. He needed to clean himself up. After all, he represented the Navy and couldn't look disheveled. Sean raised his hand and used a wish on Akainu. Akainu paused for a moment, but then continued walking without saying anything. Kizaru, feeling a bit curious, asked, "Aren't you supposed to hate him? Why would you still help him with treatment?" Sean said, "Let's go to the cafeteria. I'm really hungry." As they walked, he continued, "Although I find him hard to get along with, it's just that his ideology is too extreme. But after all, we are colleagues, and there is a big battle coming up. Undoubtedly, he is an excellent Navy officer, but he is definitely not a good commander. He treats his colleagues with the same extremity. Just because I don't want to get involved in his factional struggle with Akiji, he holds a grudge against me. With that kind of narrow-mindedness, how can he be a commander? What if after a major battle, he is the only one left standing? He never seems to understand that any group is built layer by layer from the bottom up." Kizaru was somewhat surprised, not expecting Sean to see things so clearly. However, he overlooked one factor. In this sea, strength speaks. He then asked, "So do you have a better opinion of Akiji?" Sean shook his head and sighed, saying, "I'm not optimistic about him." Putting aside his strength, he and Akainu are two extremes. Akainu is willing to sacrifice everything for the rules, while Akiji can disregard the rules for everything. There's no doubt he is more humane. He could be a good leader, but he is definitely not a qualified enforcer. Kizaru also learned about Sean's thoughts for the first time and became interested, since you don't think highly of them. But Fleet Admiral Sengoku is getting old and will retire sooner or later. Are you planning to compete with them? Kizaru felt that even though Sean's position was not sufficient now, he was the strongest contender. Given time, his prestige in the Navy would definitely surpass those two, simply because of his healing abilities. The world government would be even more afraid to offend him. With the nature of those in power, they only want to maintain balance. As long as it doesn't affect their rule, they are indifferent to everything on the sea. Because if they were to take action against Sean and couldn't subdue him in one go, they would find themselves in a situation where they had to keep one eye open while sleeping. Sean is so mysterious that even the intelligence agencies and analysts of the world government cannot know his hidden cards. He is so mysterious that even knowing this is an uncontrollable factor, they dare not act rashly. If a position of marshal could bind him, the world government would be willing to do so. Sean was unaware of Kizaru's ulterior motives and bluntly said, "Forget it. I know myself well. I'm not cut out to be a leader. I'm just an ordinary person who yearns for peace." Upon hearing the words ordinary person, Kizaru's mouth twitched. If you're an ordinary person, then what does that make the real ordinary people? So according to you, there's no candidate for a commander in the entire Navy? Since their battle stopped, the Navy members of the G5 branch have all returned to the fortress. The cafeteria has its chefs cooking again. Sean didn't respond to Kizaru, dropping a line to wait, and hurried off to order food. Before long, Sean came back with a large amount of food and began to feast in a private room on the second floor. Kizaru watched from the side without rushing. He possessed the fastest fruit, but was a slow-moving person. After a while, with a full stomach, Sean finally spoke. "Yes, I have someone in mind, and that's you, Admiral Borsellino." Although surprised by Sean's answer, Kizaru didn't react much. This is quite a dilemma. Like you, I don't have much desire for power. Have you thought about it? Let's not talk about me, but Akiji and Akainu, who have been vying against each other for so many years. How will the losing side cope? Regardless of who wins or loses, the losing side absolutely cannot accept the other's ideology. Have you considered the outcome? Kizaru certainly knew that in the vast ocean, the beliefs of the strong are as significant as their own lives, both ethereal yet undeniably real. Not to mention, it's just a matter of a faction. Sean continued. Perhaps you find it troublesome, but your smoothness in dealing with the upper echelons, your attitude towards your subordinates, and your assessment of evil undoubtedly make you the person who should be in that position the most. However, I really can't stand the constraints of that position. I understand what you said, but there's nothing I can do about it. After he finished speaking, Sean rarely saw a serious expression on Kizaru's face. Although he still looked lewd, there was clearly something different about him. Sean shrugged nonchalantly and asked, "Then why does the Navy have to be the Navy of the world government? Why can't it just be a simple Navy?" Seeing Kizaru's hesitant expression, Sean directly interrupted, saying, "The era is about to go berserk. There are no gods in this world, nor do we need them. 10 years from now, this sea will be completely boiling. Don't argue with me. Perhaps you understand the higher-ups well, but I understand the people below much better than you do. We are the righteous Navy. Have you ever thought about how we, the lackeys, will position ourselves after the divine authority falls? I don't believe you have no feelings for the Navy. The Navy's prestige has never relied on any outsiders. It is earned by our soldiers with their swords and guns. You understand better than Akiji and Akainu how to deal with those above. Only you can make the Navy as independent as possible without being restrained. In this twilight of the gods, no one can remain uninvolved, including you and me. No matter how carefree you act, it won't matter. When they fall from their pedestals, the efforts we've made for justice over the years will become worthless because of our positions. This includes all the Navy. You know better than I do how serious the issues above are. Once exposed, our Navy will become a joke." Sean said he was parched and never believed he could easily persuade Kizaru. However, as long as he planted a seed in his heart, that would be enough. If Kizaru decided to run for the position of marshal, then that would be something. In the anime, this general's actions are unpredictable, and he has never shown his full strength. No one knows just how strong he really is. Kizaru's expression became unusually serious, and then he raised his head and asked earnestly, "So, On what basis do you judge 10 years from now? This is something even the world government cannot accomplish. Sean shrugged and said, it's all just my own nonsense, do you believe it? Just wait, when the new generation grows up, the old era will become the past. And that's a signal. The lament before dawn will accompany the darkness, waiting for the break of day. But the sky before dawn is the darkest, isn't it? I hope you can make a decision before that time. As long as you take up the Navy's banner, I will definitely be the first to support you. That's it. I'm going back to sleep. I'm so tired. With that, Kizaru watched Sean's departing figure, unable to regain his composure for a long time. He kept weighing Sean's words in his mind. Although there was no evidence, he had a sense of foreboding. Sean did not deceive him. The gods will indeed fall. While Sean and Akainu were eating, sleeping, and resting, the commanders of the New World had gathered at the G5 branch to prepare for battle. No one dared to disturb the two while they rested, regardless of whether they were injured or not. Their spirits had to be maintained at their best. After all, this was a grand spectacle, a collective clash between the rulers of the New World and the highest combat power of the headquarters. A careless mistake could even lead to unimaginable consequences. Among the attendees, Kizaru held the highest rank, and since these vice admirals, regardless of their factions, knew that Kizaru would not compete with their own superior, they respected him sincerely. On the other side, the pirates of the New World were almost there, and they had also learned of Kaido's movements. The reason was simple. Kaido wanted to take advantage of the situation to trigger a great battle, which was the judgment of those who understood Kaido. Pirates unfamiliar with Kaido thought this was a great opportunity to strike at the Navy. As long as they performed well, they could establish a foothold in the New World and no longer be just ordinary pirates. So, whether they were big or small pirates, they all rushed over. Without mentioning the possibility of fighting, gossip is human nature. They naturally wanted to observe the scene. Kaido was also somewhat confused. Clearly, this information was only known to him. So how did the whole world mysteriously find out? He couldn't believe that all the pirates were coming to support him. Since Roger opened the era of great navigation, the New World had been in a state of chaos. Now that the situation was gradually becoming clearer, he believed that someone would definitely jump out to oppose him and seek balance. He then picked up the Den Den Mushi and called Charlotte Lin Lin, forming a temporary alliance. Although he had once been on the same ship as Whitebeard, they had been at odds since parting ways, so he did not foolishly contact Whitebeard. The next morning, after Sean got up and washed up, he strolled to the cafeteria. The G5 soldiers he encountered along the way greeted him with reverence. After having breakfast in the cafeteria, Mon approached him. Brigadier General Sean, Admiral Kizaru asked me to find you to attend a meeting. Is that dog Akainu there too? Upon hearing this, Mon felt uneasy. Probably only his superior dared to call Admiral Akainu a dog. He quickly replied, Admiral Akainu and the other vice admirals are here. They're all waiting for you. All right then. After standing up, Sean headed directly to the conference room. The soldiers standing guard at the entrance quickly opened the door when they saw their superior arrive. Wow. Upon entering, Sean noticed not only Kizaru and Akainu but also familiar faces like Gumiere. He was surprised to see that even Vice Admiral Bastille, who had previously been weak, was now a Vice Admiral. It was truly incredible. There were also Vice Admirals like the Demon Slayer Brigade, Vice Admiral, Weasel, Ghost Spider, Doberman, Fire Mountain, and Staloberry, among others who were either lacking in strength or just barely meeting the standards. As the door opened, everyone turned to look at Sean in unison. They were all quite curious about this Navy supernova who had challenged Admiral Akainu upon arriving in the New World. Their first impression was that this person was definitely strong. Hadn't they seen Sean's aloof expression, as if he were an invincible deity? That was the unique aura of a strong person. Sean raised his hand and greeted, Hi, it's quite early, isn't it? You really do look as young as the rumors say. Come, have a seat. We need to start discussing how to deal with the impending pirates. We've been waiting for you. Seeing everyone warmly greet him, Sean quickly put away his casual demeanor. Regardless of their personalities, these were all high-end combatants who upheld justice, and their contributions were certainly significant. He hurried over to engage in conversation with them. Observing Sean's friendly attitude, they were quite satisfied. What they feared most was someone who looked down on everything, as that kind of person gaining power would undoubtedly be a disaster. Just as Sean had barely taken a seat, someone jumped out to stir trouble. A mere brigadier general. And you made so many vice admirals and 2 admirals wait for you. Aren't you ashamed to sit down? Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became tense, and Sean squinted his eyes at the speaker. Was it that the Bastille vice admiral who was knocked down by Sabo in less than a minute? Among the vice admirals present, although they all had their own positions, whether under Akainu or Akiji, They all had their own pride and a way of handling things. After all, holding a position didn't mean they had to be sycophants. But what was the meaning of this mockery? Akainu wouldn't be so bored as to let him target Sean. So, this was his own plan. Seeing that his polite attitude had been taken for granted was quite frustrating. Sean laughed, pushed his chair back, and stood up, a move that startled the other generals, making them a bit tense. They all knew Sean was an absolute madman, one who responded better to soft approaches than hard ones. Huang Yuan even spoke up, saying, "It's okay, we just arrived not long ago." Sean remained silent as he walked over to Akainu and pulled a cigar from his pocket. Akainu also said nothing, just like the others, silently watching him. The only sound in the entire conference room was the flick of a lighter. The flickering flame and the swirling smoke from the cigar reflected on Sean's increasingly grim face. Bastille couldn't stand Sean's arrogance and immediately shouted, "You, a mere brigadier general, disrespecting your superior like this, what do you want? To judge the Navy? So what?" The crimson light in Sean's eyes flashed, and a tangible aura erupted from within him, spreading outwards. The justice coat behind him fluttered without wind, and the air in the entire conference room became thick and suffocating. Even the conference table, walls, and floor creaked under the pressure of this aura, as if the entire room would collapse at any moment. This was the first time Sean had so recklessly unleashed his conqueror's Haki, and of course, the area was limited to the conference room. Apart from the two admirals who had anticipated this, the remaining vice admirals felt as if they were being choked and struggled to breathe. It was their first time facing Sean's strength directly, and they were all sweating profusely. They cursed Bastille in their hearts for provoking someone they knew could only be pushed around softly. Bastille was trembling all over and could no longer utter any arrogant words. Sean didn't care what they were thinking and slowly walked towards Bastille. "Who gave you the right to play bureaucrat? What about your pride as a vice admiral? Your master hasn't even spoken, so what are you acting loyal for?" What do you mean I? "The thing I hate the most is useless trash like you who rely on bootlicking to get promoted. We are the Navy, not your playground for power. If you're so fierce, why don't you go clean up the pirates in the sea? What are you showing off for? You're garbage. Look at the people here. Who is like you coming up and whining?" Kizaru hurriedly stepped in to mediate. "This is really scary. Your aura is too strong. Can you tone it down a bit? I'm already panicking inside." Hearing this, Sean also restrained his imposing aura. Akainu then looked at Sean. "Kid, don't be too hot-headed, or you'll be the one to suffer." If not being hot-headed means not being young, then what's the point?" After saying this, Sean squinted his eyes and said to Bastille with implied meaning, "I hope this is the last time. Don't think I'm meek. I didn't join the Navy to watch you throw your weight around. Don't use your bureaucratic nonsense on me. How many times has it been? Sent out of the Navy? If you get me kicked out, I'll be the first to kill you. Ask your superior if they can stop me." After saying this, he turned to Kizaru. "We wear that layer of dazzling skin and use those hypocritical and polite words, but they can't cover up the rotting darkness and desires beneath the surface. When those pirates come, I will take action. The rest of the meeting, you can take your time discussing." With that, Sean walked out of the office. He knew very well that these people might indeed be inclined towards justice. However, their actions had led to more and more people losing trust in the Navy. He sighed inwardly. It seemed that status was really important. Whereas the world where strength speaks. Maybe his strength just wasn't enough. After Sean had been out of the office for a while, everyone resumed their conversations. "I didn't expect him to really be as irritable as the rumors say." "Yeah, why provoke him for no reason? Akainu. That guy doesn't deserve to be in the Navy. How dare he intimidate his superior?" Bastille said with a face full of indignation. Hearing this, Akainu's expression darkened. "If he dares to hit even me, what do you think you are? Are you responsible for capturing him after he leaves the Navy? If you dare to make a military order, I'll submit the proposal." "You really don't know what you're talking about. It seems that kid is right. It's time to rectify the internal style of the Navy." At noon, in the waters of the G5 branch, even though the weather was often strange and unpredictable, the sky at this moment was filled with thunder and lightning, with heavy dark clouds flashing with electricity. This added a sense of oppression to the already grim Navy fortress. Many Navy personnel even quietly began to write their wills. Before long, soldiers on the lookout tower saw shadowy black dots in the distance. They immediately took a deep breath and shouted with all their might, "Pirates are coming!" A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. In an instant, the officers in the office area rushed to the port at an unmeasurable speed. Sean squinted and gradually saw the pirate ships after a while. The Moby Dick, the Whitebeard's Queen, the Singing Big Mom, the Red Force of Shanks, and even Sean spotted a ship with a strange beast at the bow that had 6 horns. Without a doubt, That was Kaido's ship. In addition, there were many pirate crews that had not yet appeared in the original work. This is just right. These pirate scum will meet their end in the sea today, Akainu said, moving his wrist. Sean is also somewhat speechless. Akainu is just impressive, wanting the opponent to be buried at sea without even looking at their lineup. Sean also felt a bit of a headache. He wasn't afraid of fighting, but he was worried about destroying the G5 base. If that happened, he would probably be the base commander who took office the fastest and left the fastest. He wanted to go directly to the headquarters to bring Aokiji over, but Aokiji was with Sengoku and the others. Sean hadn't T-marked the new power ship yet. Sigh. Life is not easy. Just as Sean sighed, a shout from the soldiers beside him lifted their spirits. Look, it's our headquarters ship. Reinforcements are here. At the bow of the ship were Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp. Ah, Admiral Aokiji is here too. Hearing this, Sean quickly turned his head and saw that indeed, all three of them had come. Now the battlefield wouldn't have to destroy their own base. Sean was so happy that he almost jumped up, but he managed to suppress his emotions. After all, he couldn't let his character fall apart. Thinking carefully, Aokiji's abilities were much more useful than Akainu's destructive tendencies. Creating is harder than destroying, isn't it? Moments later, Garp and the others arrived at the port. As soon as he got off the ship, Garp laughed heartily. Puh, Magma Brat, Gravity Brat, you two have really done a good job. Hearing this, Sean couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Even someone as serious as Akainu had a slightly ugly expression. Who would have thought that a simple fistfight could attract so many villains? However, Sean was the first to react and hurriedly said to Aokiji, Quick, use your powers to clear a battlefield. Aokiji was taken aback by this, and Sean added, Don't let those pirates get close. I don't want to lose the base right after I just became the commander. Upon hearing this, Aokiji looked at Sean with a strange expression. Garp laughed even louder. Ha, it's okay. You can just come stay with me. Just be a bit busy. Sean was too lazy to pay attention to the old man, who was very bad. He was looking for a tool himself, yet he still wanted to find Sean. When this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly remembered Kuro, wondering how he was doing in the Navy. Hopefully, under Zephyr's guidance, he would come to help soon. In the detention center, a certain person named Ku was cursing someone with a face full of resentment. Sengoku glanced at the distant formation and said to Aokiji, Kazan, try to expand the frozen area as much as possible. Then he added, leave a path for them to get out. Today's results are uncertain. But the world government is not ready for a full-scale war yet. Aokiji lazily yawned and then leaped into the air. The ice age followed, and Aokiji released 2 irregular ice spikes from his hand, connecting them to the nearby sea surface. Instantly, centered around the point where the ice spikes landed, the freezing power spread in all directions. After a series of crunching sounds that made one's teeth ache, the entire sea area was frozen into a glacier. Sengoku then demonstrated his commanding ability. He directly took out a transponder snail and called Crane, who was stationed at headquarters. This is Sengoku. Gather all the high-level combat power at the headquarters, and I want everyone of at least Vice Admiral rank. Saying this, he looked at Sean. Hey kid, can you bring the reinforcements over? Sean understood that this was intended to make him a transport soldier, but he still nodded. 180 questions weren't a big deal. This time, Sean still held back, only to a 10th. It wasn't that he was unwilling to bring reinforcements, but if the Navy could muster 100 or 80 high-end combat powers, those pirates wouldn't be able to leave today. If ordinary soldiers came, it wouldn't be very effective and might even lead Sean to become a tool. After receiving Sean's affirmation, Sengoku issued several commands, just in case. The pirate forces in the distance gradually became clear, all docking their ships not far from the ice surface. Kaido was somewhat excited to see so many forces gathering. When he saw Whitebeard, he raised his kanabo and pointed it at him. Newgate, why are you still alive? Are you here to meddle too? Whitebeard was not angry and stopped his sons from speaking up. Kuhaha, Kaido, who do you think I am? Do you need anyone's permission to go wherever you want? At this moment, Charlotte Linlin also let out a sharp voice. Mama, Newgate's momentum is still as domineering as ever. By the way, Kaido, aren't you going to take action? Having understood the situation, Shanks stood at the bow of the ship, looking at these monsters of a new world. Ah, it's really lively. His gaze suddenly sharpened as he looked at Kaido. I heard you want to start a war? Seeing the red-haired question their captain, Jack was displeased and immediately shouted angrily. What are you, to dare question our captain? Upon hearing this, Shanks' eyes narrowed. A flash of crimson light passed, and a pressure-like substance erupted from him, with fine arcs of electricity crackling around him. Kaido was somewhat surprised, but also recklessly released his conqueror's Haki. clashing with Shanks' Conqueror's Haki. With a bang, their Haki collided, producing a tangible energy shield, creating pressure on many people around them. Luckily, those present were all high-ranking officers. Even the other pirates were mostly powerful. After all, it wasn't yet the era of the four emperors, and they were still in a chaotic state of competing warlords. Kuhaha, that red-haired kid over there, isn't he the intern from Roger's ship? Whitebeard watched the two compete in momentum with interest, but it seemed that for now, Shanks was stronger in terms of aura. Mama, Kaido, you're not just here to play childish tricks, are you? Upon hearing this, Shanks and Kaido both unconsciously retracted their auras. Kaido tossed away his kanabo and laughed wildly. Then let me lead a more chaotic era. Shanks, do you want to join us? The red-haired remained silent, looking at Whitebeard with a serious expression, worried that Whitebeard would also get involved. If that happened, it would greatly affect his plans. As if understanding Shanks' thoughts, Whitebeard spoke up. I'm just here to take a look, but I will not allow anyone to infringe upon my territory. This statement indicated that Whitebeard was here to watch the show. However, if the Navy made any moves, Whitebeard would not stand by. After all, the New World was their home as pirates. Before Shanks could respond, a deafening roar resounded. Roar! Kaido had somehow transformed into his dragon form, stepping on flame clouds, gathering energy in his mouth. Moments later, the Azure Dragon exhaled a scorching breath, heading straight for the G5 branch's fortress. This was his greeting. On the Navy's side, Sengoku was confident that pirates were proud and had their own beliefs, and they would never cooperate easily. That is why he felt at ease with everyone waiting here. However, he didn't expect that the first to strike would be the monster Kaido, though it seems somewhat reasonable since half of today's situation was brought about by him. The best way to deal with fire was naturally ice. Akiji leapt into the air, surrounded by cold air. He unleashed 5 ice pillars towards the breath Kaido exhaled. Ice ball. The ice pillars collided with the flames, producing a deafening roar. The collision site was enveloped in billowing smoke. Sean was also gazing at Kaido in the distance, feeling the powerful vitality within him, and couldn't help but click his tongue. He looked at famous pirates like Charlotte Linlin and was silently calculating the gap between them. He then came to a conclusion. It wasn't a big problem, they could fight. The only concern was that they had brought too many officers. On his side, there were 6 top combatants: Garp, Sengoku, the 3 admirals, and himself. On the opposite side, apart from the future emperor, there were also Ben Beckman, the Calamity King, the Phoenix Marco, and Katakuri. There were even some pirates that Sean was unaware of. Looking at his own side, the gap between these rear admirals and the others was too large. This further solidified Sean's intention to recruit some useful people. Wait, wasn't it just Akainu and Kizaru? No, look, apart from them, Garp and Sengoku are also here. Ha ha ha, this is getting more interesting. Is this a trap set by the Navy? What are you thinking? We're all here with Kaido. How could there be a trap? Besides, can they handle so many of us? The pirates were excitedly whispering among themselves. After all, this scene was too rare. The top combatants of the Navy were all out, and this was bound to shake things up. Sean stared at Kaido and turned to Sengoku. So it was Kaido's people who caused today's scene? Ah, yes, I don't know how your battle got leaked. Sengoku pondered for a moment and added, it's said to be the life-and-death battle between Sakazuki and Borsellino. That's Akainu and Kizaru by their names. Sean was dumbfounded, thinking, so I don't deserve a title? It seemed that Kidai Duo had somehow learned that the Navy's combat power was mutually destructive and wanted to take advantage of the situation. However, his every move attracted countless gazes, leading to the current scene. He stood there like a minion, growing more and more furious, and said to Sengoku, then let me, the rookie, deal with him. Sengoku thought for a moment. This impending war was ultimately caused by Kaido. With the cunning of pirates, there definitely weren't many true alliances. So there was still a chance to take them down one by one. Even if not many pirates could be captured, there were more than just a few monsters present. There were also some long-established, infamous pirates. He nodded and said, just be careful. Kaido possesses unparalleled defense and vitality. Sean nodded, twisted his neck for a moment, and then soared into the air. After so long of development, Sean could now completely rely on the air to fly. Although his agility was slightly inferior to that of the float fruit, as one could fly naturally, he utilized the mass of the air to achieve direct flight. Since air has mass, but the human body cannot perceive it, the density of air is 1.293 GL. However, when dealing with Kaido and stepping on flame clouds, his mobility was more than sufficient. After mastering the use of gravity, weightlessness, anti-gravity, repulsion, attraction, and tension, The combination of these abilities resulted in terrifying maneuverability and enhancement. When Kaido saw a silver-haired kid flying up, he opened his mouth with some displeasure. "Sengoku, does your navy have no one else? You sent a little shrimp to deal with me?" Upon hearing this, Sean felt as if his tail had been stepped on. He was clearly nearly 9 meters tall, but in front of these people, he became a little shrimp. Clearly, people like Shanks weren't taller than him, so why was he the one called a shrimp? Sean also felt a bit regretful, not knowing if it was the after effect of training with gravity on his body. He had stopped growing taller, which made him somewhat sad. Kaido's remarks were not cute at all. At that moment, being looked down upon by Kaido made him furious. "Cuteness is your own doing." As soon as the words left his mouth, Sean, under the influence of zero gravity, anti-gravity, gravity, and repulsion, flew towards Kaido at an incredible speed with a sonic boom. This was thanks to his strong physique. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sustain such speed. With the swordsmanship technique, a line to the sky, as Sean approached Kaido, he drew his sword and unleashed a small slash aimed at the massive Azure Dragon. Although Kaido had been caught off guard by Sean's fierce attack and sustained some damage, being a renowned pirate for a long time, he still managed to react, raising his dragon claw to meet the attack. The claw was cut, leaving a streak of blood, with drops of fresh blood flowing from the wound, but it wasn't deep. Sean looked at the knife in his hand and couldn't help but sigh. He had not held back in that strike, yet it only left a faint wound. For this massive Azure Dragon, that wound seemed almost insignificant. Kaido was even more surprised than Sean and slowly descended, transforming back into his human form. Watching the wound on his arm heal at a visibly rapid pace, he became a bit more serious. Even if it was just a superficial injury, not everyone could inflict such a thing. "Interesting, but your strength is still far from enough." As his words fell, Kaido's body began to change, with countless scales appearing on his skin, and he lifted his kanabo. Sean looked at Kaido's hybrid form, knowing that ordinary slashes could not cause any damage to him. He would still need to use Haki to directly inflict internal damage. Sean also erupted with his own momentum to confront Kaido. "Why don't you turn back into your little worm? You little dwarf, you're too arrogant." After saying that, Kaido couldn't be bothered to continue the verbal spar with Sean. He jumped directly into the air, spinning his iron rod, wrapping it with Conqueror's Haki, and swung it forcefully towards Sean. Declined the Three Worlds Guide to the Abyss. Gravity Blade Black Lantern. Sean showed no fear of Kaido, and like Kaido, various black lightning surrounded him. When their weapons collided, a violent explosion occurred. The ice surface around the two began to crack, with dense spiderweb-like fissures spreading in all directions. At the intersection of their attacks, a Scarlet Conqueror's energy ball flickered. Under the shock, the energy ball emitted a faintly chaotic energy, resembling lightning. In the distance, soldiers from the G5 branch exclaimed, "Quick, look at the sky! The sky has been split open." Hearing this, everyone looked up at the sky, where thick clouds had formed a massive chasm, with dark clouds rolling inward towards it. On the other side, the pirates, except for the monster-level pirate crews, were all deeply shocked by this scene. Looking at the two figures intertwining in the center of the battlefield, Bim Mon let out a sharp laugh. "Hee hee, this little brat's genes are really good." Whitebeard also expressed his admiration. Shanks squinted his eyes, looking at Sean, feeling that this person's figure was somewhat familiar. He murmured, "I can't believe the Navy has such a character. It's truly terrifying." The Navy personnel were also dumbfounded. They never expected the clash of Conqueror's Haki to be so exaggerated, although they had always heard that Sean was powerful. This was the first time they intuitively felt his might. The battle continued, but both sides tacitly refrained from making a move. Because there was simply no opening for the Navy to exploit, their lineup was composed of top-tier combatants. On the pirate side, each pirate crew captain, except for the weaker ones, had their own pride and wouldn't form a true alliance. Kaido and Sean had been fighting for a full 10 days and nights, and the ice on the sea had melted and shattered time and again. Akiji acted like a repairman, providing services for the two, wearing an expression of resentment. Although both could fly, their battle scenes were too violent. Not all beautiful like a Logia user-esque fight. With their monstrous physiques, the battle was straightforward and could only rely on grinding down their opponents. One would hit the other away with a stick, and the other would slice back, shattering layers of ice hundreds of meters thick. What was even more unbelievable for the pirates was Sean's healing ability, which turned out to be even stronger than Kaido's. Kaido could heal himself, but Sean could heal anyone. This further dispelled the thoughts of these pirates attempting a surprise attack. As their battle was extensively reported by the newsbirds, more and more pirates were drawn in. Meanwhile, the Navy called in even more forces to confront the pirates. To be honest, If it weren't for the world government watching too closely and not allowing any disruption to the balance, Sengoku would have led everyone into action, because with Sean's healing, they wouldn't die no matter how they fought. But unfortunately, the world government also sent down CP0 agents to observe, leaving Sengoku with no way out. As the Navy Admiral, he understood better than anyone how deep the waters of the world government were. The Navy was merely one of the institutions of the world government. He would naively believe that the world government ruled the seas solely based on public opinion. In the eyes of those in power, as long as their rule and face were not affected, nothing else mattered. Thus, both sides condensed what should have developed into a world-shaking full-scale war into a battle between the Navy supernovas and the new era's overlords. They waited for the result in tacit understanding. If the Navy won, it would greatly suppress the pirates' arrogance. If the pirates won, the sea would erupt into even crazier riots, and the already increasing number of pirates would likely grow explosively. Aside from the weaker ones, strong pirates and Navy members watched the battle between the two throughout. Time reached the 11th day. After discussing for a while with Ben Beckman, Shanks came to Whitebeard's ship in full view of everyone. During this time, aside from a burst of noise from Whitebeard's ship, no one knew what the two had actually discussed. Soon, Shanks and Whitebeard leaped off the ship and walked slowly on the ice toward the Navy camp. The author also wants to know what they said. After all, Shanks is a pirate who has met the elders alone. The Navy was on high alert. Who didn't know Whitebeard, the undisputed overlord of the seas? Then, Sengoku and Garp also walked over, and with Sengoku's intellect, he roughly understood what was happening. Garp looked at Shanks with a complex expression, the man who brought Luffy onto the pirate path. He couldn't help but think how great it would have been if he had also broken some legs back in the day. But now is not the time for such thoughts. Sengoku looked at Whitebeard. So what do you pirates want to do? Whitebeard said meaningfully, the change of eras cannot be stopped by anyone. We're getting old too, aren't we? This little brat Shanks has already grown to this extent. Shanks added, there's no need to gamble on an uncertain present. The future will be more exciting, right? After a pause, Shanks continued, the consequences of continuing, regardless of who wins or loses, are a failure for us. Sengoku understood their meaning. They wanted both sides to stop here. Even if Sean killed Kaido here, it wouldn't affect the upper echelons, and while it could suppress the pirates' arrogance, the chaos of the sea could not be changed by anyone. Moreover, Sean might not necessarily win. If he lost, the Navy's dignity would be utterly lost, and the world government would likely be very willing to see a Navy that was not under their control disappear. Sengoku felt that he couldn't afford to gamble and didn't want to sacrifice Sean for nothing. Moreover, given his character, when he could no longer hold on, he would definitely slip away to find a place to recover. Just thinking about it made his scalp tingle. So after a moment of contemplation, Sengoku nodded in agreement. Okay, but if your pirates on the periphery don't retreat, then I won't be able to help. No problem. Leave this to us, Shanks said, ignoring Garp's furious, fire-breathing glare, and nodded to a few people. Then, he stepped onto the ground and rushed towards the center of the battle, with the older generation quickly following. Shanks arrived in front of Kaido, blocking Kaido's kanabo with his sword, while Whitebeard directly carved out a bottomless chasm in the central ice. In an instant, both sides were in an uproar. Sengoku and Garp also came to Sean's side, each grabbing one of Sean's arms. Sean frowned. What are you guys doing? That worm is too arrogant. I'm going to be a dragon-slaying warrior today. Warring States glanced meaningfully at the rear. That's enough. If this goes on, those who can't sleep because of you will be very happy. Upon hearing this, Sean perked up. Indeed, he had been muddled from fighting Kaido. If he got ambushed, that would be uncomfortable. Not to mention he had been fighting for 11 days. Even if he didn't have any injuries, his spirit was already in a daze. That said, Sean still stared fiercely at the opponent. On Kaido's side, when Whitebeard and Redhaired made their move, Charlotte Linlin charged in as well, angrily questioning, what do you want to do? They haven't determined a victor yet. Whitebeard ignored anyone, laughing towards the sky. Kawahaha, sons, we're going back. This show is quite boring. Yes, Dad, the crew replied, and then Whitebeard headed towards the Moby Dick. Redhaired also walked towards his pirate ship, brushing past Kaido, leaving behind only one sentence. Our era is coming. Don't do things that are out of sync with the times. Although Kaido was reckless, he was definitely not a fool. Judging from the attitudes of the Navy and others, something must have happened. The surrounding pirates looked at the two monsters leaving one after another, unsure of what to do. But they all understood one thing. They were no longer fighting, and this battle ended in a draw. Although they stopped fighting, Kaido looked deeply at Sean and asked, Shorty, what's your name? Sean was instantly angry and wanted to rush up and fight Kaido, but he held back. His eyes turned as he thought a name that could disgust Kaido, corresponding to the admirals and admiral candidates, which was a color plus an animal. So he blurted out, Tudragon. My title is Tudragon. Sean thought to himself, isn't slaying a dragon quite thrilling? Besides, what he really wanted to slay wasn't the mudfish in front of him, but the higher-ups, the celestial dragons. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Carp and Sengoku beside him had their faces twitching. Kaido's expression was as dark as the bottom of a pot, casting a shadow over the area. The surrounding pirates were hearing the name of this young generation of Marines for the first time. Gritting their teeth, they said, very well. You little brat. I'll remember you, you bastard. Sean glanced disdainfully at Kaido. I'm right here at the G5 branch. Come over any time and see if I can take you down. Umph. With that, Katakuri and Charlotte Linlin whispered a few words and then strode away. Along with those four monsters, many old-era pirate monsters also caught a whiff of something called conspiracy. They hurriedly left, and once all the pirate ships had departed, Garp sighed. It seems that pirates surviving in a new world are not fools at all. At that moment, Sean also felt a bit unsteady, but he didn't dare to faint here, because from the direction Sengoku was looking, he sensed a presence that didn't belong to their navy. So he said to Sengoku, I need to go take a nap. You guys handle things here for me. I'll come back once I've rested enough. Sengoku understood and was about to speak, wanting Sean to send them back to headquarters. But Sean left with a whoosh, leaving only a faint blue shadow dissipating. Sengoku was so angry he wanted to smash this annoying little brat. Although Sean said he wasn't afraid, what if something went wrong? It was fine when he was fighting Kaido, but once his tense mind relaxed, exhaustion immediately engulfed him. Sean absolutely wouldn't allow his weak side to show in the new world. So he returned to his home in this world, Frost Moon Village, to the One Heart Dojo. As soon as he appeared in the living room, the couple Gung Shiro and Lays, who were drinking tea and chatting, noticed Sean. Seeing Sean, apart from the justice coat on his back, his whole body was tattered, revealing his strong muscles. Layman quickly stepped forward to support Sean and asked, How are you? Are you okay? Sean is just a bit weak. Master, I'm fine. I just want to sleep well now. I just fought a battle, and I'm a bit tired. All right, you should go rest. We've taken care of your room. Sean was too tired and walked straight to his room after saying hello. He slept for a full 30 hours, and in the end, he still woke up hungry, roused by the aroma of food. As he groggily walked out of his room, he immediately saw a few people in the dining room. Gung Sailang said to Sean upon seeing him, Hurry up and wash up. Your master's wife bought a lot of meat and is going to make a big meal to nourish you. Sean felt a warm feeling in his heart, nodded slightly, and went to wash up, changing out of his tattered training clothes and Haori. He carefully sensed the changes within himself. This battle had brought him significant benefits and truly made him understand where his current limits lay. Although he could now hold his own against a human weapon like Kaido, it was still not enough, and he needed time to settle. He needed to fully develop his current talents and then wait for the system to upgrade. After washing up, Sean came to the living room, feeling that something was missing. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead, and his figure abruptly disappeared, arriving at his house in the headquarters. The two sisters must have been away from home for a long time. If he didn't go to pick them up soon, they would probably get angry. He then appeared in front of the two sisters, each by the hand, and took them back to Frost Moon Village. Without saying a word, he immediately dove onto the dining table and started eating voraciously. Fortunately, thanks to Gung Shiro's reminder, Lyman had prepared a lot of dishes. At that moment, Lyman and Lisa's daughter also returned home. As mothers, they were very happy and hurried to the kitchen to make even more dishes for them to eat. The sisters missed their mother's cooking, but they also understood that Sean had special circumstances and couldn't bring them back in time. They too longed for the taste of their mother's food, and all grievances were soon forgotten as they joined the ranks of food lovers. After a long while, the family, satisfied and full, sat in the living room, sipping tea and chatting. It was only then that Guenau reacted, quickly checking Sean's body for any injuries. Sean asked strangely, What's wrong? I'm just checking to see if you're hurt. Don't joke around. How could I possibly be hurt? Wait, why would you think I would be hurt? Dasky chimed in. Didn't you fight with others for over 10 days? Sean felt a bit dizzy. He had been thinking about what excuse to use to comfort the two sisters for not fulfilling his promise to take them home every week. But they actually knew. Seeing Sean's confusion, Lacey got up and left, returning moments later with a stack of newspapers. We've all known since the first day you fought the pirates. Sean quickly picked up the newspaper and started reading. The great maritime upheaval is back, and the pattern of the Grand Line may be broken again. Total war? Where will the new world go from here? Fierce battles. The Navy's supernova faces the dominant pirate Kaido of the 100 Beasts. A grand assembly. The highest combat power of the headquarters is all out. The pirate factions are gradually joining the battlefield. After 11 days of fierce battles, the Navy's super rookie Trafalgar managed to hold his own against Kaido, while the pirates left in frustration. In the ever-changing New World, the struggle for dominance among pirates is intensifying. What kind of pattern will the world face? Looking at these reports that are 9 parts true and 1 part false, Sean felt a stomach full of complaints, but didn't know how to express them. Seeing Sean sighing, Layman asked, "What's wrong?" Sean shook his head, feeling it was a bit ridiculous. If I had the ability to outmatch Kaido, I wouldn't have to come back and sleep instantly. Gungshiro was also a bit curious. "So what was your final situation?" Sean shrugged. "It's just that the world government is concerned about its own image." It was clearly Shanks and Whitebeard who proposed the ceasefire that day. Now they're boasting about our navy. It's really shameless. Guena pouted with a frown. "How can they do this? They're deceiving the whole world. Don't all the pirates present know this? There's nothing we can do about it. After all, public opinion is still leaning in our favor for now. Moreover, the situation in the New World hasn't stabilized completely." After a moment of thought, Sean continued, "Don't be disappointed in the Navy. Many times, the Navy is also powerless. We just need to focus on doing our own part." Guena nodded, snuggling up to Sean's arm, and said sweetly, "I'll work hard to train, and I want to help you well in the future." Sean patted Guena's little head and said, "You need to work hard. I'll be waiting for you in the New World." Beside them, the quiet Dasky blushed slightly, looking eager and somewhat envious as she watched Guena. Thus, the Dragon Slayer Sean, who was being discussed all over the world, spent a few days on vacation in Frost Moon Village. He even took the 2 sisters out without asking for leave. After resting for a few days, Sean reluctantly sent the 2 sisters back to the Navy headquarters. On the way back, Sean inevitably received a scolding from Zephyr, who told him to be straightforward if he wanted to take people with him instead of being sneaky. Sean also understood the reason why Zephyr was so angry. It was simply the worry that someone might infiltrate the Navy. That would be an unimaginable disaster. After all, Zephyr's own family had disappeared in such a manner. After bidding farewell to everyone, Sean went straight back to the G5 branch. In the office, Kizaru was leisurely sipping tea and trimming his nails. Upon seeing Sean suddenly return, he merely lifted his head slightly to greet him before continuing to cut his nails. Sean was speechless. Where did this person get so many nails to trim? Just as Sean was thinking about what to say, Kizaru spoke up first. "You've been promoted, shortly after you left." Sean was a bit confused. After all, the near triggering of a full-scale war was partly due to him. So how did he end up getting a promotion and a raise? How did he get promoted all of a sudden? And to what position? Huang Yuan put down the nail clippers and said, "Well, it's just a major general. After all, your new title has already echoed across this sea, and it's not good to be the base commander with the rank of brigadier general." Sean was speechless. Again, it was a matter of face. Kizaru added, "It was that guy Sakazuki who brought it up. They didn't know when you would be back, so they just went back first." Would that guy really be so kind? He can't be plotting something bad, right? I've known him for decades, and although he can be extreme at times, he is definitely the most loyal Marine officer I've ever seen. Upon hearing this, Sean knew very well that Akainu was the most disciplined Marine. However, this didn't affect the little notebook in Sean's heart. He then wanted to change the subject, thought for a moment, and decided to ask about Kuro since he was now in office. So he was even more eager to have Kuro as a tool. "By the way, old man, how is Kuro doing? I just forgot to ask Zephyr." Kizaru looked a bit confused, and seeing this, Sean had a bad premonition. Who is Kuro? Sure enough, Kizaru's single sentence left Sean dumbfounded. "The former pirate I sent to headquarters, the one I recruited to be a Marine. How could you forget that? Where's the dignity of a general? How are you going to be the fleet admiral in the future?" Sean criticized Kizaru with a look of disappointment, completely ignoring that he himself had repeatedly forgotten about Crocodile. Kizaru felt somewhat offended. And when did he ever say anything about competing for the position of admiral? However, he still said, "I suddenly had something to attend to back then, so I left him at the military court. It should be fine, right?" "Should be?" Sean sighed. "You're someone who is supposed to become the fleet admiral. Can words like should, maybe, or possibly come out of your mouth? A commander's incompetence affects the entire army. You make my heart ache as a supporter." Kizaru was somewhat speechless. "So, where did you hear that I was competing for the position of admiral?" Sean said upon hearing this. "Did you hear that?" "Hear what?" Sean looked at Kizaru with deep sorrow. "It's your silent cry. You also want the Navy to have a good future. Your heart is filled with unwillingness and dissatisfaction towards those in power. All right, don't treat this old man like a 3-year-old child toying with him. Since you've returned, I'll take my leave. With that, Kizaru stood up and walked toward the door, leaving a remark as he neared the exit. What you said I will consider, but it's not something I can decide right now. And your dissatisfaction, don't easily reveal it to anyone. Kizaru felt that the conversation he left behind for the other party must be quite stylish, however. So where did Crocodile go? Kizaru paused, turned around stiffly, and gazed at Sean. They were silent for a long time. Finally, Kizaru spoke first. I'll ask around when I get back. I will definitely remember this. Immediately, Sean smiled. Thus, Sean began his daily grueling 996 work life. At this time, Sean was constantly thinking about how to get Crocodile, this tool, to come help him quickly. Because the entire G5 was made up of street thugs, even the subordinates of the staff department were almost the same. The difference was that ordinary street thugs would directly fight pirates, while the staff department would fire a cannonball first before attacking. This was a strategy proposed by the smartest person in G5 besides Sean. It made Sean so angry that he almost wanted to rebuild them from scratch. How could these things hold a staff position? Isn't that a joke? While Sean was waiting eagerly for Kizaru's reply, half a year passed. And what was Crocodile doing? We had to go back a month. Crocodile was in the detention center, not facing any punishment, occasionally reading newspapers. Until Crocodile saw Sean confronting those monstrous pirates in the New World. His blood boiled, and the idea of escaping grew stronger. He wanted to break out and find Sean. Because the warden of this detention center couldn't contact high-ranking officers, he could only go through layers of bureaucracy. Moreover, during this special period, no one would care about the demands of a small fry like him. A few days later, having become familiar with Crocodile, the warden, bored, came to chat with him. Taking advantage of the warden's inattention, Crocodile stole the keys and slipped out under the moonlight at night. Then, like a headless fly, he ran around. But the Navy soldiers were too numerous. He wasn't wearing a Navy uniform, and if he got caught, it would be disastrous. But he also didn't dare to attack the Navy, otherwise Sean wouldn't be able to save him. He could only use his silent steps to slowly search for some officers, hoping they could contact Sean. But luck was against him. It started pouring rain, and the thunder woke the warden. Upon discovering Crocodile was missing, he immediately notified the other sailors and raised the alarm. Thus, a grand chase began. Not far away, some sailors spotted him and without a word, opened fire, shouting, "Stop right there! Surrender!" Crocodile was terrified. Did they mean to shoot him if he surrendered? Are the Navy that barbaric? So Crocodile ran while shouting, "Don't shoot! I was invited to join the Navy." Then stop. The sailor was not at all gentlemanly and rough. Thus began a dramatic escape journey. But just a few hours later, he was caught. Under the absolute numbers of the Navy's encirclement, Crocodile's plan was completely useless, and he was subsequently thrown into the headquarters prison. Crocodile immediately regretted it. Wasn't the detention center comfortable? Why did he have to seek death? Now he was sent to a prison filled with strong individuals. Trembling as he entered this prison, Crocodile felt that the ferocity he once thought he had, compared to this place, was like a husky mixed in with a pack of wolves. He was so out of place. He considered himself an elegant gentleman. Yet everyone here was filled with violent tendencies. The cell where Crocodile was held was a large cell, filled with spies or reckless young pirates who appeared near the headquarters. Undoubtedly, Crocodile was classified as a spy. Although he didn't know which forces these spies belonged to, the number of spies was clearly fewer than that of pirates. So when the pirates saw a newcomer, their fists itched to move. Thus began a dramatic scene in the prison. At this time, Crocodile hated pirates and that unreliable Admiral. As for Sean, he certainly wouldn't hate him. After all, Sean was stirring up winds and maintaining peace in the New World. As for why he hadn't contacted him for so long, he must have thought Crocodile was training well in the training camp. Otherwise would Sean, who specifically came from the headquarters to the East Sea to find him, forget about him? That would be a joke. Crocodile was very confident in his intelligence, and his deduction was that Sean thought he was in special training. But Kizaru had forgotten about him, letting him suffer here for nothing. Thus, Crocodile began his career of enduring hardships, vowing that in the future, he would capture many pirates. There was no other way. He was the weakest here, and everyone wanted to bully him. He was determined that after he got out, step by step, he would rise to a position above everyone else under Sean. He wanted to be the most notorious crocodile. In the blink of an eye, 2 years passed swiftly. In the year 1504 of the Sea Circle, in the office of the G5 branch base in the New World, sat a man with slick back hair, wearing glasses and a black suit. He was laughing coldly at a piece of news. "Ha! The Mamba Snake pirate crew, once one of the overlords of the Roger era, is nothing but this. Just like that, gone. Indeed, this man was Crocodile. Crocodile stood up, tears welling in his eyes as he tightly gripped the newspaper, walking to the window and looking at the distant blue sea. 2 years. Do you know how I've spent these 2 years? Finally, I have gotten rid of all those who bullied me. Just as Crocodile could no longer suppress his inner excitement and was expressing his heartfelt emotions, a sudden voice plunged him into an ice cave. Who gave you the guts to disturb my nap? Crocodile's heart sank, and he thought to himself, this is bad. Immediately, a heavy pressure pinned him down, almost making it hard for him to breathe. Just as he was about to speak, he heard that voice again. Hurry up and finish your official business, then follow them for special training. Crocodile sighed inwardly. He had been careless. A man with silver hair, wearing a black training suit and a white haori, slowly stood up from the sofa in the office. His gaze was proud, and his expression was cold. But Crocodile knew this was just a facade. More importantly, he was petty. Just as Crocodile was lost in thought, Sean's question pulled him back to reality. What does the headquarters want? I'm so busy, and they still want me to escort those kings to the World Conference. Crocodile thought to himself, it's all the official business I helped you deal with. No one dares to cause trouble in the G5 waters because of your infamous name. So were you busy? However, he still said, perhaps this year's World Conference is different from previous ones, and your reputation should be able to suppress some unruly individuals. Sean certainly knew the main topic of the meeting, which was about the Revolutionary Army. But it would be fine to go for a walk and maybe wander around Alabasta to see if he could run into Robin. All right, you can come with me this time. I'll leave this place to the two brothers, Montan and Monter, for now. I'll continue to rest for a while, so don't bother me anymore. Okay, all right, I'll be careful. So, Chloe quietly sat back down at his desk. Sean closed his eyes for a short nap, but opened his system panel. Host, Sean Gender. Male age, 22 combat power, 199,991 ordinary soldier, 11,499 elite soldiers below colonel. 500-4000 elite colonel to major general, 4001-7000 lieutenant general, 7001-9999 general candidate, 10,000 and above 4 emperors, no upper limit. This is calculated based on a combination of Tau power and ability, and the overall value is lower than the pure Tau power value. Abilities: modified heavy fruit, armament Haki max, observation Haki max, conqueror's Haki max skills, wish, swordsmanship, modified teleportation warehouse, 3-day moon Sukikij, pure gold upgrade version 9, change of clothes, several photos. Cloud fruit, plot points, 299301. Yes, Sean has accumulated quite a few plot points over the past 2 years, and has used many for training. He finally raised his combat power to 19999, but the system said it would cost 300,000 plot points to upgrade. This almost made Sean furious, but he just got a little angry, and then it was whatever. After all, his strength is the foundation for standing in this world. He never relied on the system. He only used it as a tool. Over the past 2 years, Sean has also risen to the rank of Major General, and his title Tulu has made nearby pirates tremble in fear. 2 years ago, Crocodile was beaten every day in prison, and after a few months, he awakened armament Haki. Then he began a turnaround in his life, constantly extracting information from spies to prepare for his future revenge. He also beat up every pirate who had bullied him, until he reached a breakthrough. He reported his situation to the guards, saying he had pried open the spy's words. So it was reported layer by layer, and Crocodile used the intelligence he had mastered to finally meet Kizaru. The first thing Kizaru said when they met was, "Who are you?" This made Crocodile so angry that he almost exploded, but under the roof, he had to lower his head and recounted his experiences. In the end, Kizaru called Sean to take him away, and because he had made achievements, he was directly promoted to second lieutenant. These spies were sent by the heroes competing in the New World. God knows how excited Sean was when he saw Crocodile. Without a second thought, he told Crocodile some heartfelt words about how he couldn't do without him. Crocodile was so moved that he took him back to the G5 branch to handle official business after half an hour. Guena and Dasky have also grown a bit and have gradually begun to show their talents. Their talents have been referred to as the new generation of monsters, unmatched by anyone. If they weren't still too young, Sean would have directly taken them back to G5 to train them himself. Just when Sean was about to fall asleep, the phone worm interrupted his sleep again. "Hello, who is it? Don't you know it's time for a nap in the afternoon?" A lewd voice came from the other side of the phone worm. "It's quite troublesome. Have you decided on the king of the country you are going to escort? We need to confirm the list now." Hearing Kizaru's words, Sean immediately said, Then I'll go to Alabasta. I haven't seen the 7 warlords yet. All right. I'll submit the list later. You should set off soon, or you won't make it. Okay, I'll set off tomorrow. In the Holy Land, Mariehua, 5 elderly men of various shapes stood or sat around a conference table. The officials sitting at the table were all world government officials with positions comparable to Marine admirals. They were the highest officials of Judicial Island, the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, the head of the CP organization, the head of the scientific troops, and the chief of the world government's advisory headquarters, among other giants, and these people were even higher in status than Sengoku. There were also leaders from various departments, such as the heads of CP0 to CP9 and the commanders of the kingdom forces, who could only sit in lower positions. They were discussing the topics regarding the Revolutionary Army to be raised at this World Conference. After the discussion, just as the 5 Elder Stars were about to let everyone leave, the head of the Cypherpole organization stopped everyone. No one dared to ignore this newly appointed CP chief, and even the 5 Elder Stars relied heavily on his opinions. At only 31 years old, he is the youngest high-level figure in history, having joined a world government at 17. After 14 years of hard work, he has unified the entire CP department from being independent to being integrated. This includes the CP0 agency directly under the Celestial Dragons, which is no exception. He has helped many Celestial Dragons, so he holds a high reputation among them. Even the Celestial Dragons generally do not dare to give him orders because his influence has already formed, and moving against him would cause factional turmoil among the Celestial Dragons. He possesses genius-like political skills, allowing him to rise step by step, and only he can handle the position of chief. During this time, he has made countless achievements. Aside from being a bit eccentric, he is undoubtedly an outstanding politician. The protagonist will not kill innocents to gain power, nor will he flatter the Celestial Dragons. This will be explained later, so don't rush to criticize me. After the World Conference, we will enter the Enel chapter. Please, don't flame me. Enel, seeing that he had attracted everyone's attention, nodded in satisfaction. He then turned his gaze to the current chief of CP9, Rob Lucci. Lucci understood and picked up a document to look at it, saying, since a few months ago, the situation in the New World has become clear. The 4 great pirates have each occupied and ruled a sea area like emperors ruling the Grand Line, and the world has referred to them as the 4 emperors. This is when it all started. Although it appears on the surface that the Marines, the 7 warlords, and the 4 emperors are in a triangular balance, the reality is not like that. In the following months, our department's personnel have statistically analyzed that, as of yesterday, the pirate forces have already shown explosive growth. In just a few months, the number of emerging pirates has exceeded that of the entire previous year. The sword-wielding elder among the 5 Elder Stars frowned and looked at Enel. So what do you want to express? Enel stood up, first casting a meaningful glance at the commander-in-chief of the Navy, Steelbone Kong, and then said, in the Navy camp, I propose to establish another admiral. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire room fell silent because they simply could not imagine the implications of Enel's move. They all understood what having one more admiral meant. An admiral is not just a position. It is also a manifestation of the Navy's power. The bases, vice admirals, and Marines under an admiral would have to be re-recruited. This would lead to an increase of over 30 in the Navy's power. So the positions of the Navy's high-ranking officers are all precious. The upper echelons of the world government absolutely do not allow the Navy to overshadow other institutions. What they need is mutual checks and balances. Although they did not know why Enel would propose a plan that would weaken the influence of his own jurisdiction, many still voiced their opposition. Impossible. If there is one more admiral, not to mention the balance issue, will the new admiral's jurisdiction be divided? That's right. And what about the new base's commander? What about the new recruits? Will your CP cover these financial resources? I pose. The 5 elders remained silent, quietly observing the dispute among the few people present. For them, any proposal was inconsequential. As long as no one dominated, mutual checks and balances were sufficient. The only one who did not speak was the commander of the 3 armies, as Enel's proposal was beneficial to him. Enel looked around at everyone and sneered. Oh? What is the matter? Aren't you all afraid of me, the CP chief officer? You're all well-fed and still want to compete? Even if there is competition, it's between me and General Empty. Why are you all so anxious? After glancing at Steelbone Kong, he continued, as for the issues you mentioned, we CP can find a way to allocate jurisdiction areas for the new generals. As for new recruits, we could just start world conscription, right? If that doesn't work, what is wrong with transferring my men under the new general? This statement caused a stir. Even the 5 elders were somewhat surprised. They did not expect Enel to have such grand ambitions, not only being unsatisfied but also wanting to meddle in the Navy. However, the five elders didn't say anything. After all, they were not afraid of someone with ambition, but rather of someone without it, as those individuals often plotted even bigger schemes. The people at the conference table were in an uproar, unable to comprehend where Enel found the courage. General Kong narrowed his eyes, fixating on Enel, and everyone knew he was angry. General Kong asked inexplicably, "So, does the new general also require world conscription?" Enel realized he had been too abrupt, making Kong think he intended to parachute a general over. He replied, "That's unnecessary. Doesn't your Navy have someone named Sean? I think he is quite good." Upon hearing this, the five elders nearly cursed. What a disaster. This nickname had once caused them headaches. Talon? Does it mean celestial dragons also have the word dragon in their names? If it weren't for knowing about Sean's battle with Kaido, if it weren't for knowing that Sean hated being called short, and if it weren't for Sean's bizarre abilities, they would have likely sent Enel to capture him long ago. Now, Sean was undoubtedly the most disliked naval officer among the celestial dragons, once possibly being Garp. But what exactly was Enel plotting? Everyone fell into deep thought. If he intended to meddle in the Navy, he hadn't made any arrangements. If he had no ulterior motives, would anyone present believe that? Either Enel was confident he could recruit Sean, but was that even possible? Sean's profile is well known. He is undoubtedly a direct descendant of the Navy and is also a subordinate of Kizaru. That person is truly lawless and even threatened the headquarters when he was a major. If Enel were truly that powerful and could recruit Sean, there would be no need for them to say anything. The Gorosei would have directly made a decision on this proposal. But is that possible? The old man with the sword straightforwardly asked Enel, "Do you have confidence in completely controlling Sean?" Hearing this, Enel was slightly taken aback. But his good political acumen brought him back to his senses. Looking around, he immediately understood what everyone was thinking from the expressions on their faces. They merely thought he could recruit Sean, the troublemaker, and now hearing the Gorosei's question, they were somewhat conflicted. Admitting it means that Sean could indeed have his own faction. But how could he fabricate that? He couldn't come up with anything. So he finally said, "Not yet, but I can try." That's right. Enel just wants to find an opportunity to meet Sean. However, time is not yet ripe, which makes him a bit anxious, but it should be soon, right? Enel, I don't care what you want to do, but I do not agree. Aren't you afraid of raising a wolf? Moreover, the current situation is just fine. It can't be disrupted by your inexplicable reasons to add another admiral. That kind of uncontrollable factor can just let him fight with the pirates down there. After all, he's already a vice admiral, isn't he? That's right. The rank of admiral isn't important anymore. I second that. Listening to the opposition, Enel squinted his eyes, looking at the faces of those in power. He silently labeled them as dead in his mind and decided he would be the minister of the scientific troops and would deal with him later. Enel also knew that there was no way to do it for now, but it was not a big problem, as long as he planted a seed in their hearts. That is, the seed of Sean becoming an admiral. When he meets Sean in the future, they could discuss false evidence. Just thinking about it felt like a plan coming together. Enel stood up, looking down at the few people across from him, and the CP department heads behind him also stood up in succession. "You will agree in the future." After leaving behind a cold sentence, Enel turned and walked out of the conference room, and his subordinates followed closely behind. The people present did not take Enel's words as a threat and became cautious. The Gorosei looked at this situation and nodded in satisfaction. This is the situation they wanted. No matter how they fought, they could not escape the five of them. Enel returned to his office, where only his confidant, Rob Lucci, was present. Enel no longer pretended and immediately began to curse. Those bastards really think I don't know what they want? What a bunch of narrow-minded fools. Do they really think everyone only cares about that trivial power like they do? Speaking of this, Enel had a fervent expression. What I pursue is not this mere power. I truly hope the day of the gods' fall comes sooner. By then, Lucci, I will take you to the real infinite land. As soon as Lucci entered, he began checking the more than 100 anti-eavesdropping bugs in the office. There was no choice. His boss was too fierce. If it weren't for him cleaning up the mess behind Enel all those years ago, Enel would probably have been labeled as contemptuous of authority. Life is not easy. Lucci sighed. Hearing Enel's words, Lucci was also very curious. So what exactly is the infinite land? I don't know. I only know that landing on that moon outside will provide clues. Then why don't you go yourself? Enel said, exasperated. Not to mention that it is just a clue. Even if it is the infinite land, what can we do with just the two of us? Besides what? According to what that person said, even if we reach there now, we can only understand it partially. The main point is the blank 100 years recorded in the historical texts. There may be information about my hometown there. Speaking of this, a murderous look filled Enel's eyes. The most important thing is that the Void Throne in Makingthe City, which symbolizes peace, is a complete scam, fooling everyone on this sea, including you and me. Gulp. Hearing this, Lucci swallowed hard. He certainly knew about the Void Throne. It is said to have been built by the original celestial dragons, symbolizing peace, equality, and the idea of no dictatorship. Although he was somewhat curious as to why Enel was telling him this, curiosity is a human instinct. So he hurriedly asked, "So, what is the situation?" Enel sneered. "What situation? Who built that throne is still unknown. But one thing I can tell you for sure is that above the Gorosei, there are others, and one of them is the person who sits behind the throne." Upon hearing this, Lucci felt his head buzzing, as if a silent thunderclap had stunned him. After a moment, Lucci, with a shocked expression, stammered, "No, it can't be. Isn't the Gorosei the pinnacle of world power?" Enel disdainfully said, "Pinnacle? Have you ever seen a pinnacle kneeling? The Gorosei have no standing qualifications in front of that person." Lucci still found it hard to believe. "Is this what that person you mentioned told you?" "That's right." Enel also lit a cigar, took a couple of puffs, and continued, "If the person behind the Gorosei is mysterious, then the person behind me is eerie. However, one thing is beyond doubt. Divine power will be sidelined. Just follow me well. When that person calls out in the future, you will know that this sea has already been woven into a vast net by him. The master of that throne can manipulate this world from behind the scenes. How powerful must he be?" Enel scoffed. "The master of the throne? Don't joke around. Don't you want to think about why no one dares to sit on that throne externally, yet wants to stay behind the scenes? Indeed, it is undoubtedly extraordinarily powerful, possessing the power to rule. But it also reflects the existence it fears. No one has ever stood above since the beginning. Not you, nor me, not even the gods. But this unbearable vacancy of the heavenly throne is about to end." After finishing, Enel looked out the window with a fanatical expression, gazing at the sky. Lucci was also somewhat inspired by Enel's demeanor. Although he had always had a good relationship with Enel, and was a partner, once that person was involved, Enel would get angry with him. At this moment, hearing such secrets, Lucci became even more curious about that person, even eager to see the eerie person Enel spoke of. What kind of hero could make such an arrogant Enel so convinced? As he thought, an involuntary silhouette began to take shape in his mind, a tall figure that seemed to radiate endless brilliance. Achoo! Sean just woke up, cursing and complaining. "Which bastard is talking bad about me?" "Gillo, Gillo. Is it you who's been talking bad about me behind my back?" Alabasta port. After a long journey, Sean and his group finally arrived in this desert-filled country. Although Sean had coordinates here, there still needed to be a display of military ships. As soon as they landed, Sean saw a creature that caught his eye, a kung fu manatee. Isn't that the disciple that Luffy will recruit in the future? Eventually, it will learn to use Haki and even form the Beast Pirates. They are a group of cute yet serious creatures. So, Sean said to Chloe, "Go, have a fight with them." What? Chloe was a bit confused. After all, he was a major, and after 2 years of rigorous training, even the brigadier generals at headquarters might not be his match. Now he was being asked to bully a group of cute animals? Stop talking and hurry up. The kung fu manatees posed in a fighting stance upon seeing Chloe. Chloe immediately understood that these little guys were very enthusiastic about martial arts. 5 minutes later, having mixed in a new world, dealing with them was surprisingly easy, but a new problem arose. Chloe looked at the group of kung fu manatees surrounding him, their eyes sparkling and not letting him leave, feeling a bit dizzy. He turned to Sean for help, only to find Sean lost in thought. So he had to shout, "Sean, what's going on here?" "Huh?" Sean came to his senses and said, "They're a group of martial arts enthusiasts who challenge anyone they see. But if they lose, they will take the opponent as their master. You just wait here for King Cobra and teach your new disciples a bit. I'm going to wander around in the rain." After saying that, without waiting for Chloe to react, Sean disappeared, leaving Chloe in a whirlwind with a group of disciples. The reason Sean was lost in thought was that the system had reached the upgrade standard. Now, a progress bar appeared in front of Sean, indicating that the upgrade would be completed in about an hour. Sean was not in a hurry. He enjoyed the local customs and culture while heading to the rain area. At this time, Robin should have just joined the Baroque Work Society, and he wanted to see Robin's charm. An hour later, the system upgrade was completed, and he had to find a cooler place to stay. Sean checked the system and found several messages. The 2.0 system upgrade was completed. Congratulations to the host for receiving the upgrade gift pack. The contents of this update are as follows. Enhancement pool, shop item updates, map function. System, what are the conditions for the next upgrade? Trigger conditions are unknown. Please explore on your own. Seeing this, Sean had no choice but to click on the updated system panel. Besides the character attributes panel, which occupied 1/3 of the entire panel, the right side was divided into several sections: training camp, map navigation, shop, and lottery. Sean was a bit confused. What about the enhancement pool? It sounded like a grand name. So he first opened the shop, and the items and prices were completely refreshed. What used to be things that made him hesitate at the sight of their prices were now reduced to 1/10 of their original cost. The first item that appeared was an A-grade gene potion, which used to cost 1 million, but now only required 100,000. Not to mention some skills that were optional for him. At first, Sean was very excited because he found many abilities he coveted. But in the end, he realized that it was still just a supermarket mall. Pots, bowls, spicy strips, cola, cigarettes, and beer were all available. The prices of these items were low, but some things that were useful to him had prices that were outrageous. For example, an S-grade potion cost 50 million plot points. He couldn't even afford that much by taking down Luffy. Even the ability of the Time Guardian was available, with time reversal costing a full 100 million. It was definitely something he couldn't afford, just like before. What he could afford was unnecessary, and what he needed was prohibitively expensive, blatantly messing with his mentality. Just as he was about to exit, he noticed the enhancement pool feature was right there in the shop. Clicking on it revealed a furnace, with several empty slots below and various icons corresponding to his abilities, along with a devil fruit. Sean tried to pull the heavy fruit up, only to find that upgrading required 10 million. He pulled the cloud fruit from his backpack in, which changed the upgrade requirement to 1 million. But the success rate was 0.1. After pulling the heavy fruit out, he discovered that it only required 50,000, and after upgrading, it became an effect to remove side effects. It's still not a direct enhancement of strength, just like the difference between a level 4 ultimate skill and a max level ultimate skill in a game. Subsequently, Sean tried to pull in the domineering fruit, but the results showed that his physical fitness was insufficient. Sean immediately understood that dominance is ultimately the energy of the body. If this can be upgraded, then it wouldn't be called an auxiliary system. Sean stroked his chin as if he had thought of something. How can I upgrade my ability? Then, with a flash of inspiration, he dragged 2 bottles of cola together, and the results showed that it required 1 plot point, which Sean had. But to his surprise, the success rate was 100. Sean decisively clicked to enhance it. A sound of hammering echoed, and then an item was synthesized. Sean was stunned when he saw it. What he saw was a large bucket of cola made from 2 small bottles of cola. That's right, it was a bucket of cola, just as big as the water bottles on the old water dispensers. Sean suddenly understood that this was an attribute issue. Wouldn't his heavy fruit need the float fruit to fuse? Not to mention that the golden lion was still alive, even if he were dead. Where would he find the float fruit? It was completely an uncertain function. System, is there a way for me to track the fruit? The system's updated map feature provides tracking capabilities for any person or object. Great. Then I can upgrade my abilities. I'm actually looking forward to it. Next, Sean directly opened the system upgrade package. He never had any expectations for this thing. It was like when playing games after a server update. You get 60 runes, tasteless to eat, but a pity to discard. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an S-Class Gene Potion, the Dream Traveling Pillow, and a skill random upgrade card. S-Class Gene Potion breaks the genetic lock of the body, enhancing the upper limit of human physical quality. Friendly reminder, you could become stronger, but you cannot become stronger for no reason. Skill random upgrade card. Any skills you currently possess can be randomly upgraded once. Currently, only teleport and purification qualify. Dream Traveling Pillow, a legendary item that allows 3 time-space travels, and the effects will not be corrected by the force of correction. Usage, just sleep with it as a pillow. Note, once used, it will jump 3 times in succession, with each stay lasting 1 month. After the 3 travels, you will return to reality, and only a moment will have passed in reality. After checking everything, Sean was so happy he almost jumped up. Wonderful. This Dream Traveling Pillow is definitely a plot point score booster. Sean quickly took out the S-level Gene Potion. Like the A-level, it was also in a test tube, but the only difference was the liquid inside. The liquid was a deep crimson color, bubbling as if it were boiling water. However, when held in hand, it felt cool. Sean tilted his head back and drank it down. Unlike the A-level, which showed no changes, this S-level was indeed effective. He heard a faint sound coming from within his body, and then there was silence. A gene potion worth 50 million made a sound. Not bad. Then Sean used the random skill upgrade card, and ultimately, his teleportation skill was upgraded. Flying Thunder God Teleportation can consume stamina to mark any item. Using mental energy for marking is colorless and invisible, and the marking speed depends on proficiency. Seeing this, Sean couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this is going to force me to become a white flash." Mental energy marking, if fast enough, could practically mark anything anywhere at any time. It seemed like another divine skill that required a massive amount of plot points to cultivate. Immediately, Sean looked eagerly at the final dream pillow. After hesitating for a moment, he activated his observation Haki and found a secluded spot. He took out a jade pillow that resembled those from ancient times. It looked so plain and unremarkable. Sean couldn't wait to harvest the plot points. He was really eager for this skill that combined Flying Thunder God and teleportation. It could both attack and escape. Definitely a divine skill. Besides, lying down and waking up was just a moment's thing, so it wasn't a big deal. This made him more confident about going to Maneuveris next. Without hesitation, he lay down on the ground, rested his head, and just closed his eyes. Sean felt a wave of dizziness, and then he opened his eyes in confusion. He immediately felt a bit cold. Sean couldn't help but rub his arms and muttered, "What the hell is this place?" The system suddenly spoke up, startling Sean. It was the first time the system had talked. He cautiously asked, "Have you become more intelligent?" However, the system didn't respond again, and Sean didn't mind. He directly opened the map. The map displayed the year 1507 of the Sea Circle calendar, Minion Island. This island felt somewhat familiar. Suddenly, he noticed flickering lights in the distance, which pulled Sean back into distant memories. Then it struck him. Wasn't this the place where Rosanani was supposed to die? In other words, the place on fire was Ghost Town, and Rosanani should be close to death. Without hesitation, he bought a set of anti-inflammatory medicine and donned a cloak similar to that of the Konoha ANBU, as well as a mask. He then enveloped the entire island in his observation Haki. Indeed, the island was in chaos. It seemed that Crane had not managed to arrive in time. It appeared that Virgo had also joined G5. Not long after, Sean spotted someone walking while holding a child. He quickly flew toward that location. It seemed Rosanani had succeeded and was about to feed Law the Ope Nomi originally. This fruit was supposed to be traded by D. Barrels with Don Quixote da Flamingo. D. Barrels was also the father of Red Flag X Drake, a former Navy officer who had fallen to piracy. It was worth 5 billion berries, but Rosanani was searching for a doctor to treat Law's terminal illness. However, half a year passed without a cure until he received intel on the Ope Nomi. He decided to take a risk to steal the fruit for the sake of the child's survival. It went smoothly at first, but in the end, he was severely injured and managed to pass the intel to Law for the Navy. According to the original story, Law would mistakenly give the intel to Virgo, who would then beat Rosanani half to death upon arrival. Afterward, the two found an opportunity to escape, lying to Doflamingo that Law had already fled the birdcage's range. Ultimately, this man died with a smile, simply to remind Law of his smiling face when he was alive. Sean decided to save the two people, not for any other reason, but because he suddenly had a bold idea. He wanted the surgery fruit, not for the sake of the immortality surgery, but because the surgery fruit could achieve the effect of soul exchange, separating one soul from their body and allowing for random configurations. This was definitely a spy skill, stuffing one's own soul into an opponent's body to manipulate their forces. He could even find some heinous criminals, exchange their heads, and as long as they didn't break character, the owner of the head could fake their death and deceive everyone. The prerequisite for all this was that the other party didn't know he was a special ability user, but Sean could manage that. Yes, Sean thought of the plot points that kept coming, so why not start now? Find a few pawns to help him change things instead of getting his hands dirty himself? The only troublesome part was choosing the candidates. After all, the CP Organization S intelligence system was no joke. The immediate priority was to heal them first. Moments later, Sean landed directly in front of Rosanandi, who was holding Luo. With a loud bang, a lot of snowflakes were scattered, startling Rosanandi. He immediately looked warily at the person in front of him wearing a dark green cloak, hood, and strange mask. Instantly on high alert, he knew this person was definitely here for the surgery fruit. His instincts told him that the person in front of him was very strong and certainly not one of his brother's subordinates, wearing a mask and a cloak. The answer was obvious. Are you from CP0? Sean was stunned by Rosanandi's wild idea before he even spoke. I'm not from the world government, and you and this kid are both seriously injured, right? Rosanandi tightly held on a Law and asked, are you here for the surgery fruit too? Yes, before Sean could finish. He was rudely interrupted. Impossible. Law said decisively, this is the only way to save this child. I won't hand him over to you, even if it costs me my life. Saying this, He gently placed Law behind him and assumed a fighting stance. "This is really troublesome," Sean said, scratching his head in frustration through his hood. Without further explanation, he decided that actions spoke louder than words. Instantly, he opened his observation Haki to sense Law's injuries and raised his hand to use gravity. He extracted the bullets from Rosinandi's body, and before he could react, he raised his hand again to cast Wish. Suddenly, a milky yellow light with sparkling stars surged around Rosinandi. Rosinandi felt a wave of comfort wash over him. It was as if he had soaked in a hot spring, and all his injuries and fatigue disappeared. Once he regained his senses, Rosinandi looked at Sean in astonishment, as this ability was truly miraculous. He had once told Law that devil fruit powers were not magic, yet he encountered someone who wielded it like magic. He was overjoyed. In fact, Rosinandi couldn't be sure if the surgery fruit could definitely cure Law's illness. But he had no other options. He could only gamble, letting the Navy deal with the Don Quixote family while he attempted to steal the surgery fruit. But now, this man in front of him had instantly healed his injuries. So he asked, "Can your ability cure lead disease?" As he spoke, he picked up the curled-up Law from the snow and slightly lifted the blanket covering him, revealing Law's face, which had patches of white spots. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "If you can assure me that you can heal him, I will hand over the surgery fruit to you." Sean was a bit bewildered. Was it really that easy? As if guessing what Sean was thinking, Rosinandi continued, "This fruit requires a lot of knowledge to unleash its healing effects, and I'm not sure this child will definitely recover. So, I'm counting on you." After saying this, he directly bent down and bowed to Sean while holding Luo. This completely threw off the words Sean had prepared. However, after regaining his composure, he said, "It should be fine." Then, Rosinandi saw Sean raise his hand once again, and a milky yellow light, sprinkled with starlight, fell upon Luo's frail body. Luo slowly opened his eyes and looked at Rosinandi, who was holding him. Rosinandi looked at Luo in surprise. "Luo, are you okay?" But before Luo could speak, the surprise on Rosinandi's face suddenly froze. As the light dissipated, the white spots on Luo's face showed no signs of fading. How could this be? Even injuries like mine can heal instantly, yet Luo's illness cannot be cured? At that moment, Luo weakly asked what happened. Nevertheless, Rosinandi still gathered his spirits and sat Luo down on the ground. He took out a red heart-shaped fruit and excitedly said, "Luo, look at this. This is the surgical fruit that can save your life. Celebrate." Luo stared blankly at him and said with a downcast expression, "But even if I eat this, it might not cure my illness." Rosinandi, looking excited, placed his empty hand on Luo's shoulder. "What are you talking about? This will definitely cure your illness." After saying this, he raised the hand holding the surgical fruit, ready to force it into Luo's mouth. Sean looked speechless and reached out to grab the raised hand of the former. After being caught, Rosinandi struggled desperately, but found that he couldn't break free from that casually grasping palm. He immediately pleaded, "Please, this is the last hope for this child. Without it, this child will truly die." "What are you thinking?" Sean said irritably. "When did I ever say I couldn't cure him? Why are you so agitated?" After saying this, he released Rosinandi's hand and looked at Law. "Kid, tell me, do you want to live? If you really don't want to live and still put on a world-weary attitude, then I'll just take the surgical fruit and leave." "No, you. This is different from what we agreed on." Rosinandi looked at Sean anxiously. "Shut up," Sean said in a feigned tone of compassion. "You're too kind. And in the end, it was you who sent your father away with your own hands. Do you know that?" After a pause, Sean's tone shifted directly, and he shouted loudly, "Sengoku, the Buddha of Sengoku, the head of the Navy, and in the end, because of your mistake, he ended up in a miserable old age. Do you understand?" Rosinandi was stunned to hear this. This person actually knew that Sengoku was his father. Before Rosinandi could speak, Sean stepped forward and directly pulled aside his fur coat. He said to Law, "And you, the world-weary little brat, look at the clothes of this person who betrayed his brother and wants to cure you after leaving the Navy. How many holes are there? If it weren't for me curing him, he would have died. His death would trigger a chain reaction that would plunge this great sea into turmoil. Do you really want him to die before you wake up?" Law stared blankly at the shirt on Rosinandi's back, which had bullet holes, bloodstains, and scratches. Yet, he kept holding himself tightly, carefully thinking about what this person had said, imagining that if Rosinandi really died. Suddenly his heart felt as if it were being pricked by needles. The child's eyes brimmed with thin tears, and his lips moved slightly. "I want to live. Actually, I know everything. I know how clumsy Rosinandi has been in taking care of me all this time. I just don't want to burden him anymore." Rosinante looked at Law's expression and felt somewhat helpless, but he still squatted down and said to Law, "Just smile. It'll be fine. Look, I'm okay, right?" After saying this, Rosinante began his signature silly move, making a cheesy peace sign, paired with the tattoos on his face, and showing a big smile. "Law, you must smile. Okay, just like me." Sean wanted Luo to recognize the goodness of Rosinante because he feared that if Rosinante didn't survive, it would affect Luo. It seems the outcome is good. Rosinante turned his head, just about to speak, when Sean raised his hand and gently waved it. Instantly, a blue light flickered around Luo, which lasted even shorter than the previous milky yellow glow. About 2 seconds later, the blue light completely retreated into Luo's body. Immediately, it was observed that the white spots on Luo's face were slowly shrinking at a visible speed. Finally, they completely disappeared, and Luo's face regained its color, becoming rosy instead of the pale complexion it had just moments ago. Seeing this, Rosinante threw away the surgical fruit and lifted Luo high into the air. "Great. Luo, you must be better now, right? Answer me quickly." Just after regaining his health, Luo was lifted and tossed around by Rosinante, making him feel a bit dizzy. "Hey, idiot, put me down." Sean took the surgical fruit and muttered to himself about how careless this person was. But looking at this harmonious scene, he couldn't help but smile. However, he thought about the situation. If he left directly, these two would probably suffer. After considering it, he decided to see it through to the end, to send the person all the way, just like sending a Buddha to the West. Moreover, the scenario he had just envisioned about the death of the warring states hadn't been conveyed to him yet. No matter whether they could kill Doflamingo or not, he needed to consume the surgical fruit in front of them. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good for anyone. But Sean felt that Rosinante wouldn't kill Doflamingo, because in the original story, Rosinante never pulled the trigger until his death. They were truly extreme brothers. While they were enacting this warm scene, Sean suddenly came up with an even better idea. This idea could complement his undercover plan and form a closed loop. However, all of this had to wait until Doflamingo was dealt with. He then said to Rosinante, "Let's find a place to talk." After saying that, he took the lead and walked ahead, while Rosinante and the other followed closely behind Sean. Sean was heading towards the port where the Don Quixote family ship was docked. Yes, he had sensed it. Barring any accidents, the Navy would soon come to hunt them down. It was better to avoid an encounter with the Navy in this situation. As Sean walked, he marked several locations along the way with his mental power. Before long, Rosinante saw the pirate ship docked at the port. His expression changed instantly, and he looked at Sean with a somewhat unpleasant face. "What did you bring us here for?" "Relax." Sean waved his hand. "You probably don't want to kill Doflamingo, but you also don't have the ability to send him to prison. Coincidentally, I have something I need to discuss with him. This inherently evil guy should either be taken out or turned into a useful tool. What do you think? What exactly do you want to do?" "We'll talk about that later. That arrogant guy is coming." Not far away, by the port, a group of people was standing, and they were also looking in Rosinante's direction. Sean was somewhat surprised. It seemed that at this time, Doflamingo, although arrogant, at least still had a proper stance. He was wearing a dark red suit and his signature pink fur coat. To be honest, that tall posture and his 3-meter height made Sean a bit envious. At this time, Doflamingo still had the image of a tall, rich, and handsome man, far from the later image of a cool guy in tight pants and slippers. Sean decided to stoop him later. Although his image as a spirited young man was arrogant, at least he was stooping. On the other side, the members of the Don Quixote family were also discussing the 3 people in the distance. "Doflamingo, it seems your brother has found some helpers. He really has betrayed you," said the snot-nosed Tory Bull, looking somewhat grim as he spoke to Doflamingo. Doflamingo, who was already furious, had veins bulging on his forehead. "From today on, my family will only be you all. Don't worry, we will never betray you. Doflamingo, you are our king. Your talent will eventually take you to the top. Young master." Doflamingo's lips curled into a slight smile, but the members of the Don Quixote family felt no joy at all. This was because the one who betrayed him was the only family member of their young master. "I want to see what he relies on to dare betray me. His older brother. Let's go." The subordinates followed closely behind. Sean watched from a distance and couldn't help but sigh that this was also a villain with a special charm. This posture was undoubtedly that of a standard villain, with his subordinates following in step, further enhancing his tyrannical aura. Unfortunately, this was reality. Such a person was not worthy of his admiration. At the same time, he thought of his only trusted subordinate, Crocodile. That useless thing. He really didn't know if it was good or bad to have taken him in. Comparable to Ben Beckman's intelligence, his perspective was pitifully small. He either got detained or went to prison. After being released, instead of carefully considering the faction struggles, he kept staring at the pirate forces that had once beaten him, using insidious means to incite conflict. Following behind him didn't even enhance his own imposing presence. Instead, it lowered his status, making him look foolish. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He had to give this fake gentleman a good beating when he returned. Soon, Doflamingo arrived in front of the few people. He pulled out a gun and directly aimed it at Rosinante, completely ignoring Sean beside him. "Clarson, why are you stopping me? Betraying me?" Rosinante shielded Law behind him, lit a cigarette, and slowly said, "Because you are wrong. I don't want to see you continue down this path." Upon hearing this, Doflamingo became even more furious. "Do you really think I won't kill you? Are you taking advantage of my brother's identity to act recklessly towards me? I just think you shouldn't continue. If you go on like this, you will completely fall into the abyss." Sean listened to the conversation between the two and couldn't help but feel that perspective truly determines attitude. When watching the anime, Rosinante was merely a decoration while being an undercover agent. Yet he was the leader of the Hearts Pirates with the code name Corazon. He tolerated a lot. No matter how cruel Doflamingo was, he never harmed him. The story of Rosinante and Law also moved many people. If Ace is the gentle older brother, then Rosinante is called the kindest person. However, in the moment, it felt like there was a hint of a self-righteous aura. Doflamingo, hearing Rosinante's words, became enraged and sarcastically retorted, "What is right and what is wrong? Did we do anything wrong when we were kids? Have you forgotten what we went through? Then why did you kill our father? Huh? Are you joking?" Doflamingo played with the pistol on his phone. "It's not that foolish, guy. Why did you and I have to suffer like that? Our mother died because of it. Shouldn't he have been killed? Should we let those ants bully us for the mistakes we made as children? It forced me to climb step by step all over again. Do you know what Don Quixote means? It's the surname of one of the 20 creators. But now, not to mention returning to the Holy Land, even Dressrosa, which has belonged to our kingdom for 800 years, I have to plan cautiously. Who's to blame for that?" In the end, Doflamingo's face darkened, and the faint killing intent made Rosinante clearly aware. His brother wanted to kill him. "You've already killed our father. You can't continue down this path, or you won't be able to turn back," Rosinante said with a complicated expression. Sean felt the atmosphere between the two of them, and sensed that Rosinante was indeed kind, but somewhat reserved. Fortunately, he was an orphan. Otherwise, having such a brother would probably mean that even thunder would come his way, and it wouldn't be good if he got caught up in it. Of course, he thought this way, but Sean was also a double-standard person, and someone like Rosinante was on his side. With his overly kind personality, as long as he could persuade him, he would never betray his own, even if it meant death. Sounds good. Let's let Xiaoduo and Zoro love and kill each other for a while. Let us not disturb them for now." And he pulled Lola to his side. Rosinante saw Sean pulling Lola away and felt a bit puzzled, but there was no time to think too much. No matter what purpose the cloaked man had in bringing him here, he had no choice now. He knew that Doflamingo wanted to kill him, and being by Sean's side was undoubtedly safe. So, he made up his mind and turned to the cloaked Sean with a smile, saying, "I'll leave Rosinante to you." Hearing this, Lola was startled and quickly grabbed Sean's hem. Looking anxious as she said, You have to help Rosinante. Didn't you say you would help him?" Sean squatted down and whispered, "It's okay. He will only be taught a lesson at most. I will help him." Yes, Sean never thought about how to deal with Rosinante, because the next plan requires the Don Quixote family, who can bear being betrayed by their own kin. It's better to let Doflamingo vent his anger. As long as Doflamingo doesn't personally cut off the last shackle binding the demon, it will be fine after he calms down. After all, he could either kill Doflamingo directly, or Sean couldn't he possibly stay behind Rosinante and the others all the time. Therefore, it's necessary for Rosinante to take a beating before cooperating with Doflamingo, because in a sense, Doflamingo's goal is consistent with his. In fact, what Sean cares most about is a particular moment that left a deep impression on him regarding Doflamingo. Doflamingo once said he knew the inside story of a certain important national treasure within Mariewa. He even claimed that as long as Rosinante performed the immortality surgery for him, he could further exploit that national treasure to grasp real power over the world. Moreover, Doflamingo had mentioned the reins in the original work. He holds the reins of the monsters in the world. Unfortunately, he couldn't know these things now, as he hadn't even obtained the throne of Dressrosa. While Sean was lost in thought, the commotion between him and Rosinante also attracted the attention of others. A man draped in a red cloak, wearing a fringed hat with 2 red facial markings, unsheathed a soft western sword and charged directly at the dazed Sean, moving so quickly that Rosinante couldn't rush to help in time. He could only shout, "Watch out!" The one attacking Sean was Diamante, a user of the flap-flap fruit, able to turn anything into a light, silk-like form. However, the material of the object does not change. He could even turn steel into clothing to enhance defense. At this moment, Diamante had already reached Sean and Rosinante, and for him, it was enough to kill his target. Stealth was not important. He had a gut feeling that this cloaked person should not be underestimated, so he decided to strike first. Sword Snake Sword. Diamante directly used his ability to transform the Western sword into a light, silk-like form, swinging it toward Sean while restoring the sword's original hardness. The Western sword struck with unpredictable, irregular attacks, just like a snake's movements. The sound of steel grinding echoed, momentarily stunning everyone. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that Sean had raised one finger to block the sword aimed at his throat. On his finger, in addition to the black armament Haki hardening, a ball of cherry blossom-colored energy was wrapped around it. As everyone gaped in astonishment, Sean's cold voice suddenly rang out. "Who gave you the qualification to swing a sword at me?" After saying that, he forcefully broke the tip of the Western sword. With a crisp ding, the members of the Don Quixote family heightened their vigilance. The opponent's performance was too casual, seemingly not taking Diamante seriously at all. Diamante was one of the 4 highest-ranking officials of the Don Quixote family. The other officials exchanged glances, and without needing Doflamingo's orders, they rushed towards Sean in unison. Only Baby 5, standing still with a confused expression, wearing a maid outfit and holding a phone bug, looked somewhat at a loss. As for Sean, a flash of scarlet light passed over the eye area of his mask, and an unparalleled aura burst forth from his body, creating a pressure that felt almost tangible, accompanied by a snowstorm of airwaves that surged towards the Don Quixote officials. Instantly, the crowd, who had just taken a few steps, stumbled and nearly fell, trembling as they gritted their teeth to stand. Cold sweat covered their foreheads as they looked at the cloaked figure with expressions of horror. As for Diamante, who was closest to Sean, he wasn't affected by the shock. However, he felt weak and plopped down on the ground. Sean's mastery of Conqueror's Haki did not affect the 2 Don Quixote brothers and Baby 5, along with Law. Even more than a decade later, these executives were unable to resist Sean, let alone now. Just as Don Quixote Doflamingo was about to unleash his Conqueror's Haki to confront Sean, Sean gently waved the broken blade in his hand, and a massive black-red slash nearly 100 meters high flew towards the area where the Don Quixote executives were located. Doflamingo's eyes widened in anger. If this hit, he would be left with no one to use. The slash swept past with lightning speed, not hitting anyone. It only left a 2-meter-wide, deep chasm in front of them, a moment they would never forget. The moment the black-red slash passed right before their eyes. It was the closest they had ever come to death. At that moment, a voice rang out that sent chills down even Doflamingo's spine. "Step forward, and your family will be turned upside down." Hearing this, Doflamingo's expression turned extremely ugly as he looked at the seemingly endless chasm. He immediately understood that this person was not someone they could deal with. The level of Conqueror's Haki was even higher than his. Perhaps the birdcage would be useful. But he didn't dare to gamble. If it didn't work, everyone would die. Sean turned to Doflamingo and said, "It seems you were quite wise. The reason I kept you around is that you still have value. Otherwise, do you think you scum of the sea deserve to stand here and talk to me?" Looking at the 2 small holes corresponding to the eyes on Sean's mask, Doflamingo saw the disdainful gaze that deeply pierced his pride. At this moment, he hated Rosinante even more. Doflamingo's chest rose and fell continuously, clearly on the verge of exploding. "Your Excellency, what do you want to do? You are not the Navy. There is no place for someone like you in the Navy. We'll talk about our matters later. Right now, I need to deal with the little rat from your family." "But don't act rashly, or I won't have to keep you scum around," Sean said mockingly. Before they could act, Sean slowly swung his blade at Diamante. Whoosh! A subtle slash flashed by, seemingly non-existent, slicing through Diamante's arm with the sound of air being cut. Ah! While everyone was stunned, they heard Diamante let out a piercing scream. His arm, which had been holding the sword, slowly dropped, leaving only a smooth wound at the shoulder from which blood began to ooze, and he pressed the other arm against the severed limb in pain. The members of the Don Quixote family were a bit dazed. Wasn't the plan to talk before taking action? Why did this person go straight to attacking? Didn't they see how the young master's brothers were still bantering? "This is your punishment for attacking me. You are not allowed to use a sword again. You are not worthy of it. If I find out in the future that you have used a sword, there will be no need for your Don Quixote family to exist." Doflamingo was already on the edge of an explosion, and now Sean had cut off his subordinate's arm right in front of him. Moreover, He uttered such near humiliating and dismissive words, and he could no longer hold back. Doflamingo stepped toward Sean and laughed loudly, saying, You are indeed arrogant. From what you just said, it seems you have the intention to cooperate with us. So, on what basis do you dare to attack my family? Sean said dismissively, It's not cooperation, it's exploitation. As for why I would act against your family, let's not even mention that he attacked me first. Just one thing, what will you do about it? Don't think you're so impressive. To me, you currently hold no value. What I need is your future value. The you now is worthless. Do you understand? And don't try to test my tolerance with your insignificant strength that will lead to your death. It might even make you regret why you chose to be the scum of the sea before you die. Your family has no secrets from me, including Virgo, whom you sent to G5, or is the birdcage you rely on your only support. As Sean spoke, at first, everyone from the Don Quixote family, including Doflamingo, couldn't contain their anger. But the last sentence completely chilled Doflamingo. The other party even knew about Virgo and the birdcage. Doflamingo stopped in his tracks, staring gloomily at the eyes behind the mask that wounded his pride. Indifference, disdain, contempt, coldness. Those eyes looked at him as if he were an ant. Each one deeply pierced his pride. So, what exactly do you want, Your Excellency? Sean shook his head and said cheerfully, My matters can wait. You should take care of your family affairs first. You must really hate your brother, right? Go on, teach him a lesson. Sean still hasn't forgotten to make Rosinante suffer. There's no way around it. If Doflamingo doesn't have a place to vent, even if they cooperate now, he will look for opportunities to betray. Even with leverage that makes him dare not betray, he will still find a way to deal with Rosinante. But Sean knows that as long as Rosinante doesn't die this time, Doflamingo will be bound by a chain called humanity in the future. Sean muttered to himself, Rosinante, don't blame me. Your betrayal won't let Doflamingo vent his anger. He will kill you to vent in the future. I hope you won't blame me. I'll at most help you recover soon. Thinking of this, Sean suddenly realized that he seemed to have forgotten to hide his healing abilities, which was reckless. It looked like he would have to work hard to brainwash Rosinante later. Hearing this, Doflamingo was also furious, looking at Rosinante with undisguised malice in his eyes. In his rage, Doflamingo rushed towards Rosinante without saying a word. He wanted to teach him a lesson and then kill him. Doflamingo also understood that the two of them probably weren't very close. Otherwise, why would Rosinante be handed over to him? Seeing Rosinante being brutalized, Ro turned his head away, unable to bear it. Noticing this, Sean squatted down and whispered, I will help him heal, but you mustn't reveal my abilities, or I will kill him directly. Originally, Ro had a smile on his face upon hearing the first half of the sentence, but his expression stiffened at the second half. He could only stammer, I understand. I won't say anything, even if it cost me my life. Sean nodded in satisfaction, then looked over at Diamante, beside him, and kicked him back. At that moment, Sean also noticed the confused little girl, Baby 5. He remembered that, apart from Law, there were 100 children adopted by the Don Quixote family. Although most of them were bullied by Rosinante and quit in less than 2 days, 2 remained. He only remembered Baby 5, and the other was a chubby boy with the power of the spin fruit. Then his gaze sharpened as he spotted Buffalo, and he was momentarily confused. Wasn't it said that they were all children? Why was he so tall, measuring at least 5 meters? So Sean turned to Law and asked, How old are you now? And how old is that little girl? Oh right, how old is that chubby guy over there? Law looked a bit confused, but replied, I'm 13 years old now. That little girl is called Baby 5, she's 11, and that chubby guy is called Buffalo, he's 17. Upon hearing this, Sean's mindset crumbled. What the hell with that small body? I believe you were 5 or 6 years old. Are you really a teenager going through puberty? Baby 5 was even smaller. When she walked over, she could hold up the snail phone without needing Doflamingo to bend down. She only reached his knees. Sean looked at the 2 little ones and then at the massive Buffalo, feeling somewhat puzzled about how many years it would take for them to grow normally. However, Sean had an idea about Baby 5. Her loyalty was simply too high. It would be a waste to leave her in the Don Quixote family. So it would be better to persuade her to join his side. Not only was she loyal enough, but it seemed she hadn't eaten any devil fruit yet, so he could safely cultivate her. The plan was on. The only difficulty was that this girl was too easy to manipulate, which was related to her being abandoned in childhood, having been abandoned by her mother at a young age. She lacked love and would go to great lengths to help anyone who needed her. This led to her being easily deceived as she grew up. Whenever someone asked to borrow money, proposed, or pressured her into selling something, she would feel needed and accept. As a result, she often fell victim to scams and ended up owing a lot of money. Sean's eyes darted around, and suddenly a light bulb went off in his head. He had an idea. He turned to where baby 5 was and saw her in a little maid outfit squatting on the ground, bored and picking at her fingers. Law, go bring her over. I need to talk to her. Huh? That person is really annoying. Hurry up. Although Law was reluctant, he didn't dare refuse. After all, his mister. Corazon was still getting beaten up and would later need to be rescued by this cloaked man. With his own thoughts in mind, Law approached baby 5, looking displeased as he pointed at Sean and said, "Hey, someone over there is looking for you." Baby 5, looking confused, followed Law's finger and her eyes lit up. "Oh, am I needed?" Law impatiently said, "You can go over, but be careful not to offend him, or you'll end up like Diamante." Baby 5 didn't take it seriously. In her mind, there was only being needed or not. So she happily skipped over to Sean in front of the Don Quixote family members. Even if they wanted to stop her, they couldn't muster the courage, and besides, they didn't think such a strong person would harm a little girl. When baby 5 reached Sean, she raised her little face expectantly and said, "Hey, Mr. Cloak, do you need me?" Seeing the anxious yet hopeful expression on the little girl's face, Sean sighed, slightly in his heart. Her personality might be rare, but her experiences were quite common. However, sympathy aside, he still needed to take advantage of the situation. Otherwise, it would be a pity if someone snatched away the person he had worked so hard to cultivate in the future. After a moment of contemplation, Sean squatted down to look at the little lowly at eye level and said, "I do need you very much, but I just don't know if you can do it." Baby 5's eyes brightened, and she hurriedly replied, "I can do it. I will definitely do it. Just leave it to me. I need you to be needed only by me, without expecting anyone else's need. Can you do that? Can you only look forward to my response? Now, and in the future, I need you." Baby 5's little face stiffened. She had never heard such a request and didn't know how to respond for a moment. She could only turn her head to look at the family members, then glance at the still fuming Doflamingo not far away, looking conflicted. If she agreed, she wouldn't be needed as much anymore. But if she didn't agree, she wouldn't be able to respond to his need. Law stared in shock at this man, thinking, are strong people's hearts this dirty? Is it okay to trick a little girl like this? But seeing baby 5 looking conflicted and glancing at him, Law immediately put on a serious face. Feeling the low pressure from Law, baby 5 suddenly burst into tears and hugged Sean. Since she had tried to bully Law but ended up being bullied back, every time Law was fierce with her, she would cry. Seeing this, Sean delivered a loving iron fist to Luo's forehead. Hearing a thud, baby 5 raised her head and looked at Luo with tearful eyes. Luo was squatting down with a wronged expression, holding his head. Suddenly, she felt it was possible again and wanted to play a prank on Luo. Sean looked at Law with a mix of disappointment and frustration. "Law, you're already 13 years old. Why are you still so straightforward? If you bully her again, watch out, I'll hit you." Law's behavior reminded him of his childhood in his past life. When he took a girl out to play, his friends would say, "You're really boring, bringing a girl out to play." As they grew up, friends would say, "You're really boring, only bringing one girl out to play." Seeing baby 5 smile, Sean spoke earnestly. People's joys and sorrows are different. Have you ever thought that the Don Quixote family's need for you is merely convenience? He then reached out and gently pinched baby 5's soft, cute little face. "I know about your experiences as a child. It's not your fault. You just didn't wait for the right person who truly needs you. Your loyalty and lack of love have become tools for these scummy pirates. A tool called convenience. I will find a way to cultivate you, and I will give you something infinitely rarer than a devil fruit, simply because I need you, but I want you to protect yourself even more." Law stood by, dumbfounded, wondering why this cloaked man treated him so differently from everyone else. For him, it was either beating or scolding. Poor little Law felt wronged, but didn't he speak up, nor did he envy. Baby 5 noticed Law's complex expression, seemingly a bit envious. She suddenly burst into laughter. Hey, will you really need me in the future? Will you abandon me?" The little girl nervously picked at her fingers. This careful girl yearning for love, praised by Don Quixote as convenient loyalty. How could one not feel heartbroken for her? Sean decided to go back to the New World and directly capture Old Kai from the 8 Treasure Water Army. Well, it's definitely not, because he dislikes that rough guy for fooling baby 5 in the original work. Sean gently placed his hand on her small shoulder. With a serious expression, "Unless I die, I will always need you." He then leaned closer to baby 5's ear and whispered, "I'll tell you a secret. No one in this world can kill me. I'm very strong." The little girl understood, although she didn't know why this could be considered secret. She knew that the cloaked man was making her a promise of never abandoning her. A blush crept onto her small face, and her big, beautiful eyes were filled with tears as she nodded heavily. Then please take care of me. From now on, I only belong to the adults. Yes, please take care of me. The little girl felt that she was finally needed and not just as a tool, which was really nice. Sean didn't interrupt her way of addressing him. He knew that this wasn't something that could change overnight. Baby Five's psychological vulnerability kept her in a humble position at all times. He thought he would talk to Rosanandi later when he had the chance, since there was a whole month ahead. No, it wasn't tricking, it was saving. At that moment, Rosanandi, who was nearby, saw Baby Five exchange tears for the cloaked man's tenderness. She then stepped forward and tugged at Sean's clothes, looking up at him with tear-filled eyes. Sean was a bit displeased. What are you doing? Boys shouldn't be crying, or I'll hit you. Law's expression stiffened as he glanced at Baby Five beside him. And then he mustered the courage to say, "Please help Corazon. He's about to be beaten to death." Upon hearing this, Sean was startled and quickly turned his head to look at Doflamingo. He saw Rosanandi beaten to a pulp, half lying on the ground. Doflamingo was cursing and kicking Rosanandi at the same time. "Why do you force me to kill my own family for the second time? Your betrayal makes my heart cold. You can go die, Rosanandi." Just as Doflamingo raised the gun in his hand, ready to finish off Rosanandi, Sean appeared behind Doflamingo and grabbed his wrist. "That's enough. I'm here to teach him a lesson, not to let you deal with him. Or are you saying you want to defy me?" As he spoke, Sean's tone was cold, and he began to exert a slight pressure on Doflamingo's hand. A battle power of 19,999 is no joke. Even Cart might not be of any use. Sean also intuitively felt the ceiling of combat power of the sea only upon reaching this level. It was not just about ability and technique. The most important factor was strength, pure strength. Like Whitebeard, who, even when injured during the Marineford War, casually stopped the Moby Dick with one hand. So, facing Sean's monstrous strength, Doflamingo broke out in a fine cold sweat on his forehead. Because no matter what, he couldn't break free. This was the simplest and most brute force. It also made Doflamingo clearly feel the gap between them. Although reluctant, he could only harden his resolve and say, "You're joking, aren't you? We still have a partnership, right? Since you want to spare his life, then let it be." Seeing Doflamingo trying to save face, Sean had no intention of exposing him. Sensing a familiar presence on the other side of the island, he said to Doflamingo, "Let's go. Get on your ship first. The Navy is coming, and they are on the other side." Doflamingo was also taken aback, not expecting that he could perceive the other side of the large minion island so easily. However, he still said, "All right, then let's set sail and talk." Sean nodded slightly. "You guys go ahead and board the ship. I will bring them over shortly. Oh, by the way, Baby Five is now mine, so don't think about her anymore." "What?" Doflamingo looked at Baby Five, who was jogging over, his anger immediately rising. He scolded Baby Five, "Our family save you took you in? Are you going to betray me too?" Seeing Doflamingo's fierce expression, Baby Five felt a bit intimidated, but she still mustered the courage to stammer an explanation. Young master, yes, I'm sorry, but he seems to need me more." Just as Doflamingo was about to continue questioning, Sean's voice echoed, "No one can scold her but me. Do you really want to die? This is your last chance. Get your family out of here." As soon as the words fell, Sean delivered a kick toward Doflamingo. With a loud crash, everyone saw Doflamingo being kicked away, landing perfectly on the ship. The Don Quixote family members were startled and quickly chased after him. Sean had already left a mark on their ship earlier, which was meant to intimidate the opponent. For a ruthless pirate like him, a soft approach wouldn't work. He had to instill fear in others, just as he feared Kaido. He needed to make it clear that offending him would lead to a dead end with no escape. After the people from Don Quixote left the ship, Sean waved his hand, and a prayer hit Rosanandi. Under the warm, pale yellow light, the wounds on the barely alive Rosanandi visibly healed. Once the light faded, Rosanandi stood up, looking at Sean with a complex expression. The two little ones were dumbfounded, not expecting his healing abilities to be so powerful. Sean then spoke to Rosanandi. "It's time to talk about our matters. Use your soundproof wall." After saying this, Rosanandi activated the soundproof wall, creating a semi-transparent bowl-shaped energy that enveloped everyone. Sean then spoke seriously to them. "I hope what I say next does not leave this room. Otherwise, the disaster it causes will make you regret it." Baby Five naturally didn't need to be told twice. In her mind, she was already someone who was needed, specifically by Sean. As for Rosanandi, being a bit of a simpleton, he had a saintly quality about him. Although Law might be a bit dark-hearted as he grew up, with Rosanandi around, he was still like a father to him. The others realized the seriousness of the situation and nodded in agreement. Sean then sat cross-legged on the ground, pretended to search for something in his pocket, but was actually retrieving a cigar from his space. After lighting the cigar and puffing out smoke, he slowly pulled down his hood and removed his mask, revealing a cold expression on his face. His silver hair further accentuated the aloofness of this young man, making him seem unapproachable. Seeing their stunned expressions, Sean looked at Baby 5 and tried to show a gentle demeanor. Baby 5, let me reintroduce myself. My name is Sean. Baby 5 was taken aback by this sudden gentleness and weakly replied, "Es Sean-sama. You don't need to call me Sama, just call me Sean. Can you keep our agreement?" Upon hearing this, the little girl nodded earnestly, saying she would only be needed by Sean and would only listen to him. "Don't call me Sama. Sean is fine," Sean said, feeling a bit overwhelmed. If it were the grown-upper calling him that, it might be nice, but with her being so small, he felt nothing but guilt. "Yes, Sean-sama," Baby 5 replied with a serious expression. Sean no longer wanted to discuss this topic with the sensitive little girl who had lacked love since childhood. He decided to educate her properly when she grew up. He then shifted his gaze to the duo of Luffy and Zoro. Little Luffy felt that Sean's gaze was a bit frightening. Why was he so gentle with Baby 5, who was only 2 years younger than him? Baby 5 had undergone training as an assassin. I'm the one who's still a child. Despite thinking this, little Luffy knelt down obediently on the ground, looking very well behaved. "Ross and Andy, what I'm about to say may shock you, but please believe me, and even if you don't, I hope you will take care to verify it yourself." Upon hearing this, Ross and Andy understood that something serious was coming and solemnly assured, "No matter what you say, whether I believe it or not, I will keep it to myself, even if it means death." Sean nodded in satisfaction, thinking that Luo was indeed highly perceptive. "Actually, I'm a Navy officer, just like you." "What? How is that possible? With your strength, you shouldn't be unnoticed in Navy." Luo Sinan-D exclaimed in shock. "Don't get excited." Sean waved his hand to signal Luo Sinan-D to sit down. "Because I am not a Navy officer from this time period. I am the Fleet Admiral of the Navy from the future." "What? Fleet Admiral?" The three voices echoed in unison, and Sean was very pleased with their reaction. Then Luo Sinan-D reacted the most, asking, "What do you mean by the future? What about Fleet Admiral Sengoku?" "That's right. I am the Fleet Admiral 5 years from now. I also returned here by chance." As for Fleet Admiral Sengoku, at this point, Sean's demeanor changed, and his bright eyes visibly dimmed. The others noticed that Sean's state was unusual. Why would such a powerful person show a look of loneliness? "What about Fleet Admiral Sengoku?" Baby 5 even wrapped her arm around Sean's. "Lord Sean, you still have me." To be fair, Baby 5 was very sensitive to emotions and instinctively thought that something significant had happened to Sean. Sean was internally cheering for the little girl, which made it easy for him to sort out his emotions. Sean forced a smile and said, "Well, I'm fine, but I can only stay for this month. After that, we might have to part ways temporarily due to some special reasons. It might be about 7 years before we can see each other again. So, would you be willing to wait?" The little girl looked a bit confused and asked, "Am I going back to my family then?" Seeing this, Ross and Andy quickly patted his chest and assured her, "Come join our Navy. If he really doesn't come back in the future, then you'll have a better chance of meeting Sean, right?" Ross and Andy had once tried every means to drive away Baby 5, but had no opportunity. So now that he had a chance to let this little girl leave the Don Quixote family, he would definitely not let her go back. The little girl soon became determined. Self-affirming, "I am needed. Lord Sean needs me to wait for 7 years, so I will wait for 7 years. Lord Sean, I will wait for you. Whatever you ask me to do, I will be willing as long as you need me." Sean patted the little girl's head and said, "Well, we'll talk about your arrangements later. I have my own plans and won't let you become a tool anymore." Meanwhile, Ross and Andy was eagerly waiting for Sean to talk about the Warring States period. Even though he couldn't confirm the truth, he still wanted to know. Then Sean took a deep breath and said, "In simple terms, the future will bring a storm that will cover the entire world. In the eye of the storm is Law and Doflamingo." Law was a bit confused and thought, "What does this have to do with me?" Sean looked at Roz and Andy seriously and said, "In simple terms, according to the original history, you will die." Luo sacrificed his life to the devil for revenge. Doflamingo never wanted Luo to be his successor. He wanted Luo to use the Op Nomi to perform a surgery called immortality surgery. After your death, Luo would become the second Doflamingo, but without the same power. Your brother accidentally learned about a national treasure and became increasingly eager to have Luo help him perform that ultimate surgery. But the one who performs the surgery will also die. Doflamingo conspired with an ambitious person against Luo. The ambitious person, in exchange for Luo performing the immortality surgery, would eliminate Doflamingo. As you can imagine, the one eliminated was his line clone. At this moment, Rosinante roughly interrupted Sean and looked intently at Luo. Will you really take revenge for me? Didn't you hate me the most? Luo tilted his head and insincerely said, Humph. Who would take revenge for you? Whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. Rosinante saw through Luo's insincerity and suddenly burst into tears. Luo, I didn't expect you to care about me so much. I'm so touched. Saying this, he grabbed Luo and began to torment him, leaving Luo gasping for breath. Damn, Clausen. Let me go. Sean was somewhat speechless at Rosinante's train of thought. Wasn't the focus supposed to be on the ambitious liar he was? He could only clear his throat and bring him back. Rosinante held on to Luo, wiping his nose and tears on him, completely ignoring Luo's protests. I'm sorry. I just got too excited. Please continue, Rosinante said, looking apologetic as he put down the ruined Luo. Sean said seriously, actually, it was quite simple after that. After they stole that national treasure, they established a new world government, and at first, everyone thought they were the saviors. But it turned out to be a more terrifying demon. Because the mid-level combat power of the new and old world governments was about the same, 3 years later, the Navy fought a decisive battle against their new Navy. Due to their existence, the struggles of pirates became irrelevant, as they were also dragged into this vortex called the Era. The current 3 admirals, Carp, Vice Admiral Garp, and countless lower-ranking soldiers suffered heavy losses, and Sengoku was on the brink of death before being saved by Tsuru. I joined the Navy that year, and due to the lack of high-end combat power in the Navy, Fleet Admiral Sengoku was barely holding on. I had outstanding talent, so I quickly became an admiral. I became close friends with Fleet Admiral Sengoku, who treated me as a successor, teaching me a lot about the two of you, or more precisely, about the stories between Law and Sengoku. Fleet Admiral Sengoku often brought you up, and 6 months later, he finally sacrificed himself while defending the headquarters. But the foundation of the world government is no joke. Doflamingo and that ambitious person's forces were powerless to resist. We were also held accountable because the higher-ups of the world government initiated the Blank 2 plan. At this point, Sean paused, the pride on his face disappeared, leaving only a sorrow that made the 3 feel as if they were experiencing it themselves. Finally, they saw this powerful fleet admiral unable to hold back, covering his face, tears flowing constantly through his fingers. That gentle sobbing brought them immense shock. Although they had known Sean for a short time, they all knew he was an extremely proud person. But at this moment, he was helplessly sitting on the ground, crying bitterly. They could only silently watch this strong man, waiting for him to vent the emotions he had suppressed for so long. The little girl also gently patted Sean's back with her small hand to show comfort. After a long time, Sean shyly raised his head and said, I'm sorry, I lost my composure. In fact, they could already tell from Sean's emotions that he was not joking, and they knew that what he was about to say might overturn their worldview. So they all perked up, waiting for what came next. Taking a deep breath, Sean continued slowly. The reason I am the fleet admiral of a navy is that I am the only one left. Hearing this shocking statement, everyone was stunned, unable to imagine how such a colossal entity could collapse. Moreover, didn't the world government resolve the new government? Sure enough, Sean's next words filled them with fear while also making them feel their own insignificance. Because the Blank 2 plan was to restart the entire world. The so-called restart only meant erasing all related personnel, just like the blank century 800 years ago, with no exceptions, including pirates, who were powerless under their ruthless reckoning. This would also be a long period of reckoning. The Navy was simply too small, just a tool under their rule. At this point, Sean smiled self-deprecatingly. But I can't tell you the secrets of the ambitious and the world government. Fortunately, heaven has given me an opportunity, a chance to go back to the past. After a pause, a murderous aura filled Sean's eyes, making the others feel a bit breathless as he spoke word by word. I need your help. Otherwise, one day in the future, they will activate this plan again. During my escape, I encountered a prophecy with only 8 words in a time. 1522. The decline of divine power, the twilight of the gods. Rosinante's expression changed. Weren't the celestial dragons the gods? Would this mean that the celestial dragons would be brought down in 1522? But why? According to Sean's words, they were only fit to become cannon fodder. So, as a former world noble, Rosinante still held some skepticism. After all, he knew some things. How could the small number of celestial dragons dominate this world? It relied absolutely on unparalleled foundations and strength. Sean could tell from Rosinante's expression that he definitely wouldn't believe everything completely. That's fine, I just read the comic, so it's not a big deal. Come to my bowl quickly. Sure enough, after organizing his words, Rocinante asked with a serious face. Although what you said shocked me, I have a few questions I want to ask as well. Sean nodded, indicating that the other person could ask directly. First, according to what you said, the fruit of the surgery concerns some very important matters. So, do you want to become a beneficiary of the immortality surgery, which is why you want to take it from me? Rocinante stared intently at Sean, seemingly trying to read something from his face. Sean shook his head and said, I don't need it. The ocean has more than just this thing to extend life. And I also hate being alone. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come back to this point in time, trying to rewrite history. After thinking for a moment, Rocinante continued. Second question, what makes you think we can help you? What do you want us to do? 2 kids, along with a guy like me who's only half capable? Sean didn't expect that Rocinante would include himself in the count without any objections. He felt a bit awkward and said, actually, I have some arrangements for these 2 little brats. As for you, I want you to temporarily act as their behavior observer and senior specialist in the processing of survival energy materials. Oh, Rocinante raised an eyebrow, somewhat confused. So, what do you want me to do? Although he asked this, Rocinante was still a bit excited. This senior specialist position sounded impressive. Before Rocinante could bask in his own satisfaction, Sean's lips moved, gently uttering 2 words, Nanny. Rocinante, Ro, who was beside them, wanted to laugh but didn't dare to, his little shoulders shaking slightly. Meanwhile, Baby 5 had no such reservations, having learned a lot from Rocinante before. She immediately burst into laughter. Haha, a nanny can't just hit people. Rocinante's face darkened, feeling displeased that this little girl dared to mock him. However, he couldn't do anything about it. After all, she had someone backing her. After a moment, Rocinante directly asked his final 2 questions. What do you get the confidence to deal with the top? And can you prove the authenticity of what you said? Sean said seriously, I am confident, and this is one of the reasons you can trust me. Because you once told Luo that the D-clan is the god's nemesis, and I understand the D-clan even better than you do, but I cannot say more about it now. At this point, Sean squinted and looked at June. Do you remember when you injured Luo Sanandi? You hurt him, right? He cried and told you he wasn't in pain. He felt that the one suffering was you, right? As soon as he finished speaking, the Luo and Xiao Luo exchanged glances, because during those 2 times, Luo Sanandi had used soundproof barriers. Sean continued, that was what Luo said to Zhanghua. About all the little things concerning you. At that time, Marshal Zhanghua had a good relationship with me and had talked to me about it. And most importantly, you were just one of my options, not a necessity. Think it over. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to the 2 of them, letting them discuss among themselves, and turned to chat with the little lowly while checking his personal panel. Host, Sean Gender. Male age, 22 combat power, 1, 999. 910 ordinary soldiers, 11, 499 elite soldiers below Lieutenant Colonel, 5004000 elite colonel to Major General, 400, 170, 000 Lieutenant General level, 700, 199, 999 general candidates, 10, 000 and above General 4 Emperors, no upper limit. This is calculated based on a combination of Dao power and ability. And the overall value is lower than the pure Dao power value. Ability, heavy, fruit modification, armament Haki max, observation Haki max, conqueror's Haki max skills, wish, swordsmanship, flying thunder, god teleportation warehouse, Tsukikij Munenori, dreaming immortal pillow modification 5, pure gold upgrade version 9, change of clothes, several photos, cloud fruit. Plot points, 178. 341 seeing the sudden increase in plot points. Sean's lips curled into a slight arc. He thought to himself, it seems that just as I expected, simply having Luo and Sandy not die and obtaining the surgery fruit can directly grant me 3 years' worth of plot points. If in the next 2 instances, I can return to an even earlier time, it might be a huge gain. By then, I will be able to use the training camp without restraint. A moment later, Luo Sandy said to Sean, I agree to become their nanny, but what do you want to do? Why are you collaborating with Don Quixote da Flamingo? Sean laughed. If we could develop law a bit more, there would definitely be more plot points. After pondering for a moment, he said, let's not talk about da Flamingo for now. Just law. I will give you potions to improve your physique, greatly enhancing your talent. With just physical skills, you could rival an admiral. I hope law can follow the Don Quixote family, gather their intelligence, and even replace him. Most importantly, their family's talent in the underworld is too high. They will become underground intermediaries, and I need their power to help me with other things. Yes, Sean was thinking about the intelligence that Doflamingo could provide. He planned to modify the Op no Mi so that it would have no side effects, then find someone with a different physique to infiltrate the world government. without even discussing the Revolutionary Army's plans. Just using the mind control of the onward.Enel could propel someone up the career ladder. Just think, if the incompetent members of the world government in the early stages are all controlled, they won't be needed anymore, and those in the underworld can be eliminated at sea. The undercover agents he arranged could rise through the ranks thanks to the big cases fabricated by Doflamingo. However, he still needed to find someone with absolute strength to suppress Doflamingo and then think of ways to connect with the Revolutionary Army. He needed to recruit a powerful ally to join the Revolutionary Army, collaborating with undercover agents using the onward.Enel to rescue more people from the slave trade. Furthermore, he could sift through talent data from the world government to supply the Revolutionary Army with talents and help some officials fake their deaths. He estimated that before Sabo arrived, he could become the second in command, striving for a higher prestige than Dragon. In simple terms, the undercover agent within the world government would use the onward.Enel to eliminate rival political parties and rescue talents that the world government wanted to erase. After all, they were all enemies of the world government. Then, he would push Doflamingo as an underground spokesperson, seemingly engaging in underworld activities while actually collaborating with the Revolutionary Army to eliminate tumors and attract talent. By that time, the ideas conveyed by the Revolutionary Army would not be Dragon's thoughts, but rather Sean's own ideas. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. However, all of this was just an idea. It still needed to be implemented. Meanwhile, Law and Rosinante appeared somewhat silent. Sean also sensed their thoughts and reassured them that there would be no danger. He would find a monster to suppress him and balance his unmatched ambition with his strength, which ultimately was just a fleeting dream. Doflamingo? He was just like that. Sean then explained to the few of them that when they returned to the future, the history they changed would not affect him. At the moment they returned, the memories here would awaken, and they would agree on a time to meet in the future. When they agreed, Sean glanced at the plot points. Wow, it was nearly 500,000. Now, even spending 200,000 to train them wouldn't hurt. However, Sean still needed to improve the undercover plan. The surgery fruit would be said to have been eaten by Law, and then eaten in front of Doflamingo. He would wait for Doflamingo to dig a pit for the world government. As long as the undercover person he chose was different from him, they would never figure out who it was, no matter how hard they tried. He then mentioned that it was necessary for Law to admit that he had eaten the fruit, before Law could refute. Sean directly said, admitting it is only your acknowledgement on the Navy's side. You can have Law infiltrate the Navy as an undercover agent beside the pirates. Moreover, the potion I gave to Law, if his talent is good, would be enough for him to rival the admirals of the main headquarters. The ultimate ability of this fruit is not known to everyone. Don't forget, Law can swim. If he jumps directly into the sea when something is impossible, who would still suspect him? Even if the world government wants him, as long as Law does not show any medical talent, no one would care about him. Big Law looked at Little Law, wanting him to make the decision. After hesitating for a moment, Law agreed, because he knew that although this fruit seemed dangerous, it was actually quite similar to what Sean had said. There were very few people who knew the ultimate surgery of the surgery fruit, and those who did wouldn't dare let a kid who hadn't studied medicine use it. Thus, Sean took out 2 test tubes filled with green liquid and reminded Baby 5 and Law, you need to remember, this thing only enhances your potential, and turning potential into strength requires your own development. I hope that when I see you in 7 years, you can stand at higher height. He then handed the 2 test tubes to the 2 kids. They drank the liquid from one of the test tubes, and suddenly, the glass test tubes in their hand shattered. Before the shards could fall to the ground, they turned into dust and disappeared. This scene made the few people's hearts skip a beat. Sean casually explained, this is a potion I obtained with great difficulty in the future, and it has no side effects. At this moment, Rosinante asked, have you used it? Shisharo and Baby 5 looked at Rosinante as if he were a fool. Rosinante quickly realized that whether others used their strength or not was evident. However, Sean still seriously advised, you all remember, you cannot tell anyone about this. The 3 quickly responded, knowing that this matter was serious. Seemingly recalling something, Sean said to Baby 5, especially you, don't let anyone fool you. I will give you a password later. Someone will come to find you to be your teacher in the future. Baby 5 pouted and said, I won't. As long as Lord Sean needs me, I won't respond to anyone else's requests. Sean nodded in satisfaction, then adjusted his mask and hood, saying to Law and Kid, hold hands. After that, Sean took Baby 5's small hand and placed his other hand on Rosinante's shoulder. Suddenly, with a flash of light, they disappeared from their original spot. On the other side, the Don Quixote family was sailing on the sea. At this moment, the entire ship was enveloped in a low-pressure atmosphere. Doflamingo looked at Diamante, who was missing an arm on the bed, his expression dark enough to drip water, barely holding back his inner fury. Where did this guy come from? Don't let me find the opportunity. Otherwise, he will definitely pay the price. Just then, a loud crash came from the deck outside. Sean had instructed them to find a room and set up soundproofing for him, then slowly walked into the room where the cadre members were. Yes, Sean did not directly teleport into the room because his teleportation was too recognizable. So he simply made a flying gesture from outside. Although Razanani had recovered from his injuries, he still looked ragged and miserable, which was not a big deal. As soon as he entered, Sean mimicked Kizaru's tone. Hey, who do you want to pay the price? The members of the Don Quixote family also looked grim, watching as the other party recklessly smashed onto the deck. Like coming home, he directly had Baby 5 find the conversation room. Doflamingo covered his aching kidney, thinking, do you want to fight to the death with me? Fight to the death? The fish might die, but the net will definitely not break. Saying this, Sean walked over to Diamante, grabbed his collar, and tossed him out. Bang! The room was smashed open by Diamante, creating a hole that connected to the deck. Ignoring their predatory gazes, Sean waved his hand like shooing away flies, saying, You all wait outside. I have business to discuss with your boss. Everyone looked at Doflamingo with questioning eyes. Doflamingo also wanted to know what the other party wanted to say, so he nodded slightly, signaling everyone to go out. But Sean said nothing and directly took out the surgical fruit, casually lifting the bottom of his mask in front of Doflamingo and stuffing the fruit inside. Just as Doflamingo was feeling a bit confused, Sean spoke. You don't need to have that expression. I just want to tell you that I've eaten this fruit, so don't think about it anymore. Let's go to the next room to talk. Your brother has already helped us create a perfect conversation space. Seeing Sean walk ahead, Doflamingo was almost infuriated. Was all this fuss just to eat fruit in front of me? What does throwing Diamante out mean? Is it to humiliate me? Thinking this, Doflamingo followed Sean's footsteps. There was no other way. He couldn't afford to provoke him, so Doflamingo could only secretly think of finding an opportunity to take revenge later. As soon as he entered the room, Doflamingo was shocked by the scene before him. He hadn't noticed before, but now he saw that the white patches on Law's face had disappeared. Although Razanani still looked a bit miserable, it was clear that his injuries had healed. But did this cloaked man just eat the surgical fruit in front of him? How did they recover? Noticing Doflamingo's confusion, Sean directly said, Don't pay too much attention to it. This is just some medicinal treatment from our organization. Organization? Yes. I'm the one sent by the organization to carry out a mission, and you're my mission target. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo furrowed his brows tightly. What organization are you from? I should know the powerful figures in the sea, but I can't determine anything about you. In fact, the three people beside him were also slightly confused. Aren't you supposed to be the future Marine Admiral? How did you become someone sent by an organization to carry out a mission? However, they only thought about it in their hearts and didn't dare to say it directly, as there were still outsiders present. Sean gazed at Doflamingo through the small hole in his mask, saying, Our organization is different from any forces you can imagine. Our goal is aimed at the highest. Hearing this, Doflamingo was somewhat surprised that such a strong individual was actually sent out. Although he didn't know the exact strength of the other party, one thing was certain. They were stronger than him, in a crushing way. What kind of power must the people behind them possess? Currently, only the Navy has such top-tier combat power on the seas. The others with this kind of strength are all regional overlords, and combined with what the other party just said about aiming for the highest, they are definitely not after the title of Pirate King, but something even greater. Then, hissing, Doflamingo, this tyrant, had already sketched a mysterious, vast, and deeply rooted image in his mind. As an ambitious person, he never hesitated to use the greatest malice to speculate about others. Yes, what Doflamingo thought was that this organization intended to pull down that group of fools and take their place. Thinking of this, Doflamingo's expression shifted from gloomy to bright, chuckling. How interesting, truly fascinating. Why would your organization seek me out? I don't believe my power is of much use to you. Sean chuckled lightly and said, That's right. You still aren't qualified enough. However, we appreciate your ruthless side. Doflamingo originally intended to be modest, but felt underestimated, and his expression darkened again. You don't need to wear that face, Sean said as he slowly sat down on a stool. What we need is a spokesperson who can control the entire underground order of the world. Your little arms-dealing business is far too low-key. In fact, when it came to slavery, Sean was extremely angry, as the world government expressly prohibits human trafficking. But this was merely empty talk. as there were plenty of slaves in Maneuveris. In the world Sean once lived in, human traffickers were universally hated. This world was even more brutal, as anyone, regardless of age or gender, could be trafficked, leaving countless families shattered. This was also why Sean wanted to manipulate Doflamingo. However, he also knew that at this stage, it was impossible to eradicate the aristocrat's penchant for purchasing slaves, but he could find ways to protect civilians as much as possible. You want slaves? Sure. There's a 5 million bounty here, and a 10 million bounty there. This is a war criminal from a certain country, and this is a member of a corrupt royal family from another kingdom. Most importantly, if we can master the intelligence of those large human trafficking groups, there are plenty of ways to deal with them. Hearing Sean's comment about being low-key, Doflamingo was no longer angry and directly asked, "So what exactly do you mean by low-key, and what do you want to collaborate with me on? Our organization can support you to rise up as a true spokesperson for the Underground Order. You need to have complete control over all intelligence in the underground world, everything." Doflamingo's mind was also stirred, as complete control over the underground world seemed like a fantasy. This encompassed wars, population, the underworld, pirates, and various illegal trades. In other words, as long as you can afford the price, you could directly swallow a country whole. There were countless giants in the underground world, and no easy characters to deal with. Even the pirate overlords couldn't accomplish such feats. Doflamingo pondered quietly, wondering if the other party was ignorant or truly powerful. If Sean knew Doflamingo's thoughts, he would definitely say that was exactly what he intended to do. Once he found a tool in the Revolutionary Army, he would have them lead the army to instigate coups and spread ideas in countries ravaged by war. They could also rescue the masses suffering under the slave system, thus indirectly strengthening their allied forces. The tool must be a top-tier powerhouse, otherwise they couldn't suppress anything. With the Revolutionary Army behind them, they could just focus on sanctioning those giants. After thinking for a moment, Doflamingo said, "So, why are you looking for me? You should know my past identity, right?" "Yes, we all know, and we're even clearer that you hate the upper echelons because they don't grant you privileges, right?" Doflamingo became furious again, as his thoughts had been laid bare. He once tried to return to Maneuveris with his father's head in hand, so now he also despised those fools above. Doflamingo then said, "So what specifically do you want me to do?" Sean did not answer him directly, pointing at Rosinante and asking, "Do you still want to kill him now?" Before Doflamingo could respond, Sean continued, "I hope your friend shows at least a bit of humanity in front of our organization. I want you to pretend if you have to. We will support you in gaining real power, acting as an intermediary to control all intelligence. We need your information and some arrangements to support what we want to do, and someone will come and find you later." Upon hearing this, Doflamingo raised an eyebrow. "Who will be in contact with me?" At this point, Doflamingo had already agreed, not to mention the broader goals. They were all the same. The promised identity of becoming an information dealer in the underground world was already a significant benefit. So, when Sean heard Doflamingo's words, he couldn't help but feel that Doflamingo was better than Crocodile. I don't know, but you can rest assured his strength won't be weak. Just compare it directly to the combat power of the headquarters generals. Sean shrugged. Doflamingo started calculating in his mind, realizing that this organization was indeed very powerful. Did this mean that after demonstrating his value, he could rise up? Then revenge would be within reach. He was confident that he could navigate smoothly among various forces, and then find a way to connect. But unfortunately, his calculations were destined to fall short because this organization had only one person. So Doflamingo asked casually, "Can you tell me about the organization? Don't get me wrong. I just want to know which force I belong to." To be honest, if Sean didn't know about his ambition, he would really think he was a competent subordinate. Isn't that just nonsense? I really can. Sean stood up and paced back and forth, then sighed, "Well, you'll find out sooner or later. Our organization is called Fallen, as in the Fallen." Doflamingo nodded secretly. "Not bad. Not bad. This name has a good meaning. It has a long history and is a more mysterious organization than the world government." Doflamingo continued to nod. "Not bad. Not bad as it should be. Inside, there are many experts, and everyone helps each other, all moving forward steadfastly towards their goals." Doflamingo nodded again. "Not bad. Not bad. It seems to be a united organization." After that, Sean stopped talking, and Doflamingo waited for a long time without hearing Sean say anything. So he looked at Sean and asked, "Is that all?" Sean's tone was also somewhat confused. "What else?" Damn, this almost made classmate Xiaoming furious. Can't you see that Xiaoming's forehead was already covered with veins? After all this time, he only said nonsense? But Xiaoming felt wronged and didn't dare to ask. Sean chuckled coldly to himself. I don't believe you can still find this organization." Next, Sean discussed some details with Doflamingo. but they still had to wait for the person responsible for liaising with him to arrive. Naturally, this also let Doflamingo know that Law was a smokescreen created by Sean. When he saw Baby 5 sweetly calling Sean Master Sean one after another, Doflamingo nearly died of anger again. He had tried to manipulate Baby 5, but the little girl was completely impervious. She firmly said something that moved Doflamingo a bit. Master Sean's needs will occupy my entire life. It was then that Doflamingo realized how deeply committed this little girl was to her beliefs. At the same time, his resentment towards Sean intensified. This was clearly taking advantage of a child. This person is truly despicable. Upon learning that Sean and the others needed a safe haven, Doflamingo informed them of a location. Sean took everyone away on a small supply ship, careful not to reveal his abilities in front of Xiaoming. With nearly a month left and no major events on the timeline of the comics, he decided not to wander around. The most recent event was Chopper's birth 2 years ago. Additionally, having broken the genetic lock, he understood the system's nature well. It would never directly give you power. Instead, he planned to use it for practicing the Flying Thunder God technique, striving to achieve instantaneous marking, which would be true teleportation, although it seemed unlikely. Therefore, Sean had no short-term plot points in mind and preferred to invest in more tools. Especially when returning to the past, the greater their impact, the more he could reap upon returning to the future. Advanced skills would come in time, just like that. As soon as the group left the sight of Doflamingo and others, Sean used his abilities to speed up. During the following time, Sean trained the two small ones while also practicing the marking speed of the Flying Thunder God technique. However, he felt something was missing. The spirit and the aura of Haki had a somewhat similar essence. Yet, he felt it wasn't smooth at all, always sensing a lack of fluidity. Notably, Law and Baby 5 could endure hardships well. After all, they lived among pirates and had witnessed a lot of cruelty. They understood the importance of strength, and now they could feel their progress every day. Since taking that potion, although they were exhausted daily, they felt themselves growing stronger. Law and South Dandy were also fulfilling their responsibilities as caretakers well. During this time, Sean asked South Dandy to create a life card because he wanted the tools to use it to find him and report back to the headquarters. After all, this time he was leveraging the Navy, and even with Sengoku present, he needed to return and explain Law's situation in person, along with obtaining a document approved by Sengoku regarding Law's status as a pirate. The Navy's narrative was that Doflamingo had boarded a big ship and would undoubtedly become a major figure in the dark world in the future. At that time, Law would infiltrate as a pirate under his banner. Time flew by, and a month quickly passed. One day, the system notified Sean that he would be forcibly teleported away in 5 minutes. The others looked at the Admiral they had spent a month with, their expressions complex. Although he was strict, it was undeniable that they had all gained a lot, especially Law and South Dandy, who learned the correct way to use the quiet fruit from Sean. The essence of sound is generated by the vibrations of objects, transmitted through mediums like air, solids, and liquids. Therefore, he planned to develop his abilities in this direction. Baby 5, on the other hand, clung to Sean's leg without saying a word. Even though she knew they would meet again, she still felt very sad. Pouting her little lips, tears welled up in her eyes, but she stubbornly refused to let them fall. Sean crouched down, patted Baby 5's head, and smiled, saying, "I'll be leaving in a few minutes. We'll meet again in 7 years. Before I go, can you repeat what you promised me?" Baby 5 pressed her lips together and, with a slight tremble in her voice, said, "I can't be needed by others anymore. I can't eat strange and weird devil fruits, and I need to be more ladylike, not wear overly revealing clothes, and develop good habits. Also, I can only be Master Sean's little maid." Tears welled up in the big eyes of the little girl, and she finally couldn't hold back anymore, with large tears streaming down her face. With a choked voice, she continued, "And I need to eat well, exercise well, and strive to become strong." As Sean's body gradually emitted a blue light, the little girl leaped into his arms like a swallow returning to its nest, and began to cry loudly, "Wow. Let's look forward to meeting again next time. I look forward to your excellence. And I'm not done yet. You can't leave, boo-hoo." Before she could wait for Sean's response, she suddenly sat down on the ground with a thud, looking at the empty space where Sean had been standing. With not a single shadow left, the little girl cried her heart out, while the older maid next to her didn't know how to comfort her. The little girl wasn't actually stupid. Otherwise, she wouldn't have survived after being abandoned by her mother and later adopted by the Don Quixote family. She was also very aware that her personality would be exploited, but deep down, she craved love and lacked a sense of security. Sean's appearance, as usual, was like a partner saying that he needed her. Even if she was trained as a tool, she would still be very happy. But the promise Sean made to her was shocking for an 11-year-old girl who had already experienced so much cruelty. Unless I die, I will always, always need you. Let me tell you a secret. In this world, no one can kill me. I'm very strong. Sean's words lingered in her heart. This was a genuine need. She didn't feel that she had anything worth coveting, nothing that would justify the great cost of the potion used to cultivate her, merely because of her verbal promise. This self-deprecating yet lovely little girl, at this moment, was still unaware that her greatest trait was her loyalty. As she hugged her knees and cried, her sobs gradually turned into sniffles, and eventually, she stopped crying altogether. Just when both Luo and the little girl were starting to worry, Baby 5 slowly stood up, the shadow from her bangs covering her face, making it hard for the two to see each other clearly. Baby 5 slowly lifted her little face, closed her eyes and took a deep breath, then opened her large, captivating eyes, tried to mimic Sean's cool expression as she looked at Luo. Let's practice together. Luo was a bit stunned. Was this still the mischievous little girl who would cry if he scolded her with a straight face? She felt different somehow, but he couldn't pinpoint what had changed. Razanandi, on the other hand, had seen a bit more, although he didn't know whether the change was good or bad. It was definitely because of that man from earlier. He just didn't understand how that man had turned a convenient tool into his own exclusive possession. If Sean knew Razanandi's thoughts, he would surely tell him it was sincerity. After all, forcing Baby 5 to open up through bullying every day like he did wouldn't make her feel comfortable at all. Women are emotional beings, regardless of age, and they tend to be more sensitive to emotional cues than men. After all, haven't you seen that women are more likely to detect a man's infidelity than men are? Some men may raise their sons for decades without realizing they aren't theirs. Meanwhile, some women can tell you've cheated just from a photo's details, a single word, or even a change in attitude. For Baby 5, this day marked a turning point in her personality and a day of growth. Not to mention the subtle changes in the little girl, as Sean was also unaware. At this moment, he was transported to another time node by the system. Surrounding him were numerous lush, towering trees. And Sean quickly activated his observation Haki to sense the area. He discovered that this was just a small island, with no signs of human presence. Only a small lake in the center of the island. Sean thought for a moment and decided to catch some freshwater fish in the lake to eat. The meals had been too casual over the past month. Since both children needed to replenish their nutrition, Sean had been directly catching seafood as ingredients. They ate a lot, and Rossi and Nandi weren't professional chefs like Sanji. They basically just grilled the fish and sprinkled some seasoning before eating. After a while, Sean arrived at the shimmering lake, where the weather was also very nice. When Sean was about to catch fish, he caught a glimpse of an orange object not far away from the corner of his eye. He quickly turned his head to look and slightly opened his mouth. What the hell? Sean walked towards the orange object with 3 steps and 2 steps, picked it up, and saw that it was covered in some dirt, making it hard to see its exact shape, but it was clear that it was a fruit. He took it to the nearby lake and rinsed it with water, finally revealing the true appearance of the fruit. The orange fruit displayed flame-like patterns, looking just like a ball of burning flames. Isn't this the flame fruit? Sean was a bit confused, wondering if he was really that lucky. He actually found the burn fruit. Even if the magma fruit, one of the 3 great disaster fruits, burns everything, being a superior fruit to the burn fruit, Sean didn't think the burn fruit was inferior at all. Now that he was in this world, he understood that the magma fruit's so-called ability to burn everything was just a concept. Just like his gravity fruit. Was he supposed to create black holes with gravity? The most important thing was that he had fought against a Kainu before. The damage from his magma was strong, but not to an unbearable level. The highest temperature of magma is only 1,400 degrees, which is essentially crystallized minerals turned into liquid. But flames have no upper limit, though this has already entered the realm of ability development. With an excited heart, Sean felt like he was finally going to become a lucky star. His heart raced. His hands trembled, and he opened the map function while checking the time. Year 1503 of the Sea Circle calendar, unnamed island. Sean's excitement quickly turned into a stiff surprise as he flipped through the events. There really hadn't been much happening in recent years. Just a few birthdays of the Straw Hat crew members. This year, there was only one event. Boa Hancock was kidnapped by human traffickers, but he didn't know the specific time, so he felt somewhat powerless. As for the bizarre idea of going to Amazon Lily and telling the 12-year-old Hancock not to go to sea, was that even possible? Don't joke around. That's a country that values strength and is filled with women. He just hoped he wouldn't be seen as a rogue. Besides, he couldn't do anything overly flattering. He had no romantic feelings anyway, so he could draw his sword naturally. At most, He would casually remind someone if he happened to pass by, and the rest would be left to fate. The current plot points were already inconsequential for him. It would be best if the other party believed him. But if they didn't, there was nothing he could do. He knew the women on that island were quite self-important. He thought luck had come his way. But it turned out that this fruit was just a consolation prize. Sean looked at the fruit and sighed, saying, "It would be great if you were float fruit." Suddenly, an idea struck him. Yeah, why not go find the golden lion? After some recent activities, aside from purchasing 2 bottles of gene serum, he still had over 200,000 left. The map search function was determined by the level of mystery, requiring storyline points. It started at 50,000 with no upper limit. Finding a person cost 50,000, while locating a devil fruit required 100,000. Historical texts were even more expensive, with 500,000 just for information on historical texts. Immediately, Sean decided to take care of the golden lion, aiming to find him for 50,000 and ultimately locate the devil fruit for 100,000. The plan was set. Sean stored the fruit in the system store, refusing to let Ace have this useless thing. Ace simply used elemental attacks, but Sabo directly combined his physical techniques with the fruit, which was very powerful. For Ace's growth, it was better to follow his father's path. Ace should practice his iron fist obediently and wait to get him a genetic potion when they returned. When the system deducted 50,000 plot points, Sean had already found the location of Vermeil Island. Without any hesitation, he sat cross-legged on a stone slab and took off into the air. After flying for about half a day, Sean felt a bit hungry and decided to descend to see if there was a town where he could have a good meal. After putting on his mask and cloak again, Sean lowered his altitude. However, apart from the endless sea, he did not see any islands. Just when Sean was feeling a bit disappointed, he spotted some dark dots in the distance. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a large merchant ship. Sean immediately took out some Bailey to exchange for a meal on the ship. Like the merchant ships on the sea, they generally would not refuse someone like him, who had strength and was even willing to pay. However, before he could land, a surge of anger rose within him, because this was a human trafficking ship, even flying the flag of the world government. Through his observation Haki, he sensed that the cabin was curled up with human figures, filled with negative emotions like confusion, fear, and despair, along with shapes like chains and cages. Undoubtedly, this was a ship of a celestial dragon's lackey. With a loud crash, Sean landed directly on the deck, making a huge noise. Upon hearing the loud sound, a group of strong men in black suits hurried over and surrounded Sean. At that moment, the suited men parted in the middle, and a bald man with a fierce appearance, dressed in a gray suit, stepped forward and said, "Sir, do you have something to discuss?" Sean got straight to the point and said, "You are human traffickers, aren't you?" The bald man chuckled lightly, not answering directly, but instead pointed to the flag on the ship. "What do you want to do? Why don't you take a look at what these flags represent?" The bald man wasn't foolish. He figured that someone who could suddenly appear out of nowhere would definitely not be weak. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he planned to drive him away, because in this vast sea, no one could stand against the celestial dragons. Hearing the bald man's threat, Sean laughed in anger and asked, "The flag of the world government, what do you want to imply?" The bald man thought this cloaked figure was just a hothead and explained, "The world government prohibits human trafficking. Think about why we can fly this flag." Upon hearing this, Sean actually felt calm, as in his mind, they were already dead. So he said playfully, "Oh, then I really need to listen closely. Why don't you tell me?" This was the first time the bald man had encountered such a dense person. Although the other party was wearing a mask, he still thought from the voice that this person should be quite young. So he said, "Of course, it's because the cargo on this ship is for the big shots above, the world nobles, you understand? So after all this, you are just a lackey of a celestial dragon?" At these words, the flesh on the bald man's face seemed to prove it even more. "Kid, don't think that just because you're disguised you can speak recklessly. Even as their dog, do you think you have a qualification?" Sean was really laughing in anger. What kind of brainless thinking is this? Before Sean could respond, the bald man waved his hand and ordered, "Grab him. I want to torture him slowly." Sean didn't want to waste any more words and directly took to the air, unleashing his power. He extended his 5 fingers towards the deck and softly murmured, "Chaos. Hell's funeral." Suddenly, all the people on the deck, including the bald man, were pressed down to the ground by a force of gravity. Following that, strange winds began to swirl in that area of the deck. Some struck the crowd like heavy blunt objects, while others sliced through the air like sharp knives. There were also inexplicable sounds of something breaking through the air, often leaving one person with a gruesome wound after the sound. It felt as if they were being pushed from behind towards those death scythe-shaped winds. In any case, chaos ensued, and blood gradually stained the deck. Gradually, the wooden planks on the deck were affected, splintering into pieces that combined with the air, creating a bizarre texture of air. Amidst the collision of various forces, the deck completely vanished, turning into clouds of dust that attacked the suited men, who then fell to the next level. Remarkably, this wind showed no intention of extending outward but kept swirling around these people. Sean looked down from above. Although he wanted to unleash his power to completely destroy the ship, he still needed to rescue the people inside the cabin. Destroying the ship would complicate things. So, Sean loosened his grip, and the debris from the collision of the force field fell to the ground with a thud. At this moment, in the storage room on the second level, there were only wooden planks and wood shavings mixed with red liquid. Yes, under the tug of the force field. The only remnants left by those scum were a puddle of thick red liquid mixed in with the wood shavings. Sean slowly descended to the other side and exhaled. If it weren't for his rage, he wouldn't have used a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Although his control was limited, once he unleashed his full power. Unlike other disaster-level fruits, which could directly alter the weather and terrain, his ability could turn everything in the geographical location to dust, thereby erasing it completely. Next, Sean strolled around the merchant ship, knowing there were still a few rats here. As he walked down the cabin, he casually picked up some small wooden sticks. He carelessly tossed these sticks as he walked, creating a whooshing sound followed by brief whimpering. Before long, Sean arrived at the warehouse where the cargo was held. Rather than a warehouse, it resembled cages, mixed with various pungent odors. One could only imagine the mental torment these people endured, treated like livestock. If these individuals ended their lives here, then when they were sold as cargo in the future, they might better adapt to the identity of slaves after being refurbished. Moreover, all the captives here were young girls. Suddenly, Sean felt that he had been too lenient with that group of scum. They shouldn't have died so easily. At this moment, in the various cages of the warehouse, there were about 40 to 50 young girls, all shrinking back in fear at the sudden appearance of this cloaked, mysterious figure. But their eyes held no light. It seemed they didn't believe anyone would dare to rescue them from this ship. They had already known where this ship was headed when they were abducted. As children, they could only endure their fate. At that moment, beside one of the cages, a short man dressed in gold and silver, wearing a fur coat and exuding a nouveau riche aura, was trembling as he raised a gun toward Sean. "Why you stop right there? Otherwise, I'll shoot." Upon hearing this, Sean did not stop his steps and continued to approach, curious about why this person thought this weapon could deal with him. But the man quickly pressed the gun against one of the girls inside the cage, roaring, "I really will shoot. Don't you want to save her? If you come any closer, you won't be able to save her." This short man wasn't stupid. He knew that such a powerful individual wouldn't be easy to deal with. But he didn't care. He had hostages and had seen and heard too many so-called heroes of the sea and their brave deeds. In his view, those people clearly had strength but were restrained by trivial matters until they fell into the abyss. Simply foolish. Sure enough, when he saw Sean actually stop, he said with a hint of smugness, "As long as you let me go, I'll release her too." Sean tilted his head and pointed at himself. "So, are you threatening me?" "That's right. The people here shouldn't have to die. If even one person dies because of you, the rest will hold a grudge against you for a lifetime. Think it over, great hero." Sean chuckled silently, realizing that this person saw himself as some kind of saint, attempting to criticize him from a moral standpoint. If it were someone else, they might have been threatened by him. Not to mention that he had the strength to save the person before they could even pull the trigger. He himself was never afraid of this trivial public pressure, and he did not overestimate these people's integrity. They were all a bunch of despicable scum. Once they succeeded, their demands would only become more excessive. Most importantly, Sean never considered himself a hero. He only did what he could do, branding himself as an ordinary person. So he softly said, "Today, you will find it impossible to survive or to die." Before the short man could react, Sean vanished and reappeared right in front of him, with 5 fingers extended. He pressed against the man's face and slammed him hard into the ground. 2 loud sounds echoed simultaneously. One was the sound of the short man being smashed into the floor, and the other was the gunshot. The short man instinctively fired at Sean the moment he saw him standing in front of him. Sean stood up, looking down at the lifeless opponent. Yes. When Sean heard the gunshot, he instinctively tightened his grip. As a result, the opponent couldn't withstand Sean's strength, and his skull shattered. It's important to note that Sean's combat power was already at the peak of the peak. Sean murmured, "You must know, It's very difficult to control the force when stepping on an ant without killing it. The girl beside him, still not recovered from her role as a hostage, witnessed this scene that would haunt her for a lifetime. In an instant, the person in charge lost their breath. Listening to the whispers of this mysterious figure, she fell into a trance. Were the traffickers they couldn't resist merely stepping on ants? At that moment, Sean's domineering presence had a profound impact on the girl. She then lifted her head, trying to see the face behind the mask. Just as she raised her head, she was confronted with a scene that shook her to her core. Was this person impervious to bullets? The protagonist has a thick skin. In the center of the mask was embedded a shiny black bullet, with cracks spreading out from it. The next second, there was a soft crack, and the mask shattered completely, slowly falling to the ground. At that moment, the girl also saw the person's face clearly, which was completely different from what she had imagined. She thought the person would have an old or ugly face, which was why they wore a mask. But instead, the person was so young and so good-looking. The person then turned to her, their eyes meeting hers, and the girl suddenly felt as if she had done something wrong. Her body trembled, and she quickly lowered her head, not daring to meet the other's gaze. Sean felt that the little girl looked somewhat familiar, but he still bought a new mask to put on. It was quite troublesome to have his face seen, after all. He just wanted to change some people's fates and gain some plot points. However, it wasn't a big issue. The lighting here was dim, and he could just take the girl home later. Then, with the mask back on, Sean opened the cages one by one under the confused and fearful emotions of the group of girls. Looking at the somewhat helpless girls, Sean sighed lightly and spoke in his gentlest voice. "Everyone, please go to the deck. You are safe now, and I will take you to the nearest naval base." Sean was very clear that although the world government treated human trafficking like a joke, the Navy had its own set of guidelines. They were powerless to rescue slaves already bought by the world aristocracy. After all, that was someone else's private property. However, generally speaking, when a child goes missing, families would seek to have it recorded by the Navy. Even if the hope was slim, they would still wish for their child to come home one day, as long as these people were sent to a Navy base, and as long as they weren't the kind of Navy that were like rats. They would generally be responsible for sending these people back home. The corrupt elements among the Navy were ultimately a minority. Most of those who joined the Navy were passionate young people with a sense of justice. The girls who were curled up in a ball looked up at the mysterious cloaked figure with disbelief upon hearing the words. It was true. They could all go home. Home. The word echoed heavily in everyone's hearts. After realizing the nature of this ship, they had all entertained thoughts of death. But a group of little girls couldn't bring themselves to harm themselves. At first, they would fantasize about someone coming to rescue them. Then it became enough to just find an opportunity to escape. And eventually, it turned into perhaps being sold wasn't so hard to accept. At that moment, they lost the idea of resistance in the face of these experienced traffickers. They could only lower their bottom line step by step, and after regaining their senses, they no longer dared to think about dying. This was the traffickers' method. In the end, they could only wait with hearts as dead as ashes for their fates tagged with a price. But now, the girls who had lost hope for life felt excitement upon hearing they could still go home. How could they not be thrilled? This was undoubtedly akin to a second chance at life. Gradually, the girls who had curled up began to shine with light in their eyes, followed by the sound of their sobs. Seeing this, Sean stopped saying more and stepped out first, wanting to leave them space to vent their emotions. When he reached the door, he turned back and said, "By the way, you all go look for some new clothes on the ship and take a shower. I'll wait for you on the deck. There are no more bad people on this ship, so you can go without worry." After saying this, Sean went straight up, went to the kitchen, and moved a large amount of food to the other side of the undamaged deck. During this time, Sean went to the treasure room and looted all the treasures inside, storing them in his system space. He wouldn't be foolish enough to not take them or share them with those girls. After saving them, at most he would give each of them 10,000 berries when they returned. He wouldn't do meaningless acts of kindness, and besides, these were all his spoils of war. So he felt justified. After all, he still needed to save up for a wife. It was a bit of a pity that it was all mundane stuff. He had thought there would be something good here. Not long after, Sean was grilling a large amount of food on the deck when he heard footsteps behind him. Thinking they were all ready, he turned around and was immediately stunned. It wasn't that he had any interest in the little girls, but only 3 girls had come up, one with green hair, one with orange hair, and the last one with black hair. He was stunned because he recognized these 3 sisters, Boa Hancock, Boa Marigold, and Boa Sandersonia. The 2 sisters besides Hancock hadn't grown up yet and looked quite different, especially Marigold, who was now a cute orange-haired little girl, not at all chubby, while Sandersonia still had a head that was quite large. Sean initially thought he was unlucky to be here, but now he unexpectedly encountered a ship that turned out to be the one that had taken them. Suddenly, Sean felt like he was lucky, but the next moment he was stunned, because he saw Hancock approaching him with a fruit in one hand and a knife tucked under her arm. The two fruits were gray and red, which could only be devil fruits. The knife was about 1 meter long, similar to his own. However, Marigold was eyeing the two fruits with envy. Sean read the desire in her eyes. She was simply craving. Sure enough, when she saw the barbecue and various ingredients next to Sean, she couldn't take her eyes off them. She no longer focused on the fruits she wanted to try. Sean silently muttered to himself. It seems there's a reason for her to grow so huge in the future. At this moment, the youngest Hancock, who was clearly the sister but the shortest, stepped forward and stammered. We found these two fruits in one room. They were both placed in a small box along with this knife. The box looks really beautiful. After saying that, he handed it to Sean, but he hadn't taken it yet, just asking, "Do you know what this is?" The three sisters shook their heads in unison. "This is a devil fruit. As for the knife, I don't know yet." Upon hearing this, the three sisters were momentarily stunned. They certainly knew what a devil fruit was, but this was the first time they had seen one in person. Sean then asked, "Are you sure you still want to give it to me? This is a devil fruit that can make one powerful." Upon hearing this, the little lowly version of Hancock shyly replied, "Why wouldn't we want to? It's all because of you that we were able to be saved." Beside them, Marigold and Sandersonia nodded in agreement. Marigold, looking particularly scared, patted her chest and said, "I almost ate this devil fruit just now." Sean looked through the mask at the faces of the three people, and they all had confused expressions, wondering why Sean wasn't speaking. Sean's lips curled slightly under the mask, indicating that he truly was lucky this time. Without saying anything further, Sean first took the two devil fruits. Then he asked in his mind, "System, please identify these two devil fruits for me. Cat fruit, mythical Zoan cat form, dog fruit, mythical Zoan weasel form. These are all monsters from countries with decent living conditions, so they are mythical Zoan, which is not a big deal. Moreover, they can all use some elements, just like Kaido with his flame clouds. If you're interested, you can look it up." Sean was stunned when he saw the appraisal results. Are illusory beast seeds no longer valuable? Moreover, why is it another Inu fruit? There seem to be too many of those. Looking at these two fruits, Sean fell into deep thought. Undoubtedly, he was lucky this time, but just like his principal, he wouldn't take advantage of others, and others shouldn't take advantage of him either. Indeed, he did save them, but if someone who couldn't resist temptation had eaten them, they would be gone. It's important to know that these girls have been locked in a warehouse, suffering psychological torment, and their meals were barely enough to survive. But they endured and brought him the precious illusory beast seeds that Sean couldn't find. Don't say they didn't know anything. Knowing it himself is enough, and he won't act like a fool. But he also won't bully fools. That is Sean's bottom line. Moreover, even if Sean took them, it would only be to cultivate tools. Sean squinted at the three sisters, and a plan suddenly came to mind. Not only could he avoid any debts, but he could also gain some tools. Perfect. Ahem. Sean cleared his throat and said, "These two devil fruits are quite rare, but as a trade, let me give you this one first. It also has a very powerful ability." With that, Sean took out the Mera no Mi and handed it over. Yes, Sean never intended for Ace, that fool, to eat the Mera no Mi. He wanted him to follow in Carp's footsteps. As for the two mythical Zoan fruits, Sean had plans for them as well. He was definitely going to give one to Crocodile, as his weapon is the Sansan fruit, and he excels in speed. If nothing goes wrong, the Weasel mythical Zoan will suit him very well. What? Why not give him another fruit? The 10 blades or claws? Come on. Just imagine Crocodile turning into a beast-eared girl. As for the other one, of course, it's reserved for the lovely baby 5, complete with a maid outfit and ears. He would exchange a few bottles of genetic potions for them when he got back. Right now, Sean didn't care about those hundreds of thousands of plot points. As for why he was giving Hancock the Mera no Mi, it was obviously because Hancock's country values martial power and wouldn't mind her falling behind in physical skills. Yes, Sean planned to guide Hancock to join her. After all, she has an entire country behind her. Let her infiltrate the 7 warlords. As for Doflamingo, sorry, he never considered him one of his own. Hancock looked at the fruit in front of her, a bit confused, and after coming to her senses, she hurriedly said, "No, you don't have to. That was originally yours." Sean said, "Eat it, this is the power of fire. You wouldn't want something like this to happen again, would you?" Upon hearing this, Hancock fell silent. The time she spent trapped in the warehouse was her darkest moment. In fact, if this handsome man in front of her hadn't saved her, it would have been even darker. If she had enough strength, all of this wouldn't have happened. Yes, the girl who secretly glimpsed Sean's true face was her. Noticing that Hancock was hesitant, Sean directly shoved the Maramara Nomi into her hands. Eat it. You deserve to be treated gently now. The current Hancock was not the arrogant and unpleasant woman she would become later. She was a good girl who wouldn't steal. Hancock nodded and quietly began to eat, instantly feeling nauseous. Seeing this, Sean quickly stopped her. Don't throw it up, just swallow it all, it will be fine. Hancock endured the nausea and finished eating the Maramara Nomi. Sean nodded in satisfaction, while Sandersonia beside him said, Sister, quickly try out your powers. Upon hearing this, Hancock felt as if she possessed certain abilities from birth and attempted to harness them. Suddenly, a flame ignited with a hiss on Hancock's hand. Although she was prepared, the little girl was still startled and panicked. Hot, hot, so hot, I don't want it anymore. Sean, watching from the side, felt his face stiffen under the mask. What kind of dangerous words were these? He quickly said, You need to focus, it won't burn you. That's just your psychological effect. Hearing this, Hancock calmed down and realized it really wasn't too hot at all. She then cautiously tried to control the flame, and before long, she was having a great time. Her two younger sisters were also gasping in amazement at their sister's abilities. After a while, sensing that others were approaching, Sean said to them, Stop playing for now. Keep your abilities a secret for the time being. I'll take you back and we can talk more about it then. I'll send you directly to the nearby naval base. At that time, I'll find an opportunity to sneak you away. So don't show any signs of being special for now. The three sisters, although unsure of what the others wanted to discuss or why they had to go to the naval base first, agreed out of trust. Sean thought more about it, after all, especially since there were two Zoan-type devil fruits here. Regardless of whether they knew it was a Zoan-type or not, he couldn't just ignore the situation. Once people found out that the three sisters had left with him, there would definitely be CP organizations investigating in the future. Even with ordinary devil fruits, they couldn't be overlooked. Moreover, this was a Zoan-type, which was even rarer than a Logia-type. So, he could only wait for them to join the Navy and then quietly take them away. Even if they were investigated in the future, they wouldn't have to worry, because the only person who had seen his face was Hancock, and he recognized her. Even if Hancock later revealed her Maramara Nomi abilities, there was no need to be concerned, as that fruit did not belong to their ship. Therefore, the problem was not significant, and the plan was on track. As for the knife, Sean was still holding it for the time being and hadn't had the chance to test it. The girls came up in groups, and seeing the food on the deck, tears of hunger flowed from the corners of their mouths. Slurp! Sean saw that they were drooling, but no one spoke. So he said, Go ahead and eat. In a few hours I can send you to the Navy. For the next while, Sean enjoyed the delicious food with them. With Sean's assistance, the large merchant ship was heading towards the naval base at a very fast speed. When they were about to dock, Sean flew up into the sky and silently watched below. This was a naval-based fortress, so it was quite eye-catching for a merchant ship with half of its deck destroyed to suddenly arrive at the port. The oldest girl, representing the group of abducted girls, stepped forward to negotiate. Although Sean's sudden disappearance made them feel a bit uneasy, they were at the naval base now. They followed Sean's teachings and clearly explained their experiences. Soon, it caught the attention of a base commander with the rank of Major General. Under the Major General's arrangement, they contacted the naval division in the sea area where the girls were located. They couldn't possibly send each girl back individually. If anyone's home was within his jurisdiction, they would send them directly. For those farther away, they would send them to the jurisdiction of the next naval base to hand over to other naval forces. This way, they would send them all back. Although it would take some time, it wasn't a big problem, just as a naval soldier was helping them arrange accommodations. The Hancock sisters quietly slipped out of everyone's sight. As soon as they reached a blind spot, Sean landed in front of them on a wooden plank. Before they could react, Sean grabbed them by their collars and tossed them up, then soared into the sky, heading towards Amazon Lily Island. It was the first time for the three of them to fly in the air, and they felt it was so novel, but after a short while, they got tired of it. Hancock then asked, can we know your name? Just call me Sean, he replied. The more intelligent Sandersonia asked, So what was it you wanted to talk to us about earlier? Sean thought for a moment and decided it was better to say it here. After all, he was already very proficient in the development of the gravity fruit. It was just that when it came to floating objects, he still couldn't achieve that innate feeling like others did. There was just a slight lack of smoothness, but he could still chat while controlling the wooden board to fly. Sean organized his words and asked, Hancock, you're the next candidate for emperor, right? The three sisters were a bit stunned, wondering how he knew this. The most rational one, Sandersonia, imagined a scenario where Sean was the one who came to save them, and the more she thought about it, the more her scalp tingled. Seeing her expression, Sean's face darkened under the mask, thinking he had created an image of a creepy uncle for them. He quickly interrupted her thoughts. If I said I came back here for some reasons in the future, would you believe me? In fact, in Sean's mind, the location of the island of Amazon Lily was excellent. It was both a legitimate country and a closed one, providing great privacy. In the future, when having meetings with his subordinates, they could go near Rock Harbor, which had top-notch privacy. Rock Harbor was where Rayleigh swam ashore. Apart from a Navy's newly invented sea stone technology, nothing else could get in, because the area around it was either a windless zone or filled with massive sea king's nests. As for the Navy, I am a Navy. After hearing Sean's shocking words, Hancock nodded and said, I believe it. The imaginative Sandersonia and the foodie Marigold usually relied on their sister, so hearing her response, they fell silent and waited for more. Now it was Sean's turn to be confused. He hadn't even finished his prepared speech, yet they believed him. This made him uncomfortable. After a moment of silence, he asked, Why do you believe me? Young Hancock replied, Because you saved us. Honestly, I can't even imagine what our future would be like if you weren't here. Aren't you afraid I have ulterior motives? No, and besides, you wouldn't. I can feel you have no ill intentions, Hancock said with a determined look on her small face. She felt that he had given her strength and saved them. And that fruit, he could choose not to give it to her if he wanted. So she believed he wouldn't harm her. The little girl's world was so beautiful, even though not long ago, she had almost been dragged into the abyss. After pondering for a moment, Sean chuckled quietly and then took off his mask. He realized that he had indeed fallen into the trap of dogmatism. He had always thought that he had to deceive in order to succeed. But he forgot that for children, they simply believe based on their feelings. If you treat them well, they are willing to believe in you and be good to you, and vice versa. Suddenly, Sean felt a bit melancholic. Upon reflection, it seemed that apart from Chloe, who had succumbed to his force, everyone else he had encountered, whom he thought he was deceiving, was actually just being sincerely persuaded. There was no deception that could turn them into tools. Ace opened up to him because he resolved Ace's inner turmoil. Nami trusted him because he saved Belmere, captured the Don Quixote pirates, and even argued with Admiral Sengoku in front of her. Baby 5 also felt cared for because he genuinely pitied her and made a promise that he would always need her, letting her know that someone cared about her. As for his classmate, little Luo, it was also because Sean healed his illness, saved his father, and even gave him a super rare potion to enhance his strength. Now Hancock was the same. Clearly, she could have kept the fruit for herself, but she chose to exchange it instead, not bullying those little girls. Sean felt very down. He knew he wasn't the smartest type of person, but he didn't expect that he could only fool children. Adults wouldn't easily agree with him just because of his sincerity, as seen with Huang Yuan. HM? No, there was one. Rosanandi believed him, so he believed in Sean, the only adult. It seemed he wasn't without gains after all. Thinking of this, Sean felt much happier, even though his inner thoughts were swirling in a moment. Once Sean revealed a joyful smile, the several young girls were stunned. Hancock simply thought that this smile was surrounded by pink bubbles. The other two sisters felt that this strong person was actually so young. Sean smiled slightly and said, You're not wrong. I have no ill intentions towards you, and I even want to help you. Help us. 3, that's right. This story starts 4 years later. Then Sean continued to use the same rhetoric he had with Rosanandi to talk to Hancock and the others. They were nearly captured for trafficking, so they naturally despised the world government. Sean then mentioned that the country of Amazon Lily would be affected, which left a few young girls stunned. Sincerity is essential. But to convince Rosanandi, Sean was serious. He would never allow a day when Rosanandi would come to him asking if he had been deceived. This is my last stubbornness. Soon, amidst the astonished exclamations of the girls, they arrived at their destination. The Rock Harbor is located on the outskirts of the island, with a jungle behind it. Sean did not want to expose herself to too many people, so she instructed them not to reveal her existence. They solemnly agreed. Since they still needed to find the Golden Lion, Sean directly took out the gene serum for Hancock to use. She emphasized that Hancock should not rely solely on the fruit's abilities, but rather combine the fruit with her physical techniques, and if all else fails, she could use weapons as well. Little Hancock then casually asked if Sean knew swordsmanship. Coincidentally, the sword that the little girl had picked up had not been used yet, so Sean randomly swung it towards the sea, unleashing a slash. This casual strike left Hancock in shock, her mouth agape, as it was a slash made using gravity, creating a chasm in the ocean that resembled an abyss. They even discovered various marine creatures in the shallower areas. Hancock, who had already been inspired by Sean's display of strength, suddenly felt filled with aspirations for her future. Although she could no longer be a pure swordsman, she was still a swordsman, wasn't she? Especially one with flames. She then pleaded with Sean to teach her swordsmanship, and after a moment of hesitation, Sean agreed. However, they still needed to find the golden lion, so Sean carefully handed the gene serum to Hancock, explaining its rarity and effects, which made them trust Sean's words even more. They agreed to meet here in 5 days, and she sent them back to report their safety. Sean then headed straight to Vale Mayu, the floating island of the Golden Lion. Ever since the Golden Lion escaped from prison, he had arrived at an island called Vale Mayu. He discovered many animals that had become violent after consuming plants containing IQ ingredients. He transformed Vale Mayu into his own floating island, hiding away to research IQ with his assistant, Dr. Indigo. While plotting his revenge plan to unleash these animals into the East Sea and showcase his vengeance to the world government. However, the protagonist group, who had yet to learn Haki, managed to take it down. About a day later, Sean finally arrived at the island. Using her observation Haki, she sensed the emotions of the animals here, which were solely aggressive and warlike. From a distance, she saw over a dozen floating islands amidst the clouds, and with the snowy weather, it looked quite beautiful. But Sean knew that it was like a venomous snake hiding beneath a beautiful exterior, waiting to strike. This island was used by the Golden Lion as a weapon for revenge. Sean had already made plans, so without further ado, he headed straight to the base. As for the islands that would drop afterward, did he really think his multiple devil fruits were fake? He then gazed directly at the highest island, drawing the knife that Hancock had given him. His arm was instantly covered in the hardening of armament Haki, gradually spreading towards the hilt until the blade was also enveloped in a layer of black. Then, the cherry blossom-colored Haki began to wrap around the knife from his wrist, covering the entire blade before he sheathed it. He whispered softly, "Iato one-line sky." As soon as he finished speaking, Sean swung the knife with a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, unleashing a small slash of red and black infused with electric sparks. With a sharp sound of air being sliced, the slash cut straight through the highest island and flew out the other side. It was as if nothing had happened until a few seconds later. The island let out a thunderous roar. Who dares to strike at me? Following that was the rumble caused by the island splitting apart, as Sean had horizontally cleaved it in two. Suddenly, a golden figure soared into the air, looking in the direction from which the slash had come. The Golden Lion saw a cloaked figure wearing a mask, holding a knife and staring at him. The provocation was clear, and just as he was about to act, Sean rushed towards the Golden Lion at an even faster speed. Sean doesn't want to destroy the other islands. It's better to leave the follow-up to the Navy. Sean stopped wasting words, the blade covered with gravity, and swinging straight toward the Golden Lion's head. The Golden Lion, a seasoned warrior, was unperturbed by this sudden turn of events. Not only did he block the attack with his fists covered in, but one of the knives strapped to his leg also executed a whip-like kick, attempting to cut Sean in half at the waist. Sean also blocked with his other arm. Then both of them used the force to step back, standing opposite each other and gazing at one another. Sean couldn't help but marvel at his strength. It was indeed impressive, befitting a legendary pirate. He couldn't understand how Luffy managed to defeat the Golden Lion without mastering Haki. Could it be a plot twist? Meanwhile, the Golden Lion was even more surprised. Although this person's strength had not been fully revealed, his composure suggested that his power was formidable. Who exactly are you, and why have you come to attack my island? The Golden Lion asked first. Sean thought for a moment. I need your fruit. Ha ha ha, I thought it was someone important, but it turns out to be just a little brat. The Golden Lion laughed wildly at the sky. Little brat, I give you a chance to join me. Let's rule this world together, starting from the East Sea. Sean wondered if this person had been driven mad by the ship's wheel, as he still couldn't understand. I just made it very clear. I'm here to take your life, and your so-called revenge plan will never succeed. Ha ha, what a terrifying and ignorant little brat. But do you know who I am? I am the Golden Lion. With that, the Golden Lion immediately used his power to lift the ground of half the island, transforming it into multiple lion head-shaped mounds of earth that crashed toward Sean. Sean remained completely calm, standing proudly in the air, extending his 5 fingers towards the numerous earth-like lions charging towards him, and gently grasping them in the air. The hell journey rumbled under Sean's gravity, and the heads of the incoming lions were consecutively crushed into pits by the force. In the end, this half of the island was left with one pit after another, piercing through to the ground below and descending towards the ocean underneath. Oh, interesting little ghost. Where are you from? Even though his moves were effortlessly countered by the opponent, the Golden Lion showed no sign of tension, instead asking in a relaxed tone. Sean, after hesitating for a moment, said, EC. The once cheerful Golden Lion suddenly stiffened. his expression darkening as he muttered to himself, "The East Sea. Huh? This weakest sea area again? Ha ha ha. Little brat. Today, I'm hunting you." The roles have reversed. Sean looked at the suddenly rampaging golden lion and felt a bit sorry for him. He was a tragic and incredibly unlucky character. Who is Golden Lion Shiki? He was once an officer of Rocks, equivalent to a graduate of a world-class prestigious school. After the Rocks era, he formed the Flying Pirate Crew, becoming one of the 3 major pirate forces on the seas, alongside Roger and Whitebeard. His fleet was even once stronger than the other 2. His declaration of wanting to dominate the seas from the sky was exceptionally domineering. Yet, such a legendary pirate has repeatedly become a backdrop experience pack, never winning a significant fight. Roger was like a player who turned a useless account into a max-level account and then canceled it. In contrast, Golden Lion Shiki turned a max-level account into a useless one, ultimately getting his account banned. But he can't really be blamed for his lack of strength. After all, he was born at the wrong time and faced bad luck when the time finally came. Overall, his fate was fraught with misfortune, and he was incredibly unlucky. He always regarded Roger as both a friend and a rival, and once invited Roger to join him in ruling the world together. However, Roger rejected him, and after being humiliated, the furious Golden Lion erupted into a fierce battle with Roger, known as the Marineford War. The powerful Golden Lion trapped Roger's pirate crew in a tight spot, showcasing his obvious advantage. However, regardless of which side lost, the effort of both powerful individuals meant that losing was not shameful. Unexpectedly, this storm came at the most inopportune moment, just when Roger was at his lowest point, saving him from despair. Most of the flying pirate crew was defeated and sunk to the ocean floor, and due to an accident, the ship's helm unfortunately pierced his forehead. Since removing it would be life-threatening, the helm remains on his head to this day. It's known that the hit rate of cannonballs in this world is abysmal, yet the helm managed to hit his head. Talk about bad luck. If the helm had a soul, it would probably say, "Did you see that? I single-handedly prevented the Golden Lion from becoming king." At this moment, the Golden Lion became subdued, while Roger, now the Pirate King, was not so compliant, as he was terminally ill and chose to surrender. The happy account cancellation by Roger displeased the Golden Lion, who, not fully understanding the situation, recklessly stormed into the Navy headquarters alone. He was indeed one of the few heroes of the sea, standing atop a mountain of corpses, facing Sengoku and Garp alone. The Golden Lion boldly declared, "Roger is a person I acknowledge. How could you worthless fools capture him alive?" As a result, the Golden Lion was caught off guard. It was Roger who surrendered, but he himself was the one captured. Garp and Sengoku also unwittingly caught a big fish, becoming undeniable winners. Having spent enough time in prison, the former big shot directly severed his legs to escape, becoming the first person to break out of impelled down. He tied his 2 famous swords, Sakura Ten and Magoku, to his legs and began to rise to power, wielding his helm and swords with authority. He decided to embark on a grand venture, preparing for 20 years of revenge against the world government. It's said that turning dark strengthens one by 3-fold, but astonishingly, the Golden Lion lost again. This time, he didn't lose to the 4 emperors or the 3 admirals. He was directly defeated by the 3rd gear Luffy. To be factual at that time, Luffy was indeed not a match for the Golden Lion, making it one of the most humiliating defeats for a super strong character. Even the final line, "Did you lose to a man from the East Blue again?" was both amusing and bittersweet, as all 3, Roger, Garp, and Luffy, were from the East Blue. It could be said that the Golden Lion was an experience pack from the East Blue. Roger won through a storm, Garp through 2-on-1 tactics, and Luffy tricked the Golden Lion into a movie battle to win. Back then, the whole crew couldn't even defeat a pacifist. One could say that the Golden Lion lost each time in a very frustrating and unlucky manner. With swirling thoughts in his mind, he looked at the arrogant Golden Lion with a hint of sympathy. Because today, he was going to die. The Golden Lion saw the glint in Sean's eyes through the small hole in his mask and immediately exploded with rage. "You little brat, do you look down on me?" "Godi." The lion's might surged. The Golden Lion used his fruit ability to directly control the blizzard, forming enormous lions that charged toward Sean with a piercing cold wind. Before Sean formed the lion, he struck the sky with a gravitational force, pulling a meteor down to smash into the Golden Lion. As the lion, sharp as a blade, approached Sean, a 1-kilometer diameter meteor, engulfed in flames, was crashing toward the Golden Lion. Wave/supergravity field, the Golden Lion swung a famous sword from its leg, slicing the meteor in half. which then fell to both sides behind him. Under Sean's gravity, the blizzard lion caused the upper half of the island to collapse in all directions due to the supergravity. In contrast to the golden lion's fruit ability, it was compressed into a smooth plane of extraordinarily high mass. As for the golden lion's subordinates, the golden lion, this tyrant, expressed indifference. He didn't care about his subordinates. If they were weak, they deserved to die. After so many years, the golden lion finally felt the thrill of competing with a strong opponent again. He laughed wildly. Haha, the EC is truly an interesting place. Clearly, the overall strength is so weak, yet so many strong individuals keep emerging. You are mistaken. The EC is not weak. It is a symbol of peace, of course. Relatively speaking, Sean calmly shook his head. The golden lion's laughter paused, and he asked, "By the way, little brat, which faction do you belong to?" Sean hesitated for a moment and then softly uttered 2 words, Navy. Although he didn't understand why you wanted to hide your face. It seemed that the Navy had really developed well over the years. The golden lion expressed his recognition of Sean. He then continued, "Since our abilities can affect each other, and you're a swordsman as well, then here, on the arena you created, let's see if it's you who stops me, or if it's me who hunts you." Sean felt a long-lost surge of passion. Even though the other party was a pirate, even though his life was at stake, he drew his sword with a certain boldness and pointed it directly at the golden lion. "All right, let me see what kind of courage and power the legendary pirate possesses." "Ah, little brat, you're mistaken. That is not the past. I am the legend. I am a hero. I am the golden lion." The golden lion laughed heartily, giving Sean a glimpse of the former grandeur of this world. What a pity, even if it wasn't tea for the float fruit. Sean would not let him go. A thief is a thief. Their positions destined that they could only have a spiritual connection, but not a deep one, as it would be too easy to be influenced by such a character. "What kind of person are you? I have my own judgment. Be careful not to kill me in one blow." As his words fell, Sean charged towards the golden lion. The golden lion stood firm and met Sean. "Stop underestimating people. Brat, no matter how the times change, I am still the golden lion, still the one who reigns over the entire sky." With a clang, Sean's sword swung towards the golden lion, who raised his right foot to block the strike. Then he spun his lower body, thrusting the knife on his other leg directly at Sean's face. Sean chose to stand his ground, raising his leg as well, covered in pink-hued Haki, and kicked towards the golden lion. In terms of raw power, the golden lion at this moment was definitely not Sean's match. But as a legendary pirate, his experience was not to be underestimated. He sensed the threat of this kick and decisively pushed off, leaping backward. During the retreat, he unleashed a wave of slashes, while Sean covered his arm with armament Haki and easily severed the golden lion's attack with his bare hands. Sean twisted his neck and said, "All right, the warm-up is over. It's time to get serious, golden lion." As soon as he finished speaking, a scarlet light flashed from the 2 small holes in Sean's mask, and a tangible aura erupted from his body. Arc-like electric currents surrounded him, and the air, under the pressure of Sean's momentum, gradually became thick and sticky. The ground, compressed into an extremely high mass, could no longer withstand the pressure. Cracks spread out like a spider web, radiating from Sean's center. The knife in Sean's hand not only exuded the powerful aura of cherry blossom color, but also faintly revealed a red glow. This was the first time Sean had used his full power of Conqueror's Haki in years, and he was no longer the same as before. Looking at the revitalized Sean, the golden lion was slightly taken aback. But to be fair, he was indeed a former officer of the Rock's Pirates, a presence that stood against Roger and Whitebeard. After a moment of surprise, excitement surged within him. "Kid, having someone like you in the Navy will surely give them a headache. Your Haki really impresses me. My captain once possessed the same kind of Haki as you. Your ambition is considerable. Ha ha ha. I'm coming for you." Without waiting for Sean's response, the golden lion launched his attack. Lion's thousand cuts. The sound of countless slicing through the air erupted from the famous sword strapped to the golden lion's legs. Continuous golden slashes rushed towards Sean, who stood still in place. He simply raised his knife and gently swung it, sending a massive slash horizontally towards the golden lion. During this time, all the golden slashes emitted by the golden lion were completely worn down upon encountering this red-black slash infused with arcs of electricity. The golden lion directly removed the sakura tin and dry wood from his legs, holding the sword with both hands, and unleashed an even larger, sharper, and faster slash. However, this time the slash was covered with a layer of black. The shockwaves generated by the 2 slashes rolled back, sweeping outward, and the ground they passed through was directly plowed with deep and varied cuts, intertwining in a chaotic manner. The compressed ground instantly showed countless dense cracks. Sean was slightly surprised that his strength had actually increased. He truly lived up to his reputation as a legendary pirate. Now, Sean was even contemplating how to bring him in a Luffy's movie. Just as Sean was getting a bit distracted, the Golden Lion mistook Sean's demeanor as looking down on him and immediately roared in anger. "You brat, you're still far from it. Don't underestimate others." He then charged towards Sean. Sean fought against the Golden Lion for a whole day. During this battle, he intuitively felt the difference in their levels compared to Whitebeard and Roger. He was on the same level as those legendary pirates, but his strength and Haki were superior. Even without the enhancement of his heavy fruit, the current Golden Lion was left in a pitiful state, covered in countless sword marks and gaping wounds, bleeding profusely. As Sean seemed ready to unleash a powerful move, the Golden Lion suddenly went berserk. "Kid, since you want to see a legend, I'll satisfy you." With that, he pulled the ship's helm from his head using his devil fruit ability. Blood and yellowish substances sprayed out in a fountain. At that moment, the Golden Lion's aura erupted. A similar crimson light flashing in his eyes, surrounded by small golden arcs of electricity. The oppressive aura once again plowed through the already battered ground. Sean's Conqueror's Haki clashed with it. Boom! The two auras instantly collided and intertwined, creating a massive bowl-shaped energy shield that covered both of them, which was merely the result of their clash of strength. More than half was cherry blossom colored, with a small portion being golden, allowing the Golden Lion to match Sean's might. The clouds at a higher altitude were torn apart as if the apocalypse was upon them, reflecting the intensity of their collision. An endless expanse of clouds above formed a chasm that seemed to hang upside down in the sky, continuously rolling inward. Everything indicated how fierce the clash between the two was. At first, Sean was stunned. Wasn't this Conqueror's Haki? Didn't Oda give this character Conqueror's Haki? It seemed that Oda was indeed unreliable. He was just a cartoonist. What did he know about pirates? However, regaining his composure, he unleashed his full-power Conqueror's Haki to clash with the Golden Lions. The Golden Lion stared at Sean. "Kid, can you let this old man see who you are? Regardless of victory or defeat, I won't survive. I want to see, in the end, who it is that fights with me." Sean hesitated for a moment, but decided to take off his mask. First, he could no longer sense the presence of a third life force on the island. Second, the Golden Lion was indeed at the end of his life. Even if he wanted to escape, it wouldn't matter, as he might only have a few minutes left. Third, it was a sign of respect for a strong opponent. Perhaps their stances were different. However, looking back on the Golden Lion's life, aside from being a bit unlucky, he had always chosen to confront challenges head-on, making him a rather straightforward villain. As Sean took off his mask, the Golden Lion was slightly stunned and muttered to himself, "Is this the third East Sea man who is stopping me?" Sean didn't hear the Golden Lion's words, but still said, "You and I are destined to determine the winner today." After coming to his senses, the Golden Lion laughed heartily and asked, "Huh, I acknowledge you now. Tell me a name." Sean understood that the Golden Lion was inviting him to determine the outcome with one final move. He immediately imitated the Golden Lion's hearty laugh and said, "Huh, I'm Sean, and I will also build a unique tombstone for you to commemorate you. This legendary great pirate," Sean said with a serious expression. "Ha ha ha, what an annoying little brat. Come on, Sean, I'll show you what a true legend is. This is what I've been waiting for." As the Golden Lion finished speaking, he raised his twin swords, enveloped in a red glow, and unleashed countless slashes at an unseen speed. True Lion's Thousand Cuts Valley. This was vastly different from before. This time, the Thousand Cuts Valley was accompanied by arcs of golden lightning, with the golden slashes wrapped in a black energy cloak. Each of these slashes possessed the power of the previous ones that Sean had blocked. The difference was that the Golden Lion unleashed an overwhelming number of slashes, obscuring the sky and coming at Sean in a relentless wave. In that moment, Sean faced this great pirate who was willing to pay the price of his life. With the utmost seriousness and solemnity, Sean held the knife handle with a reverse grip, lifting the blade in front of him, his legs slightly bent, and the veins in his arm bulging. A red aura emanated from his body, gradually forming swirling red and black circles around him, whispering, "One object, one number, creates one Ganges. One grain of sand in the Ganges, one sand, one realm. Within one realm, one dust, one tribulation. Within one tribulation, the accumulated dust number is fully transformed into tribulation." Itagarba. As his voice fell, the aura swirling around, Sean gradually formed an indistinct phantom. He then leaped up to meet the slashing strike from the Golden Lion. However, That enormous strike vanished without a trace before it could even touch Sean, as if it had melted away. Sean's red figure was like a small boat on the sea, swaying under the golden ocean of slashes, yet exceptionally stable. In an instant, Sean appeared behind the golden lion, and the golden, red, and various battle energy aftershocks vanished in that moment. The golden lion, with his back to Sean, gasped and asked, "Sean, am I still considered a legend?" Sean replied softly, "Yes, you are one of the few pirates I am willing to communicate with." "Ha, you are someone I acknowledge. Go on, create chaos and turn this world upside down." As the words of the golden lion, Haki, fell, the clouds above them suddenly split open, revealing a massive chasm that blocked out the sun, deeper than any previous clash of conquerors' Haki. Below them, the densely compressed ground let out a rumbling sound. The entire island gradually cracked with spiderweb-like fissures, eventually shattering into fist-sized rubble. "Golden Lion Haki, I acknowledge you as well. You're the only one who can make me go all out," Sean said to himself. "Is that so? That's great." As Haki spoke, he plummeted vertically towards the shattered island, breaking apart like chunks of stone. With a hint of a satisfied smile on his lips, he looked like a man at peace. If not for the massive scar on his chest, Sean looked at the satisfied smile and faintly felt that this formidable man, the great pirate, was also lonely. In the Rock's era, he was unrecognized, and his pirate crew was scattered. In the Roger era, he was not acknowledged by him, and his pirate crew was wiped out. At the Navy headquarters, while searching for friends, he was still defeated and thrown into impelled down. Now, he even risks his own life just for that legend name. He does not know that Sean can chase him to the ends of the earth. Besides Sean, if he wants to escape, there are few who can capture him on this vast sea. This is a pirate who has spent his life on the path of conquest, a true pirate, not one driven by various strange beliefs. Therefore, Sean acknowledged his strength, and that was all. Looking at the dozen or so floating islands that were about to collapse, Sean sighed, sheathed his sword, extended his 5 fingers, and made a grasping motion towards the vast array of floating islands. The islands, which were supposed to plummet at high speed, suddenly halted their descent and began to fall slowly. As for the island they had shattered, Sean also used gravity to compress it again, forming a massive square-shaped island. A pit was left in the center, into which he placed the golden lion and his 2 swords. Then he closed it up again, making it appear like an enormous stone tablet. Sean also left the 5 big characters' legendary golden lion above. He then applied gravity, causing the island to fall rapidly into the sea below. Once it reached the deep sea floor, he had fulfilled the promise he made to the golden lion. After deeply exhaling a breath of turbid air, Sean quickly used the system's map function to search for the location of the float fruit. Immediately, a map appeared showing 2 points, 1 black point and 1 red point. The black point was himself, and the red point was the float fruit. Upon seeing the location, Sean was momentarily stunned. So close? Yes, the float fruit was nearby, on one of those floating islands. Without hesitation, Sean hurried to the island where the float fruit was located. After taking the golden float fruit, Sean left after placing all the islands properly. He headed directly to the agreed location with Amazon Lily and Hancock. He arrived 2 days early, but it wasn't a big deal. He would deal with the float fruit first. Opening the system's enhancement pool, he first upgraded his heavy fruit ability. It still required 10 million for the upgrade, and then he pulled the float fruit from his system backpack. Instantly, it became 50,000 with a success rate of 100. He decisively clicked to enhance it, and immediately, the sound of a hammer striking resonated in his ears. After a moment, the purple icon representing the heavy fruit transformed into a white icon. Sean then felt that everything was different. For instance, he used to pull down meteorites from the sky. Rather than pulling, it was more accurate to say he launched a gravitational attack to bring it down. Now, he could clearly sense that meteorite, though small, he could feel it. The biggest change was that he felt he could use any force in the future without needing a starting pose or a launch. He could control it out of thin air, which was something he could not do before. The flying ability was also the same. No longer did he need to step on air, stone slabs, or wooden boards. Now, it felt as if it was innate, though his strength had not increased. However, his mastery of the ability had shifted from being skilled to instinctual, which was a qualitative change. Just like how he used the flying thunder god technique for teleportation, it had now transformed into a means of combat for him. Previously, he always fell short of being able to release it smoothly. Now, he could mark a location with just a thought. He even thought of more flexible applications, but practice was needed to achieve that. Sean then opened the system panel. Host, Sean gender, male age, 22 combat power, 200,0010 ordinary soldiers, 11,499 below lieutenant colonel elite soldiers, 500,400 elite colonels at least, 400,1700 major generals, 700,1999 candidates for generals, 10,000 and above for the 4 emperors, no upper limit. This is based on a comprehensive evaluation of combat power and abilities. The overall value is lower than pure combat power. Abilities, Psychic Power, Armament Haki Mux, Observation Haki Mux, Conquerors Haki Mux Skills, Wish, Swordsmanship, Flying Thunder God Teleportation Warehouse, Mikazuki Munikika, Dreaming Immortal Pillow Used, Pure Gold Upgrade version 9, Change of Clothes, Several Photos, Float Fruit. Plot points, 677218 after reading this. Sean looked satisfied. Not only had his combat power broken through the ceiling after that battle, but he also upgraded to a power called Psychic Power. The difference from before was that one was manual and the other was automatic. Previously, he needed to release it to achieve the desired effect. Now, he could do it with just his thoughts. In other words, as long as his reflexes were fast enough, no one could escape or block him. Suddenly, Sean remembered something and directly asked the system, can Psychic Power be upgraded? What are the conditions? Learning is endless. It can be upgraded. But this system can only provide assistance. In other words, apart from directly enhancing strength, it can do everything else. The triggering condition is to practice to the extreme. How strong this system can be depends on how strong the host is. Right now, you are too weak. Keep it up. Sean had 6 black dots on his forehead. He clearly felt strong, but he wondered if it was just an illusion. Forget it. It didn't matter. One step at a time. He then muttered softly to himself, Golden Lion, it seems no one will let me go all out anymore. Yes. The reason Sean was willing to seek out the Golden Lion was that he knew very well where the Golden Lion's strength limit was. But asking him to confront him now, that would be a joke. Who knows how strong the behind-the-scenes boss is? Moreover, even if he could defeat him directly now, what then? Where does that leave the Navy? Currently, there is no true leader in the Navy who can lead everyone away from the world government. The consequences of an unprepared overthrow of the world government would be severe, not to mention how the positions of the Navy and pirates would change. Just considering the common people, they would definitely suffer the most, still living under the rule of slavery. In an instant, telling them that their rulers were gone might bring them some joy. But don't overestimate the goodness of human nature. Once some people have the opportunity, they will also yearn for that supreme power. With so many countries, the common people might initially slay dragons, but they could also become dragons. Thus, the mindset of the common people remains the same, and the reform would be in vain. It could even evolve into a situation where every country is vying for power, turning the war from the sea into land wars, which would be terrifying. It seems Oda understands this. He knows that the existence of the Revolutionary Army is necessary to spread their ideology from the grassroots level. Otherwise, just like other time travelers before him, can simply overthrow the aristocracy by taking down a boss and appointing a few subordinates to high positions. Isn't that ridiculous? Can a system that has been ingrained for 800 years really be changed overnight? That's a joke. If any person with a bit of blood in them had risen to resist during the oppression of the celestial dragons, they wouldn't be so unrestrained now. But look at the current situation. They have become completely humble to the core, with no rebellious emotions in their genes. This is not Blue Star, where one can travel anywhere in a day. Even so, there are still local customs that cannot be regulated. Moreover, in this world of numerous islands and continents, the main transport is still by ship. This is not a world that can be reformed simply by force. Force is just the key to reform. As the saying goes, order can be chaotic, but it cannot be absent. I'm just afraid some readers will say, if you're so amazing, go fight the boss. Pulling back from his myriad thoughts, Sean looked at the knife in his hand, and his heart stirred. Suddenly, he remembered an old man from an anime in his previous life, Yamamoto, Genre Saishigakuni. He was the captain of the fire division in Bleach. If Hancock were to develop in that direction, it would be fantastic. The seductive queen may be gone, but the flame queen could be born. It wouldn't be impossible to incite her to take on a stylish battle in the future. However, it still depends on her specific talents and level of effort. Even if the innate conditions are compensated for, it is useless if you do not work hard. In the following time, Sean continued to familiarize himself with the power of telekinesis. Now, he didn't need to touch objects like the Lion King to make them fly. Sean can even carry people. 2 days later, the Boa sisters arrived at the agreed location. Sean solemnly explained to Hancock the main purpose of a gene potion he gave her. So, you must work hard on your physical development and not overly rely on your fruit abilities. The fruit abilities can only be used as a supplementary means, understand? Sean said. Upon hearing this, the little lowly Hancock moved her fingers slightly, and a small flame rose from the cigar that Sean was holding. Noticing that Sean was a bit dazed, Hancock sweetly smiled and said, "From now on, I'll only light the cigars for Lord Sean." Sean's mouth twitched. He always felt something was off about this statement, but he still said, "It's fine. I just hope you won't overly rely on the fruit's abilities. This knife was picked up by you, and since you want to learn swordsmanship, you should keep this knife." After saying this, Sean handed the knife over. Seeing Hancock wanting to refuse, Sean directly interrupted. "I have my own knife, but as you know, I came back from the future, so it's not convenient for me to take it out." Hancock obediently nodded. "So, is Lord Sean going to start teaching me?" For some reason, Sean always felt that Hancock's words carried a strange meaning. However, he still thought he was overthinking it. She was only 12 years old, after all, and what could she understand about strange things? It seemed he was the one with a guilty conscience. Nevertheless, he focused and began teaching Hancock swordsmanship, even explaining the usage of the old man's sword techniques to her. After a moment of hesitation, Hancock asked, "But I heard for Granny knew that some people on the sea can cut through flames." Sean smiled slightly. "I can also blow out flames. But what if it's a raging fire?" "Indeed, some people can cut through flames, but if your fire is hot enough, let alone cutting through it, it would have vaporized before they even got close." Sean continued, "Although this is a theoretical statement, you may not be able to achieve it. But you are not just a flame. Combined with your strong body techniques and swordsmanship, who can cut through your flames?" Apart from Hancock, the little girl, her two sisters also showed a look of longing, somewhat envious of their sister. Following this, Sean continued to guide Hancock's training, while her two sisters worked hard beside them. After 2 weeks, Sean finally deeply understood the talent of this empress. Her innate talent was definitely stronger than his former self. He had to train day and night for years to reach the level of a great swordsman by the age of 17. However, Hancock's talent was surprisingly good. She never complained of fatigue or pain and consistently exceeded the tasks Sean assigned to her. It was estimated that in a few years, she would reach the royal level, which was something to look forward to. One day, after finishing a day of training, Sean sat by the campfire with them, having dinner. Marigold was enjoying her meal, while Sandersonia nudged her with her elbow. Marigold looked puzzled and asked, "What's wrong?" "The barbecue is delicious today." Sandersonia leaned closer to her ear and said, "Don't you think Sister seems distracted today?" "Really?" Sandersonia looked at her sister with a mix of disappointment and concern, whispering, "All you do is eat. Look at Hancock over there." Marigold followed her gaze and saw Hancock idly drawing with a small knife on a big bone. She turned back and asked, "What is Sister doing?" "I don't know. I asked her today, and she didn't know what was going on either, but it's definitely not a good sign." "I'm planning to go find Granny Nyo tomorrow to see what's wrong," Sandersonia whispered. With Sean's keen hearing, he found their conversation perfectly normal and looked at Hancock. Upon sensing a gaze on her, Hancock looked up and, seeing it was Sean, revealed a sweet smile. "Is something wrong, Lord Sean?" However, Sean didn't notice anything unusual. She was still the adorable Hancock. He casually replied, "Do you have any worries? And don't call me Lord, or I'll get angry." Hancock's little face stiffened, and feeling somewhat at a loss, she could only repeatedly assure him, "I understand, Sean." After saying that, her previously stiff little face turned slightly red. But soon, her bright eyes dimmed. Seeing this, Sean thought to himself, "Wow, this really is the Empress with the fastest and most mysterious mood changes." In just a minute, her expression had changed so many times. She must be a good actress. Then he asked, "What's wrong with you?" Meanwhile, the two sisters, who were focused on eating, secretly perked up their ears, wanting to see what was wrong with their sister. Hancock stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts. Sean gently brushed Hancock's small head with his hand and said in the softest voice possible, "If you trust me, you can tell me what's going on. Your two sisters are also very worried about you." Hancock looked at her two sisters. Although they were eating, their eyes still unconsciously glanced in her direction. Little Hancock stammered and asked, "S.H. Sean, are you leaving soon?" Sean immediately understood. It turned out that this little guy couldn't bear to part with him. He smiled and said softly, "There's nothing we can do about it, but as long as you work hard to become stronger, we can still reunite on the sea in the future, right? Besides, at this point in time, I'm actually a year younger than you, and I don't have the talent you have now. So you need to work hard for our beautiful reunion in the future." Hancock seemed to want to say something but hesitated, so Sean continued to comfort her. "I promise you, I won't forget you. Let's agree to meet again on this day, 11 years from now, okay?" Hancock, afraid of making Sean dislike her, could only force a smile and nod her head. It seemed like everything returned to normal, but Sandersonia knew her sister well. There was still something bothering her sister, just held back inside, and she decided to ask Granny New later tonight after they returned. Hancock couldn't quite explain why she felt sad. Every time she thought about Sean leaving, it felt like her heart was breaking and she could hardly breathe. Even though she knew they would meet again in the future, it still made her very sad. She just wanted to rely on Sean, and being praised by him for her progress would make her very happy. She loved listening to the interesting stories Sean told and admired him, thinking of him as her idol. She was also very grateful because this person had saved her and her sisters from the edge of the abyss. Don't rush to criticize. She was too young to understand love. A meal ended rather hastily, and the sisters held hands as usual, while Sean directly took Hancock's hand and teleported them back to Snake Princess Island. Yes, Sean had left a coordinate there for transportation, and he chose to stay in a tent alone to avoid being discovered. After sending the Boa sisters back, Sean directly crawled into the tent and fell asleep immediately. In Nine Serpent City, the three sisters who had just returned to the palace bid each other good night and went back to their own rooms. After a while, Sandersonia quietly slipped out of her room and headed toward a specific place. The three sisters were training with Sean, and Granny Nyo was aware of it. They needed Granny Nyo's help to hide the fact that there were men on Daughter Island from the current emperor. Otherwise, they would definitely face punishment when they returned. And how could they come out again? They had told Granny Nyo that they wanted to learn from a strong person. Granny Nyo knew that this was the benefactor who saved the three sisters and had once thought about visiting him. However, the sisters had used various excuses to brush her off. Granny Nyo didn't dare to force her way in, nor did she dare to let the current emperor drive this man away. She was terrified by the exaggerated way they described this man's strength. Just hearing about it made her heart race, not to mention Hancock's consumption of the rare natural-type devil fruit. It was clear how powerful he must be. Of course, they hadn't told Granny Nyo about the gene potion, and their mention of Sean's existence was also approved by her. She had left this country and knew well that some strong individuals had earth-shattering powers. Therefore, she didn't dare to provoke Sean, fearing that if she angered him, he would destroy their home. Besides, he was only staying for a month, and the time was almost up. Before long, Sandersonia arrived at Gloria's room and, without any courtesy, pushed the door open and walked in. She said urgently, "Granny Nyo, something's wrong. Sister is in big trouble." Gloria's expression changed instantly upon hearing this. What happened to her? Where is she? Did that man cause any danger to Hancock? Sandersonia feridi replayed. No, Granny Nyo. It's not related to that gentleman. I found something off about sister. What is wrong? What is off about Hancock? Sandersonia organized her words and said, in many ways. For example, she has been wearing her clothes inside out these past few days, and I had to remind her. She also didn't care about the seasonings she added to her food. During our training, although she completed her targets, she still seemed distracted, but those weren't serious. But today I found out that she hardly ate anything all day, only having a piece of meat tonight. With her training volume so high, she ended up eating less and less each time. Occasionally, her complexion would flush as if she were sick. Granny Nyo, what should we do? Gloria listened carefully, and the more she heard, the more uneasy she felt, as it sounded like symptoms she had once suffered from. Why did Daughter Island prohibit men? Because almost every emperor of this island had suffered from lovesickness, which could even lead to death in severe cases, due to the pain of longing for someone they could not see, gradually weakening them until they were overwhelmed by their own longing. But she couldn't figure out why a 12-year-old girl would be like this. With a serious expression, she said to Sandersonia, "Tomorrow, I need to meet this man. Otherwise, Hancock could be in danger. She might be suffering from a terminal illness." Sandersonia's face changed drastically as she exclaimed, What? What kind of illness is it?" Gloria then explained to Sandersonia and informed her that she needed to go to sea to treat it. At that moment, Sandersonia realized, "So you betrayed the country and went to sea to find a man." Hearing this, Gloria became somewhat angry. "Shut up. I did this to cure a disease, to be able to contribute to this country. So what is love?" Sandersonia asked, her face full of confusion. This left Gloria dumbfounded, so she began to ponder. Sandersonia was actually less than a year younger than Hancock. So how could Hancock understand what love is? This was the most perplexing thing for her. Thus, the two went to Hancock's room to explain the knowledge about lovesickness again. After hearing it, Hancock felt a sudden realization. She became somewhat anxious, as Sean would soon be leaving. Would she really die? But she heard Granny Nyo mention that she seemed to know how to treat lovesickness. So the group planned to ask Sean the next day if he could meet with Granny Nyo. At the same time, the seed of something called love was planted in Hancock's heart, allowing the previously oblivious young girl to understand the concept of love. The next morning, as dawn broke, Sean went to the hall, as usual, ready to take the others for a new day of training. But as soon as he arrived in the hall, Sandersonia stepped forward and asked, Sean, sister is sick, so Granny wants to meet you. Is that okay? Sean was confused and looked at Hancock, who was standing quietly beside him. Sick? Wasn't she fine? Upon hearing this, Sandersonia became a bit anxious and said in a pleading tone, Really, Granny New said that sister will die. Please meet her. Sean always felt that this plot was familiar, but looking at the pleading eyes of the little girl, he sighed. All right, let her come. I'll wait for her here. After saying that, Sean put on his mask and cloak again. Moments later, Grandmother Guruliosa arrived at the hall leaning on her cane. Guruliosa immediately spotted the man in front of her, cloaked and wearing a mask with strange animal patterns. She was someone who had seen a lot in her life and had ventured out to sea when she was young. Although this man's aura was restrained, it still exuded an irresistible majesty and presence. There was no doubt that he was a super strong individual, stronger than anyone she had ever encountered. She truly wondered why the three sisters had attracted such a powerful figure. After organizing her thoughts, Grandma Guruliosa spoke up. My name is Guruliosa. Would it be convenient for you to talk with me in the room beside us? Upon hearing this, the three of them were somewhat surprised. They hadn't expected Grandma Guruliosa to want to speak privately with Sean. Instantly, they felt a bit unhappy. Why were they having a conversation behind their backs? However, after hearing Sean agree, they deflated like a punctured balloon and lost any intention of protesting. All right, let us go to the room next door. I really appreciate your kindness. In a nearby room, Sean casually reclined in a chair and asked, So what do you want to talk about? Guruliosa organized her words. Hancock is lovesick. If you leave, she might not have long to live. Puffed. Sean, who was sipping tea, was momentarily stunned. He finally realized why this felt so familiar, but wasn't tea this nonsense? Lovesickness at 12? Don't joke around. Not even the admiration of Star could exist in this chaotic era, let alone love. So he countered, You must be mistaken. She's so young. It might be true that she can't bear to part with me, but it absolutely cannot be for that reason. Guruliosa was also a bit confused, but still said, But her symptoms are just like mine used to be. Although I'm also a bit puzzled, Sean thought for a while, and suddenly realized that this wasn't some kind of bullshit love at all. The little girl was just throwing a tantrum. Children always like to attract adults' attention through pranks. Although the methods are different, the essence is the same. C'est un explant. You're definitely mistaken, little Hancock. What she feels for me is not love. Her current state is just a child's tantrum. When Guruliosa seemed about to speak, Sean directly interrupted, saying she's just throwing a little fit because she doesn't want to part ways. Kids always like to seek attention from adults like this. Guruliosa hesitated, wanting to say something but fearing to annoy him. After all, she was unsure of his personality, but she still gathered her courage to ask, What if? What if it really is the lovesickness that we inherited here? Sean laughed. This old lady really cares about them. How should I explain it? Do you know what admiration means? Hancock might be feeling this way. Guruliosa was a bit confused and quickly asked, What is admiration? Sean thought for a moment and continued. The affection of a child for an elder probably refers to the warmth, respect, and admiration a child feels. And this admiration is not the same as romantic love. For example, a child might have a favorite elder, but one day, if that elder plays well with another child, the first child might feel unhappy. This is because she always thinks she holds a special place in the elder's heart. I guess that's one way to explain it, but I'm not sure if you understand. Guruliosa nodded and bravely asked again, But what if it's not just affection for an elder, but love? And your voice doesn't seem too loud, right? Sean slowly explained under the mask. She is just temporarily reluctant to give up her dependence on me. After a while, she will forget it. Children, their emotions come quickly and go just as fast. Guruliosa continued to nod and bravely asked again, I know all this. But what if? This is all your speculation, isn't it? Sean's forehead under the mask bulged with several blue veins. Is this person a parrot? So Sean boldly waved his hand and said, There is no such thing as a what if. But after that what if happened, she would really die. Sean was also a bit confused and instinctively asked, What should I do? I can't just stay here forever. To be honest. Guruliosa finally heard the words she wanted to hear. Of course, if Hancock really gets sick, she can come and find you, right? It's not too much to just meet, is it? Sean was a bit stunned. How could this be possible? It would be 11 years before they met again. But he didn't know how to explain it to her. nor did he want to tell this old lady that he came from the future. Giroliosa noticed Sean's silence and asked with some confusion, "Is there something inconvenient?" Sean didn't deny it and added, "She probably wants to see me in about 11 years due to some special reasons, but I'm afraid I can't tell you." This time it was Giroliosa who was at a loss for words. What could possibly be the reason for such a long wait? She didn't dare to ask, and the atmosphere fell into silence. After a while, Giroliosa quietly said, "What if she really ends up longing for you?" Sean felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. This old woman really knew how to be annoying. No wonder Hancock in the original work had such a terrible attitude towards her so-called gentle teachings. This was a personality that wouldn't give up until the goal was achieved. But Sean was also swayed by her words. What if? Wouldn't that waste a devil fruit and a genetic potion? That was a minor issue. The key point was that at this time, a top-tier powerhouse could already be cultivated. After pondering for a moment, Sean spoke up. "Wait for me here." He then turned and left the room, stopping at the corner by the door to take out a small box from the system space. He pulled out a piece of paper, wrote down an address and a few lines, placed the note in an envelope, sealed it with wax, and put it inside the box. Once everything was ready, he returned to the room with the box and handed it to Giroliosa. He instructed her, "If what you said really happens, then you must give this box to Hancock. But there is one condition. She must be strong enough, or it will lead to disastrous consequences. Also, you must keep this box safe and not let anyone see it except for Hancock and her companions, including you. Otherwise, you will bring catastrophic disaster upon your country." With that, Sean didn't forget to intimidate her a bit. He knew that this old lady was very afraid of death. Sure enough, upon hearing these words, Giroliosa's expression changed in fright, and she nervously hugged the box, glancing around anxiously. "Don't be nervous. Just remember what I said." Giroliosa repeatedly assured him, "Don't worry. I will remind Hancock to train well, and I will keep this box safe, even if I have to die to prevent anyone from opening it." Hearing this, Sean nodded in satisfaction and then walked out of the room, beginning the daily training for the three sisters. Days passed, and finally, the day of parting arrived. On this day, Sean's time had come. A blue glow gradually enveloped him, and his body began to disappear bit by bit. Throughout the process, Hancock only showed a reluctant expression, without the intense emotions of baby 5 rushing over to cry. Sean felt that this was quite good. Otherwise, every farewell would be accompanied by tears, which would be exhausting. So, before completely disappearing, he left behind just one sentence. "See you here in 11 years. After Sean's figure completely vanished, Hancock finally couldn't hold back anymore. In Cazalin's big eyes, there was a mist of tears, as if she would cry at any moment. But she still wiped her eyes, unwilling to let the mist condense into tears and roll down. She turned to her two sisters and said, "Come on, even though Sean is gone, we can't be lazy." Thus, day by day passed, and Hancock also awakened her own unique king's qualification. However, in the lessons left by Sean, there were also detailed explanations of the techniques related to Conqueror's Haki. As she grew older, Hancock showed unparalleled talent. During this time, Old Lady Nu would occasionally come to ask Hancock about her situation, such as whether she still missed Sean or if she dreamed of him. This made Hancock, who originally wanted to focus on her training to be of great help in the future, increasingly confused. Since Sean left, Old Lady Nu always felt that Hancock was trying to transform her sadness into motivation. Little did she know, Hancock was only touched by Sean's words about stepping on ants and how hard it was not to crush them. She just wanted to become stronger, to protect those she wanted to protect, and to help those she wanted to help. Indeed, Hancock felt very sad when they parted. After all, he was her benefactor. But later, as she focused on her training, and since she really didn't understand those feelings, the sadness gradually faded away. After all, they could meet again in the future, right? However, Girolio and her sister almost took turns brainwashing her, saying things like, "You need to work hard to be worthy of that person in the future. Do you get distracted because you miss him today? You're really amazing. You can hold back from mentioning that person for so long." Such talk made Hancock, who originally had no such thoughts, change as she grew older. At the age of 15, Hancock began to understand the concept of love for the first time. What she once knew, she now understood. After all, having a younger sister and an old lady nagging in your ear every day would make anyone understand. So, Hancock began to reflect. Did she really like Sean? Then she recalled the little moments they had shared. Sean, although powerful and domineering, is very gentle and treats her well. It is only now that she truly realizes how precious the potion he made her drink is. From the moment he saved her, she saw Sean's profile, and they flew together. Their first meal together, his first teachings on cultivation, his first treatment for her, and the interesting stories he shared. Reflecting on those moments, she finally understands that this future empress, who stubbornly endured for 3 years, was ultimately betrayed by her loved ones. She couldn't bear it anymore. Yes. She suddenly regretted why she had met such an astonishing person so early. At this age, she finally felt his excellence. He was passionate yet not oppressive, domineering yet not arrogant, strict yet gentle, kind yet not overly compassionate, strong, disciplined, interesting, with a hint of humor, and also good-looking. Lost in thought, she suddenly felt her whole body flush and experienced a slight heartache, curling up in bed and skipping her morning training. Memories of Sean bubbled up in her mind like pink bubbles. Soon, Guloli Osa rushed in and exclaimed with glee, "Oh my God, I knew you must be suffering from lovesickness." After saying that, she left Hancock and ran to tell her 2 sisters, bringing them to Hancock's bedside. Pointing at Hancock, who was curled up like she had a fever, she said, "See, I wasn't wrong. But luckily, I am clever and prepared a method to treat Hancock in advance." Sandersonia felt something was off, but couldn't pinpoint what it was, so she echoed, "Granny Nyo is really amazing. Quickly, tell us how to save sister." In response, Granny Nyo left the room. Before long, she returned with a serious look, carrying a box. She said this box was left by that adult, and I risked my life to get it. I don't know what's inside. He just instructed that it should only be opened when Hancock's strength is sufficient. I think Hancock is strong enough now to open it. After saying that, she handed the box over. Upon hearing that it was left by Sean, Hancock instantly felt her aches vanish and stood up, taking the box and opening it directly. Granny Nyo, following the instructions, didn't dare to stay any longer, fearing she might see something she shouldn't, and turned to leave. After Hancock opened the box, she found only a letter inside, which contained just a few lines. I kept telling Guloli Osa that you are not lovesick. At your age, how could you understand these things? But she kept saying what if, so I had to leave this letter just in case. Well, here's my address during this time period. But you must be strong enough to come see me, and you have to do it secretly. If I find out, the future me will not remember you. This is the protagonist trying to scare her. It won't be changed. Or rather, everything the protagonist has experienced has already been altered. Below was the address of Frost Moon Village, and Hancock's expression darkened. She realized that there was nothing wrong initially, just being nagged all day by that unreliable Granny Nyo. However, she soon smiled, her demeanor becoming increasingly proud, as if she was striving to learn from Sean. Although she felt she might have been tricked, it seemed not so bad. Thus, she resolved to work hard to become stronger to meet Sean, becoming even more determined. At 16, she had become the strongest in Amazon Lily, with countless admirers, and directly ascended as the emperor of the country. At 17, she established the 9 snake pirates, but as Sean wished, they did not plunder. Instead, they engaged in foreign trade and claimed a vast sea area in the Calm Belt as their territory. By 18, after her supply fleet was plundered by pirates under the notorious Big Mon, she led the 9 snake pirates to confront them in the New World. In the end, the 2 empresses fought for several days and nights, with Hancock slightly outmatched and forced to retreat. However, many fleets under the world government paid a price. Although Charlotte Linlin was eager to pursue, the 9 snake pirates received powerful reinforcements, forcing her to abandon the chase. Nowadays, the 9 snake pirates have gained fame due to Hancock's strength, and she has also gathered some powerful devil fruits for her crew. Thus, the 9 snake pirates became renowned. Hancock utilized her flames as propulsion, even flying her ship in the sky, earning the title of the 2nd Flying Pirate Crew. Finally, having established a great reputation, Hancock, feeling her strength was sufficient, could no longer contain her urge to see the young Sean. After resting on Amazon Lily, she and her 2 sisters boarded a small boat, using the propulsion of flames to fly away from 9 Snake Island. How could she avoid being discovered by Sean? It was simple. Just stay in the sky and use a telescope to spy. Soon, they arrived at Frost Moon Village, but after searching for a long time with the telescope, they still couldn't see Sean. When night fell, they had to anchor their boat on a deserted island not far from Frost Moon Village. After all, at night, her flames were too conspicuous. The next morning, they went to Frost Moon Village but still couldn't find him. After several days of this, they suddenly noticed that the mountains on the deserted island seemed to be getting shorter and fewer. They flew into the sky to observe quietly. Sure enough, they saw a young man in a black training outfit, draped in a white cloak, rowing a small boat to shore. Hancock immediately recognized him. This was the person she had been longing for over the past 3 years. He looked a bit immature now, but to Hancock, this Sean was still adorable. If it weren't for the unwavering belief in her heart, Hancock might not have endured these 3 years. After all, lovesickness that could lead to death was a specialty of their country. Now, upon seeing him, the longing in her heart surged uncontrollably. She wanted to rush down and express her feelings without hesitation, but she didn't dare to be too direct. All she could do was imagine the beautiful future. At that moment, Sansonia said, "Sister, I didn't expect this version of Sean to work so hard. He seems to have not used that potion yet, right?" Hancock's expression was cold, but also carried a hint of pride. Of course, Lord Sean is a very disciplined person. Just as Marigold was about to speak, the din-din mushy rang. Hancock raised an eyebrow and answered, "Stupid woman, what do you want? Let me be clear, I won't tell you Lord Sean's whereabouts. And I am the one closest to him. Only I know where he is." On the other end of the din-din mushy came a knowledgeable voice. "Oh, is that so? Then we shall see what the future holds. I have something important to discuss with you now." Without mentioning the subsequent developments on Hancock's side, Sean had already arrived at the location of his last time travel. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a port, with a strong smell of blood in the air. Not far away, a small town was ablaze, with ruins everywhere. But aside from the sound of waves crashing and the sizzling of flames, there were no other sounds. Without a doubt, this was yet another town ravaged by pirates. Sean quickly opened the map to see where he was. Year 1500 of the Sea Circle, West Sea, Otost Island. This was an island Sean had never heard of. But in the next moment, his expression tightened, as if he were being closely watched. Following his instincts, he looked over and saw a man wearing a purple kimono and a purple cloak, glaring at him from over 100 meters away. Sean squinted his eyes and saw the knife in the other person's hand, still dripping with fresh blood. 2 gruesome wounds ran down from his forehead, trailing down to his eyes. The blood seeping out tinted his eyes a layer of bright red, making him look even more terrifying. He resembled a cruel pirate, which ignited an uncontrollable anger within Sean. "Did you kill everyone here? Did you send people to wipe out everyone here?" This is Sean spoke. The massive man across from him, who stood about 2 meters 7 tall, also spoke angrily. As soon as the words left his mouth, both of them were taken aback simultaneously. "Not me." X2 at that moment, Sean took a closer look at the other man. Aside from not being blind yet and looking slightly younger, he was indeed a member of the Admiral class promoted during the World Draft. This was an ultimate tool, and from now on, all plans could be ensured by this person. The man, however, was also somewhat bewildered. He had thought that the mysterious figure in the mask and cloak across from him would be the mastermind behind this. Yet, the other party denied it, and he maintained a skeptical attitude because he sensed that the other person was truly strong. He then asked, "How did you end up here?" Indeed, in his eyes, Sean had appeared suddenly not far from him, which felt quite strange. "I have my reasons for being here." Sean shrugged and pretended to be indifferent as he asked, "By the way, who are you? Why are you here?" Upon hearing this, the man in his 30s revealed a hint of sadness in his eyes, but it was quickly masked. Instead, he got straight to the point and asked Sean, "Why don't you first tell me who you are, so I can determine if you are an enemy?" Saying this, he tightly gripped his staff knife with a serious expression, staring intently at Sean. Sean didn't care about the other person's attitude. In this vast ocean, believing in a stranger for no reason was a ticket to death. If it were Luffy, then forget I said anything. Is that so? Sean suddenly appeared behind Xiao. He couldn't reveal that he had come back from the future just yet. With characters like this, a small misstep could raise suspicion and even cause unnecessary trouble. He needed to plan carefully. Xiao saw Sean suddenly disappear, and the next moment, a voice rang out from behind him. Alarm bells went off in his head as he reflexively pulled his knife to strike backward. Sean, with his arm covered in a pitch-black coating of Haki, effortlessly held Xiao's knife. There was no way around it. Not to mention Sean's strength had already broken through the ceiling of power on the sea. Xiao, who was in his 30s, hadn't even reached his peak in the future. So Sean said calmly, "Don't get excited. I just want to tell you how I appeared." "What about you?" Xiao tried with all his might to pull the knife back, but couldn't, and he felt veins bulging on his temples. Seeing this, Xiao said with a serious expression, "My name is Xiao. The people here weren't killed by me. They were attacked by pirates." Upon hearing this, Sean looked over the nearby bodies. He indeed found a group of people with varying degrees of fatal wounds. Some corpses had gunshot wounds, indicating 2 different methods and 2 different groups. In fact, Sean had only asked casually. He didn't believe that someone who didn't want to see the filthy human world would go as far as to blind themselves while committing such killings. Moreover, this was a general who had knelt and apologized on live broadcast without regard for the face of the world government. Although he wasn't blind yet, he was probably close, as Sean could see the anger in his eyes. The whole person's aura even seemed somewhat desolate. Sean was also curious about what had happened that would lead such a person to harbor such filthy thoughts, even to the extent of self-destructing their own eyes. He opened his mouth to ask what happened here. After speaking, Sean directly sat cross-legged on the ground, signaling the other person to sit down and chat. Seeing this, the smiling one did not hesitate and sat down cross-legged, beginning to recount his story. Tom went back to a month ago when the smiling one arrived on the island called Autost. He found a town on the island very beautiful, filled with laughter and a positive atmosphere. Even though it was far from the naval base, the residents were hardworking, having their own armed forces to defend against pirates. He planned to rest here for a while before traveling to other places. The next morning, while looking for food, the smiling one passed by a small stall and smelled a scent that made him feel happy. He approached to inquire and learned that the only food being sold was buckwheat noodles. Tempted, he quickly ordered a bowl of buckwheat noodles. After eating it, he was astonished, feeling warmth and a sense of home. He had fallen in love with the buckwheat noodles. From then on, he ate a bowl of these happy buckwheat noodles every day at the small stall. At that time, the smiling one even thought that perhaps the world was not so dark after all, and there were ordinary joys to be found. From the stall owner, he learned that the man once had dreams of going to sea, but gave up the idea of adventure because his wife was pregnant. His wife's specialty was buckwheat noodles, and it was this bowl of noodles that kept him grounded. The owner, influenced by his wife, learned her skills, and even after she had a difficult childbirth, he continued to support his son with this craft. Thanks to the taste of happiness, he gained many loyal customers who came to eat a bowl every day. His adventurous heart was extinguished once again, and he diligently sold buckwheat noodles for 30 years. At that moment, the smiling one was touched by the stall owner's choices. How many people on the sea gave up their families to chase after elusive treasures? And how many would give up their dreams for their families, even multiple times? In this world, the weight of dreams is in some sense heavier than life itself. The smiling one curiously asked, "Do you regret it? Giving up your dreams?" The owner's reply made him realize the man's boldness and carefree spirit. "Why regret? I have crossed through crowds, walked through markets, chosen solitude, chosen loneliness, chosen sadness, chosen happiness, chosen persistence, and chosen to give up. In the end, I still choose to love them." Every moment of a person is a choice. You can choose to say something meaningless, or you can eat a bowl of noodles. You can deny your choices, but you cannot regret, because everything is your choice. Besides, I plan to go on an adventure at sea after my boy understands things. Even if I can't straighten my back, can't move easily, and can't face crises, I want to die in the pursuit of my dreams. Dreams are not about the present, but about the future. At the end, the owner, feeling a connection with the smiling one, even mischievously shared a secret with him. He possessed the secret of a devil fruit. The smiling one did not mind. He just felt that the owner lived with clarity. But disaster was already being set in motion. They did not notice that the owner's son was not far away, having overheard their secret. After that, the owner's son transformed from a street punk into an aspiring young man. He followed merchant ships every day, embodying the image of a motivated youth. About a month later, seeing that the smiling one had not left, he made an excuse for the smiling one to help escort him, as the sea had become increasingly turbulent and unsafe. He had heard from his father that the smiling one was strong, so he invited him to join. Initially reluctant, the smiling one found it hard to refuse after the stall owner asked him for help. Just before he set off, he said something inexplicable. "Every second is a choice. This is your choice, and it is also my choice." Thus, the smiling one went to sea with the merchant ship in a muddled state. When he returned in the evening, the town was ablaze, and a large group of fierce-looking people were standing by the dock. The stall owner's son suddenly launched a surprise attack on the smiling one, aiming to kill him with 2 daggers. However, the smiling one was agile and only received 2 bleeding cuts on his forehead. It wasn't entirely surprising that the smiling one was ambushed. A month of peace and happiness had lowered his vigilance. At that moment, he realized he had been set up. His observation Haki covered the town, revealing that there was no longer any life. All of this was because of the stall owner's son, and he could not understand why this person would plan such a tragedy. He angrily questioned, but before the unfortunate boy could respond, he was shot dead by a pirate at the port as the ship docked. A man who seemed to be the captain disdainfully blew on his gun, saying, "This guy wanted us to cooperate and help him steal his father's devil fruit. Everything in the town would belong to us. Do you think he is foolish or an idiot?" Upon hearing this, the smiling one's mindset collapsed. No wonder the stall owner had spoken to him so meaningfully before setting sail. It turned out that he already knew his son was plotting for this devil fruit and knew he wanted to get rid of some strength of the smiling one. But did he ever think about the safety of the entire town? Was his choice right or wrong? If he were to be called malicious and selfish, he also wanted the Smiling One to escape. If he were to be called brave, he had also implicated everyone in the town. This made the Smiling One's feelings very complex. A son, upon hearing that his father wanted to eat a devil fruit, plotted such a tragedy, and in the end, he didn't even get to see the coveted devil fruit before being slaughtered by his partners. This town had its beauty, but it was completely destroyed due to a trivial stain. He could not imagine the tragic scene, but it must have been heart-wrenching and helpless. Good and evil intertwined, and just a hint of greed ruined all the beauty. The Smiling One truly could not understand why the father and son could not discuss it and had to resort to such extreme measures. Looking at the ruined walls and irregularly piled bodies, the unblinking eyes revealed confusion, fear, and reluctance before death. The Smiling One's mind was in chaos. He had to close his eyes and felt the brutality, mockery, and greed of the pirates before him. He couldn't help but think, if only I had sensed the stall owner's son's greed back then, could I have prevented all of this? From now on, this little town would no longer exist. The only remaining trace would be the pleasant taste that brought him joy, that flavor in his memory. Only the taste in his memory could prove that this town once existed. The next moment, the Smiling One opened his red eyes amidst the laughter and mockery. Like a beast choosing its prey, he hoarsely uttered, "You will all die." Suddenly, it turned into a bloody feast, a massacre without suspense, until all the pirates were slaughtered. But he could not reshape his shattered worldview. So he picked up the devil fruit left by the pirate crew captain. However, as soon as he picked it up, it turned to dust and vanished. Xiao was somewhat stunned, but he didn't care too much. Whether or not he had the fruit, he was still himself. Yet, as he looked at this ruinous place resembling a hell on earth, his heart couldn't help but feel desolate. Even close relatives could resort to poison. Even at the cost of innocent lives, this sickly world order made him feel nauseated. But he was only blinded by the glamorous facade. He immediately thought of blinding himself, unwilling to be deceived by his own eyes any longer. Just as he raised his hand, a blue halo suddenly appeared not far from him, followed by a figure abruptly materializing before him. After hearing Xiao's experiences, Sean also felt deep sympathy. This is indeed a sick and distorted world. But what can you do even if you blind yourself? Xiao sighed. Everything I see is evil. I truly feel cold at heart and do not wish to be deceived by illusions any longer. Sean pondered for a moment. Then have you never thought about fundamentally changing these foul rules? Changing them from the root. Why are there so many tragedies at sea? Why are pirates becoming more rampant? And why do they become pirates in the first place? Even if they're not pirates, where do all these evildoers come from? You need to address the root cause, not blind yourself and deceive yourself. Sean wondered how, after traveling the seas for so long, he could not understand these things. It was the oppression of the rulers, layer upon layer, and those with the ability to resist took to the seas as pirates. Those without the ability could only resign themselves to fate, believing in their rigid thinking that they were too weak to resist. How could one talk about resolving the root of the issue in such a case? Even if he had confidence in his own strength, he did not believe he had the ability to confront the current rulers of the world. Not even any of their affiliated institutions could be challenged. Looking at Xiao's expression, which seemed to suggest he was being foolish, Sean felt a bit of a headache. The hints were so obvious. Couldn't he just ask? If he didn't ask, Sean talking to himself would seem quite silly. Fortunately, Xiao was perceptive. After a moment of hesitation, he responded, I have traveled these seas and have some insights, but I am powerless, alas. Then you need not be so disheartened. Since you've shared your story with me, let me share a story with you as well. Thus, Sean once again adopted the persona of a lonely naval commander, bringing up the rhetoric of returning to the past to save the world. Sure enough, Xiao's expression after hearing it was one that suggested he thought Sean was treating him like a fool, which made Sean feel a bit of a headache. This wasn't a child, nor was he the foolish Rocinante. This was truly beyond comprehension, and Xiao politely suggested that Sean refrain from discussing such nonsense. Sean suddenly had a flash of inspiration and said, Is O'Hara still around? Although he was somewhat puzzled as to why the other person's topic was so abrupt, he honestly replied, Why do you ask, sir? Isn't O'Hara, the holy land of archaeologists, doing just fine? If I told you that the Navy would soon carry a demon-slaying order to O'Hara to destroy it, would you believe me? Sean thought to himself, now you have to believe that I am from another world, right? But the next moment, Xiao's response left Sean dumbfounded. I believe, because not long ago, I heard from O'Hara about the whereabouts of the historical texts. In my view, the secrets within this won't be something the world government allows them to decipher, Yixiao said. This made Sean somewhat irritated. This top-tier understanding left him at a loss. And for the first time, he felt a sense of defeat without any gain. Sean really wanted to impress this tool, but he didn't know what could touch the other party. A gene serum? Don't joke around. That's definitely a talent worthy of a general, a being called a monster. For a moment, the atmosphere became strangely silent, and the more Sean thought, the angrier he got. This straightforward boy had no sense of the situation. Didn't he know how awkward this was for him? No wonder after Yixiao joined the Navy, Akina didn't let him return to the headquarters and wanted him to wander outside. Which leader likes subordinates who lack perception? I should just give him a beating first. Without hesitation, Sean decided to act with his strength. Dealing with Yixiao was a piece of cake. Don't you see? The three admirals are still vice admirals right now. So he directly exerted a gravity far stronger than before onto Yixiao. Boom! A huge deep pit suddenly formed where Yixiao stood. Yixiao gritted his teeth and stubbornly held on. Speaking slowly, sir, what do you want to do? Why are you attacking me? Why? I don't know, I just suddenly got really angry. So Sean rushed up and started punching and kicking. After a long time of beating Yixiao until he was bruised and battered, he finally let out a sigh of relief as his thoughts cleared. Then, he cast a healing spell on Yixiao. Seeing the milky white light glowing on his battered body, Yixiao thought it was some kind of lethal move. Even though he wanted to resist, he was powerless to do so and could only close his eyes and wait for death. But just as Yixiao closed his eyes, he felt a warm sensation all over his body. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the bruises on his body were visibly healing. The two wounds on his forehead no longer throbbed. They only felt numb and tingly. He struggled to reach out and touch the wound. As he thought, the wound was gone, and his heart was instantly filled with shock. The force suppressing him might be a devil fruit, but what was this that healed him? And that strange ability that suddenly appeared behind him made Yixiao feel that this person was unfathomable and mysterious. So he opened his mouth with difficulty. Sir, what exactly is this ability of yours? Sean, feeling refreshed, replied, I'm helping you train. Haven't you noticed how strong your body's resistance to attacks is? Yixiao wouldn't fall for his nonsense and bluntly said, What exactly do you want to do? Why don't you just say it directly? Sean pondered for a moment before speaking. Let's get straight to the point. I wanted to join my team, a team that will overthrow the celestial dragons in the future. And I really am from the future. This time will prove everything. Just say it. Are you willing or not? Sean had initially planned to force a smile into submission like he did with Crocodile. A smile nodded and said, I agree. As long as you can allow me to pursue my ambitions, then I will trouble you. Please guide me. Sean was once again on the defensive. In his impression, a smile was not the kind of soft-heartedness that Chloe possessed. Strong individuals all have their own pride. He didn't believe that if he beat the other party, they would submit to his dominating aura. So he directly asked, Aren't you the one who doesn't believe I came back from the future? Then why did you agree to my invitation? I can't believe someone like you would yield just because they were beaten. A smile, somewhat confused, replied, Does your time travel conflict with my desire to execute the justice in my heart? Sean was choked again, but it really didn't matter. He was just habitually babbling and got frustrated because he couldn't keep up with the other person's thought process. What a sin it was. The world was so beautiful. Yet he was so irritable. After calming his inner turmoil, Sean directly removed his mask and the hood of his cloak. Facing with his true face, he smiled and said, I really came back here by chance. For the next step of the plan, I want to directly save O'Hara, and I would like to discuss the plan with you. A plan that could deceive everyone and save the entire O'Hara, but without letting anyone know of my existence. Their research on the historical text is very important to us. I have a premonition that the real history holds the key to overthrowing them. The D-clan, the huge kingdom, the once great race, the boundless land. Everything is so mysterious. Only by understanding everything can we understand our opponents. If they can erase even the history of these existences, I certainly don't want to be exposed under their eyes. So the plan must be foolproof. This time, the team will be led by Saraski and Kazan, two future generals. Yixiao looked at Sean in confusion. Although he was somewhat shocked that the person in front of him was so young, he was even more surprised at how much this person thought of him. Did he really want him to figure out a way to escape under the eyes of the Demon Slaughter Order? Although he was quite tempted, that didn't mean he could save O'Hara, which had already violated the taboos of the world government. Thus, the two fell into a silent atmosphere, with only the crackling sound of the fire burning around them. Just when Sean was feeling a bit at a loss, he suddenly remembered the system. Looking at his more than 700,000 plot points, Sean decided to do a 50 draw. He hoped to draw some helpful skills. If that didn't work, he would have to go all out. So he called his heart. System, give me a 50 draw. Immediately, a blue light screen appeared in front of Sean, showing a spinning wheel filled with dozens of black question marks. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the hidden safety net mechanism. Seeing this, Sean's face lit up. He really thought the system wouldn't have a safety net mechanism, but it turned out to be waiting for him. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a random photo collection. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a whitening pill. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a pair of smelly socks. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an A-level gene potion. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a bottle of cola. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the skill Mirage. At first, Sean's expression grew darker because what he drew was, as he expected, not useful for him at all. But the last skill, Mirage, made his spirits lift. Mirage, due to the world's rules. The initial trigger condition for this skill is Conqueror's Haki. As long as the target is impacted by Conqueror's Haki, the host can manipulate the opponent's 5 senses. Note, if the host's combat power is not higher than the opponent's 3,000, it is ineffective. Upon seeing this, Sean's mood was complex. Sure enough, it was another useless skill that couldn't increase combat power, and it was a nerfed version. Thinking about the prestige of Aizen and then thinking about himself, he felt that being a behind-the-scenes manipulator was too difficult. However, although it was a useless skill, it could still be used for some tricks. For example, during the O'Hara incident, it could come in handy. At this time, Akiji and Akainu, to be honest with his current abilities, he could make them not dare to act rashly. He also drew 2 gene potions, while the rest were mostly useless items. Host, Sean Gender, male age, 22 combat power, 2,110 ordinary soldiers, 11,499 below elite soldiers of Lieutenant Colonel, 500, 4000, elite colonels at least, 4001 7000, major generals, 700, 19999, general candidates. 10,000 and above, generals in Yonko, no upper limit. This is based on a comprehensive assessment of combat power and abilities, which is lower than pure combat power. Abilities, Psychokinesis, Armament Haki Max, Observation Haki Max, Conqueror's Haki Max skills, Wish Swordsmanship, Flying Thunder, God Teleportation, Mirage Warehouse, Mikazuki, Munikika, Dreamy Pillow Used, Pure Gold Upgrade version 9, Change of Clothes. Several photo collections, Cloud Fruit, Another Fruit, Scythe Weasel Fruit, A-level Gene Potion 2. Plot points, 217, 218 overall, it wasn't a loss. Immediately, a plan floated into his mind. He opened the map system, found the location of O'Hara, and directly controlled the island beneath him to rise into the air. With a rumble that created such a huge commotion, it startled Yixiao, who hurriedly asked, "What happened?" "I've thought of a way," Sean said, lighting a cigar. Under Sean's control, the cigar formed an arrow. "This is my ability. We will go directly to O'Hara to make some preparations." Subsequently, the island flew at high speed under Sean's manipulation, much faster than the Golden Lion. After about a day, they arrived above O'Hara. Sean directly suspended the island in midair and flew down with a smile. However, during the descent, Sean saw at the edge of the jungle a giant who was laughing heartily with a little girl the size of P. Sean squinted his eyes, realizing that the timing was just right. At this moment, he deeply questioned whether his luck was good or bad. If it was bad, then the things he drew were nothing. If it was good, then the timing of his 2 consecutive time travels was just perfect. If he had hesitated for even a moment or deviated from his route slightly, he wouldn't have been able to change anything in time. The current moment was exactly when little Robin wanted to join the team of historians to study history. After being rejected, she encountered the giant Harwell D. Soro, who had a funny laugh but was also one of the D clan giants. Listening to their faint laughter, Sean knew that the Navy was coming. Robin's mother, Alvia, and the historical texts sought by the expedition team were the most taboo secrets of the world government. So when their expedition team was unfortunately discovered by the Navy warship led by Rear Admiral Harwell D. Soro, all 33 people who were traveling with Alvia were killed, and she herself was imprisoned. Later, with the help of Rear Admiral Harwell D. Sauron, she managed to escape back to her hometown of O'Hara. Little Robin's already dark life would completely lose its remaining light today, plunging her into darkness for a full 20 years. For Sean, among the entire Straw Hat crew, Robin was the most heart-wrenching character. Born without a father, her mother left when she was just 3 years old to pursue historical texts. She was sent to live with relatives, but was treated as a servant from a young age. Furthermore, because she ate the devil fruit. She was bullied by children her age, who called her a demon. Only the scholars within the Tree of Knowledge were her true friends, and a ray of light in her bleak childhood. At the age of 8, she scored full marks on her doctoral exam and became a member of the O'Hara Scholars. This genius girl would lose everything today. The giant who taught her to laugh, even when unhappy, would die because of her. The O'Hara Scholars, who celebrated her birthday and imparted knowledge to her, would also fall under the demon-slaying order. The motherly love she longed for, the mother she yearned for, would collapse on the road to save the Tree of Knowledge just after their reunion. In the end, she would be branded as the child of the demon, causing her to live in a cycle of exploitation and betrayal since the age of 8. With the blood of scholars flowing through her veins, she would spend 20 years searching for the truth, hoping to conclude her weary life in Alabasta. With a smile, she looked at Sean, whose expression was somewhat off, and asked, "What's wrong? Do you know that giant?" Sean said ambiguously, "The Navy is coming. Go and sink all the ships in the harbor, and no one is allowed to leave this island, or they will die." Although there were some foolish people who made him very angry while watching anime, he couldn't really let them die like that. He couldn't let his stance waver because of his preferences for certain individuals, otherwise it would contradict his beliefs. After giving a warning to Robin, Sean forcefully threw him towards the port. Meanwhile, Sean flew straight towards the giant Saul, as he had no time to deal with Robin now. He needed to confirm Saul's stance. Under Saul's cautious and Robin's curious gaze, Sean appeared right in front of Saul. He got straight to the point and asked, "Big guy, let me ask you, do you know something that made you defect from the Navy?" Although Saul was somewhat confused about where this person came from, he could still feel the terrifying power emanating from the small figure floating in the air. Despite the pressure, he still asked, "Who are you? Are you a person from the world government?" After saying that, he held Robin protectively in his hand, looking at Sean with a wary expression. Sean, feeling lazy, directly cast a wish to heal the injuries that Saul had sustained during his escape. He stated bluntly, "I need to know your stance. I can't believe the world government would launch a demon extermination order just for a woman's defection. Yes, I can't believe that a giant admiral would let a prisoner go while planning to escape himself. If he didn't escape, he would only be charged with negligence at most, which wouldn't cost him his life." Saul felt the visible healing of his injuries and immediately understood that the other party was not here to deal with him. After a moment of hesitation, Saul spoke, "Because all of this is a conspiracy by the world government. Since so many historians gathered here, they've been plotting this. It's a plan to completely eliminate these scholars. They only guided those scholars to find the historical texts, knowing that with their thirst for knowledge, even if it was strictly prohibited, they would still study in secret." Hearing this, Sean understood in his heart that rather than worrying about historical texts being analyzed by unknown people at any time, it was better to put them together, let them grow familiar, and then they could be eliminated. As long as all the scholars who understood ancient texts were dead, future troubles would be completely eradicated. With this thought, Sean sneered, "Humph, truly despicable. What about you? If you survive today, what will your stance be?" Meanwhile, Robin, who was shocked, had her mouth slightly agape, unsure of what to say. In her worldview, they had done nothing wrong. Why were they being targeted? Saul ignored Robin's emotions and stated plainly, "I can't go back. There's south no place for me there." Upon hearing this, Sean nodded. Although he had anticipated it, it was still better to confirm. He then said, "Remember what you said today. The Navy and the world government's forces are coming. Don't go out to sea. Stay on the island. Don't leave." As his words fell, some ships gradually appeared on the distant sea. Instantly, Saul became nervous and shouted to the still-shocked Robin, "Robin, run. The farther, the better." Seeing this, Sean directly interrupted, "Don't leave this island. If anyone steps out, I want to take responsibility for the consequences. Just leave the rest to me." With that, Sean flew towards the direction of the port, casually picked up a plank of wood, and threw it into the sea. Sean directly stood up, and the wooden board sailed steadily towards the naval fleet like a small wooden boat. Moments later, it reached the surface of the sea, and on one of the warships, a man wearing a white cap and with a serious expression looked at the small wooden board blocking their path. His expression hardened as he commanded, "Clear away anything that hinders the Navy from executing its mission. The Navy's dignity must not be desecrated." "Yes, Admiral Sariski." Soon, the soldiers sprang into action. In Sean's observation, Haki sensed the agitated actions of a Kainu. Without hesitation, the pupils behind his mask flashed a crimson light, and a tangible aura surged towards the naval fleet. Like a shockwave, it pressed down on the warships, causing them to creak. All Navy personnel below the rank of Admiral fainted, even though this was not Sean's full power. Upon seeing this, Saraski elementalized his legs and propelled himself toward Sean. His fists also elementalized, dripping with magma that emitted intense heat. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Sean and swung his fist down, shouting, "The Navy will not tolerate anyone's provocation." Saraski looked at the headless corpse created by his punch and snorted coldly. Conqueror's Haki is not your capital to provoke the Navy." After saying this, he returned to the warship, observing that everyone on board was foaming at the mouth and had fainted. Although somewhat displeased, all the sailors on the warships, including world government officials like Spandam, had lost their ability to move. He had no way to control all the warships alone, so he decided to discuss with Akiji and delay their action for a while, first surrounding O'Hara. Meanwhile, the residents of O'Hara Island, upon seeing the warships approaching with cannons, had a bad premonition. They rushed towards the harbor in panic, only to find that all the boats had sunk to the bottom of the sea upon arrival. Sean went directly to the Tree of Knowledge to discuss the evacuation with Dr. Kloba and other scholars. However, they stubbornly insisted on staying behind to protect the knowledge ear. This was still in line with Sean's thoughts, and he immediately ignored everyone, simply saying, "Take care of yourselves before leaving." Although no one wanted to leave at that moment, Sean would give them a second chance, an opportunity to regret, to cherish their own lives, and to understand that preserving their lives was essential to protecting the Tree of Knowledge. Sean smiled and said, "Did you sink the ship?" I did indeed follow your instructions, but what exactly do you want to do?" Ishiao scratched his head, a bit curious. Sean smiled mysteriously as he looked at the bustling street. He instantly released a vast range of Conqueror's Haki. Just a slight release was enough to freeze everyone on the island, except for Sauron and himself, in place. However, the effect was fleeting. Sean merely intended to trigger the precondition for his skill. The ordinary people felt as if they were suffocating for a moment, experiencing a sense of asphyxiation. But upon closer inspection, they found nothing had happened, and they continued to rush through the streets. At that moment, Sean spotted a white-haired woman covered in wounds, looking somewhat disheveled. Who else could it be but Alvia? He then saw Robin brush past Alvia, but neither recognized the other. Sean sighed softly and directly used a wish on Alvia. The pale yellow light surrounding her instantly caught Robin's attention. Just as the mother and daughter exchanged silent glances, a cannonball suddenly fell. The people on the island began to run frantically, even separating Robin and Alvia. Soon after, CP members landed on the island, capturing all the scholars, including Alvia. Spandam arrogantly fired the first shot at Kuroba. Following Sakazuki's orders, countless cannonballs rained down on the island, and the CP organization quickly fled. Only the scholars who were determined to coexist with the Tree of Knowledge remained, desperately trying to save the books. Robin and Alvia shared a touching moment of recognition, and Alvia ultimately joined the effort to save the books. In the end, all the scholars perished under the cannonballs and flames, and young Robin followed Dr. Kuroba's dying wish. She kept running, and then Sauron led Robin away, but they were eventually stopped by the arriving Akiji. Under Sauron's urging, Robin continued to flee, not daring to stop even when she saw Sauron frozen into an ice sculpture. The pressure on her was too heavy. At that moment, a voice echoed in the hearts of everyone in O'Hara. "Shatter Mirage." Immediately, cracks and sounds like shattering glass appeared before everyone. After a series of crisp sounds of glass breaking, the glass before them shattered completely. What appeared before everyone was still the intact O'Hara, but the difference was that they could no longer see the sea. Just as the crowd was puzzled, Sean directly approached the scholars of the Tree of Knowledge. Sauron, Alvia, and young Robin were also brought over. Seeing the confused expressions on everyone's faces, Sean gently said, "This is my way of saving you. And everything you just saw occurred in my absence. If you don't believe me, look down at the sea." The scholars were filled with too many questions, and upon hearing this, they hurriedly rushed to the edge of the island to look down. Instantly, their legs felt weak. Although Sean had not raised the island too high to show them the harsh reality, a flying island was still shocking to them. Below, they saw CP members landing on the island that Sean had brought. Leading them, Spandam was angrily cursing at the air, firing shots and beating at it. Until the island once again echoed with the sound of cannon explosions, they left the island. Gradually, more and more people gathered at the edge of the island, overlooking the island below, which was being continuously bombarded by warships. Everyone watched in horror, yet with a sense of confusion, finally understanding why all the ships in the port were gone. Someone was saving them, but where would they go from here? Sean gathered all the core figures of the Tree of Omniscience, leaving the bewildered residents feeling somewhat at a loss. yet too afraid to voice any opinions. They could only quietly await the arrival of their fate's judgment, but at least it was better than waiting below to die. Sean caused everyone on the entire island to fall into a dreamlike state in order to help them realize one harsh reality. They have all died before. Otherwise, even if they were saved once, they would still find ways to destroy themselves next time. All that needed to be done next was to help Smile find the thunder fruit, have him eat it, and then use the fruit's power to change the island's magnetic field. Otherwise, if the world government had any permanent pointers or the like, it would be exposed. Sean had considered everything. When they arrived at the Tree of Knowledge, little Robin saw her long-lost mother, Olivia. Instantly, her big eyes were filled with mist, and she could no longer hold back, rushing towards Olivia like a swallow returning to its nest. Mom, sob, you're not dead. That's great, really great. Little Robin finally burst into tears. Olivia squatted down, gently embracing Robin, with a look of affection on her face, saying, I'm sorry, my daughter. I didn't fulfill my responsibilities as a mother. You must have had a hard time these years, right? Little Robin shook her head while buried in Olivia's embrace, choking back her words. No, even though there were some unhappy moments, the scholars here have all been very good to me. They even celebrate my birthday, teach me knowledge. And I'm a doctor now. I'm also a member of the O'Hara Scholars. But I still want my mom. In the end, Robin lifted her head, her large, beautiful eyes sparkling with tears, looking at Olivia and pleading, Mom, can you not leave me anymore? Hearing her daughter's account, Olivia couldn't help but shed tears as well, biting her lip tightly to prevent herself from crying out loud like Robin. Gently stroking Robin's small head, she spoke with a slight tremble in her voice. Mom won't leave you again. If I can't survive this time, I will stay here with you and won't leave you easily again. Okay, the little girl's unique innocence was fully displayed at that moment. She would think about why everyone could survive, nor would she ponder who made them see what they just saw. She only knew that her mom wouldn't leave her anymore, and she was very happy to continue learning knowledge here, even though some kids were quite annoying. What Olivia meant by surviving was not the Navy's Demon Slayer order, but the people who saved O'Hara. She didn't believe that anyone would oppose the world government for their sake without reason. The only thing that could be utilized from O'Hara was knowledge. Although they didn't know what the other side wanted to use them for, they all regarded the Tree of Knowledge as a faith and had been saved once. Therefore, no matter what demands the other side made, they couldn't refuse. This was the consensus among all the scholars. Now, all they could do was wait for that cloaked masked person to come out and declare their future fate. Sean looked at the contented little Robin, the corners of his mouth under the mask slightly curling up. In that moment, he felt a strange sense of satisfaction. No longer changing things just for the sake of altering the plot. He simply wanted to change the darkness in Robin's life, allowing her to have a childhood bathed in sunlight. This feeling didn't seem too bad. Once the mother and daughter had calmed down, Sean took a step forward and said, I think you both understand your situation now, right? If news of your survival gets out, it will undoubtedly lead to even crazier retribution. So, how about you consider my suggestions for your future plans? Upon hearing this, the scholars exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was Dr. Kloba who represented them and stepped forward to speak with Sean. Although he held a high position here, facing such a powerful being, especially one opposing the world government, made him feel somewhat uneasy. After a moment of contemplation, he said, Your Excellency, please share your thoughts. We have managed to retain what we cherish most. As long as you don't make us give up our research, I believe we can accept your conditions. Sean's mouth curved into a smile beneath his mask. Speaking with intelligent people was refreshing. They also understood that it was impossible for them to survive under the watchful eye of the world government. He slowly began to speak. I can responsibly tell you that you will not be able to appear on the sea below for the next 20 years. However, you can continue your research. I will elevate your island to a higher altitude, and you will have to live in the White Sea for the time being. Until that era arrives, you must hide yourselves well. Moreover, as long as I send you up, I am not afraid of anyone betraying us. Yes, too many people have seen my figure, and there will always be some who harbor hopes of escape. If they leave O'Hara, everything I have done will be in vain. It is better to let them temporarily become part of the Sky Island. Besides, the environment there isn't bad, right? As his words fell, everyone felt the coldness in Sean's tone, as if the temperature had unconsciously dropped a few degrees. They recognized the seriousness in his words. Yet even so, Dr. Kloba steeled himself to ask, What is that era? And what exactly do you want us to do? Sean scanned the crowd through the small hole in his mask and finally called out to Dr. Kuroba, Soro, Alvia, and Nico Robin to follow him. The few of them left amid the astonished gazes of the scholars. Although there was some resentment, they understood that the identity of the cloaked figure was too sensitive. Arriving at the edge of an island and confirming that no one was around, Sean took off his mask in front of the wide-eyed group. Fujidora was fine, having seen Sean early in the morning, but for the others, Sean was simply too young and too courageous to dare oppose the world government. Sean, let me introduce myself first. My name is Sean, a person who has traveled back from the future. As for my purpose, it is actually similar to yours. Once you unravel the blank history of the past 100 years, it will inevitably trigger turmoil in the world. And the gods above the world government will be the ones to suffer losses. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone, including Dr. Kuroba, looked at Sean in shock. But no one replied, waiting for him to continue. Dr. Kuroba did not express whether he believed it or not, but bluntly said, "You didn't call us out here just to say this, did you? Old man, I can see that you have a bigger scheme in mind. Is it related to the era you mentioned?" "That's right," Sean nodded, took out a cigar, and started smoking. Then continued. "That was the era of the fall of the gods, a time even crazier than the current age of exploration. And the scholars of O'Hara will be the key that future kings will fight for, the key that will drive the entire world into chaos. According to the original trajectory, only Robin will remain to inherit the will of the scholars of O'Hara. However, at the same time, she will also become the key that monsters will fight over." Dr. Kuroba, who had just finished interpreting the historical text, understood the other party's thoughts. He wanted to hold all the keys in his hands, regardless of this person's ultimate purpose. It had nothing to do with them as scholars. What they sought was merely the truth. Just as Dr. Kuroba was pondering how to express what he knew, Olivia spoke up. "Assuming you really came back from the future, then you must know the location of certain historical texts, right?" Sand replied ambiguously. "Shouldn't you inform me of the information you are trying to uncover?" "Of course, our goal is to pursue the truth, not to help cover it up, Doctor." Kloba said seriously. "By interpreting those historical texts and ancient literature, we have finally discovered the existence of a certain country. The documents reveal the grandeur of a massive kingdom. This country seems to have been known for its great power, but now all information about it has been forcefully erased. Perhaps they realized they would be defeated by the United Nations of the world government, and in order to entrust their thoughts to the future, they engraved all the truths in stone, which is what has been passed down as historical texts to modern times. Ancient weapons may indeed be recovered from history, but what may also be awakened alongside history is the existence and thoughts of that kingdom, which poses the greatest threat. If we want to understand this threat, the key to grasping it lies in the name of that once prosperous kingdom, Troy. This enormous kingdom that was invaded and besieged is called Troy. The reason they want to annihilate us, the O'Hara, is because we know that the Troy kingdom did not perish. The people of their nation love adventure, are brave and bold. They're spread across the vast sea, possessing extraordinary potential for strength. Their existence represents adventure, bravery, boldness, and even wine, which was invented by their ancestors. Dionysus is indeed the current D clan. What they fear is the power of their race. Upon hearing this, Sean was somewhat shocked. The D clan is the descendant of the great kingdom. What exactly makes the Dionysus race a source of concern for the world government? Sean immediately voiced his doubts. "I can't believe they would be afraid of ancient weapons. If they could turn the tide, I believe they wouldn't lose. So what I want to know the most is, what is the source of their strength? And why are they feared? If they are feared, why not just eliminate them directly?" Even Karp is serving in the Navy. Upon hearing this, Dr. Kroba looked at Sean with a serious expression. His scholarly demeanor made Sean unconsciously become serious as well, reminiscent of how he felt when he hadn't submitted homework to his former teacher. With a serious attitude, Sean was prepared to accept a shocking revelation, but the next words almost made him want to throw the entire island away. "Doctor," Kroba slowly uttered a few words. "I don't know." Sean was dumbfounded, and beside him, Ishao, who was listening with great interest, was also taken aback. Even the straightforward boy, Ishao couldn't help but want to hit the old man in front of him, let alone Sean, who had a short temper. He immediately stepped forward, ready to give the old man a beating. He hated those who twisted the facts the most. They deserved it. But just as he took 2 steps, he was stopped by a soft, boneless little hand tugging at his clothes. Little Robin blinked her big, expressive eyes and pleaded, "Don't hit Dr. Clover. He might die, although I really dislike him like this." Sean looked at little Robin's adorable appearance and could only repeatedly mutter to himself, "The world is so beautiful. It shouldn't be so irritable. That's not good." But he still couldn't help it and glared at Dr. Kloba, saying, "What are you doing with that serious expression? Are you playing the monkey?" Dr. Kloba was also confused, wondering why he was being disliked. Even little Robin felt the same way. He could only say with a pitiful look, archaeology is serious and solemn. Not knowing is just not knowing. Should I still smile and joke around? Everyone, although it sounded reasonable, they all wanted to hit him. In the end, Alvia stepped in to mediate Mr. Sean. What should we do about O'Hara next? When it came to business, Sean had to silently note down Dr. Kloba's teasing in his little notebook, waiting for an opportunity to take revenge. Suppressing his little calculations, Sean said seriously, I will go to Sky Island early tomorrow. There's a historical text there, and then I will find a devil fruit called Thunder that I want to let a smile eat to completely change O'Hara's magnetic field. You have all been living up there for the past 20 years, right? I will pull up a few uninhabited islands and let some Sky Island residents trade with you. At this point, Sean looked at Saul and said, Big guy, your strength is quite good. About the stance issue you mentioned, I hope you can abide by it. During this time, you will protect O'Hara. Then he turned to Alvia and said, As for the residents of the island, I'll trouble you to explain the pros and cons of this situation, and you must keep my true identity a secret. A smile on the side was confused. This workplace emperor of labor suddenly found himself assigned a fruit and retorted, Then why don't you eat it? I won't be staying on Sky Island forever. At first, Sean felt great watching him confront Akainu, but now that he personally experienced this low emotional intelligence guy confronting him, he was quite angry. However, he still spoke gently. I've already eaten. Do you have your eyes on your butt? Didn't you see how I got to this island? Didn't you hear me say that I only asked Saul to stay behind in O'Hara? Listening to Sean's gentle yet icy words, he shivered with a smile and immediately fell silent. Saul quickly said, That's fine. I also want to understand what he ultimately represents. Just like that, the future of O'Hara was determined in a few exchanges among the group. Dr. Clover, who was excited to hear Sean mention historical texts, wanted to interject but held back seeing Sean's not-so-good expression. Now that the opportunity arose, he quickly said, Can you take me with you? I want to see the new historical texts as soon as possible. Sean looked excitedly at Dr. Kloba. Really? Do you really want to go with me? Upon hearing this, Dr. Kloba was also delighted. Of course, as an archaeologist, nothing is more exciting than exploring history. When do we leave? Unexpectedly, Sean's expression changed dramatically from excitement to a blank face, staring with lifeless eyes, and, I refuse. The joy on Dr. Kloba's face, who was dancing with excitement beside him, instantly froze. He then looked incredulous. What did you say? If you don't take me, how will you interpret the historical texts? I won't. Then you should take me with you. Otherwise, I'm afraid you might bring back some environmental factors with the historical texts. Looking at Dr. Kloba's concerned expression, Sean was somewhat speechless. Indeed, those in this line of work had thick skin. However, he pointed at Robin. Can't you do it? Little Robin was a bit confused. She had been rejected by the doctor from joining the research team, and now she was suddenly invited first to observe the historical texts. Her little heart was also pounding with excitement. Can I really? Although it was a question, looking into Sean's eyes, it was already filled with mist, resembling someone on the verge of tears for being rejected. Sean hadn't spoken yet, but Dr. Kloba, next to him, was already displeased. He squatted down in front of Little Robin and said, Little Robin, you're still young. The waters here are too deep for you to navigate. It's better to leave it to Grandpa Kloba. After saying that, he revealed a self-proclaimed sunny smile. Little did he know, the experiences of being bullied in his early years had already pushed Little Robin's personality towards a more scheming direction. So he replied, All right then, but Dr. Kloba, next time don't break your sentences like that, or Sean really will hit you. In this way, Robin subtly provoked Sean's anger. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Sean looked very displeased. Can you handle a long journey? It's not by boat, it's flying. Like I do. As he spoke, Sean soared into the air, moving many times faster. Can you keep up? Dr. Kloba scoffed. I once galloped across the sea. Mere flying can't do anything to me. Oh, then let's see. Let's give it a try. Sean suddenly smiled, not expecting the opportunity for revenge to come so suddenly. After standing up straight on the ground, he stretched out his finger and lifted it slightly, causing Dr. Kloba to float up and slowly circle around everyone. See, I'm perfectly fine. Dr. Baroque looked smug, and Sean couldn't help but smile at the sight. Suddenly, Dr. Baroque's flying speed began to increase rapidly. At first, he managed to hold back his voice, but by the end, the wind pressure from the speed deformed his old face, and he trembled as he shouted, Quick, 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 bring me down. Sean seemed to not hear clearly. Even faster, as expected of the heir of the tree of omniscience, truly remarkable. So, he sped up even more. until Klaba was drooling and snotting everywhere, before finally stopping him. He wasn't a powerful old man like Caprelli, just an ordinary scholar. How strong could he be? Seeing Dr. Klaba trembling as he wiped the drool and snot from his face, Sean's thoughts became clear. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. You want to play me? Meanwhile, Robin watched the two of them, hesitating to speak, silently muttering to herself. They seem so difficult to get along with. Turns out they're so childish. Although Sean had a small revenge, he still upheld the beautiful virtue of respecting the elderly and loving the young. He cast purification and blessings for Dr. Klaba, as he also hoped the old man would live a little longer. After a while, Dr. Klaba, regaining his composure, looked at Sean with a resentful expression. Do you really not want me to go? Sean felt a chill run down his spine under the old man's gaze and quickly said, this is also a form of training for Robin. She will be going to sea in the future, and this is part of her preparation. I will invest a great deal to train Robin. In the future, you will rely on her to protect O'Hara. Dr. Kuroba was somewhat speechless. He knew Robin best. Clearly, she had the ability to fight back against those peers who bullied her, but she never did. Deep down, she must be a scholar. However, this child lacked combat talent. Wouldn't this be a waste of your time? His biggest concern was that Robin would delay Sean's progress, although she had played a small prank on him. Such a childish act of revenge made this seemingly wise old man feel something different. Perhaps he was very strong, had lofty goals, and a bad temper. But Dr. Kuroba knew that he was a young man with a cold exterior but a warm heart. He even managed to cure some of the little ailments that had accumulated over the years, though he still had some inconsistencies in his words and actions. Sean was too lazy to pay attention to the old man and turned to the somewhat awkward little girl. Shall we chat over there? The little girl looked at her mother. Although Alvia didn't think her daughter had any talent, she believed that being stronger would be beneficial for survival in this vast sea. So she nodded to indicate that she could go with him. Thus, little Robin followed closely behind Sean, her small hands fidgeting, showing her unease. Sean sat down on the ground, looking directly at the little Robin in front of him, wearing a smile that he always thought was warm and gentle. Don't be nervous. I just want to have a simple chat with you. What Sean didn't know was that, although his smile was good-looking, it had nothing to do with the warmth of the sun. Instead, it appeared somewhat disdainful and aloof. The little girl became even more nervous, stammering, well, just go ahead. Seeing this, Sean felt a bit frustrated. He had always wanted to shape a sunny and positive image, but he kept hitting walls. He could only try to speak gently. What you saw just now is real. Do you know why O'Hara was destroyed in the original timeline? Robin, who was originally a bit nervous, suddenly calmed down, but with a hint of fear. She couldn't imagine how difficult it would be for her to be hunted down by the giant entity that is the world government all alone. She was a clever girl, so she said directly, because we touched the taboos of the world government, but we don't have our own power, so we can only be at their mercy. Little Robin is great, but even now with Saul protecting you, you still have to step onto the world stage in the future. However, Saul's strength is completely insufficient to deal with any unexpected situations. What should we do? Sean looked at Robin hoping she would say the answer he wanted. He thought he was good at coaxing children, but he underestimated Robin. Since childhood, Robin had been used as a servant by relatives, bullied by peers, with toys being books and friends being knowledgeable scholars. Her maturity was already beyond that of an average person. Watching Sean's child-coaxing demeanor, although she felt uncomfortable, it seemed nice to be treated like a child. So her tone brightened a bit. So you want me to be the pillar of O'Hara? Even if unexpected situations arise in the future, or even if I get exposed, I can still protect O'Hara. Sean nodded seriously. That's right, very clever. But the process of getting stronger is very difficult. Can you keep going? I can, Robin replied, but then hesitated. But what should I do? This was Robin's true thought. She really wanted to become stronger to protect the people she wanted to protect. She was afraid that one day, she would be forced to lose everything in O'Hara. Sean wasn't surprised by this. He just didn't plan to let Robin go down the path of anime anymore. In anime, Robin's ability usage stems from her childhood experiences, which mostly involve assassinations and are too low profile. He wanted to train Robin to be a tank that pilots a Gundam. So he said, I have a very precious potion that can significantly enhance your physical talent, but it requires you to train hard. After all, I can't stay here for too long. By the end of your training, you will become a powerful figure that can rival the entire sea. Robin understood that Sean had called her out to give her that precious potion. She felt both excited and hesitant. But is it really suitable for me? According to your words, this thing could make even a pig stronger, right? You're mistaken. Without the heart of a strong person, even if you take this, you'll only waste your talent. he replied. But I have high hopes for you. I just hope you agree to one thing. Seeing Sean's serious expression, Robin's little face tightened as she asked, What is it? It's about your future stance. You must stand by my side. I won't force you to do anything you don't like, but you must be mine. You cannot betray me. Sean thought to himself, jokingly, that he didn't have time to slowly build a bond with Robin and didn't want to raise a pig only to have it run away in the future. What Sean didn't know was that for Robin, he was equivalent to someone who had given her a second chance at life by saving O'Hara and her mother. She was even prepared to follow Sean for a lifetime to seek the truth of history. So how could she betray him? Thus, the young girl said with determination, I will never betray you, absolutely. Sansmaïd. Among all the little devils he had encountered, he was most optimistic about Robin's abilities. Aside from her strength level, her intelligence, elegance, extensive knowledge, high emotional intelligence, and understanding of human relationships made Robin undoubtedly the best subordinate. She was much better than that lunatic crocodile and that emotionless guy, Smoker. He then said, You're an ability user, right? Upon hearing this, Robin's face turned pale. She was the least willing to talk about her abilities. Her experiences from a young age taught her that this would make her be seen as an outcast, a monster. But under Sean's gaze, she didn't dare to lie and could only nod slightly. My ability allows any part of my body to bloom and grow on any tangible object. But does this have anything to do with getting stronger? By the end, the little girl's voice trembled slightly. Of course it does. Why do you think it doesn't? Sean looked at Robin with a puzzled expression. Robin bit her lip, feeling a bit awkward because other kids call me a monster and treat me as an outcast. I only dare to use it quietly when doing housework. Upon hearing this, Sean immediately understood. It must be the rejection from those little brats. He wondered if they would regret it when they grew up and saw Robin. Your fruit is very powerful. You're kind of wasting your abilities. If used well, it's definitely one of the top fruits. Sean had a look on his face as if she was guarding a treasure without realizing it. This left Robin a bit confused. Then, what should I do to become stronger? Sean looked at the sky, and the roaring sound in his ears gradually faded. Drink this, he said, taking out a gene potion for Robin to take. Without suspicion, Robin tilted his head back and gulped it down. This stuff has no side effects, but it requires continuous practice. Those who want to eat when food is right in front of them deserve to starve. After that, Sean stood up and said, Let us talk about the development and application of the fruit later. I need to handle some matters now, and you must not tell anyone about this potion. Little Robin obediently nodded, and Sean said no more as he walked towards Dr. Kloba and the others. Sean said to everyone, I'll go down to handle the follow-up matters on that island and grab some ingredients while I'm at it. The crowd nodded in agreement, although they didn't know what method Sean used to leave the Navy and CP members below in a daze. However, they didn't dare to ask. As this was his trump card, Sean flew directly toward the edge of the island, looking down to see the fleet gradually cease fire. To those below, the entire island was engulfed in flames, as if it could sink at any moment. Sean flew down directly, using telekinesis to split the island below in half. A massive chasm began to seep seawater, and gradually the water surged, spreading outwards around the entire island. After a while, the whole island began to sink, and this scene was clearly visible to everyone on the warships. Only Sean was nowhere to be seen, as if he were invisible. Thus, the fleet sailed away majestically, and Sakazuki did not indiscriminately kill innocents in front of Kazan. Although Kazan felt sadness over the death of his friend Saul and questioned the world government, he did not doubt the justice in his heart as he once did. It seemed that it was time for the old man Huang to get moving again, and he also needed to keep an eye on Akainu. Meanwhile, Sean was catching sea kings in the ocean while contemplating his next moves. Before long, he flew towards the sky, followed by a dense swarm of various seafood. The people of O'Hara were left dumbfounded as Sean directly threw a large portion in front of the civilians and then took the rest towards the Tree of Knowledge. Sea kings and other sea creatures were not something ordinary civilians could afford. Powerful individuals looked down on selling large sea beasts, while those without strength found it difficult to catch them. So, upon seeing these high-quality ingredients, everyone became excited, and their anxious feelings were somewhat alleviated. Sean arrived in front of the Tree of Omniscience, where the scholars were gathered, and directly said, Get a few chefs to prepare the ingredients. Oh, by the way, make this one separately for me. I'll eat this myself. Sean pointed at a sea beast that was twice his size. As night fell, although O'Hara had experienced a thrilling calamity during the day, fortunately, they were saved. Although there was still confusion about the future, everyone chose to hold a grand feast to calm their frightened hearts in front of the delicious food. Behind the Tree of Omniscience, in a relatively private area, only Sean, Saul, Robin, Ihwa, Alvia, and Dr. Baroque were present. The other scholars, being smart, understood that Sean did not want to reveal his identity and consciously stayed away from his side. After the feast, Sean sat down next to Robin, lit a cigar, and began to puff smoke. After a moment, he said, "Let me tell you about your fruit ability to give you an idea." This immediately caught the attention of the others, who were curious about how Robin's fruit could be developed correctly. Your fruit ability allows any part of your body to bloom like a flower on tangible objects. So you need to figure out where your body has the greatest advantage. Although Robin's future ultimate move, Demon Flower, looks stunning, it seems a bit weak in front of royal-level powerhouses. Now, with the Gene Potion, it can completely develop in the direction of a tank. Robin thought for a moment and said, "Is it the bones? But I can't develop that deeply yet." "No. There's south another place that doesn't need to be as detailed as the bones. It can be controlled just like your arms." The others were deep in thought. But Robin directly said, "I don't know." Sean continued, "Its teeth. Our teeth are divided into 3 parts. The crown, the neck, and the root. With the hardest part being the enamel on the surface of the crown. The enamel contains 96 calcium, magnesium, and other chemical components, making it a highly calcified tissue, with hardness greatly exceeding that of iron. For example, the hardness level of diamond is 10, while enamel is rated at 8. Ordinary iron falls between 5 and 6, which is the same level as bone. As for steel, I'm not too familiar with it, but it can generally be categorized into 3 levels, 7, 8, and 9. In other words, you can definitely achieve the dream of being a Gundam pilot." After saying this, he looked at Robin with envy. Robin was a bit confused. He understood that teeth were impressive, but didn't grasp much else, so he asked, "What is Gundam?" Sean explained, "You don't need to worry about this. Just think of it as a huge armor, a massive armor covering your whole body, controlling the armor to fight. Isn't that cool?" San, this isn't a development at the conceptual level, but rather suggestions based on feasibility. After all, Robin can even create gigantic clones. With her incredible physical strength, piloting a mecha would be like Uchiha Madara rampaging in one. Both cool and with high defense. Seeing Robin still looking confused, Sean directly said, "Just think about it, that hardness. Combined with Haki, there are very few people in the entire ocean who can break your defense. Even if someone really manages to break through after a tremendous effort, they will find that your own strength is also ridiculously high. And at that point, you can mock your opponent to your heart's content." Hey, surprised? Unexpected? Everyone was a bit speechless at Sean's dark humor, and Robin felt a bit envious. If she really could be that powerful, just thinking about it made her slightly excited. At this moment, the well-informed Saul asked directly, "What about the sword masters who can cut through steel? They slice through steel like it's tofu." Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Sean, but he just stared at them with a look of disbelief. Saul felt a bit uncomfortable under Sean's gaze and awkwardly said, "I'm not wrong. There are indeed sword masters who can easily slice through steel." Seeing this giant looking a bit shy in front of him, Sean found it quite painful to watch and quickly turned to look at the cute little Robin to cleanse his eyes. Then he said irritably, "Are you stupid? Did Haki feed you?" Besides, Robin's most powerful and outstanding ability isn't that she can transform any part of her body, but that she can continuously create. Got it? If the opponent's swordsmanship can't slice through enamel as easily as cutting tofu, they've already lost the qualification to fight you. Even if the first layer is broken. What about the second layer? The third layer? As long as your strength is sufficient, no one can break your defense. This isn't just Sean's fanciful thinking. It's achievable. Look at Robin's giant tree and similar skills. Aren't they all layered one on top of another? Robin's current training conditions are so much better than before. Sure enough, this clever little girl's eyes lit up, and she even raised her hand to release a skill toward Sean. A tuft of hair suddenly sprouted from the ground, wrapping around Sean's ankle. This ability really caught Sean's attention. He quickly asked, "What is this called?" Little Robin, looking proud, said, "Fading Flowers Binding. Derived from blossoming wheel flowers. I have so many ideas now and can't wait to try them out." Sean sighed, saying that it's no wonder this kid, who obtained a PhD at such a young age, is so clever. This ability to cover things with such dominance could even evolve into Doflamingo's string fruit. Just to know, the weight that one hair can bear is 100 grams. Sean looked at Dr. Kloba and said, "Look, this is little Robin's fighting talent. She just never lays a hand on the people of O'Hara." On the side, Alvia saw her daughter's talent and felt both happy and worried. She already knew that little Robin had not had a good childhood. However, she soon became resolute, thinking that since the scholars of O'Hara would not be able to leave the sea in the short term, it would be better to take this time to accompany her daughter and cherish the tail end of her childhood. The banquet then concluded amidst everyone's conversations. The next morning, Sean set off early in the morning with the island, following the direction indicated by the map feature, which naturally pointed to the White Sea, an area located above the Grand Line. The buoyancy of the White Sea was enough for O'Hara to stand on it, but they couldn't get too close to the Sky Islanders. They could have trade interactions, but not frequent close contact. O'Hara was too sensitive. As the land of gods on the Sky Island occasionally saw pirates rushing up. After half a day's flight, Sean finally reached the range of the White Sea, and without saying a word, he directly dropped O'Hara down. The noise caused by the island startled the residents, but they hurried to the shore to observe the sea area where they would be living in the future. They already knew they would be living in this sea for a long time, but most people didn't feel anything unusual. They had been living on the island for most of their lives, and now they were just changing their environment. The island was still the same island, and their loved ones were still their loved ones, and that was enough. After settling the people of O'Hara, Sean directly took Usopp and Robin to their next destination, Kizaru. Enel's hometown, also the location of the Rumble Rumble fruit, was perfect for Usopp, as it would not only compensate for his mobility issues, but with his abilities, he would definitely not use it as roughly as Enel did. The reason he didn't bring other scholars was that the conversations among the three of them sometimes contained topics that shouldn't be known by too many people. And with Robin's personality, she could keep secrets well. After flying for a while, they finally saw a small island not far away. But both Usopp and Sean felt something was off. Before getting close, they heard a series of greasy, ear-piercing songs. The moment the three of them stepped onto the island, Robin suddenly appeared dazed and walked forward in trance. Sean noticed Robin's abnormal behavior and quickly grabbed her collar. However, instead of waking her up, it made her struggle even more. The dazed look in her eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by bloodshot whites, making Robin appear quite terrifying. She hissed in a low voice, "Sean, let me go. I need to chase that beautiful song. It's very important to me." Upon hearing this, Sean glanced at Xiao, who seemed unfazed, narrowed his eyes slightly, and released a wave of Conqueror's Haki that quickly brought Robin back to her senses. Robin stopped struggling and asked, "What just happened to me?" Xiao stepped forward to explain, "You were just affected by that song. You were shouting that it was very important to you." At the mention of the song, Robin gradually fell back into a dazed state, mumbling incessantly. Sean shouted loudly, "Wake up, this is also a voice that can control people." In an instant, Robin's eyes regained clarity. Although he was being lifted in the air, he still patted his little chest and said with a look of fear, "That's so scary. I didn't even realize I was being controlled." He then looked at the two people beside him with a puzzled expression and asked, "How come you guys weren't affected?" Sean did not answer directly. He had already determined that this was the ability of the ability user and had some thoughts about this fruit. He didn't use purification immediately because he wanted to see the limits of this ability. So he asked back, "What about now? Are you still enchanted by this song?" Robin frowned and felt it for a moment, then showed a look of disdain. "Ugh, what an awful sound. I don't know why I no longer feel that way." Sean smiled and asked, "What about you? How did you feel when you just logged in?" "Not really, but if I had to say something, it's that I felt the emotions contained in that voice. Maybe it's because my observation Haki is strong or my will is quite firm." Sean remained non-committal to Xiao's words, as he observed the reactions of the two that this fruit ability should be able to influence people's emotions. However, once someone wakes up and becomes aware of this ability, they would become immune to it. It's similar to hypnosis. Once a person becomes alert and doesn't want to be hypnotized, they can't enter that state no matter what. Additionally, Xiao's statement suggests that his observation Haki makes his mental strength quite strong, so the influence can be almost negligible. It's somewhat akin to the inspiring fruit of the Revolutionary Army's Eastern Army commander, Barrow Betty. However, this ability is rather lackluster, as it requires subtle influence. Otherwise, just a reminder would render it ineffective. Moreover, whether it's ineffective against strong-willed individuals or against those with observation Haki, in the end, it can only be effective against the weak. Navy cadets start to encounter Haki, and in the New World, one would feel embarrassed to call themselves a pirate without Haki. In summary, Sean concluded that this is a useless ability, and he was foolishly looking forward to it, thinking it might be a better undercover fruit than the surgery fruit. Given the situation, it seems someone is manipulating the residents of Baikalu. Sean then voiced his suspicions, and both Xiao and Robin looked indignant, especially Xiao, whose forehead was bulging with veins, clearly angry at the mastermind behind this. He would never show mercy to scum that only bully the weak. "I think we should quickly rescue the people here. Just now, I sensed a large number of people heading toward one place. We might have been discovered," Xiao said with concern. Sean was just about to nod when he saw a person wearing a platinum crown, bare-chested, holding a wooden stick, and about the same height as a smile, bounce out. Sean was bewildered. In an instant, he recognized who this person was. Wasn't this Enel? His outfit looked exactly the same as it did 20 years later, but was that bony figure really meant to be showcased? Perhaps he was a bit poorer now, as his stick was made of wood and his accessories were minimal. What made Sean somewhat unhappy was that the Enel in front of him looked only about 17 or 18 years old. It was almost as tall as the 2'7" figure of Ikeo. This made him deeply suspect that his height of less than 2 meters was really due to his fruit ability. Just as Sean was lost in thought, Enel raised his stick and charged straight at Sean, who was standing in the middle. There were no fancy moves. He leaped and struck down with his stick. Ikeo didn't move at all, not feeling that this level of attack could hit Sean. As for Robin, she had no worries at all. The Sean who saved O'Hara, the Sean who gave her precious medicine, was almost omnipotent in her eyes and was naturally becoming her idol. However, the next scene took both of them by surprise. With a loud smack, Sean was hit, and the stick even broke in half, leaving Robin with a sense of idol shattering. This was too hasty. The sharp crack of the wood brought Sean back to reality. He knew he had taken a hit. It wasn't that he wasn't alert, but his observation, Haki, and instinct for danger told him that this person posed no threat. Indeed, for Sean at this moment, there was no threat. Given his caution in setting sail with an Admiral-level combat power, the lack of threat indicated just how weak Enel was. So Sean tilted his head and looked at the tall figure of Enel. Are you playing with me? In an instant, Enel's hair stood on end, as if he were being stared at by a bloodthirsty beast from ancient times. But he knew he had kicked the iron plate this time. What was staring at him was not a beast, but the masked person in front of him. Seeing the indifferent gaze through the small holes in the mask, Enel thought to himself that he was in trouble. Just as he wanted to retreat, Sean grabbed his wrist and executed a shoulder throw. With a loud bang, the frail figure of Enel was slammed into the ground, creating a human-shaped pit. Looking down at Enel, Sean asked, "Where do you get the courage to attack me?" Yes, Sean didn't kill Enel, who would later become a villain, for 2 reasons. First, he needed a guide to explain what was happening here. Second, the current Enel was at most just a street punk and hadn't done anything heinous. Lying on the ground, Enel grimaced in pain, as if all his organs had been displaced. Struggling to stand up, he looked at Sean with a wary expression. "Aren't you guys the accomplices of that bastard?" Enel tried to change the subject, his eyes darting around, looking for an opportunity to ambush, ultimately focusing on Ikeo. Yes, he thought he was thrown down because of carelessness, and he believed he could fight Sean on equal terms, so he decided to take out the helper first. Before Sean could speak, this hot-blooded youth Enel charged straight at Ikeo. He leaped up and executed a whip kick aimed at Ikeo's head, confident that this strike would surely incapacitate his opponent. However, the next scene left him dumbfounded. Ikeo slowly raised a hand, extending a finger to block Enel's whip kick. Then, in a flash, he flicked Enel's forehead. Ah! Enel let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered, clutching his head and rolling on the ground. Ikeo squatted down and softly said, "Young man, being so impulsive is not good, not good." Sean and Robin were both amused by the scene, thinking that Enel was just a small-time thug at most. After Enel howled for a while, Sean stepped forward, kicked him, and said, "All right, stop playing dead. Get up quickly, or you really won't be able to get up." Enel had no choice but to reluctantly stand up. He knew he had kicked a hardboard this time, but he thought that with their strong abilities, they shouldn't be accomplices of that guy. Nevertheless, he still tried to maintain his dignity and arrogantly asked, "What do you want to say to me?" A burst of laughter escaped, making Enel's expression a bit unpleasant. Looking down, he saw a little kid mocking him. Robin was shaking with laughter, unable to hold it back, and said intermittently, "Sorry, the big bump on your forehead, combined with your expression, is just too funny. I really can't help it. Ah ha ha ha." This left the few people present a bit confused. The humor was quite peculiar. Sean couldn't help but reflect that even from such a young age, Robin's sense of humor was different from others. No wonder it was her. In fact, Enel's expression wasn't that funny. At most, it just looked a bit like he needed a good beating. Sean asked directly, "What is the deal with that bastard you mentioned? Why are all the people on the island flocking to one place?" Then he casually pointed around. "And what's with this singing? Why does it feel like you're the only one not affected by it? This can't be your doing, right?" By the end, Sean was subtly displeased. If Enel really did something like in the original story, he wouldn't let the other party off the hook. Hearing this, Enel showed some disdain. But upon seeing Sean's subtly displeased expression, he felt a bit apprehensive. Still, he said with a pretentious attitude, "Humph, it's just those foolish people. Clearly, we are all descendants of gods. As Enel spoke, Sean and the others learned about the events that had transpired. 3 years ago, the residents of the town of Baikalu rescued a man who claimed to be an official of the world government, named Candace. He said he was swept up by the current, and all of his crew had died. The residents were very warm towards this rare visitor from the Blue Sea, directly hosting a grand feast for him. During the celebration, the drunken mayor, Mr. Tom, boasted to Candace that the residents of his town were all descendants of gods, having come from the infinite land. Enel, who was in a corner, listened with growing admiration. He hadn't expected to start off so grandly. Candace quietly listened, occasionally probing for more information. From the mayor's words, Enel learned why they were called descendants of gods. It was because this was what the mayor had found in the literature. They even had a technology that could convert energy. However, the current residents no longer had such brilliant scientists, so it had come to nothing. Legend had it that the infinite land possessed unimaginable treasures, and they could even use this technology to reach it. Thus, Candace became greedy and began to sing during the feast. At first, he sang cheerful songs, and everyone felt unusually joyful. However, the typically cynical Enel felt something was off. He would never feel inexplicably happy. As Candace's singing style gradually changed to become more passionate and stirring, Enel even started to feel a sense of fervor. Yes, it was a fervor directed towards Candace. The singing, which spread across the entire island in a gradual progression, slowly brainwashed the residents. It was at this moment that Enel awakened his heart network and sensed the residents' fervent emotions directed at Candace. He wanted to wake up the mayor and the others, but he felt powerless, because if he tried to stop them from following Candace, they would glare at him in anger. However, this ability required time to accumulate before people could be completely ensnared. Thus, Candace and Enel fought. In reality, it was Enel who was being beaten, and he eventually found an opportunity to escape. Candace then completely became the king here, enslaving the residents to research the ship to the infinite land day and night. Knowing that he was a descendant of gods, Enel absolutely would not allow the residents here to disrespect their ancestors. After several failed attempts to awaken them, Enel's thoughts grew darker. He felt they were unworthy to call themselves descendants of gods and wanted to destroy this place entirely. He could sense that although there was a significant gap in strength between him and Candace, he could gradually surpass it. After Candace died, Enel would completely destroy Baikalu. These people who had become slaves were not worthy to rise to the top with him. It would bring shame to the gods. Sean, watching Enel, who was exuding murderous intent, figured that this person had become psychologically distorted from oppression. He interrupted Enel's delusions. Haven't you thought that if you defeat him, your people could return to normal? Enel coldly pointed to the sky. I am a god. These weak lowly people do not deserve to be my kin. Sean believes that this child can still be saved. Although he has not been able to hold onto his original intention, it is worth trying to turn things around. Have you ever thought about it? Your mayor is just drunk and bragging. You're not what you call gods, but perhaps you do come from the infinite land. At 14, Enelu had never drunk alcohol and didn't know that drunk people tend to brag. Therefore, he firmly believed that he was a descendant of gods. He quickly rebutted, that's impossible. Otherwise, how could Candace have stayed here and enslaved them for so long? Sean shrugged and said, didn't you just say it? You have the technology to convert energy. Maybe you want to go to the endless land? Actually, Sean thought to himself, there are quite a few ways to fly to the endless land, as long as you have a necessary air along the way. For example, the special product of the Sky Island, Shell, can achieve that. So Sean speculated that this technology is probably quite extraordinary, and it might even be the key to opening certain ruins in the endless land. In the manga, Enel has already flown there and even discovered indigenous people. Do you see that? Sean pointed to the sky. The endless land you long for is right there. You don't necessarily need some technology to get there. Even so, they have desecrated the majesty of the gods, and in the end, they will still be subjected to divine punishment, all of them. He scoffed disdainfully and said, someone like you, do you even deserve to call yourself a god? Do you know how many people below in the Qinghai are stronger than you? You can't even count them all. A single filthy rat like Candace can make you hide for 3 years. Does that kind of person deserve to be called a god? Enel felt as if he had been stabbed in the chest. What kind of god is chased around by a rat? Sean added another jab. Then you have also desecrated the majesty of the gods. Are you ready to face the consequences? Robin chimed in from the side. Yes. With his terrible personality, he's likely to get killed easily. He probably won't survive another day in Qinghai. Upon hearing this, Enel stumbled backward and sat down, his face filled with disbelief as he murmured, how could this be? How could this be? I am clearly a descendant of the gods. Sean knows that Enel's late-stage Chinibu has been alleviated, but that's not enough. After all, at the most Chinibu age, who can withstand the revelation of being a descendant of a god? Over the years, with deeply ingrained thoughts and no one to communicate with, he firmly believes in his divinity. Sean looked down at Enel. You claim to be a god, yet you intend to destroy the very place that birthed and nurtured you? Why can you speak of it so lightly? As he spoke, Sean's tone grew increasingly cold. Seeing Enel still lost in thought, he suddenly shouted, "Speak!" Enel was startled into alertness, looking into the eyes behind Sean's mask. At that moment, he even felt that those dark, profound eyes, shimmering as if containing stars, were more godlike than his own. Thinking of this, Enel suddenly felt a mix of shame and anger. Clearly, he was the descendant of a god. So how dare this bastard look at him with such a gaze? The shame and anger in his heart made him forget that Sean was someone far stronger than him. Stumbling to his feet, Enel intended to strike at Sean once more. Sean saw through his thoughts and gradually lifted his feet off the ground, his gaze becoming increasingly indifferent. In fact, Sean felt a bit of shame inside, but in order to save this young man who was about to go astray, he decided to defeat magic with magic, to defeat the delusional with delusions. When Enel saw Sean floating up, he had already stopped his movements and reached out his hand to press towards Enel. Boom! In an instant, Enel was pressed tightly against the ground, letting out a mournful scream. Enel felt as if he was carrying a great mountain on his back. Even though he felt he was breathing, it seemed as if the air itself was heavy. He couldn't even lift his head, but out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a pair of feet floating in the air, slowly approaching him. Sean looked down at Enel. With your level, I won't allow you to strike me again. Goodbye. With a loud bang, Enel felt the mountain on his back become even heavier. Then, he was completely embedded in the ground, barely hanging on to life. Sean used telekinesis to lift Enel up, looking him in the eye. You still have consciousness? How pitiful. Such vitality not matching your strength. Sometimes that's a waste, isn't it? Sean certainly wouldn't really kill him. He just wanted to intimidate Enel, this delusional patient. Enel felt the shackles on his body disappear and struggled to lift his eyelids to look at the other person. Upon seeing that cold, condescending gaze, he felt a tremor in his heart. A hint of fear flickered in his half-open eyes, and his lips moved as if he wanted to say something. But Sean didn't give him that chance and continued to mock him. With your level, how dare you call yourself a god? What makes you think you can claim to be a god? In our Qinghai, those who call themselves gods are nothing but scum, easily overthrown at any moment. And you're even beneath them. So are you mentally prepared to become scum? I'll let you go this time. Take the opportunity to visit Qinghai and see how narrow-minded you are, recognize this world, and confront your own insignificance. I'll take care of Candace for you. With that, Sean signaled for the two to leave, leaving Enel alone on the ground, gasping for breath. Not long after Sean and the others left, Enel suddenly noticed a pale yellow light with a hint of starlight shining brightly on him. Moments later, he felt that the injuries he had just sustained had healed. Just as he was puzzled about what was happening, a voice echoed in his ear. Don't die. I'll be waiting for you in Qinghai to seek revenge. Of course, it was Sean who saved him. Enel was just like Kuro, the type that couldn't be left alone. Enel stared blankly at Sean and the others walking towards the town. Or rather, he fixated on Sean's back. Yet, he couldn't help but smile, his face even flushing with excitement. This person is so domineering. I wonder if I'll have the chance to learn to be as domineering as him in the future. As he thought about this, Enel suddenly realized that gods didn't seem that impressive after all. The residents were being driven to work by one person, and he had been entangled with Candace for years without being able to take revenge. But that cloaked man, who sounded no older than himself, dared to call Candace. The one who almost single-handedly led Baikuru to destruction, a stinky rat. The gap between them was glaringly evident. In the waters where such a figure existed, there were still so-called gods. And according to his words, these gods seemed to be at risk of being overthrown at any moment. For those of them who hadn't become gods yet, being bullied didn't seem like such a big deal, right? After some self-consolation in the spirit of AQ, Enel suddenly felt enlightened and rushed in the direction Sean had just left, wanting to see how that person would deal with Candace. Meanwhile, Sean and the others walked leisurely, expanding their observation Haki to search for the Thunderdevil fruit. As they walked, Sean contemplated the feasibility of recruiting Enel as a subordinate. In Sean's mind, Enel was a genius, just constrained by his narrow perspective. The heart network that could hear others' thoughts. Wasn't that the pinnacle of observation Haki? He, who ruled over these islands and the Sky Island, was able to figure out such a thing on his own. Wasn't that powerful enough? If it weren't for his focus on the thunder fruit and neglecting his physical qualities, Sean even thought Enel could develop armament Haki. After all, in the New World, there were plenty of pirates who naturally awakened armament Haki while fighting. So Enel was undoubtedly a top talent, though his personality was a bit problematic. Just as Sean fell into deep thought, he felt his cloak being tugged. He quickly snapped back to reality and saw the densely packed residents ahead, holding various weapons. Their eyes bloodshot as they stared at Sean and the others. Behind them, there was even a large stage with a piano on it, and a man in a black suit was playing it. At that moment, the man seemed to sense something, turned to look at Sean and the others, and a manic smile spread across his face. With a fervent tone, he shouted at Sean and the others, "You must be the ones who came to the island and weren't affected, right?" Sean squinted at the other person, trying to see what they wanted to say. Candace, undeterred by Sean and the others' lack of response, continued to speak fervently to himself. "I also came from Shanghai to carry out a mission. You came from Shanghai too, right? Why don't you join us? Although you resisted Lord Candace's abilities, in the future, Lord Candace will be able to rule the world, and we will become the new celestial dragons." Upon hearing this, Yixiao frowned slightly and asked, "You're not Candace? Then where is he?" Sean remained silent, as he had already sensed something was amiss and could only wait quietly for what would come next. Sure enough, Candace said with a look of awe in her eyes, "I am Candace, but I am not Candace. He will become the king of this world." Sean's guess was indeed correct. The person in front of him was Candace. However, the bug-level side effects of his fruit were also very apparent. Observing the residents' expressions towards Candace, which were almost identical, Sean understood the drawback of this ability. It easily turned oneself into one's own slave. Sean speculated that this was a medium of sound, transmitting one's own emotions to infect others. If one does not submit to oneself, how can one influence others? This is similar to the ability of sugar in the Don Quixote family, which is powerful yet has side effects. This made Sean feel regretful. For him, it was too useless, akin to turning oneself into a puppet. Although Sean liked to bully his subordinates, he did not want them to sacrifice their thoughts and become slaves to the fruit. Therefore, this Candace could be dealt with. But although he was unsure if the other party would speak honestly, he still had to follow the protocol and ask this person what their purpose for coming to Sky Island was. He did not believe that the world government was unaware of the existence of Sky Island. He was curious why they would allow a piece of historical text to remain on Gaio Island. So Sean modified his language a bit and asked, "What does Lord Candace want from the world government by coming to Sky Island?" Sure enough, upon hearing this, Candace became angry. "What nonsense are you talking about? I am the one sent here. Lord Candace will not be subordinate to anyone." "Really? I don't believe it." Sean looked at the other party with a puzzled expression. "Unless you tell me your purpose for coming here." Candace was not foolish enough to become his slave. But in order to maintain the dignity of Candace, he had no choice but to explain. "I was sent to Gaia Island to monitor who will see that piece of historical text and then report back." Upon hearing this, Sean frowned, pondering what the world government's purpose was in doing this. Firstly, with the power of the world government, they could take that piece of historical text away. But the reason for leaving it here must be related to the content above. Then, Sean flipped through the comic that only he could see and suddenly realized something. That piece of historical text recorded the location of the Sea King. But Sean understood that the Sea King ancient weapon referred not to an object, but to the mermaid who inherited the power of the Sea King. This was something the world government could not completely eliminate, so they probably wanted to use this fishing method to lure out each generation of Sea Kings. Regardless of whether the speculation was right or not, at least there was a direction now, the direction that the world government feared. As long as he instructed Yixiao to quietly keep an eye on Mermaid Island afterward, that would suffice. When Candace saw that Sean had fallen into a daze after he finished speaking, he immediately felt a surge of anger. He scolded Masked One, "You dare to be distracted and disrespect Lord Candace? Are you not afraid of being punished? Lord Candace is all-powerful." Sean looked at the person on stage with a speechless expression. Although his abilities were quite overpowered against ordinary people, to Sean, he seemed weak enough to be taken down without using hands. The reason Sean had delayed going to sea was precisely because he was afraid of encountering these strange and terrifying abilities. Ignoring Candace, he turned to Yixiao and pointed at the stage, saying, "Do you see that? Don't recklessly eat the fruits, or you'll end up like that guy. Completely mentally unstable. It's too scary. I know now, and I wouldn't make such a low-level mistake." Yixiao nodded seriously. However, this made Candace on stage very angry. He immediately stopped speaking and turned around to start playing a summer tune. The ear-piercing music rang out, and from the sound, Sean and the others could feel the anger. Sure enough, when they looked at the other residents, each one was breathing heavily with red eyes, their chests rising and falling with rapid breaths. At this moment, Candace's voice rang out. These few freaks have desecrated Lord Candace, and now Lord Candace is very angry. This stirred up a wave of anger among the residents who were already holding back their fury. They shouted angrily, "Kill them! Lord Candace is the greatest. Yes, only Lord Candace can bring us happiness and joy. We will never allow anyone who provokes our king to live in this world." Candace smiled with satisfaction. He certainly wouldn't recklessly go up to fight the opponent. Candace was submissive, but not foolish. He didn't believe that those who could break his abilities would be weak. He wanted to send out cannon fodder to test the opponent's strength. Unfortunately, his wish was dashed, and Sean saw through his thoughts. Why bother? Wouldn't it be better for you to just dig your own grave? As soon as he finished speaking, a crimson light flashed in Sean's eyes, and a terrifying aura erupted from within him, like a tangible force. It swept out like a whirlwind in all directions, enveloping the entire island. Candace on stage instantly became alert, trembling as sweat beaded on his forehead. He realized he had kicked a metal plate. This person was not someone he could handle, and he had to escape, even if he had to give up that thing. He needed to flee. He immediately shouted hoarsely, "Quick! Lord Candace orders you to go and kill these guys quickly to calm Lord Candace's anger." However, the residents suddenly trembled. Years of indoctrination made them want to attack, but their bodies were beyond their control, and one by one, the residents were as scared as Candace, shaking and sweating through their clothes. When the residents at the front forced themselves to take a step forward, one stumbled and fell. And then the people behind them collapsed in droves like cut wheat. They also had the will, but lacked the strength. The fear within them rendered them unable to take another step forward. This was also due to Sean controlling his Haki. Otherwise, these people wouldn't even be able to keep their eyes open. Even if they did, they would only be rolling their eyes with foam at the mouth. He wanted these residents to see the final fate of Candace. Watching Candace, who had just turned to run, Sean said softly, "Did your Lord Candace permit you to escape?" Upon hearing this phrase that sounded like it came from the depths of hell, Candace's body immediately stiffened. He inwardly cursed these people for being useless, unable to block even a single attack, and could only slowly turn around, forcing out a strained smile. After eating this fruit, he had enjoyed the sensation of supreme power on this island, which made him unwilling to die. He just wanted to live well. Worst case, he could change to another island and continue being a local emperor, right? So Candace flatteringly said, "This adult is joking. In front of such a strong person like you, how can Candace even be called an adult? However, I have indeed researched some things in recent years. Why not let me present them to you? What do you think?" Sean looked at the other person with a playful expression. Are you trying to buy your life?" Candace broke out in a cold sweat, feeling awkward. But for the sake of survival, he forced a smile. "Ah, my lord, you jest. This is my offering to you. However, no matter what you want to give me, as long as I kill you, it will still be mine. You can't be that naive, can you?" Sean looked at him as if he were a fool. He couldn't understand why these people always ended up saying they would give you this or that in the end. Sure enough, Candace's body stiffened at his words, but he still unwillingly threatened. "If I can't survive, they won't be able to recover either. As long as you let me go, I will restore them." This was purely a dying struggle. Not to mention Sean's already possessed purification skill. Just his claim that he couldn't restore them was already nonsense. He didn't believe his abilities could be that bugged, and anyway, he had a backup plan. So he impatiently said to Yixiao beside him, "Go deal with him." After speaking, he sighed. How the standards for recruiting talent in the world government dropped so low that even someone like this can become a spy. Yixiao, who had been eager to deal with this scum, stepped forward slowly. Under the dark, angry gazes of the residents, he approached Candace. "Scum like you deserve to die. No, don't kill me. Thus, in Candace's extreme fear, Yixiao drew his staff blade and plunged it into the man's heart. It wasn't that Candace didn't want to resist, but he felt completely immobilized, as if a great mountain was pressing down on him. Just like that, the Lord Candace, who had ruled Baikaru for 3 years, widened his eyes, slowly losing his life with an unwilling expression. The nearby residents, with bloodshot eyes as if they wanted to eat someone, gradually became clear-headed, transitioning from anger to confusion and finally back to anger. They were not angry that Candace had been killed, but rather, upon recovering, they understood that they had been used as slaves all along. Although their previous thoughts had been fanatical towards Candace, that didn't mean they were unaware. Now that Candace was dead, they immediately recovered. The mayor, a muscular, suave old man with long white hair, also stepped forward. He bowed to Sean and the others, saying, "Thank you so much. Otherwise we wouldn't know how much longer we would have been enslaved by this ambitious bastard." Sean waved his hand and said, "No need to be too polite. We're just passing by and helping out. By the way, Mr. Mayor, what exactly is that research you mentioned?" Hearing this, the mayor sighed and said, "Well, that's a long story. Why don't we treat you well instead? You are the heroes of our town." "Yes, yes. I also really want to have a delicious meal right now." "That's right, that beast enslaved us and didn't even let us eat our fill. Dying like this is too easy on him. How about we throw a banquet? Let's celebrate our rebirth." Everyone began to enthusiastically discuss the details of the banquet, which made Sean feel the strength of the people in this world once again. In the face of such events, instead of going home to calm down first, they immediately decided to hold a banquet. They really are carefree. In the end, in the entire town, those who knew how to cook set their cooking tools at their doorsteps, while those who didn't brought out ingredients. They could be self-sufficient here, so there was no need to worry about the food supply. The whole town had turned into a giant buffet, and everyone was happily eating and drinking, celebrating. At this moment, Sean and the others were sitting together with the mayor, enjoying their meal. The chef responsible for cooking for them saw his benefactors eating so heartily and couldn't help but feel delighted, working even harder to keep up with their appetites. The mask was really too troublesome and not friendly for food lovers, so Sean simply broke in half, which allowed him to enjoy the food without obstruction. The banquet proceeded in an orderly manner, and after everyone was full and satisfied, Sean directly asked about the technical issue. The mayor fell silent for a moment, but decided to speak up. He felt that Sean and the others were different from Candace and wouldn't harm them, even though they had just escaped from suffering. Everything starts with the documents left by our ancestors. Listening to the mayor's detailed explanation, Sean and the others understood what was going on. It was simply that the documents recorded some concepts about storing energy, accumulating energy, and releasing energy. At first, Sean thought it resembled the shells from Gaia Island, but the mayor told him it was different. This was a kind of converter that could transform personal energy. Theoretically, the upper limit of power is extremely high and could also serve as a defense system that absorbs damage. In short, it's a conversion system with high defense and high damage. Sean felt it was very familiar, but he couldn't quite place where he recognized it from. Currently, their research was only about 1/3 complete. After all, they had been living self-sufficiently here for so many years, so there were no scientists to speak of. Lastly, this kinetic energy conversion system had significant implications in the Infinite Land. The documents recorded that if one day they could return, this would be the key to unlocking something. Thus, the secret of Baikalu was unveiled, but a bigger mystery emerged. Sean suddenly felt a bit dazed, as it was somewhat similar to Enel's arc maxim heading towards the Infinite Land. Enel used his own abilities as kinetic energy to propel it, but at that time, he had no other functions at all. It seems that specialized tasks should be left to professionals, so Sean asked the mayor for a copy. Sean had always wondered how Vegapunk's technological means surpassed humanity by 500 years and what connection it had to the future kingdom and the Infinite Land. Various doubts lingered in his mind, but the journey was still long. "Mom, come on." After tidying up his mood, Sean saw that Ihue had returned. Yes, after defeating Candace. Ihue had left to find the Thunder Fruit, as per Sean's instructions. "Did you find anything?" Sean asked straightforwardly. Ihue didn't say a word, but instead extended a finger. In an instant, arcs of electricity wrapped around his finger. Crackle, crackle. Listening to the sound of the arcs, Sean's lips slightly curled into a smile. "So, how about this ability? Is it powerful?" Ihue nodded. It was a very powerful natural type, and he felt that it wouldn't be long before their combat power would undergo a qualitative leap. The mayor, watching the two talk, felt as if he had forgotten something important. He was sure he had forgotten something significant, but he couldn't recall what it was. So he said to Sean, "Young Sean, I feel like I've forgotten something important. I need to take a walk to see if I can remember, so I can't keep you company." "Ah, that's fine. We were the ones who disturbed you. If you have something to attend to, please go ahead." Sean quickly waved to the old man. It seems that even in this world, the culture of drinking tables still exists. Sean and Yixiao went to get a lot of food again, starting their second feast. Seeing little Robin looking a bit embarrassed, it was indeed quite a feast. After enjoying their meal, Sean observed the surroundings and found that no one was eavesdropping. So he had a deeper conversation with Yixiao. For example, Fishman Island, where Otoheim wants to promote the migration of Fishman Island to the land. However, this is not something that can succeed in 1 or 2 attempts at this stage. Sean wants to leave a smile behind after he departs. And the support from Fishman Island should not be underestimated. Even at the World Conference, it has considerable influence. Later, He plans to find an opportunity for Smile to join the Revolutionary Army. According to Sean, once the mission is accomplished, we can give up everything. But we must not be without it. He has also instilled many ideas into Smile and finally asked Smile to take care of Baby 5. However, Sean feels that the manpower is still insufficient. With his fear of inadequate firepower, he believes it is necessary to have someone specifically in charge of Doflamingo. After all, it is too dangerous for Smile, who is about to join the Revolutionary Army, and Sean worries he might fall into an ambush. After hesitating for a moment, Sean still hands Smile a gene serum and explains its specific effects. In surprise, Smile listens as Sean says, "I hope you can find a potential candidate to manage the underworld. The future intelligence system of the underworld is very important. Most importantly, during this time, we cannot just focus on building strength. We should save as many people as we can. As long as we have a clear conscience, that's enough." At this moment, in the eyes of Smile and Robin, Sean's image is unprecedentedly tall. Although this serum has little effect on Smile now, he still carefully puts it away. "Don't worry, I'll find a suitable candidate for you as soon as possible," Smile says seriously. As if recalling something, Sean adds at that time, "Let him use the name of the organization fallen to approach Doflamingo. A person like him is useless with kindness. He must be made to feel fear. He is a true, formidable character." Just then, the residents from all directions begin to stir. Sean vaguely heard people discussing Enel. Speaking of which, where did Enel go? "I don't know. Wasn't he with the mayor and the others?" "No, I was just cooking for the mayor and the others and didn't see Enel at all." Yeah. I just came from the east and heard a lot of people talking about that kid. Where do you think he went? He was so determined to save us. He wouldn't have encountered any misfortune, would he?" Gradually, more and more people joined the discussion about Enel. In the end, they might have genuinely worried that Enel had encountered some misfortune, so they spontaneously started calling out his name. The shouts gradually unified, and the roar of thousands calling his name even made Sean feel like he was back at a concert he once attended. On the other side, the mayor also thought of Enel. In their hearts, that Enel who challenged Candace time and again, and was defeated each time, was also their hero. Perhaps the old Enel was just a brash street punk who accomplished nothing. But since everyone woke up, their impression of Enel had completely changed. The mayor returned to Sean and the others, hesitantly asked, "Have you seen a young man who likes to go shirtless, wear bell-bottom pants, and has a headscarf?" The mayor looked at Sean and the others with hopeful eyes, fearing that he might hear some bad news from them. Sean helplessly exchanged glances with Yishao. Ever since Enel's voice had grown louder, they had discovered Enel nearby, hiding in a corner of the wall, not far away. Seeing the expressions on their faces, the mayor's heart sank, and he could no longer hold back, bursting into tears. "Enel, it's my fault. It's because of my kindness that this tragedy happened." The mayor thought that Sean and the others were too embarrassed to tell him that Enel was gone, and he had always felt guilty. If it weren't for him saving the person, if it weren't for him bragging after drinking, Enel might not have died. Sean was also a bit annoyed by the mayor's crying and directly said towards a direction, "If you don't come out, I'll break your legs." Upon hearing this, Enelu, who was sobbing in the corner, shuddered and reluctantly walked out. The mayor, who was still crying loudly, was puzzled about who Sean was talking to next door. But to his surprise, it was Enelu who came out. Instantly, all the sorrow turned into unexpected joy as he rushed forward to hug Enelu tightly, still murmuring, "Great. You're okay. It's really great. Why didn't you come out earlier? Everyone was worried about you." At this moment, Sean looked at the mayor and said, "Mr. Mayor, any kindness in this world is precious. It is a language that can make the blind and deaf feel warmth. Indeed, this time you may have saved a bad guy, and you feel guilty about it. But you don't need to correct your kindness. You just need to be a good person who does bad things." The mayor was stunned. He indeed regretted his initial kindness, but didn't expect it to be seen through. At the same time, he pondered over the words, "a bad person who is good." Isn't that just being a fierce and ruthless person with a kind heart? This seemed to open a new door for the mayor. Evil does not mean unkindness, and kind people do not mean they are without evil. The mayor felt enlightened. However, at this moment, he just wanted to give Enelu a good hug. After all, the child had suffered too much. A person wandering alone outside, facing the great demon time and again, yet no one was by his side. Meanwhile, Sean was watching on the side, his eyes stinging. He finally understood why Enelu didn't like wearing a top. It was learned from the old mayor who never dressed properly. This muscular old man was hugging a young man who was as thin as a stick, one with bronze skin and the other with pale, tender skin, both crying together in each other's arms. It was quite a sight. Sean covered little Robin's eyes, not wanting this little girl to be tainted by these things. Robin obediently did not struggle. After a long while, the two finally separated from their awkward embrace, and the mayor grabbed Enelu, wanting to take him to the center of the town. However, Enelu stubbornly refused to move, which puzzled the mayor. What's wrong? Everyone is worried about you. You are our hero. Go let them see you. The mayor thought Enelu was just shy and tried to persuade him to face the crowd. Unexpectedly, Enelu suddenly shouted in despair. Enough! Really enough. I'm not a hero. I've never thought about saving anyone. I just wanted to kill that person. In the end, I even wanted to destroy the whole Bikaru. Because you all are bringing shame to the title of God. I am a complete villain. What kind of hero am I? The mayor, who expected to be angry with Enelu, instead saw him looking at him with a loving expression. Child, even so, you are the only one who is awake. At that time, you must have felt very helpless and painful, right? We watched you challenge again and again, getting hurt repeatedly. In those moments, you have already become an unyielding hero. Your journey doesn't matter anymore, does it? Moreover, you regret it, don't you? Enelu stubbornly held his head high at a 45-degree angle, turning his back to the mayor and remaining silent. But his slightly trembling shoulders revealed his inner turmoil. At that moment, Sean, who had been watching the commotion, said softly, "Since you are fake now, why not turn the fake into real? It's true that you haven't gone to extremes. It's true that you challenge villains repeatedly, and it's true that you persisted for 3 years. So why can't you turn your past extremes into something false?" Upon hearing this, Enelu was stunned. Suddenly, he had a realization. Yes, he still had a chance to correct himself. Yixiao, standing nearby, also said, "Many times, people only judge actions, not hearts. In everyone's eyes, they only see what you have done and never think about what you are thinking. Yes, even if you think you are a bad person. If you pretend to be a good person for a lifetime, then you're a good person." Little Robin also expressed her opinion. "Go on, enjoy your moment. This is the love everyone has for you after being liberated. You can come find me when it's over." With a mysterious smile, Sean said to Enel, "Yes." Sean really has the intention of recruiting Enel, not only because he is a genius, but also because he has walked down the wrong path and stepped into extremes. As the saying goes, it's easy to learn bad things, but hard to learn good ones. He truly feels that Enel is genuinely regretting his past. The gentle persuasion of a smile also indicates the answer. His observation Haki is far superior to Sean's in sensing emotions. Even he believes in Enel. Otherwise, with his personality, it would have been merciful not to eliminate him on the spot. Only those who have faced darkness and walked back into the light can truly understand the preciousness of that ray of light. This also made Sean consider sending Enel to the world government. After all, the conditions for this candidate are quite strict. Firstly, there is the background issue. Enel is completely inexperienced in Qinghai, and that Candace came to Bikaru by chance, so there is no need to worry about the world government's investigation, as this is a self-sufficient island. Secondly, one must be sufficiently arrogant. Without arrogance, how can one stand in front of the celestial dragons, those scum? They are not afraid of your arrogance, but they fear those who are indifferent and have no desires, as such people may plot more. Having experienced darkness means he is less likely to fall into it than anyone else. Most importantly, Candace is a person of the world government, and it's believed that Enel harbors deep hatred for them. Sean inquired about the enhancement pool feature. He could even spend 100,000 plot points to purchase cards that remove side effects, allowing him to remove the side effects of devil fruits for others. At that point, he would give the surgery fruit to Enel, so in the future, Enel could focus on martial arts under the world government, using the surgery fruit to slowly control his political enemies. He could even coordinate with the Chiyo to save some people who should have died. Who would expect that a martial arts master could decapitate someone and they wouldn't die? He could arrange for some of his own people to infiltrate the power center. And the mind exchange of the surgery fruit was no joke. If he had the guts, he could even let his own people control the bodies of the celestial dragons. He didn't want too many people to have immunity to seawater because it would increase the risk of Enel being discovered as an undercover agent in the world government. Therefore, he hadn't helped anyone remove their side effects so far. Ichiyo provided criminals to Enel, and Enel provided talent to Ichiyo. Weren't these two climbing the ranks quickly? Now, they just needed to involve the underworld, and once the Golden Triangle was formed, they would have plenty of opportunities. It all depended on who Ichiyo would recruit in the future. Thus, Enel awkwardly accepted the blessings and cheers from everyone. He welcomed anyone who came to drink with him. He kept grinning, laughing, and then crying, and then laughing again. For the first time, he felt that being accepted was truly wonderful. He could endure loneliness, but he no longer liked it. They went on like this for most of the night. Enel, a little tipsy, approached Sean and asked, "Did you want me to find you for something?" Sean always felt that Enel was a bit off. Who would want to discuss matters in the middle of the night? However, he still came, and it wouldn't be polite to send him away. So, he used a purification ability on Enel, instantly removing his drunken state. Then he resorted to the usual formal language of a Marine Admiral. Enel, initially shocked by Sean's ability to rid him of his intoxication, was even more astonished to hear the news, unable to close his mouth in disbelief. He never expected that someone could come back from the future to the present. Indeed, his perspective was too narrow. After a moment of silence, Sean said, "I want you to go undercover to infiltrate the world government, slowly eroding their internal structure and providing us with intelligence. I can offer you." Sean was interrupted before he could finish his sentence by Enel. "Sure, I can go, but I want to know your purpose." This left Sean at a loss, as he had agreed without even stating the generous conditions he had prepared. Glancing at Enel suspiciously and finding nothing unusual, he spoke up. "My purpose is simply to bring down the so-called gods, because they are too obstructive and too filthy." "Can you really do that?" Enel asked, his breath quickening. "Yes, we have no rivals ahead of us." Enel was excited. This was exactly what he wanted to hear. He then bombarded Sean with endless questions, but avoided getting to the main point, instead asking how to win, why they would win, and so on, guiding Sean to spout all kinds of melodramatic lines. Enel was shouting internally, "Mine, all mine. Keep talking, ah." Eventually, Sean got a bit annoyed and gave Enel a beating, which resulted in Enel obediently listening to what Sean had to say. Sean took out the surgery fruit and the gene potion, handing them to Enel, and instructed him that this was the only fruit without side effects, and he must not let anyone else know. Remember, you must never expose that you are a devil fruit user. Your main focus should be on physical training in the early stages, becoming a master of martial arts. Do you understand? Sean said. Enel, a bit confused, asked, "If you don't want me to use the fruit's abilities, then why do you want me to eat it?" Subsequently, Sean explained the abilities of the surgery fruit to Enel one by one. He didn't expect Enel to learn medicine, as that was unrealistic. Sean even shared information about Rob Lucci and others that might be useful. After all, Lucci eventually joined CP0. In the latest manga, he was even directly instructed to take over Wano if Kaido was defeated. The implications of that were significant. Enel was amazed. He never expected Sean to value and trust him so much. With this fruit and the cooperation of a smile, his status would rise rapidly. He silently resolved to follow Sean in the grand endeavor of slaying gods. He now understood. What could be more prestigious than being a god slayer? Thus, Sean instructed him on various details, telling Enel everything he could think of. Finally, he even called over a smile. Although it was better for fewer people to know about Enel's identity, he still needed someone to stay in contact with him. Sean trustides mai. Simply because he didn't want to see someone ruin their own eyes to avoid the filth of evil. If you don't make him do things that go against his sense of justice, he will protect you better than anyone. As for the lack of side effects of the surgery fruit, a smile didn't ask. After all, he had already prepared himself for the mysteries surrounding his superior. The few of them chatted until dawn, and even though they were reluctant to part, they had to say goodbye. Sean still needed to go to Gaia Island, as the historical texts there were necessary, which could also be considered an explanation to the scholars of O'Hara. So, early in the morning, Sean bid farewell to everyone, telling Enel to focus on training for a year and a half before going to the Qinghai. Otherwise, with his current strength, which couldn't even allow him to descend, he might die halfway. Before heading to Gaia Island, Sean directly picked up several uninhabited islands in the Qinghai. They were probably still at war, having fought for 400 years. Even if they were tired of it by now, Robin curiously asked, if that is the case, why can't they just stop and negotiate properly? Sean said with some emotion, because the Sky Islanders have no land. Their place of existence is all island clouds, a kind of cloud that can be stepped on as if it were land. The so-called high-level figures of God-S Kingdom on Kaya Island are probably advocating for an aggressive policy, while the Zandia clan believes this is their homeland and must expel the outsiders. That said, Sean turned to Yishao and said, "By the way, I won't be involved this time. You just go negotiate with those people. Come find me when you need me." "Negotiate what?" Yishao asked with some confusion. Sean rested his chin on his hand and said, "I always feel like the people of the Sky Island have some secrets. Their architecture and methods are different from those in Qinghai. Of course, I want to make the Sky Island one of our bases. As for negotiations, it's about getting them to stop the war. After all, it's all due to land issues. I could just bring the land up directly. I'm not sure if the world government has been to the historical text location, so I can't take the lead on that. After all, you'll be joining the Revolutionary Army in the future, so you're the most suitable one to handle it." A smile nodded in agreement. Later, when they arrived at Kaya Island, Sean stayed on the unmanned island above, waiting for a smile and Robin to return. Sean lay on the grass, smoking a cigar and drinking cola, feeling quite comfortable. He calculated that, counting Yishao, he already had 10 subordinates with Imperial-level combat power. Of course, They had not yet grown to that level, but before the Straw Hat crew set sail, this potential would surely be tapped. On the pirate side, there was Hancock. On the Shichibukai side, there was Law. In the Revolutionary Army, there was Yi Xiao, and for the world government, there was Enel. In the Navy, there were him, Ace Kina, Das Bones, Baby Five, and Kuro. Hidden in the shadows was Robin, and now they just needed a leader from the underground world. Hopefully, Yi Xiao could provide some support. It was surprising to realize that this encompassed all factions. This was a faction that could directly push the Navy aside, but they were still far from being able to deal with the world government. Then Sean fell asleep until the evening when Yi Xiao and Robin returned. How'd it go? Did they agree to a truce? Little Robin beside him looked excited and said, yes, they agreed to a truce. I also interpreted that historical text, but it was just an intelligence historical text. It recorded the ancient weapon Sea King. It turns out that the Sea King is not a weapon, but a form of inheritance, where a mermaid princess with Sea King powers will appear every once in a while. If I'm not mistaken, the Sea King is on Fishman Island. But whether she can awaken this ability depends on her talent, as that's what the records say. It states that this power can overturn the seas. These so-called ancient weapons are truly terrifying. Sean was not surprised at all. After all, it was a power that could even command giant sea kings. However, this only strengthened Sean's resolve to accumulate enough strength before taking action. After all, in history, countries that possessed such powers were still brought down. One can imagine how powerful the world government is. Just the status of the 5 elders is higher than that of the 3 military commanders, Steelbow and Calm. Their strength is naturally beyond doubt, and the Navy has 3 admirals, Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, and various core forces, yet Steelbow and Kong is still in charge. One can only imagine how profound the foundation of the world government is. Thinking of this, Sean felt a sense of urgency. He must continue to cultivate more strong individuals, or else he would feel insecure. As for Shirahoshi, don't joke. She hasn't even been born yet. With thoughts swirling in his mind, he still praised Robin. Little Robin is amazing. She actually interpreted the historical text by herself. After saying that, he reached out and gently rubbed Robin's little head. Although Robin felt it was quite childish, it somehow felt nice. I want to write too much about the Sky Island arc, as most of it consists of passersby, and I found it a bit boring when reading fan works. As for why I want to write about Wano, but I'm afraid of being contradicted by the original work. Now, Sanji has also started to power up, and CP0 has made their appearance. After asking a few questions about the Shandians and the Sky Island natives, Sean suddenly understood. He just needed to place those islands over there tomorrow morning. At that moment, Robin asked Sean, the leaders on both sides sent us a lot of gold to thank us. Sean slapped his forehead, almost forgetting about this matter. That place is known as the Golden Land. Speaking of money, Sean almost overlooked it. Reforming isn't just about having a few high-level combatants, it's also about money. If he wants the entire Navy to break away from the world government, he first needs to have money. So where does that money come from? Sean squinted his eyes and suddenly thought of a character who hasn't turned dark yet, or rather, one that will turn dark this year. At that moment, Robin waved her small hand in front of Sean. Hey Sean, what's wrong? There's a lot of gold. Aren't you happy? Sean came to his senses and smiled at Robin, feeling happy, but then suddenly thought of something. What's wrong? Asked Yi Xiao beside him. I just suddenly remembered that what we need to do requires a lot of money, an enormous amount of money. We need to find a partner who can make money. Yi Xiao said with some confusion. I thought you had been prepared for this issue all along. I didn't expect you to not be ready. Sean was momentarily at a loss for words and slightly blushed. After all, it was surprising that someone who considered himself smart could forget something so basic. However, it wasn't a big deal. So he stubbornly said, I've thought about it, but I forgot because I've been busy. It's still not too late now. It's not a big problem. But a smile only made her more confused. What kind of person can earn enough money to overthrow the world government? Are you joking? At this point, Sean was no longer sleepy. Others may not be able to, but this person definitely can. In the future, he will have 20 billion berries. And he operates in both the legal and illegal worlds. He even establishes his own country, recognized by the world government, and he can manipulate the celestial dragons with money. He is truly the Golden King who controls the dark world with wealth. Little Robin listened, dumbfounded. This person was too amazing. But it wasn't over yet. Sean continued. If I don't save him during this time, he could even become a slave. To be honest, I really admire this person. He loved singing as a child. But his father was a gambler who fell ill and died one day, and his mother disliked his singing, leaving him when he was 12, living by petty theft. He was captured by human traffickers at 16 after losing a bet and was badly beaten, but he managed to escape. While fleeing, He met a woman named Stella in the human trafficking market who thought his singing was wonderful, and they hit it off. He decided to help Stella gain her freedom and vowed never to do bad things again. He worked tirelessly from dawn till dusk to earn the money needed to save her. Little Robin couldn't help but ask, but he wasn't caught. So how could he still become a slave? Sean patted Robin's small head and continued. The reason he got caught this year is because of a person named Gilder Tezelo. He was originally 19 years old this year and was close to saving enough money to happily redeem a girl named Stella. However, the appearance of the celestial dragons completely shattered Tezelo's fantasy, as they easily bought away the person he cherished the most. Tezelo even directly lashed out at the celestial dragons, resulting in him being captured and turned into a slave. But when he was captured, Stella's words made him want to cherish this girl even more. At this point, Sean paused, lit a cigar, and exhaled smoke, feeling that Tezelo's story was quite heavy. Robin, feeling unhappy, quickly shook Sean's arm and asked, "What did she say? Please tell me." After exhaling a smoke ring, Sean continued. Even though he was going to be a slave and knew his fate would be miserable, Stella still smiled at Tezelo and said, "Because of your existence, I feel happiness from the bottom of my heart." At that moment, Tezelo hated himself for not having money. Unable to buy back the tenderness he cherished, he planted a seed named money in his heart, while also becoming a slave, one who was even allowed to smile without permission. At 21, he learned of the death of Stella, the kind girl, which made him feel terrible and made him more obsessed with money. At 26, he escaped from Mary Geos due to the slave release incident involving Tiger. And at that time, he hated nobles and the wealthy even more, becoming more corrupted. At 29, during the Gomu fruit auction held by the Don Quixote family, he caused a huge incident, seizing the fruit that the Don Quixote family did not intend to sell. At 35, he stabilized his business, had capable subordinates, and built the giant ship Granasoro. The power of gold that he once despised had become his own strength. Faced with the wealthy, he aimed to become even wealthier, making them submit to him. One day, he vowed to make the celestial dragons kneel before this power. With this belief, he completely darkened and became the person he once hated the most. After listening to so much, Robin finally said, "So, you mean to say that this kind of person hasn't yet gone to extremes, right?" Sean nodded, indicating that he had not yet gone to extremes. As long as Stella was still around, he just wanted to be a good person. She was the white moonlight in Tezelo's heart, as well as the cage that bound the demon. With a smile, he said, "Do you know where he is? I am willing to go save them. For someone like him, if possible, we should try to prevent him from falling into darkness." Sean smiled. Although he knew that a smile could be seen as a way to combat evil, he didn't expect him to have such an emotional side. Just one story made him want to save someone without any plans? Sean shook his head. "You can't go. It'll be easy to cause trouble if you go at this time. It's better if I go with you. If we encounter the celestial dragons, I can manipulate them. It's best to avoid any armed conflict at this stage." Xiao thought for a moment and agreed, realizing it made sense. If he went by himself, it would be fine if he didn't encounter the celestial dragons, but if he did, he would definitely be exposed. Although Sean never explicitly stated how strong the world government was, it was clear from his low-key accumulation of power that it was an enormous entity that couldn't be contended with at this stage. Meanwhile, Robin raised her little hand and asked, "What about me? Did you forget about me?" Sean gently patted Robin's head and said with a smile, "Next time, Dr. Kuroba and your mom are both waiting for you to go back and share what you've gained." It wasn't that Sean didn't want to take Robin with him. He just didn't want her to see the ugly side of the world government too early, fearing it would leave her with a shadow. Moreover, if everything went as planned, Sean might cause a scene at the slave market, wearing a mask and using only his physical skills. He didn't believe anyone would recognize him. Besides, in the original timeline, he was only 8 years old at this time. But I just want to go with you, Sean. Is that okay? Please?" Robin said, shaking Sean's arm in a spoiled manner. Recently, due to her mother's return and Sean's affection for her, Robin had become a bit more cheerful and even dared to act cute toward Sean. This made Sean feel that this was how a child of her age should behave, rather than being constantly burdened with heavy emotions, which further strengthened his resolve. He wanted Robin to hold onto the little tale of her childhood and spend these years well in O'Hara, helping her develop a concept of the world. However, facing those evils too early could easily have a negative impact on a child's heart. So Sean said, "This time it's not possible, because the scene might not be very pleasant, and you're still too young. One day, when you have learned enough and can fly out of O'Hara by yourself, then you can see this world, okay?" Robin's ability was to fly, and this was also part of the curriculum Sean had set for her, To develop her fruit abilities, she first needed to enhance her physical strength. By the time Robin could fly, it was likely that no one would recognize her as a person from O'Hara. As long as she wasn't being pursued by a general, she wouldn't be in much danger. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Robin became unhappy, pouting slightly and murmuring, "I'm not a little kid anymore. I'm mature." Sean had no choice but to speak earnestly. "I want you to have a happier childhood. The reason for becoming stronger before going out is that the outside world is too dangerous. You can ask Alvia about it." Robin also knew that Sean genuinely cared for her. She just wanted to be a little willful. A small tactic to attract the attention of adults and prove that she was special. Children always want to draw adults' attention to themselves. Receiving a gentle response, Robin suddenly transformed back into a sensible and well-behaved appearance. "I understand, Sean. You can go with peace of mind. I will wait for you to come back in O'Hara. Can you promise me one thing?" "Go ahead. I will agree to anything I can do." Though he said this, he didn't think there was anything the little girl would ask that he couldn't agree to. Hearing Sean's response, the little girl felt a bit shy and murmured softly, "Can you stay in O'Hara to teach me before you finish your business and return to the future?" Sean looked at Robin, whose face was slightly flushed, and couldn't help but smile. When he was a child, he liked playing with older sisters, and he would blush like that too. However, he didn't mind the request, so he squatted down and said, "All right, I agree to your request, but you have to promise me that you will follow the training course I left for you. You must master your fruit's flying ability before going to Qinghai. After all, your identity is too sensitive. Don't reveal it in Qinghai." Listening to Sean's endless reminders, Robin not only didn't show any impatience, but her small face was serious as she tried to remember everything. Having few friends since childhood, she cherished Sean, as he was her only friend who could be considered of the same age. Yes, in the little girl's mind, Sean was just like her in age. She just hadn't grown up yet. After tirelessly reminding Robin, Sean let the others return to the tent to rest and didn't teleport back to O'Hara. After all, he still needed to deal with a few uninhabited islands early the next morning. That night, while resting in the tent, Sean opened the system to check the storyline points. Storyline points, 739,713. This was all within his expectations. He had originally spent over 200,000. He saved O'Hara, hid it away, altered Enel's original fate, making him a significant figure, along with Robin and the Gaia Island. It was no surprise to have so many storyline points. Sean had begun to grasp some patterns. Besides destroying the original work, the impact on this world also yielded a substantial number of storyline points. He aimed to save up to 1 million for 100 consecutive draws to see if he would get anything good. Now the last piece of the puzzle was found, and the next step was development. He hoped that the seeds he planted now would yield fruitful results in the future. The future looks promising. The next morning, Sean placed several islands in the higher altitudes, out of sight of the Sky Islanders, and allocated them according to their territories. The people of Shandia were able to return to their homeland as they wished, and the Sky Islanders also had their own land. Sean and the others also reserved a place to serve as a future research base. So, Robin and Ishiao said goodbye to everyone and advised them not to fight anymore. Sean first sent Robin back to O'Hara. Since they already had the coordinates, the teleportation was quite fast. He then spent 50,000 to recruit Tesalo, who is still a small fry at the moment. Well, that was the cheapest option. Sean's plan was simply to give him a gene serum. As for using the map ability to find the Gene Jing fruit, that was unnecessary, since Doflamingo and the others would look for it later anyway. During this time, he could just let Tesalo train properly. Otherwise, investing too much wouldn't be worth it. The most invested would be Enel, but that was because Enel would venture into a den of dragons and tigers. Thus, Sean followed the map's guidance and flew with a smile. He finally arrived at a slave trading market and spotted a young man with green hair squatting next to a cage, chatting with a blonde girl, both of them occasionally bursting into light laughter. If one ignored the collar around the girl's neck, one might think they were just an ordinary couple on a date. At that moment, Sean expanded his observation Haki across the entire island and sensed the despair within, nearly losing control of his anger. But he had to hold back. He needed the celestial dragons to appear and shatter Tesalo's hopes before he could make his move. Otherwise, Tesalo would almost have enough money saved up, and if he recklessly went down to Bystella and asked him to be a subordinate, wouldn't that offend someone? Sean wasn't the type to act recklessly. At the same time, he was planning how to create chaos here and free all the slaves without attracting the attention of the higher-ups in the world government. After all, everything was still in its infancy, and his strength wasn't yet at the level to bulldoze through. Just then, a commotion caught the attention of Sean and the smile in the sky, gradually quieting down. Following the direction of the fading noise, They saw 3 people wearing bubble helmets and white clothing, 2 men and a woman. If there were no surprises, this was indeed the Kamal family. Behind them were several men in black and some armored guards, and as they walked by, everyone, whether there to buy or sell slaves, knelt down. This was Sean's first time seeing the celestial dragons from the sky. Although he couldn't discern much yet, he believed the celestial dragons were definitely not simple. So even though Sean wanted nothing more than to swoop down and kill them, he still had to suppress his fury. He had never underestimated the intelligence capabilities of the world government. He didn't want to expose his yet-to-be-formed power now. Just as Sean's thoughts were swirling, one of the celestial dragons walked over to Tezelo, who was kneeling beside the cage, looking at Stella with a somewhat dazed expression, as if viewing a pet. Pointing at the cage where Stella was, he said, "This one's hair color is nice. I want her." "Yes, Saint Kamal." Tezelo's mind exploded with a boom, as if thunder had struck in his brain. He never expected that just when he was about to save enough money to redeem Stella, she would be bought by someone, and it was a world noble, a celestial dragon. In that moment, his heart quietly underwent a subtle change. If I had a lot of money earlier. But before he could shift his mindset, the kind Stella, even though bound by chains and a collar, still turned to look at Tezelo with a smile and said, "Please don't be sad. Because of your existence, I feel happy from the bottom of my heart." Her words awakened Tezelo. Even if he had countless riches, without the person before him, would all be tasteless. Coming to his senses, Tezelo shouted loudly, "No, you can't do this. I will have the money to redeem Stella soon. You can't take her away. Please let her go." The nearby Saint Kamal looked displeased, having almost been startled by Tezelo's loud voice. He immediately pointed at Tezelo and said, "Go teach him a lesson. His voice scared me. He will become my slave." After saying this, he roughly tugged at the chain around Stella's neck, saying, "Humph, commoners should know their place." "Yes, Saint Kamal." Even though Stella was treated roughly, she didn't scream. She just looked at Tezelo with worry, afraid he might say something that would anger the celestial dragon. Tezelo was also startled. He didn't expect to have the audacity to offend a celestial dragon and was prepared to be beaten to a pulp. After all, since the other party said he would make him a slave, he probably wouldn't be killed, and he could get closer to Stella. Sure enough, several tall armored guards stepped forward and began to punch and kick Tezelo. After a while, Tezelo was beaten to the brink of death. Yet even so, through his swollen eyelids, which were oozing blood, he struggled to open a slit and looked at Kamal, who was whipping his beloved woman. The pain in his heart made it hard for him to breathe. He hated these nobles, hated his own powerlessness. As Kamal whipped Stella with a barbed whip, he cursed, "You filthy bug, how dare you defy the great progeny of the Creator?" Crack. Lowly ants should remain in awe. Crack. Even though Stella was bloodied and her beautiful golden hair stained red, she still gritted her teeth. Trying to look at Tezelo and force out the smile he once said was her prettiest, but she simply couldn't do it. All she could do was remain silent and endure the torment of the celestial dragon. She wanted to leave Tezelo with the impression of her sweet singing voice, not a hoarse scream of pain. This was the only tenderness she could leave behind. But Tezelo now lacked even the strength to struggle. His eyes filled with blood and tears as he watched Stella being tortured. Just then, a cold voice rang in his ears. "Break! Mirage!" In an instant, cracks appeared in the space before Tezelo, as if a mirror had shattered. Bang! The mirror shattered, revealing a scene that Tezelo would never forget in his life. Before his eyes, Stella looked just as shocked as he did, but there were no wounds on her body. That wasn't the point. The point was that the armored guards, including the celestial dragon Kamal, were each whipping the terrified slave market manager. Yet all around, people merely showed expressions of pity, including some slaves still in cages who had not yet been sold. Coming back to his senses and checking himself thoroughly, Tezelo realized there were no injuries on him either and couldn't help but feel a bit stunned, unable to comprehend what had happened. Just then, the voice rang out again. "Are you angry? Are you desperate?" In that moment, "How much did you hate this world, Tezelo?" Who is speaking? Tezelo looked around in shock. People are filled with fear of the unknown, especially since he could now see that someone was toying with the celestial dragons. With a thud, the smile and Sean landed right before Tezelo. Sean glanced at the bewildered Stella, who was wearing a collar, and slowly walked towards her. Under the terrified gazes of Stella and Tezelo, he reached out to grab the collar that was about to explode. Before Tezelo could speak, Sean squeezed the collar tightly. In an instant, a massive explosion echoed. Tezelo, his heart deadened, stared at the direction of the explosion, murmuring, "Why did it come to this? Weren't you here to save us?" As footsteps approached, Tezelo was pleasantly surprised to see Stella standing unharmed in front of him. albeit looking a bit dazed and confused. The people around them also seemed oblivious to the situation. Initially, Tesalo had speculated that the other party had only affected Carmiel and the others. But it now seemed that their strength was enough to influence everyone. This was terrifying. Tesalo moved beside Stella, standing protectively in front of her, and looked at the two figures opposite them, specifically the cloaked figure with a mask. His instincts told him that this person was even more dangerous, and he had no idea what they truly wanted. Having grown up among rogues, he wouldn't naively believe that they simply wanted to rescue him and Stella. Unfortunately, Tesalo was mistaken this time. In a sense, what Sean intended to do was reform the world and liberate the slaves. Tesalo, standing in front of Stella, hesitated and asked, "Who are you, and what do you want from us?" Sean looked at Tesalo during this period and could hardly imagine that the person in front of him would one day find joy in watching others suffer. Constantly setting traps to make others lose their most cherished people, that somewhat psychologically twisted individual. He was just a young man, striving for love now. This world was indeed sick. Recalling his thoughts, Sean slowly said, "Tell me, what do you think about everything you just went through?" Tesalo felt uneasy. He couldn't grasp the thoughts of these two and was unsure what they wanted to hear, fearing he might say something wrong. Stella, who was beside him, seemed to sense his concerns and gave Tesalo a gentle smile. "Mr. Cloak, why don't I go first if that's all right?" Although surprised that this woman would take the lead, Tesalo nodded in agreement. After all, he just wanted Tesalo to willingly follow him. Her answer wasn't important. "My thought is that everything was just a dreamlike illusion," which is wonderful. Also, I believe Tesalo, though impulsive, is my hero. As she finished speaking, she reached out and gently held Tesalo's large hand, causing him to blush a bit, as he felt he had done nothing. Meanwhile, Sean's expression behind the mask seemed to wear a mask of pain, wondering why he still had to witness such affection in this world. Even so, her words surprised Sean as he stared at Stella's seemingly genuine tenderness. He could only sigh softly, recalling a quote from Romain Roland. "There is only one heroism, and that is to love life despite the harsh truths." Even if their existence was merely survival, it wasn't surprising that she viewed Tesalo as her hero. But wasn't she also Tesalo's hero? A hero who restrained the inner demons of Tesalo. Without further words, he turned his gaze to Tesalo. Tesalo, regaining his composure, slowly said with a dark expression, "I hate them. I hate those who made these unfair treaties. Just now, I only want to earn a lot of money in the future to take revenge on them. How dare they trample on the most cherished people of others? They're nothing but a bunch of useless gluttons. How can they ride on the heads of us who are struggling to survive?" The more Tesalo spoke, the more agitated he became, and by the end, his eyes were bloodshot as he stared fiercely at the Camael family. The palpable hatred and killing intent made Stella worry. She gently shook his arm, startling Tesalo, who looked at her in confusion, afraid that his behavior might upset her. She simply shook her head. "Although I don't like violent people, as long as it's you, I can accept any form." After saying this, Stella smiled widely, expressing her support for Tesalo. She was kind but not naive. She knew that Tesalo's fierce killing intent was because of her. If she were to deny his beliefs at that moment, she wouldn't deserve to be liked by him. She understood everything he had gone through over the past few years. From the beginning, when he was battered and bruised, to the point of sharing how he had fallen into the clutches of power, to later when he expressed a desire to turn over a new leaf and work hard to redeem himself. How many former delinquents could truly change? Undoubtedly, he was one of them. There wasn't much she could do. She could only firmly stand by her position to show her support for him. Although the couple's display of affection made Sean feel a bit uncomfortable, he couldn't help but sigh. The vast majority of people's desires in this world were merely for a simple life of two people sharing meals through the seasons, regardless of which villain. They all had their stories and had once harbored good intentions. One cannot urge others to be good without experiencing their suffering. He wouldn't seek out those who had already gone to extremes because he knew that was impossible. He couldn't articulate the advice to let go, fearing retribution. So, he could only recruit those who had not yet been consumed by darkness. As for those already in darkness, the physical release method would suffice. It wasn't a big deal. After a moment of hesitation, Sean got straight to the point. "I want to invite you to join us in our efforts to overthrow the world government." Now was the turn of the two young lovers to be a bit bewildered. They had considered many possibilities, but never expected that this would be the purpose. The world government was the dominant power in this world, an authoritarian force. How dared they set such a goal? Stella was the first to react. "You want to recruit Tesalo, right?" She didn't think she had anything that would attract his interest. She just sang well. Yes, I'm here for Tesalo. Even if he refuses, it doesn't matter. I will still let you both go. This is an invitation, not a condition. Upon hearing this, Stella sighed in relief, fearing that the other party would use her to threaten Tesalo. Now it seemed that he wasn't a bad person. So she tightly grasped Tesalo's broad hand. Through this silent action, she showed her support for him, even if he wanted to confront the world. This man was worth all her tenderness. Coming back to his senses, Tesalo also fell into contemplation. He believed he must possess something that the other party valued. He was considering whether to return to a simple life with his lover or accept the invitation to embark on a grand journey. However, if he truly accepted the invitation, it would mean he had to hide, which would mean being separated from Stella. He didn't want to leave Stella, but he also wanted to strike out at the heavens with his own blade. He believed the other party had the strength, otherwise, who would dare offend the celestial dragons? So he spoke up. Although I don't know what you see in me, I have to say I am really tempted. I really don't want to go through that feeling of powerlessness again, and I also don't want anyone else to experience that. But it will be very dangerous, right? That means Stella can't come with me, but I really don't want to be apart from her. Upon hearing this, Stella felt a little joy because it indicated that she held great importance in his heart. However, she still shook her head. It's okay. No matter what you do, I will support you. I will wait for you in the back, waiting for you to return, so do what you want to do. Sean's painful mask became increasingly distorted. Why do I, a handsome guy, have to eat your dog food? These two are so annoying, so sour. Although he was raging inside, he held back the impulse to beat the two of them up to maintain his aloof persona. Yi Xiao, who was beside him, sensed Sean's jealousy and was speechless. Isn't it you who said, "No woman in my heart, naturally a god with a sword"? Watching the two of them tugging at each other, phrases like "you go, I don't want to, I'll wait for you, and I can't bear to part with you" kept popping up. Are you putting on a Qiangyao drama here? Unable to endure any longer, Sean shouted angrily. Enough. Stop showing off your love in front of me, or you'll die from showing off too fast. Sean cast a vicious curse, and upon hearing it, the two felt a bit embarrassed. After pondering for a moment, Sean made a decision and looked at Stella, saying, "Do you have the will to become stronger, or the determination to stand by his side?" Yes, Sean decided to give the other party the genetic potion as well. But the prerequisite was that the other party was willing to become stronger, otherwise he wouldn't waste it. Even though it wasn't expensive for him now, and even Tai Solo's contributions were more than enough, it was also a source of continuous income. Seeing the question thrown back at her, Stella was a bit confused and stammered. Can I also become stronger? Yes, I can make you stronger, but the premise is that you want to become stronger, you have to want to become stronger. Because becoming stronger requires hard work. Think it through. I don't want to waste this precious opportunity. Sean spoke nonchalantly, even lifting the lower half of his mask to light a cigar and exhale smoke. After a moment of contemplation, Stella firmly declared, I want to become stronger. I must become stronger. I don't want to be at the mercy of others regarding my fate anymore. I want to stand by Tetsolo's side and fight alongside him. No matter how hard it gets, I will persevere. Please give me the precious opportunity. I will cherish it. Upon hearing this, Tetsolo had a foolish grin on his face. Completely elated, what was originally a day of disaster now seemed to transform into a lucky day of destiny. He had a goal to strive for. His beloved was willing to stay by his side, and she even had the chance to grow stronger. In this vast sea, strength was the basis for a free life. Sean thought about setting fire to the two of them again. If you've made up your mind, then just do it. Why does everything have to involve the other person? However, after sensing her determination, Sean felt somewhat comforted. He had gained another tool under his command. Indeed, gene potions could create a lot of high-end fighting power for him, but he couldn't just give them out casually. The most important issue was still loyalty, and with Tetsolo and Stella, he didn't have to worry anymore. In the original story, Tetsolo's mindset was to make others experience the pain of losing their loved ones. Now that he hadn't lost Stella, he had become someone who didn't want others to experience that pain either. And this kind-hearted girl also had a grateful character. He then said, let us deal with everything here first before discussing the rest. After speaking, everyone felt an overwhelming malice emanating from the two small holes in the mask. They then looked at Tetsolo and said, go and beat those celestial dragon scum hard. Just don't kill them. Or, I might not be able to stop myself from killing them. Upon hearing this, Tetsolo was startled, thinking, does this person want to push me to my death? But then he reconsidered. It didn't seem right. He had already joined this faction opposing the world government. So what was there to fear? What could be more terrifying than losing Stella? He then walked towards the Kamal family with a fierce expression, beginning a brutal assault of punches and kicks. Under the influence of Sean's illusions, the Kamal family, along with their remaining two black-clad bodyguards, returned to their ship in disarray. As they left, they cursed and threatened to call the Navy to sink the island. This was all part of Sean's plan. All he needed to do was rescue those treated as cargo, and the rest was none of his concern. None of the merchants here were innocent. What the Kamal family saw was Tetsolo and Stella being beaten to death by them, which displeased the owner of the slave shop, who protested a few times. This led to a conflict, and the surrounding slaves revolted, disregarding the risk of their collars exploding, wanting to perish together with their oppressors. In the chaos, the Kamal family was caught up in the frenzy, and even their powerful bodyguards couldn't withstand the numerous suicidal attacks. Ultimately, they could only leave in a state of embarrassment, while some of the slaves took advantage of the chaos to escape. Sean looked at Yixiao and said with a smile, "Use your ability to free all the people on this island." Yixiao nodded, and in an instant, a dense electric net appeared in the sky, covering the entire island. Under the astonished gaze of Taizolo and his partner, lightning struck down continuously. This was Yixiao using his observation Haki to find those who were imprisoned, because emotions do not lie. Amidst the various feelings of numbness and despair, he could accurately locate these people. Soon, Sean also expanded his observation Haki across the island, using his ability to bring everyone to the open space in front of him. Thousands of civilians, their eyes filled with emptiness, gathered together. However, they were still immersed in the illusion that Sean had created for them. They had escaped amidst the chaos. But the outcome was that they were swallowed by a giant sea king. After all, Sean did not have the energy to take care of them, and in the end, he could only drop them off on a resource-rich deserted island. They should be able to return home eventually, as long as Yixiao guides the Navy there later. Then, Sean had the three of them search for all the money here, mainly for Yixiao to collect, as his lightning was very convenient. As long as there was a conductive place, he could move there with almost teleportation speed, much more skillfully than Enel, and his range and power were not comparable. Before long, the group returned, with Taizolo even bringing a knife. He said it was taken from a safe. Sean carefully examined the sharp knife and found it to be a good one. He just didn't know what kind of knife it was. He thought he could give it to Zoro, this junior, as a gift when he returned. So, Sean ordered all the treasures to rise into the air, followed by all the civilians still trapped in the illusion. Finally, Sean and his companions floated in the sky, looking down at the elegantly dressed people below. Sean extended his hand and lightly grasped the air. Every place on the island that had been struck by lightning was erased by his telekinesis. Other areas under various forces were left in ruins, and even the celestial dragon's guards were directly killed by Sean's abilities, appearing as if their hearts were pierced through. As for the remaining merchants, sorry, they could just wait for their celestial dragon father to take revenge on them. After erasing all traces, Sean led everyone away. Subsequently, Sean and the others brought these civilians to a resource-rich, uninhabited island before returning to the island that they had designated as their base in the Sky Island. Along the way, Tezolo was filled with astonishment. He had not expected the masked man before him to be so powerful, capable of transporting them to such a distant place in an instant. He also felt somewhat relieved. If it weren't for his usefulness, he probably would have met a tragic end like in that dream. Once they stopped, Sean took out 2 gene potions and handed them to Stella and Tezolo. "Drink this. It's a potion that can enhance your innate qualities. There are no side effects. If I had to say, it just requires you to develop it yourself." Seeing that Tezolo hesitated, Stella decisively drank hers first. She understood what Tezolo was thinking. He was merely questioning how such a small potion could have such powerful effects. Stella was a sensible person. After all, they had been saved by the other party, so why make things complicated if he intended to harm them? Afterward, Tezolo also drank it, but did not feel any changes. Noticing their confusion, Sean straightforwardly said, "This enhances your potential, not your strength. True strong individuals are forged step by step. Otherwise, they are merely illusions, like flowers in a mirror or the moon reflected in water." Upon hearing this, Stella gently nodded and quietly asked, May I ask who you are? Also, what exactly do you need Tezolo to do for you?" After Sean and Yixiao exchanged a glance, he slowly removed his mask, and they finally realized that their leader was so young. He seemed to be not much different from themselves. "Let me introduce myself first. My name is Sean, and I come from." Then he repeated the same old lines, the future Admiral of the Navy. There was no other way. This was his last stubbornness. Regardless of whether the other party believed it or not, he had come back from the future. After explaining, under the astonished expressions of the others, he continued slowly. "In the original timeline, you would become a pervert, deriving pleasure from witnessing the separations of life and death." As soon as these words were spoken, The couple's expressions changed, especially Taizolo, whose embarrassment was evident despite his attempts to hide it. He felt that what the other person said was true. If he lost Stella, he would transform into a demon. Sensing Taizolo's emotions, Stella tugged at his hand to offer comfort. Seeing this, Sean could only roll his eyes. His tone became slightly more serious. But that's not the present. I see you maneuvering skillfully among various forces and your unparalleled business talent. I want you to become the true ruler of the underground world. If all goes well, with Stella's help, no force on the surface of the sea can truly threaten you. Speaking a bit dryly, seeing that the two were still in a daze, he took out cigars and cola to share with Yixiao. Yixiao originally only loved buckwheat noodles, but after being assimilated by Sean, he also grew fond of cigars. There was no helping it. Smoking cigars had a strong presence. Taizolo, coming back to his senses, had a somewhat bitter expression. He never expected that the other party would think so highly of him. After contemplating and hesitating, he finally sighed and said, "You think too highly of me. This isn't something that can be accomplished just with strength, right? And aren't you the Admiral of the Navy? Do you also have to engage in those criminal activities?" Sean looked at Yixiao with a smile, signaling him to explain, and it was also a good opportunity to see if Yixiao had grasped his thoughts. Yixiao organized his language and said, "There will be organization members to assist you, and it's not about engaging in these dark dealings, but rather helping us secretly eliminate these criminal activities." Eliminate criminal activities? Then what is our goal? To accumulate wealth, which is essential in the process of overthrowing the world government. What Sean values is your ability to make money. You need to become the richest person. Taizolo was somewhat confused. The money he had saved for several years was not even enough to redeem an ordinary human girl. And now he was being assigned this goal right from the start. Can he manage it? Seeing this, Sean added, "Don't underestimate yourself. You have this talent. In the year 1510 of the Sea Circle, you can go to the Don Quixote family and ask them to give you a devil fruit called the gold fruit. Although I don't know how you will use that thing to become the richest person, I believe you can do it." Taizolo felt a bit distressed. He had no idea how to achieve this, and the goal was too exaggerated. He could only muster the courage to say, "According to you, that will be a devil fruit very helpful for wealth accumulation. Why would the other party give it to us?" "They will give it," Sean said indifferently, "to deal with the people of this family. All you need is enough strength to make them fear you." He then looked at Yixiao. "Before those two take the stage, Don Quixote will hand it over to you. If they obediently listen, giving Doflamingo a genetic potion wouldn't be out of the question." "Yes." Sean now wanted to completely stir the waters. As for Doflamingo, turning against them, that was a joke. What kind of waves could he make alone? Even a random little ghost beside him could match his combat power. Even if it had to be given to him, it wouldn't be in the early stages. If he really helped Yixiao and Taizolo and others, then he wouldn't be stingy. No matter how great his ambitions were, it didn't matter. Actions speak louder than words. Even if a bad person pretends to be a good person for a lifetime, their evaluation would still be that of a good person. After all, even if one suppresses the opponent with brute force, there will always be a day when the string breaks. A balance of tension and relaxation is the way to fish. And Taizolo, even after hearing what the two said, still felt a bit troubled. So he weakly asked, "Can you give me other tasks?" "I'm really afraid I can't do it." Sean hadn't spoken yet when Yixiao responded to the other party with a blank expression. "Sure. Are you certain?" Hearing this, Taizolo felt a surge of joy in his heart. "Really? What other task can you give me?" Yixiao stroked his chin beard, pondered for a moment, and said, "How about you go undercover, infiltrating the world government? But the target must be high-ranking officials, at least of the same status as a general." "Of course. I will help you." Taizolo's expression of joy froze, and he stammered, "Well, what else is there?" Not satisfied, Yixiao waved his hand nonchalantly. "Then you can take my place and organize a revolutionary army that openly opposes the world government." Taizolo felt his heart sink. He never expected this thick-browed, big-eyed Yixiao would play him. After talking for so long, accumulating wealth was the simplest task, and most just dealing with some hidden rats. Whether it was infiltrating or confronting directly, the difficulty level was not comparable to his original task. This made 19-year-old Taizolo very sad. He was afraid he would let down this expectation and trust. Seeing this, Stella, regardless of Sean's reddened eyes, tightly held his hand. "It's okay, no matter what. I will be by your side. I believe you can do it. Believe in yourself. Okay, Taizolo?" Upon hearing this, Taizolo seemed to come back to life with renewed vigor. As long as Stella was by his side, what was there to fear? Sean, on the side, was very clear that Taizolo was not like Enel, who had no fear of the world government, because Enel's lack of fear came from ignorance. On the contrary, Tezzalo, who had to survive alone at the age of 12, clearly understood the survival rules of the current world. Naturally, he didn't dare to make promises recklessly, which was also why Sean felt more at ease with him at this moment. The 19-year-old Tezzalo and the 29-year-old Sean, who had experienced a life of slavery, were not of the same kind, but it was okay. There was time for him to prepare. So Sean said, "You don't need to worry too much. You have 10 years. During these 10 years, you could develop your potential while thinking about what to do. 10 years is enough for both of you to become one of the top powerhouses on this sea, and in 10 years, you will be active on this chaotic stage." Upon hearing this, the young couple became even happier. Tezzalo was glad to have time to think about what to do. Stella was much simpler. She felt that having 10 years of a peaceful life was already very satisfying. Then Xiao shared some plans with Tezzalo and Stella, causing them to exclaim in surprise. This formed a closed loop. The world government ordered the assassination of certain talents. The Revolutionary Army went to recruit talents. And the underground world provided the scum material for fake deaths. The final result was that a certain individual from the world government got promoted. A certain individual from the Revolutionary Army absorbed more of their own people, and a certain individual from the underground world gained even more prestige. While they were conversing, Sean left and went directly to O'Hara, where he found Robin. At this moment, she was nestled in Alvia's arms, and the mother and daughter were whispering to each other. The sunset's afterglow fell on them, and a gentle breeze blew, stirring their hair ends. This tranquil scene further strengthened Sean's determination to overthrow the world government. Upon seeing Sean arrive, Robin immediately tried to run over with her short legs. But seeming to remember her mother's teachings, she slowed her pace. When she reached Sean, she looked up and asked, "Did you finish your business?" Sean squatted down, gently rubbing the other person's head, and said, "Yeah, they're over at Sky Island. For the time being, I'll teach you how to cultivate, okay?" The little girl nodded obediently and replied softly, "Okay, I'll do my best." Alvia also knew that Sean would be leaving soon, and Robin would definitely benefit greatly from his guidance. Even though for a long time to come, the scholars of O'Hara would no longer be able to study new historical texts, it didn't matter. Ever since Robin returned and told them that the Tree of Knowledge's scholars knew about the existence of historical texts, they had dispelled their doubts. For the scholars, the tedious waiting had long become a trivial matter in their lives, and they were all looking forward to the future. Sean greeted Olivia and then took Robin's little hand and left. Seeing her daughter's heartfelt smile and cheerfulness, Olivia also had a faint smile on her lips. By the way, Robin and Sean were born in the same year, right? Time passed in an orderly manner. During this period, Sean trained the three of them together with a smile. However, only Robin and Stella never complained, both gritting their teeth and persevering. Sean's customized training intensity is no joke, even during meal and rest times. It feels like carrying a heavy mountain on their backs. At first, Tezzalo complained endlessly, but when he saw Stella's strong demeanor, he couldn't help but feel a bit ashamed and stopped complaining and slacking off. During this time, Sean not only helped them train their physical fitness, but also taught Robin how to use her fruit powers. As for whether Stella has a fruit or not, that's none of his business. He is not a babysitter, so he left it to Tezzalo. One day, Sean realized he was going back, and he felt no reluctance. After all, it would be like a blink of an eye before he returned, and it wouldn't be hard to contact them afterward. Finally, Sean reminded Xiao once again to go to Wano Country and help as much as possible without affecting the overall plan. Wano Country is the birthplace of Sea Prism Stone, with unparalleled skills in forging various weapons. He informed them about intelligence, such as Kenshiro being an undercover agent of the Korizumi family and other details. There was nothing he could do. After all, it was Oda who had finished drawing early. He could only share what he knew. When he returns, this world will undergo tremendous changes, and Oda will no longer understand One Piece. He wants to set up more plans, but for now, the available combat power is just Xiao. So he decided to go with the flow. After all, he had shared all the important information he knew. Sean gradually lit up with a blue glow, starting from his feet and slowly fading away. Little Robin pouted, her big eyes misty with tears, stubbornly refusing to cry. She just stared intently at the man who would change her life. In the end, Sean quickly rubbed the little girl's head in anger. "Don't be like this. I'll be waiting for you in the future, Alabasta, but you have to become stronger first." The little girl replied with a reluctant expression, "I will. I will find you in Alabasta." Sean looked around at Dr. Kloba, Alvia, Soro, Stella, Tezzalo, and little Robin, who all looked at him with a hint of reluctance. "Everyone, I look forward to our future encounters." With a light chuckle, He left behind just one sentence before vanishing completely. After Sean left, Robin could no longer hold back her tears, which rolled down her big eyes like droplets. Seeing this, Olivia squatted down and gently hugged her daughter, softly saying, "Did Sean not say that every farewell is for a better reunion? You will see each other again in the future." I know, but I just can't help it. It's been too long, more than 10 years. It's too long," Robin choked out. Olivia sighed in her heart and continued to comfort her. "Then you need to use this time to become even better. When you meet again, you won't be a child anymore." Indeed, no matter how mature she was still a child. Once the topic was changed, Robin became a bit excited. Although she enjoyed Sean's pampering, she wanted to interact with him as an equal peer. As she thought of this, she managed to smile through her tears. After Sean's departure, everything in O'Hara seemed unchanged, yet somehow different. Scholars continued their research as they had for the past decade. The island's residents, aside from a few who had a habit of going out to sea, returned to a sense of calm after their initial confusion. If there was anything different, it was the addition of a small figure exercising every morning. This small figure, freely sweating on the island, was no longer rejected by the other children. The adults understood that whether the children would return to the sea in the future depended on this little girl they had once considered a monster. However, at this time, little Robin had matured after experiencing the loss and recovery of O'Hara. Even though she was still a child, she no longer shared common topics of play with other children her age. Initially, everyone looked forward to Robin leading them back to the Qinghai Sea, but eventually, they were all captivated by her stubborn little figure. Her strength, discipline, and gentle nature left the residents feeling ashamed. Clearly, she was an outstanding child, making them envious of Olivia. So they went home and scolded their own children for playing in the mud in the yard. 2 years later, in the CP organization of the world government, Enel, who had become a small officer, looked at Rob Lucci, who was only in his teens. He thought to himself that this must be the talented individual who had once advised him. This was a direct interception he made using his small privileges. Although he had trained in the world government's training institution and had some small talents, it was nothing more than that. He was not yet the killing weapon of the future. Looking at Lucci's cold and proud eyes, Enel was not displeased. Instead, he felt even more excited. He seemed to sense the way Sean had once looked at him, feeling weak, yet displaying an attitude of superiority. It should be fun to teach him a lesson, right? So Enel pretended to nonchalantly take out a cigar and said casually, "I heard that you are strong." Upon hearing this, Lucci's expression, which had been devoid of emotion, slightly changed, and he proudly replied, "Reporting, sir. I'm atop of my class." "You are proud?" This left Lucci unsure of how to respond. He had been educated to simply obey orders from a young age. Completely unaware of social nuances, he could only follow his inner will. "Yes, I am proud." A sudden whooshing sound broke the air, and Lucci's pupils contracted. Before he could react, Enel's voice sounded behind him. "What is there to be proud of? You're clearly weak. Let me ask you, are you willing to follow me?" Lucci was bewildered. He did not understand what the other party meant. However, having undergone obedience training, he replied in a flat tone, as if it were routine, "Reporting, sir. I will obey orders." Upon hearing this, Enel sighed slightly. It seemed that softness wouldn't work. This kid probably didn't have much sense. He then used the iron fist of love on Lucci, hitting him while saying, "Are you following or not? Bang! Are you following or not? Bang!" Lucci, bewildered by the inexplicable beating, had no idea what he had done wrong to deserve it. But his instinct for survival made him cry out, "I will follow. I will follow." Upon hearing this, Enel stopped punching, looking at him with satisfaction, thinking that this tactic really worked, just as he had gone through. Feeling quite pleased, Lucci touched his swollen cheek and asked, "What do you want me to follow you for?" Hearing this, Enel's expression froze. He didn't know how to respond. Should he just bluntly say he wanted to take over his immediate superior? A brain freeze wouldn't say that on the first meeting. Seeing this, Lucci sighed slightly, thinking to himself that this person didn't seem very smart. How did he become an officer? In an intelligence agency, one could be lacking in strength, but one must have a quick mind. Thus, the clever Lucci seemed to have figured something out and cautiously asked, "Do you want me to mark you as part of your faction?" "Yes, exactly," Enel replied, feeling satisfied with the boy, thinking he was quite perceptive. It's confirmed. This officer isn't smart, but why was he chosen?" Young Lucci felt troubled, but he had no choice at the moment. Thus, Enel and Lucci began their duo partnership. If Sean knew about the situation here, he would probably be so angry he would spit blood. He knew that Enel had a problem with his thought process, but never realized this person had no political means at all. Couldn't he just apply a soft approach with Lucci? If he was cold, then Enel should be warm. Thus, in the process of adapting to each other, Enel began his lucky promotion journey. On a certain island, a man with a flip-flop tattoo sat across from a person named Ishao. At this moment, the tattooed man was somewhat confused, unable to understand why this big man would invite him to join in creating a revolutionary army. He was already preparing for this, so he had to consider whether his thoughts and goals had been discovered. However, after a conversation, he wholeheartedly agreed with Ishao's words. He even felt that this was the best partner bestowed upon him by heaven. So he agreed at once, and even planned to share some of his ideas. Years later, in a town in the South Sea, many prominent merchants were seated in a church, all there to witness and offer their blessings. A newlywed couple was reading their vows, and this couple was Taizolo and Stella. After he finished his vows, inside a house, Stella snuggled in Taizolo's arms and said, "Look, you have become the richest person here, even without that devil fruit." Taizolo felt quite emotional. "Yes, I didn't expect it either. However, starting today, we will work hard for the leader's goal. Being able to have an ordinary wedding with you is the greatest wish I have achieved in my life." "I'm very happy," Stella said, her eyes filled with love as she looked at her husband. She then added seriously, "Our new life now is all thanks to the leader. You must help him well." "Okay." Hearing this, Taizolo tightly embraced his wife. "Don't worry, we will work hard together. Although we don't want children right now, we will have children in the future. I hope our child can be born in a new era." Honey dear, time shifts back to the year 1514. Alabasta, in the rain, in a shaded area, a distorted halo flashes by. Sean awakens leisurely from the dreamy pillow. When he wakes up, Sean feels a bit confused, but soon memories flood back, and in an instant, he understands. It seems there will be some fun ahead. I wonder how Enel is doing with the world government. Sam murmured, standing up and stretching. He turned his gaze towards the rain-soaked ground not far away. If nothing unexpected happened, the sand crocodile should be here. But before Sean could spread his observation Haki, a knowledgeable voice rang in his ear. "Finally found you, Sean." Upon hearing this, Sean turned his head to look in the direction of the voice. When he saw the person, he immediately broke into a smile. Standing at 1.8 meters tall, with fair and smooth skin, distinctly exotic facial features, and dark green eyes, the intelligent-looking woman in front of him was not the same as the one he had encountered before.